Hello, good afternoon. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. We are going to be jumping right in today. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking late again. So we're going to be jumping in super quick again today into the games because I woke up like 10 minutes ago. I hope we're all doing well. Hi, Maple. Hi, Woo. Hi, Yanni. Hi, Law. How you guys doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm a little bit rushed. I think my air conditioner is about to break. It's making some very weird noises. But, yeah, we'll jump into the first game very shortly. I hope you guys are okay. Welcome in. Which side do I need to be at? Here? Okay. I've moved my camera around and I think it's fucking it a little bit. There we go. So yeah, I'm really sorry, guys. I did not feel very well yesterday.
So I think that's how that series is gonna play out.
I felt pretty fucking awful, to be honest. After yesterday's stream, I don't really know why. I don't really know what happened. But like, it hasn't happened for a while. But like, my whole body just crashed, like mega fucking crashed. So.
Yeah, so I was actually talking to
I've spent most of the day sleeping, honestly, and feeling pretty exhausted. I don't know if my meds are wrong or something. But anyway, we're only going to be doing the EMEA again today, but we have some banger matches today.
They have the lead against a lot of other teams in terms of that macro knowledge. So domination is definitely where we don't see as much focus on the macro as on convergence and convoy, which could be an explainer why VP do sometimes fall short on that map type.
Yeah, that
where is Marvel Ravals?
It feels like domination maps are often like inherently like a little bit more friendly to the dive style that Bubba Padapim like as well.
Sorry, chat.
Like,
what the fuck am I looking at?
They're most dangerous.
Where is the EMEA?
Utilize, like,
am I being dumb?
To hide Polly and Pokey in a backline. I feel like Bubba Padapim, like, I don't have any stats to back this up. My sources that it came to me in a dream.
What if I just type EMEA in here?
I feel like their best map is probably Hell's Heaven.
Dude, am I being dumb? Where is it?
Absolutely.
Hi, Do It. How are you?
On that map, there are so many good avenues for dive. I'd say their weakest, like,
this is the
like there is probably on something like Eldritch Monument.
This was last night's games. Did anybody watch the America games last night? Was it any good?
Burbo Padapim, they'd be able to take it to any team in the world on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, I think Hell's Heaven, you're right. It's definitely dive coded,
well,
but when you go to something
I don't
like
know what's
Frozen
happening. Give me
Airfield,
one
it
sec,
becomes
chat.
really, really strong for the res comp. And we know that VP have been like really.
Why is it not showing the EMEA
a lot of the time.
I don't really get it.
Sparker out of duelists, say okay, he's just gonna flex onto a duelist coded strategist, and he gets to play the Adam Warlock and
hang on, I've got this link on my Discord somewhere. Give me a sec.
Just being able to use Karmic Revival so deep into your side of the map that the enemy team, if they want to try and take advantage when you're all potentially weak, coming through from that Karmic Revival.
Here we go. Fuck yeah, now.
Really deep into
sorry, that's gonna be way too long to get.
Someone who fell in the
how you doing, Woot?
Bringing back my
hello
of charisma line pro to a broadcast for a while.
Hi, Yanni. Good morning. How we doing? How do it? How we doing?
Brain gamer knowledge. Hey, bud, it's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. A long time no see, unfortunately.
So today we've got Pets,
so sad.
AB, lower bracket round 1, which is now.
In the post group stage.
Insomnia L9 after that. Then Zero Tenacity Rad. This is gonna be a great fucking series. I think this is gonna be a banger.
I mean, right now,
and then BPP VP to finish off the day. Holy shit.
I'm kind of figuring out
some great games.
I would definitely continue competing because that's
let's have a look at what happened.
I like streaming as well, but that's something I do as a hobby.
Last night, really quickly.
I'm still considering right now because I see some really good talent in NA as well.
So it looks like Techie beat Fly. Oh boy, dude, these all look like close games.
We will see.
2-1 on all of them.
3.0. Third version is always the best. We all know that.
So,
an ego death beat Nemesis?
Because, you know, you were a player, you were on a professional team, you were obviously
holy shit.
Teams, and word on the grapevine is that Berber Padapim,
dude, maybe we need to watch all of those.
In terms of cashing in scrimbucks, is that something that you've like experienced? Do you think that Berber Patapim are the strongest when it comes to scrimming, but potentially not officials?
Guys, I'm really sorry that we're having a launch straight in again today.
Last time we scrimmed them, they didn't win though.
It sucks. I'm sorry. I would try and be more on time tomorrow.
Perfectly improve a lot. I do think they're a great team, but at the end of the day, scrims is one thing and officials is other. I think Berber Patapim might be the team with the greatest like individual potential because they're all like really good and really talented individually, mechanically. I don't think they're the best team in Europe or they're a team that should be beating. And me personally, I have way more respect for Virtus Pro and Rad. And also lately, I'm very surprised from watching the tournament with Z10. I didn't expect anything from them, but I don't think anyone like literally outstands individually, but they're playing really good as a team. So for me, those are the 3 teams I'm looking for.
Very ready for the weekend. What are you doing this weekend, Laura? What's the plan?
Do you have any deep insight into like what makes Rad so good?
Definitely game knowledge and discipline for sure. You can clearly see the way I see it. I see the game is still very new, and you can see a lot of pro players, like a lot of new players that come from different games, but they might be lacking some game knowledge from pure shooters. And what I see from Rad Esports is all those basic concepts and stuff, like to understand how to control the map, how to counter heroes, or how to play as a team. I don't know. I feel like it just works way better. They look way more synergized, and the way I feel it, it's at the end of the day, what matters is you need to find good balance and consistency. I think consistency, and this is something I always say, it's not a straight line like this. It's more like curves.
Some of them look like they could have been bangers, though.
Or even lose a match.
I'm asking in the Discord
you're human at the end of the day, and having
to see if
being always on your top level depends on so many things.
You
can't always
we need to go
make
back
sure
and watch.
you had a good sleep, you had good eat, you're happy in life, no problems with
No
family,
plans,
whatever.
might start on refurbing.
Obviously, that's why I think being always on the top level is like really high. But what matters is consistency, and I think Rad Esports, they can have a bad game, but when teams like Virtus Pro, Rad Esports, they have a bad game, they're still really good at the game. But when you have some other teams that can potentially beat those teams,
as in you don't have the license to lore, or like you're feeling too ill to drive?
All those basic concepts that those 2 teams have.
I know you've got a license. Wait, what am I talking about? I know you have. You drive all the time. Sorry, brain.
Do you think
you mean
Virtus
because you
Pro have any weaknesses other than, you know, the glaring statistical
losses? I was like, sorry, Laura. I said that, and then I immediately went. My brain just went. There's been so many occasions over our pretty long friendship at this point where you've driven to friends and stuff, and I was like, yeah, surely. Okay.
Cloak and daggers, and Virtus Pro making sure that they're guaranteed cloak and daggers every single time they match up against teams.
He was already really good at the hero back then as well.
Yeah, it looks kind of crazy. Like, Ego Death.
Actually, one of the reasons
Ego Death beat Nemesis is kind of wild, so...
One of the reasons I want to watch this hero so often is because at the end of the day, the new ban system, I think it surprised everyone, and everyone had to adapt.
Fly losing to Techie,
and I think that wasn't initially very beneficial for them. Right now, I think they're really good at drafting compared to how they started, I think. But also, I think just because of that, I'm still not sure where I stand with the new draft system.
Have they
I think it can be fun.
given you anything yet? Have they like
finished
the test and stuff yet?
But at the end of the day, what happens is, when you go in a comp game, what are you gonna do? You're gonna play Luna, you're gonna play Loki, and then you go to scrims and tournament, and those heroes are just permabanned. So I think with the previous ban system, they were free for each team, but you're thinking, oh, I don't want to ban Luna because I want to play Luna myself. But now you're like, oh, I have to ban Luna because I don't want the enemy to play it. I have to ban Loki because I don't want the enemy to play it. So I think it actually makes it be way more repetitive and one-sided. Still not sure where I stand at the point, but I think that is something that they might have struggled a bit at the very start. And I think they figured that out. I think their weakness can be, at the end of the day, they're humans as well. They're really good at the game, so they have way more advantage because they've been staying together as a team for a longer time. But people are improving. People are starting to learn. People are starting to improve. I still, like, I watch every game.
Not to pile anything on.
Being so far behind in terms of game knowledge. But I think it's just a matter of time, you know, for
next week. Part of the reason I want to take some time off is I'm gonna have to go and get myself self-tested for hemophilia tomorrow. Next week. Smithy, it has been a long time. How you doing? Welcome in. Hi, Rack. I'm having a foundation midlife crisis. Okay, hit us with it, Rack.
I think I definitely prefer.
I've probably got about 5 minutes before the first game starts.
Earlier than the other guy, it's so important. I think the same.
I hope you're good, Smithy. It's been a while.
You know, having the save earlier.
If I can say something, the MR Ignite in OC is really interesting.
Oh,
is it? I saw something, the guys in the Discord told me yesterday.
How important is it to get the pick and bans correct? Can you quite literally lose an entire map if you don't manage to secure a better ban drop phase?
Sorry, one sec.
Yes, I mean you need to do really bad to like actually be unplayable. But yes, you can. Yes, you can fail a draft. If somehow you manage to leave, dive heroes to the enemy and Ultron being banned, and I don't know, maybe you want to play Groot but Wolverine is open, or the other way around. Or maybe you're leaving way too many good supports or tank. I think usually draft goes more around tanks and supports, just because those heroes, they're less. You know, there's so many duelists and so many viable options. But like, for example, you ban Emma and then suddenly you have to play Strange.
Sorry guys, one sec.
And you save Magneto, but now you're playing Strange into Emma and it's just so hard, obviously. Or maybe, but on the other side, if you don't ban Magneto, maybe Punisher is available. So it just really depends on what tanks you ban, what other heroes are going to be available, you know, or...
Well, how's life, Smithy? Talk to me. What's been happening? Any big events? Any big news?
Right now it's 50% of the game, but I'm watching people drafting. Some drafts are really bad, but
oh, sorry, Woo. What I was saying was, yeah, something happened in OCE the other day where one team turned up late, I think last night.
All right.
Or this morning.
Insights Line Pro, and we hope to see
first game should be starting now, Yanni. It should already be underway, so I'm not really sure what's happening.
Season. I'm sure that with your skill, you'll have no trouble getting
you're really collecting health conditions these days. Yeah.
We will. Thank you very
much.
much.
Hemophilia is mainly because,
that was Line Pro, who, unfortunately went
excuse
out
me, my mum has it, and it's hereditary.
But it's still going
so
to be
all of us are
back,
getting tested.
With a new squad, or being addended to a
assuming that we're going to have
try
it.
And mix it up, get a little bit more of that leadership and
I've like 3 of my conditions are hereditary that I've got from my mother, so I figured it's better to know than not know, because like when with hemophilia you have to like, before you have any operation or anything, there are certain procedures you have to go through. It makes everything way more complicated. Every foundation keeps oxidizing on me and I'm pale with rosy cheeks.
So it was something that a lot of teams
I'll let Law help you with that one. I don't really know how to help with that. Absolutely nothing. Won the double again this year, football-wise. Okay. I don't know what that means, won the double, but I imagine winning is fucking amazing for you, so let's go. How's stream been going? Stream's been going well. We've made a full... I can't remember when the last time you were in was, Smithy. I think it was a long time ago, right? We've made a full switch to Marvel Rivals for the most part.
Oh yeah, Team Peps
we've been playing Marvel Rivals pretty much since its release.
Their favorite heroes.
I'm also doing a lot of casting, so a lot of like commentating and shoutcasting, which is what we're doing at the moment. We're watch partying the tournament at the moment,
hero shooter game
which is happening all weekend.
Fastest alt generation of any player, and that has been coming up clutch again and again with Final Judgments.
Yeah, going. I mean, it's a big question. Streaming is going well. I'm still loving it. I'm still really enjoying doing it. So as long as that's the case, I will keep working hard and keep pushing. You know, not quite where I want to be with it yet. Obviously, there's always room to grow. There's always, you know, room to get better. But yeah, having a good time. Having a good time as always.
For contests.
I swear by the Dior Forever Skin Foundation. Okay, Yanni, thank you for the 5 stream streak. I'll let you guys foundation talk. Mainly because I've only really worn makeup a few times in my life, so can't really help you on that one. A long time ago, I think it was playing Val. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, we're probably talking like probably talking a couple of years ago than Smithy, yeah. So we don't really play Valorant anymore. I'm not even sure if I've got it downloaded anymore, to be honest. Have I got it downloaded? Oh, I do. It's on my desktop. Okay, I do. I haven't played it in a hot minute though.
Kind of actually got buffed into.
Yeah, we've mostly been playing Rivals.
In general, you know, because
I'm actually pretty good at it, as it turns out. I'm, you know, better than I am in any other game. So
It's now usually.
What are you playing these
Luna,
days, Smithy?
or by
Still
maybe
on
so by
Valorant?
Emma.
Oh, just not really got time for
now
gaming.
It's not so much of a priority. We still have seen a couple of bans be thrown his way.
And I think
Also,
Korean
he's
is
pretty good at the moment
a solid
because
shout.
There's more impetus to play the Invisible Woman with Loki and Luna.
Played a little bit of
which means
Rivals,
that
but not
he's
much at
gonna
all. Been
more
playing
often have
CS.
access to that team up without you having to leave. Like,
Yeah,
a really
loads of
good
people have been
strategist
going back to CS.
on
I don't know
the
why.
table with the fate of both worlds.
I don't know
Yeah,
if they did an
it's
update
a
or something,
bit
but
rough when it comes to the comparison of Eternal Bond, but if you want to run the torch, like you said, Invis Women is very much a feasible strategist option, as having the Phantom Force being able to literally give your torch armor over the torch 1v1 can save their lives, as 2Z Psylocke has sometimes been able to make it through some teams. There was a little bit of hubris. They thought that if they were able to remove the Lunar Snow, that they would be able to keep up
sorry,
to date
chat, 1
with
second.
2Z on the Psylocke. Turns out no, and immediately afterwards the map that they lost, it was insta-banned alongside the Luna as well. So I have no doubt that we're going to be seeing Peps really try to just full lock all business down. It's probably going to be a Loki ban, a Luna ban, and then a Psylocke ban.
Honestly, it feels like when you're drafting into all business, they're kind of like a beta version of Burbo Patapim, you know, where you're still really worried about
the case
Welsh
addiction.
Mania
Is that
2Z
why?
combo,
The gambling
doing
part
what
of it?
Pokey do, playing the Captain America, playing
I mean, the
really
majors
having
are
that
amazing, man.
Off-angle
Like,
Supreme, which
I think
holds your
CS:GO is
backline
probably
hostage for most
still
of the game and
maybe
requires a lot
League.
of resources
League
to be
is slightly
diverted to
bigger.
intercede on those attacks.
Yeah.
In terms of
Captain
viewership,
America and the Psylocke is definitely something
I've
for
actually
the
been
backline
to a
have
couple
to
of
worry about. But we
CS:GO
talked about,
tournaments,
Cloak and Dagger
IRL,
versus Invis, and that's something that we're
like
probably
in the
going to be
stadiums
seeing,
and
as
stuff.
we can have a look and actually
And dude, the
compare these
atmosphere
two
is so
directly
crazy.
in terms of strength of the
Like,
ultimates.
it's
Invis
so
Boundary,
crazy when you're
unfortunately,
like.
does not have as much
I think
sustain per
CS:GO
second,
fans bring the best
165
atmosphere
HP per
that
second
I've
in
seen
comparison to the
in any esport.
250 HP per second.
They just
And Invis
and it's
Boundary
like
isn't a cleanse,
it's like
so
being
the
at like a
finish that lot of
football
these
game or
Cloak
something.
and
It's
Daggers
so
are
wild.
doing at the moment in the meta is they're waiting for the enemy team to use Invis Boundary, and then the Cloak and Dagger uses Eternal Bond.
Everyone's just getting
aggressively
like
to
pissed.
invade
There's
into
like
that
trumpets,
boundary, and
flags.
gets a
Everyone's
full
going mental.
terror
It's
cape off
crazy
onto
atmosphere.
Everyone who is not being shielded off by it, and so everyone takes a 28% vulnerability for 3 seconds.
I would always go to more of them for
165
sure.
per second for 8 seconds is not going
That's
to
kind of
enough
what
to
I
keep
want.
you
You know,
standing
I'm a
up
big
against
lover
the
of
strength
esports.
Eternal
I
Bond. So
really
that's where
think that
Invis Boundary is probably
there's
a little bit
definitely a
short in
place for
comparison
esports
with
to
the
be
Cloak
super
and Dagger, but
popular
outside of the
alongside
ultimate
traditional
comparison,
sports and stuff, you
Invis
know.
still brings a lot of utility to the table.
And I want esports to be really successful because I super enjoy it. And I want more of that. I want so much more of that kind of atmosphere that you get with CS:GO.
One of the most powerful things.
Because it makes it so just enjoyable to watch, doesn't it? You know, when you have that crowd behind it.
Moving out of their AoE as they are static emplacements. Which
All right.
means that often you're going to see something like maybe a Wolverine. Their last stand be used to drag
Getting into
players
game
out
1
of that
here.
healing zone
AB
and
Peps,
really put them
lower
in peril.
bracket. This
And
is
I would not be surprised at all to
elimination
see
game.
some Wolverine come through with Leaf on the field. He's a bit of a Wolverine fan. Actually,
Elimination
Wolverine,
game.
in my opinion, was the first hero ever to deliver a map loss to Virtus Pro.
True. As we can have a look and see how the picks and bans are going through, and oh, well, all business were fully anticipating 2Z Psylocke being removed. They've prioritized
They
saving
instant
it
save
over
2Z
the
Psylocke.
Vanguard, or
Wow.
even a strategist like a Loki, and now Team Peps.
That's
they're
crazy.
Going to have to remove the Captain America and.
I mean, do they
Lunar
have to
Snow if they
1-2
want to
ban
try and take some
Psylocke
of
then?
these resources that 2Z
Is
has
that-
access to.
I mean, that's kind of a bait as well, right? Because the other place where all business really get a lot of value
That's
is
kinda
versus
wild for maybe-
playing for Loki. And we've seen Loki essentially be the most banned. It feels like teams are slowly adapting to banning the Loki instead of Luna and just allowing the Luna to exist, even though her neutral gameplay is
Wait,
just
are they
such
gonna
high
let the
value. There's
Loki
Captain
through?
America ban we were anticipating. And, oh, okay. Without the Captain
I think
America, they
Peps are
still
letting
gonna
AB
go
have Loki,
for the
which is kinda
Wolverine here,
crazy.
which is really gonna maybe keep Tutu and Welsh Mania feel a little bit of fear whenever Tutu's a fantastic.
This
both
is like the
Venom
first
and
proper
Groot
one,
player.
Smithy. So
there's a
they did
world
like
where
an
maybe they pivot onto
invitational
the Tutu and
back
Venom,
in like
with Welsh
season
Mania
1
playing a more static
with like
Vanguard.
some
Yeah, especially because
teams,
it's
but
Hell's
mostly
Heaven,
like
and as
content
we
creators
talked
and
about,
stuff
this
as
map
well.
is very, very strong
And
for
this
the
is like
dive.
the
It's
first
also very, very
officially
strong
NetEase
for the
backed one,
Human Torch,
really.
which all business are going to remove. So
So
Lunar
NetEase have
Snow
put up $3 million
actually
for the season in prize pool money.
Ban system so far for both teams,
So
perhaps do have a little bit of a star at the end
it's
of that
kind of
sentence, given the
it's
fact that they
split
still
into
have a
2 seasons,
ban
similar to
position. If
how
all business want to make sure
similar
that
to how
Luna
League
is
of Legends
untouchable,
does it.
they
There's
can
the
save
Loki
it right
save.
now, but it looks like they're actually going to
I think that's a
prioritize
mistake letting them have the
one-sided
Loki. This
So
looks
even
really
if
good for
Pets
AB.
are able to grab a Luna for that team, well, all business can just rip the coffee with God of
Sorry.
Mischief.
So yeah, this is they're doing it in like 2 seasons. So this is season 1. We've had 3 weeks of we've had 2 weeks of groups, and this is the playoffs this weekend. Then we got a mid-season final, which is happening towards the end of July, and that's going to be their first LAN. So kind of like MSI for League. Then we're going to have a season 2. And then obviously like an end of the year equivalent to Worlds.
Because like the thing about the Captain America, like you said, he goes and he disrupts.
Whether third-party tournaments are going to get involved or not yet, I think that's going to be wait to be seen kind of vibe. There's a lot of content creators making tournaments and stuff at the moment. I'm trying to get involved in as many as I can. Bunch of charity tournaments, creator tournaments, stuff like that. The viewership is not amazing right now. Like, I would say across all platforms, probably like 15,000 consistently. So it's like very low compared to the others, but it's also not established. You know, people don't know about it yet.
Burst onto our radar here in MRI season 1. Was this just a
and I do think
for Team Pebs? It has been a
one of the difficult things about Rivals, which I've talked about at length, is if you don't play the game, it's a really hard game to watch. It's not like CSGO or Valorant, where you can figure, even if you don't play the game, you can figure out what's happening and when a good play is made. Because it's very obvious when someone hits a good shot, right? Rivals is very different. The nuance of it and knowing, you have to really know the game well to understand when someone makes a crazy play or, you know, something like that. You know what I mean?
Did we just become best friends?
Virtuoso, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're well. Oh my god, he's already got him. So let's just quickly talk about what they're doing right now. So we've got AB running this, Sloppo actually on the sidelock, and Tuzi gets the Human Torch. So massive power picks for their DPS, but Leaf on this Wolverine is going to be a problem. We've seen Leaf do this all the time, grabbing people out of the air, so Tuzi's going to have to be careful. And Tutu running this Hulk as well is kind of odd. This looks like a quick early take from Peps. Good early percentage.
Every single time business try and just have anyone anchor onto this point, they get
Still
straight
new though,
shielded
isn't
off
it?
by Beetle
Is there any big
into Leaf,
orbs?
just ripping the claws.
No, I mean, there are big orgs. You know, Sentinels have got a team, FlyQuest. Not all of them are getting involved yet. A lot of them are waiting. I can tell you that I have been in talks with an organization about being a content creator for them for Marvel Rivals, a big org name, but they were waiting to see if Marvel Rivals was going to take off as an esport. So I think a lot of them are waiting to see if it's going to be worth their investment and their time and their money. Because at the moment, the investment and the advertisements and stuff is still relatively small comparative to Valorant or League or something, right?
Oh, they know that there's a Psylocke hiding in the back. I think that's Sloppo who's been discovered, and Leaf has chased them out.
Virtus Pro, yeah, Virtus Pro, sorry, is another big one.
The strategist ultimates, however, Leaf does have that last stand, and as you mentioned,
welcome in, Virtuoso. It's lovely to have you. If you just want to lurk and enjoy the games, or you're here for the drops, please feel free. Let me flip my camera so you can see the cameras.
As Monster Hulk comes out and immediately gets CC'd.
This looks really good from Peps, though. Sorry, we've been chatting away. I'm really sorry. We weren't really concentrating on the game. We were just chatting away there, but Peps look really good. They got to 99, but AB finally come in with a massive Hulk play from Tutu.
The fact that Peps, well, they've got Eye of Agamotto, and they're going to be able to line it up perfectly to the tune of Fate of Both Worlds with that damage amp for the Maelstrom of Madness. It's all on Snas now to get a good force physics and mitigate Beetle's ult.
They've got ults apiece though. Sloppo's got theirs. Tuzi's got theirs.
The win condition.
Both Beetle and Welsh both have their Eye of Agamotto as well, so this could be big. Nice early pick. Psylocke 1v1. Oh, Hardest just gets out. Where is Tuzi going?
Very careful how they take the 1v1 as Slopo having
Peps do have a bunch of ults here, so they do have the advantage. And there they go. They lock down the Cloak and Dagger ult. Leaf gets a massive one. Hardest over the top as well. I mean, Sloppo gets one. I don't think they've got enough time. Someone needs to stall, but I don't think they can TP on. I think Peps get game one, right? Nice start from Peps. Leaf on this Wolverine is a problem.
So overwhelming force from 2 Duelist ultimates at once can't be stood up to.
Yeah, I mean, just immediately as well, mitigating any poke phase, any potential for all business.
I don't know, because I don't know if they're going to get involved in Rivals. And I don't think they know either at the moment, so it's all a little bit on hold until they do.
What's really interesting to me is that Znost had access to the Loki the entire time, right?
I'm also looking to move into the caster space as well. So I applied to be a caster for Marvel Rivals for this tournament, and I just missed out at the last stage, so hopefully I get to work with them in the future as well on future casting their
There's a little
tournaments.
bit of a trap here, I guess, in both Tuzi. There's an opportunity for all business to use both their Duelist ultimates in this first point in order to allow for Tuzi to pivot onto a Psylocke if they want to do that. But
Okay, a couple of ults apiece. Beetle and Aura have got theirs. Tuzi and Sloppo still holding on, so without well, once the Luna pops their ultimate, then Sloppo and Tuzi could go a bit bananas here.
To utilize the dance of the butterflies, it's going to potentially force Aura Stealer's ultimate at the least, and then you can anticipate Beetle's ultimate coming through afterwards.
Oh, Welsh wants it. I liked Leaf's change to the Winter Soldier though. And there goes the Lunar ult down to block Tuzi's. Sloppo could go big here. Oh, Hardest has got Nos though. Here we go. Tuzi gets one. Closar gets another. But Beetle is holding strong on this site. It's all on Tutu. He's juggling.
Oh wow, okay, a little bit of a second top right there. Great movement in the air to avoid getting grabbed out by Tutu.
They're cycling really well. This is nice from AB. They've cycled really nicely. Tutu dips out. Welsh steps forward to take the point, and that was really nice.
Oh, that was really scary for all business. Hardest was getting closer and closer to Dance of the Butterflies, is trying to farm it off of shooting the Vanguards. So you
Hardest is having a game already though.
Also take advantage of the fact that you're intangible.
Oof.
Invulnerable to damage when you're in the ultimate, so Hardest, even on a smithereene of HP, would still be able to play into that fight. Now he's not going to have any space in the fight to deal with, though, because Tuzi on the torch is scout checking for where that Psylocke could be rotating around.
Oh, great block of a disengage there on 2-2. I imagine that was probably Leaf with a Trooper's Fist trying to make that one work. Welsh gets...
We missed that Eye of Agamotto. I don't know where that was.
Grabbed by the Carbon Crush. That's going to be a Psylocke seduction. Now board to the 4. Leaf still got a free reset.
Leaf going crazy.
Over again and again off of the Loki clones. Everyone's hunting right now.
Can he keep it up? No.
They're trying to hunt him down in the wilderness.
Well, at the least, Slow
nice from Leaf.
Another 7 seconds reset.
Hardest still got theirs. Tutu's got big ult. No support ults though.
Going to be swapping Welsh Mania now over
Aura's probably the closest.
And Slowpoke going to be going for that Nemo. So we're having a lot of counter
got cancelled, okay.
coming on through. So the Hardest
I was
is going
totally
to
paying
get
attention, guys.
and found before he can get into position to use this ultimate. As they're going to be relying on Snos with his doppelgammers and regen domain to keep everyone on all business topped up before Tuzi's ult can come through.
Oh, Larry already being down.
1 for 1. That was nice from Hardest to reach up to Tuzi. It's a bit unfortunate. Oh, dude, this Hulk is just... Oh, man. We are seeing so much work being put in by these Hulks in these games. And we see Slobber change into the Namor as well. Particularly on this map, we've seen a lot of Hulk Namor.
needs to live for Welshmania's ultimate to come on through. When combined Strangling Prison and Supernova can deal
Hulk looks like they're rising in Prio quite a lot though.
Ultimate, and that's exactly what our business are looking to try and set up.
Because you've got the combination with Namor, but you've also got the Wolverine combo where you can throw the Wolverine in to hit the flyers. Slobber gets Aura. This looks good for AB. They needed to get Leaf. If Leaf built up their ult, that could have been really bad, but this looks really good for AB.
And Tuzi just has a coup de grace with a firestorm.
It's interesting how
I think we're looking at a 0.3 by the looks of it.
Not to use it so that Tuzi could hold on to his ultimate after Aura Seal had expended theirs. And Peps now have burnt so many ultimates as opposed to portaling out and losing the fight immediately.
The RP needs to touch. Here he goes.
That's to come. And Peps, they've got a Kraken impact, but it has to be the Hail Mary.
How the fuck is he alive? What? That is some crazy Venom movement. What? That's a nice flop. He doesn't get anyone, but here goes Leaf. Oh no, this is looking really nice for Leaf. What a timing. Oh, what a nice timing. Holy. Dude, DRP put in so much work right there on the Venom. What?
So that he got hit by the Earthbound status and couldn't move. Used Trooper's Fist to get out of it, but Larry actually comes on through with the clutch. Eternal Bond keeps Leaf alive.
I think they're going to look for this combo. Welsh and Slobber both looking close to their ults. This is going to be a double combo coming up. Watch out for it. Groot ult into Namor flop. We've seen this quite a few times.
Okay, Slipo sends up the Gamma Squid. Big cooldown already used. Hardest.
Oh, Hardest goes down.
Loki lamps in the back. However, we're using the Feast of the Abyss as well. It's a bit of a fumbled fight here. 14 Peps, they've already lost.
Leaf gets 2-2. That's big.
Not going to be available until they reset in the midst of all of this. But 2-2 falling on the other side gives them a
oh my god, fucking hell, Slobber just throws it, dude. Oh, Leaf is smurfing. Leaf is absolutely smurfing. What? Dude, he's making this soldier look so good. Oh, Leaf. Jesus. I think they just take it.
It's so difficult to survive an attempt to the body block coming through.
Yo, Peps. Peps take game 1.
Hell's Heaven.
That looks really good for AB. That looks really solid. Did they just like, I don't know what happened to that kind of Groot Namor combo. I guess they just got separated and kind of felt forced to use it.
They're going to be able to stack and absorb Hardest ultimate. The dashes, they auto lock onto whoever was hit the least. So a lot of the
remember, by the way, guys, all of these games are BO5s. I didn't mention that. All of the games today are BO5s.
They're not regrouped. They're not full 6. So
it was only yesterday that we had BO3s. All the games from here on in are BO5s until the grand final, which is a BO7.
Going to be able to take the Strange down before All Business can put another body into the play to soak it.
I mean, big credit here to Beetle with that first portal placement as well here on the frozen airfield.
Damn, Peps look good.
All Business was kind of
Peps look good.
killed of a second this map started, right?
Leaf
like
popping off. Beetle doing well. DRP as well, playing really well. Their Emma is kind of terrifying.
Usually counters Vanguard. It's a little bit of a
and that's really good for Peps because they gave AB everything they wanted. They gave them the Psylocke, they gave them the Human Torch, and they still win.
They could have had Loki, but they played the Invis over it so that they could use things like the Guardian Shield and also the team up so that Tuzi would be able to get that armor.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
LOS on his back
to
receive that sustainability,
not sure about
so that
that
you
one.
could potentially play on an off angle and try and put pressure on Team Peps to force them to have to turn the shield and look at the torch rather than the rest of that team, which would open up the space much more for Slowpoke.
Maybe it's just map as well, like, you know.
But then when we
this is it's a more difficult map. This one, I think, for
just kept coming.
Yeah, that's
for the more kind of space creating heroes like a Psylocke. There is quite a lot of like avenues and stuff you can go, but everything is concentrated in this one small area.
But I want to sing the praise of DRP as well.
Whereas things in like on Convoy, it's a lot more spread out. So
I think that this fight might not go the way
I think
of my
this
team.
comp would
It's
work
kind
a
of
lot
on
better
an
in
edge right
Convoy,
now,
which
but
is
if it
like what I
doesn't,
assume
then
we're
we
gonna get
really need
next.
The emergency touch from a burst mobility that Venom has, then being able to survive and playing it very cautiously inside the healing orb from a cloak and dagger as well, and also re-engage the 6 while also securing overtime was a big heads-up play from DRP.
Yeah, and also, even though, like you said, there was a little bit of a
Damn.
mistime,
Good
right,
stuff from
when
Peps
they
game 1.
tried to go for that soft dive to initially bait out the Loki regen domain and then reposition now that that cooldown had been taken out of the way and the Psylocke and the Venom have the opportunity to look for those picks. Psylocke unfortunately gets caught out by the amount of just counter dive that everyone on the side of all
We got a very long day today, yo.
But having been able to force out the Loki regen domain,
I think we're doing 4 best of 5s today.
into that fight.
We're not going to do the Americas again tonight, by the way. We'll start tomorrow with the America games just because it's too much for me to do. So I'm going to stick to 1. So we got Peps, BO5, Insomnia, L9, BO5, then 010 Rad, and then BPP Virtus Pro. So these are all of our best of 5s today. Tomorrow, we're going to have the lower bracket quarters, the lower bracket semi, and the upper bracket final. And tomorrow, we will do both. So tomorrow, we will do both EME and Americas. And then Sunday, we will do both as well for the grand final of these. So tomorrow's going to be a rough day, but we'll push through it. Somehow. We'll push through it. But yeah, good game 1. Let's have a little Reddit peruse while we wait. Simply burnout. I am taking a lot of time off next week, I'll be honest, guys. I'm gonna reset myself next week a little bit. Apparently, by the way, season 3 is looking like a banger though. We've heard it from a couple of content creators that have had early access. And they've said season 3 looks really good. What is this? I don't understand what just happened. Oh my god, did the Strange just TP to get them onto the point? That's really funny. Then it insta dying. It's pretty funny. Yes, either random skin or... Because we can already choose the skin, right? But doing a random would be really good. Yeah, I agree. Because you can do that in Overwatch, right? Overwatch already has that, if I remember rightly. Where you can, like, randomly... You can keep... you can add stuff to, like, a random playlist, right?
What's up, gamers? All business are down 0-1 against Team Peps, who managed to take a surprise victory on Hell's Heaven, even though they were going up against Loki Luna, which for many is like
what's this?
The GOAT backline.
I'm not even gonna look at that. I'll look at Beatty.
On the torch, like, I think the
playing tank is boring as hell unless it's dive.
They wanted for was kind of a trap that Peps laid in terms of that.
Depends. Right now it does. Right now tank feels pretty sad.
More of an impact with the Krakens coming on out from the Winter Soldier.
Because you're kind of like playing tank. You're kind of relying on
the Invis woman when Tuesday was on that torch, but then the second that he's
on the rest of your team in a big way.
You're going to be swapping your Invis woman out. So
I was having this discussion the other day of
a little bit of a trickery, chicanery going through.
I think DPS is the least valuable role.
I feel like all business now are definitely going to be prepared.
And what I mean by that is you can run a comp with tanks and supports.
Hold on a second, we're getting too many things that
without DPS. You cannot really run a comp without a tank.
The baits aren't working out.
And you cannot really run a comp. I mean, you just can't run a comp without support. Like, you can't. That you will lose.
I'm not gonna,
so if you go by that logic, support is the most valuable role because you can never run a comp without support. Ever. But you can run a comp without DPS.
Protect on the Captain America, brother.
I was going to agree. I think it's better to get it on the Captain America. Although you do still have to worry about the Emma Frost. That's why Peps are like more than happy to have all business forced onto
anyway,
the
that's
Doctor
a whole other
Strange,
discussion.
right? Because Carbon Crush.
Yeah.
Game 2
stops Doctor Strange from being playable when that cooldown's on. So there's definitely going to need to be some adaptations coming on through, as all business are actually going to choose to take us to Yggdrasil, and then even more importantly,
path.
they're going to choose to take us to.
Well, I'm assuming this is going to be a torch save then if we're on Yggdrasil.
Perhaps get the first protect.
So I'm going to assume Loki into a 2Z torch save.
Emma Frost
I'd be very surprised if this isn't. Wow.
Or a Venom, as all business.
They're going to. I mean, surely torch gets taken out right now, right?
Going for the Psylocke protection, Harry, but we do deviate in opinion in terms of where the Captain America stands.
Yeah, they know the value of the Emma Frost. I think individually,
surely you ban torch on this map, no?
Just in terms of the control potential and the damage. Yeah, there we go.
Dude.
That's going to be the double ban onto a solo.
The cap I get as well. I do understand it. Welsh loves that cap.
Essentially have a lowdown on what their comp needs to be. They're going to
There's
protect.
the torch save.
I wonder if we're going to see an Invisible Woman ban here. No, because they got to ban Luna unless they want to. Wait, they're going to allow Loki Luna through again.
This is moving very quick.
I think they're just happy to go against Loki Luna because they're happy to play the Winter Soldier, you know?
Okay,
yeah,
so torch on either side. So maybe invis ban here then?
Business get one-sided Punisher. Like you straight up can't, because then if they do get the Loki Luna, then Final Judgment has 2 ways of being damage boosted, and you can literally just have your Luna set Fate of Both Worlds to damage boost up, and your Loki manages to keep that disc spinning with regen domain. You don't even have to worry about the heal tick.
Yeah, kind of wild draft, honestly.
I mean, that would just be overwhelming.
The Emma, obviously the Emma makes sense. We know how strong Emma is right now, but like,
I mean, there's going to be Luna.
I just don't. I don't know. And obviously, I'm not a pro, right? So take this with a pinch of salt.
Is probably the right idea.
But I feel like
by no means a slouch on the Luna, but
I feel like this tank prio that people are putting on is just not really the play anymore.
Yeah, also very strong.
Yes, Mag is really good, and obviously Emma's really good, but all of the tanks like have been pretty viable.
Especially given the fact that the Vanguard is likely going to be
we've seen how good Strangers are. We've seen how good Groots can be. We've seen how good Hulks can be. Even Venom's like the only hero, the only tank really that has had zero love. Well, the only 2 really is Penny and Thor. Which is a Thor main makes me very sad.
Might be the Loki doppelgangers for Kraken Impact to continue to be entirely Farazan.
And we see a kidnap.
Vanguard. Uh-oh. Things are going quite wrong quite quickly. Goodbye to Toot once again. A cinematic roll through as the Hulk is just decimated under the adamantium titan of Logan.
Yeah, and all business are supposed to take a big step backwards because they're going to be missing one of those.
So
players.
Yeah, AB opting for that Namor Hulk again.
It's going to be the torches trying to keep the other team.
And then Beetle going to that cap with Hardest opting for the Star Lord, which I quite like into this. That's going to make Tuzi's life pretty difficult with the Star-Lord pressure as well.
Get rid of Larry over on the Cloak and Dagger, but gets punished for it as Leaf coming through second. Grabbed out of the air there by Tutu. A great response from the Hulk, who's
nice from AB. Good hold. And here goes the start. 1 for 1. Noster gets that Lunar ult going as well.
So now there's a lot more freedom for Tutu to try and play with. There's plenty of strategy still going on here. Everyone's got...
Welsh has got their ult though. This could be a really nice angle.
Fully charged beam. So once these go away, the damage is
here we go.
Racking up, and that's going to start with Sonic Seduction. It's going to be easy avoidance.
Get some nice pings. I don't know if it's going to amount to much.
Of course, for Diamond form, Welsh Mania in
oh, tried to grab that Star-Lord. I respect it. So we've had a little bit of an ult dump. Let's see what's left. Hardest has got theirs. This could be really bad because there is no support ults left. So Hardest could find a really nice timing here. Sloppo solo fucking dunks Leaf.
Still goes down as they try to put a stop to Hardest with the Galactic Legend XL coming out.
Yeah, and they just got to back out. There's not a lot you can do. That's what we thought, right? Sloppo is getting these picks though, and I think they're just going to touch. Now that that's down. And there's the Mega Hulk. This is going to keep everyone up until they can TP in, hopefully, but he's dying really fast. There's the TP in. Oh, they're going down, though. I think this is a give-up angle. You've stalled it, but this is a give-up angle, I think. Yeah.
A frosty reception for the all business teleporter here.
Tough.
Roll through first.
Yeah,
it was a really nice attempt from Tutu to like delay, but he just was going down way too fast.
Onto that point because now, well, they're in the 7th circle, having to go up against all of the space that Team Peps are going to have available. Flyers are going to be out wild and free. They've got all of the natural cover that they want. The one-way angles, too, to be able to expend pressure onto all business as they come out from all these choke
Yeah, I think this Star-Lord pick is a really good answer.
Be able to throw out the monsters once and put a little bit of pressure, but Peter Londa's Captain America can just keep pushing and preventing all business from sticking any sort of push.
There's a lot of ults here for Peps. So
Galactic Legend popped in conjunction with a Sonic Seduction. Anyone who gets dragged on in is going to be in major danger, and so the answer has to be given over in the form of the Fate of Both Worlds. Nust copy that one over from Closer already, and now rolling forward. That's a great play for
oh, that's nice from Sloppo, though. That's big from Sloppo.
Doing it into the Fate of Both Worlds.
Damn, this guy is showing up on this Namor in a big way.
Yep, and Horn of Proteus catches the dash of the Cloak and Dagger and sends Peps dashing
crazy.
all the way back
Good
to
hold from AB.
That is the bailout that all business needed, because now they have all of this angle control and denial as well into the double flyer comp that Peps are going to be running. They have to make sure that they don't give up that right side. Beetle does have that freedom charge if Peps want to aggressively push and just try and outbrawl all business. A supernova from Leaf is used to break around first corner.
First corner given over. Sloppo, they have had
trying to deal with Sloppo, who's just been really annoying in this backside. Nost gets a triple?
Oh, wow.
What?
Well, we're talking about how much value comes off of that
Jesus.
Loki. The raw output of 3 Lokis, including 2 doppelgangers, is insane.
Yeah, the damage is fucking nuts from Loki. That's what makes him so ridiculous as a hero, right?
They're pointing at one specific target, and it is
aside from having pretty much an ultimate, not like a non-ultimate ultimate ability, they also just do an insane amount of like suppressive damage.
This time, Pep's not going to make that mistake.
Ooh, nice from Beetle. That's a really nice dive.
Oh, overwhelming force. That backline, we've got absolutely shell-shocked. A blitz attack coming through from Team Pep, striking back against the backline that previously terrorized them. Slobbo knows that it's just time.
That's a good fight from Pep.
The same going to be for 2-2.
Are they going to try and TP and contest this?
But Slowpo, he's got Horn of Proteus.
It doesn't look like it. Well, maybe, but Beetle's already up top.
They have no way of protecting against it.
Okay, looks like they're just going to walk it in and try and give this one more fight to delay. It is 1 minute 13 on the clock, so any delay that you can get here is really good.
All right, Galactic Legend.
Oh, it just pops that immediately, but he's kind of been backed off a little bit.
Have to give over some space here. That's going to be yet another damage-boosted Horn of Proteus, but doesn't seem to find any traction in the midst of all of this. Hardest Galactic Legend is now over.
That's big, though. Leaf gets a kill. Oh, it's looking really good now. Susie can't really do a lot. So they are going to get it, but they do shave off about 30 seconds in that fight, so not the worst.
Larry just waits for Slowpoke
2 minutes on the clock.
That Horn of Proteus before coming in with Eternal Bond afterwards. And then even Aura's healer gets to use Fate of Both Worlds on damage boost option. So
yeah, Hardest is having a fucking crazy game, dude.
They know that Tuzi has that supernova that potentially gives all business to come back into that fight. But Welshman needs to be able to build up the psionic seduction. They shut it
I mean,
down
it's
before the
difficult, man,
Siren
because
Song
you're like,
becomes
we
reachable.
need to save a support ult for that Star-Lord, right? To try and prevent, but it depends on how much they force your hand outside of it. Oh!
Just dragged into a flame tornado with their counterparts making. It's going to be difficult to try and survive here. If you're
they do get leave, which is big.
Elsewhere, trying to peel over towards the back line. Instead, now Hardest gets in.
Oh, that's a big take from Hulk. Oh, that's a huge grab from Tutu. Lovely stuff.
Well, Business are going to have both of their strategist ults in this next fight.
Just playing by that health pack.
They're going to have Freedom Charge as well, Psionic Seduction and Eternal Bond, plus a Galactic Legend to get to play off of it. Unfortunately for Peps, it's not the greatest ultimate. Your Starlord's up in the sky, your Eternal Bond's
Beetle knows who they want.
in your back line, forcing regen. I mean, that is a serious go sign for Peps to move aggressive.
Too much gain off the back of that Terror Cave.
There's a lot of supporters here, though. Clostar's going to have theirs as well.
Both of the Vanguards are sitting on top of DRP, and this is
oh no! Oh no! TZ tried to play it, but there's not a lot you can do about that one. Oh, that's a clutch! That's a clutch world breaker.
He gets angrier and angrier, and more of a disengagement happened to try and deal with Tutu in the back. That left DRP alone.
Oh, Beetle grabs them.
Still, the Hulk is getting the value here.
Oh my god, dude! This cap is causing so much chaos in this back line.
Through from Aura Stealer, the Fate of Both Worlds.
It is 10 seconds left, so like they have got the time down, but
coming through from the back, that's DRP coming to return. Of course, we're almost into overtime, Mox.
Dude, Beetle is like smurfing on this cap.
He kept the supernova. He isn't able to get a pick onto one of the strategists, and that portal would have run out. Peps would have been one player down permanently, but they're not able to find the pick. They have to wait.
They're gonna have to touch.
They've got Psionic Seduction to break through the
double supernovas. He's blocking spawn.
Still gets to throw a supernova.
Well, she's contesting. DLP's kind of out. Sorry, yeah, DLP's kind of out on their own.
Imperiously above it all, the supernova already finished now.
Oh, one shot. Susie does get Beetles, so that's big. That takes a lot of pressure off the back line. Oh, AB, good hold. Good hold.
Find their vanguards decimated. All business on their business map. Defend properly.
This is one of the hardest like endpoints, I think, to survive in.
Peps aren't able to complete the spawn hold. They already expended the strange portal to get DRP back into the fight, so they could continue that momentum with their entire team.
Yeah, Beetle is a menace on this cap.
Block off the spawn doors, so they try and use Supernova instead to shut it down. But it turns out that Emma Frost manages to melt Human Torch.
Permafrost right there. Does not care for the temperature.
Looks like Hardest might switch to the Winter, which I wouldn't mind actually. I think that's a good shout.
They have a clear win condition though. Holding on first or second is not out of the question.
Obviously, you've got the cap team up, which I don't think is great, but it's another kind of dash, right?
Attacking teams, I mean, Peps even did it themselves. Just go Wolverine for the first fight to get an instant pick.
Interesting that they're leaving Leaf on this
that's going to be an approach that
on this torch.
Take, but I do like the fact that Hardest is on the Winter Soldier in anticipation in case there is a Wolverine foul play fastball hurtling into Peps' direction.
Called it.
Yeah, we'll be a great way to shut it down. Looking for that grab. Instantly try and Barnet cook them back in their own right. And of course, you know you're going to be going up against for Loki. That's where Nostage is getting so much value. So you might as well start chaining together those Kraken impacts. Already exiled, though. A little opening gift from 2-2 for the emergence of the Winter Soldier.
Two is slowly making his way over to the high ground, putting pressure onto that backline.
He's just pulling him back, which is going to give them this first corner for sure.
Which means that Tourney gets more space as well.
Oh, that was a ballsy jump in. That was a ballsy jump in. Oof.
Yeah, space was given up there, it's true.
I don't know about that one.
Like 6 members of Team Peps could peel back and just absolutely dogpile to.
And because they all turned back,
like, you know, if any of you guys play the dive champs, you'll know this shit happens all the time, right? You'll see an angle, you'll jump in, and then if they're like on point, suddenly out of nowhere, you'll have like 4 people just dogpile on you and turn around and instantly peel you. And you're like, oh, fuck me. I did not expect them to do it that fast.
Yeah, at least you have Valona behind you to try and keep you up. That's the good thing. However, Tusi is going to be the recipient of the Snowflake, getting the majority of that healing.
And they've done it again. They've done it again. They just insta-turn on him. And this, you've got to be so careful into Winter Soldier, dude. Soldier can turn that so fucking fast with the amount of damage they can do. And we see Sloppo changing to the Winter as well. Oh!
Will be able to take Leaf down.
Okay. Oh, and gets the hook as well. Damn, Sloppo just went crazy. I wonder if we're going to see a lot more prio on these Winter Soldiers.
Try and keep everyone sustained here with the Eternal Bomb, but it's already faded away.
They're not getting payload though. Harry, Peps is still stalling. Beetle's still up on the cart.
They just can't open.
Yeah, Beetle stalled that really well. He's going back as well.
He's actually right now just there's no way for all business to take this Captain America down. It's done the job. DRP is back on the Strange. We're going to be able to portal all of our players back into this.
There's the Lunar Ult Force from the Loki.
The landing is going to be cushioned with the Supernova.
Unbelievable job by the
oh, good block off from the Groot though. Tuesday over the top.
And all of these tornadoes have been laid down by Tuesday.
Hardest gets one. Hardest could pop off.
Come on back, or Steeler taken down. The healing might not be there now as everyone just rolls around. That's a 2-person use.
Oh my god, Closar staying alive. 1v1. Finally goes down, but stalled out Hardest long enough to stop that ult. But they're winning this. Beetle and Hardest. Wow.
Yeah, and Larry's gonna have Eternal Bond if all business done.
Wow, they win that fight.
Psionic Seduction, and that's good CC immunity, which means that Larry doesn't have to worry about being compelled into the Emma Frost ultimate. All business needs something right here, right now, potentially a
40 seconds left.
Beetle. He's going low. He's
oh, this looks bad for AB.
Position, but unfortunately, Larry's bought Eternal Bond, and now Team Peps have sustainability in the face of the Emerald.
Welsh goes for it.
All right, that's the Eternal Bond all the way into that.
Closar does have an ult. They're going to have to pop it. There it goes. Larry goes down. That's big.
And the follow-up is excellent. The ultimate
okay, they are going to get it off this. And I think you don't really want to use the Winter ult here. I think you're fine.
And then it's Tuesday coming in.
There we go.
Regularly scheduled delivery of frags.
Okay.
It's going to be
took them a lot longer than they would have liked.
This forecast is about to get freezing. But all business haven't much
the good news about
time
that tension.
In terms of setup. They've got the
what do you mean, Woot? Sorry.
Which is for sure going to give Slowpoke targets. However, Hardest has targets, 3 of them automatically. Even if Sauce goes for the God of Mischief, those doppelgangers do not get cancelled.
I mean, Peps don't have a support ult. If they know this, Sloppo should really go for this.
I don't know if Hardest actually got any of the Loki clones there.
He's pulled them back. He recast them.
Oh, big Znost head. Big brain.
4 ults on AB.
Yeah, the regen domain got used, and then
Aura Stealer did just get their Lunar ult back.
So that Kraken impact got
nice Groot ult though. There we go. Sloppo's going. Gets one.
Much harder for Slowpoke to commit into. The ground is lava. Supernova heated up right now. And all
they might win this. Leaf is kind of going crazy.
are rolling in behind Tourney.
But here we go. Welsh gets one, Slubber gets another, and here they go. AB get it.
Just trying to give Tourney even more opportunities in the air.
Ooh, they made it spicy though.
Real prioritization of the Human Torch still here.
Oh, I see what you mean, Woot. Yeah.
Does have Supernova, but Slowpo's bionic hooks.
Nice hook
and
though.
Crossing over to this Winter Soldier has been what's opened up this point once more for all business to take advantage of. It's meaning
Yeah, I like this Winter Soldier into a cat matchup as well.
In that backline, he can't stick around as permanently as he
It
was
makes the cat way harder to get to achieve what you want because, like, the damage output from a Winter is so ridiculous. That hero is still dumb as fuck.
So much damage every time that someone rolls through this area. Beetle taken away for now from the invisible boundary. He's gonna have to dive on in to see what's happening in there. Eternal Bond keeps Team Pep sustained, but
Slubber gets Leaf, that's big.
All of it is the question. Leaf was caught elsewhere. Maybe Troopers fisted up into
Oh, Tuzi's in trouble though.
Eternal Bond, Team Peps though, utilizing the space game.
Dude, Hardest is playing a really good game, like a really good series in general.
Claustrophobic space. There's not a lot of escape for all business. Those Team Peps are going to
25 seconds, so they're playing up.
Check to see whether or not there's going to be a portal play coming on for all business. So
I mean,
avoid the gauntlet of poke
they're not on Strange. Oh, there we go.
Just go straight to that
Sorry, they are. I was looking at the wrong team. Okay, Slubber needs to go big here. Gets one, gets Hardest. That's big. Oh, that's really big.
Sloper gets exactly the kind of stick that was needed with the Kraken impact. And I think Larry is still alive in the back. Might actually be more of a hostage situation. Beetle can't break through the wall. Just doesn't have the DPS.
Nice from AB. Crazy pullback.
Team Peps are on the back foot.
I think Leaf as well might have burned the Strange portal cooldown. I'm not entirely sure.
Close out swaps off the Luna. They've decided to go for the invis.
Towards the Wolverine, given the fact that Tooth is on the group, so he's going to be looking to
makes sense if you're using the torch, right?
As all business don't have duelist ultimates to continue the momentum, Nos can copy the Eternal Bond and get an aggressive terror cape into the entirety of Team Peps' backline. But for now, all business are having to play respect to the ultimate that is and play for Hardest. That Kraken impact.
Oh!
What
a fucking hook. What?
However, no one gets
Dude, that was disgusting. Oh my god, Welsh stays alive. The healing. The healing. Oh my god, how did they survive that? That was insanity. Oh, the supporter's getting popped. Oh, that's big from Leap, but a nice freeze. And he drags him back into the invis. Oh, Leaf. I mean, there's not a lot you can do about that one, but he drags him back into the invis for Tutu to heal up. So Tutu's probably like, oh, why, thank you very much. Thank you for the freebie. He's got the group. They've got Slop over the top as well. No support ults. Watch out for this Groot ult. Oh, they get Slopper. That's massive from Hardest. That's actually really big from Hardest to stop that wombo.
It had to be Tourney. It's always been Tourney. Multiple doppelgangers grabbed on in. It's easy for Hardest to clean up on those, but for now, all business just trying to consolidate what they have with only a single.
Oh, Welsh just goes in.
Oh, the overwhelming force from the Thorn Lash walls. Exactly
this looks really good for AB. This looks really good for AB.
Dominating around the point. A fully charged beam. Sloppo does not manage to connect with the Kraken impact, but that's okay.
Oh, nice from AB.
And all business finished.
Ooh, spicy game.
On the side of Peps correctly, they needed to take down Slowpo. They knew that
was close.
And Kraken impact would be available for both of the players on the side of all business. So Sonic Seduction comes out from DRP, gets the silence onto the Winter Soldier before he can have his ultimate use and have the CC immunity to break
40 and 11
coming out from the Emma Frost side. But because they're just so busy trying to confirm that pick onto Slowpo, everyone else from all business is given free reign. And I mean, Tourney, 44,000 damage done, 40.
I mean, look at Welsh as well. Like, you know, don't count out Welsh here. 39 elims as well.
Getting the MVP, but the fact that he was able to get so much damage, but it also resulted in so many eliminations, goes to show.
Yeah, Hardest. I think honestly, it was.
dealt with one issue that all business has posed. Another
It was
one
just
popped
some
up
really
that very
nice
much
play
felt
from AB. I
like they
think
were
the
fighting
timing on the
Hydra.
ults was a lot better
Usually it's the
to kind of
two
shut that
Glazed
down.
over here, but this was a map where Slowpoke
Nos
really
played,
showed what they're bringing to
like,
his team.
playing
They
their
didn't
clones
get
a lot
impact
better as
frags
well.
that mattered the most. I'm thinking back
We
to
heard
that
it from
Total
them,
Bond
you know,
that
pulling
Larry
those
rolled
clones
out
back
on
to stop the
first in what
resets.
could have been absolute curtains for the all
I do
business
think you got a
offense.
little bit greedy
Grabbing
maybe on a
the
couple of
cloak and
them, but
dagger out of that AoE using the Barnet hook and punching them further afield in order to try and deliver the frag for knockout at the end. That was absolutely massive from Slowpoke.
Yeah, I mean, Slovo had some insane plays even before when he was over towards that Namor,
Oh,
right?
that
Being
pick
able to
was
get the Horn of Proteus
crazy work.
onto Larry mid-dash, taking full advantage of the fact that Peps didn't have anything to protect the cloak.
I mean, Beetle put in a lot of work on this cap, though, like, respect to
Hey,
Beetle.
do you have bubble? In fact, that's a very common, that's probably the most used sentence that a Cloak and Dagger main comms in their own matches on ladder. Bubble me, I'm ulting, please keep me alive.
It was a good fight, though. Good game.
And Team Peps just didn't have any way of being able to secure that. Even the Vanguards that they're running in a lot of defensive spaces as well that Larry would be forced into using Eternal Bond.
I shouldn't be
If
yawning
you don't have
already.
something
This is
like a
bad.
Magneto, one of the ways that you can sort of
All right,
the
we're now
problem
down
as
to a
Cloak and Dagger for
BO3,
yourself is
technically.
just using your last dash to get towards cover. So Slopo reads that last dash from Larry is going to be used for cover, and instead of withholding Horn of Proteus for the Cloak and Dagger to be out of the ultimate, coming through the animation where you're locked out of that fourth dash into then transitioning back to being able to play, he goes for the Horn of Proteus early before Larry can dodge away from the damage.
Yeah, just big heads up play trying to shut down Larry's play, because we saw from our stats
Good
just how much
stuff.
Larry was delivering on the Cloak and Dagger. It's so important to shut
yeah,
down
let's
that
talk about
strategy,
dive.
just knowing just how much they can output, what the terror
I don't know if you guys have been seeing this in your games. We've been seeing a lot more dive. Dive making a comeback a little bit. I think the difficult, it's like on both sides, right? When you're just playing like a standard ranked, it's very different in games like this, right? Because you're coordinated, you're coming. So dive heroes work a lot better in these kind of situations because, or worse, depending, because of the communication, right? So in essence, what dive are trying to do is either get picks on the back line or create the space and make the front line of the enemy team turn around to deal with the dive and help their back line, thereby creating the... So if we think about Idrisil path right there, right? So this is the convoy. You have the convoy moving forward, right? I'll go into a bigger screen for this. So you have the convoy moving forward, right? If the front line are here, like the tanks are sat in front, and you've got the back line like here, the dive is going into the back line to force this front line to push backwards to deal with the back line, thereby creating the space in this front line for the front line here for the pushing team to then push forward into that space. For all intents and purposes, that's what you're looking for, right? The problem is when you try and do that in ranked, most of the time that's not going to work because your team might not see that space as quickly as they need to, or they're not helping you pressure the back line and then you just get turned around on and nailed, right? So I think it can work both ways, and I think the lack of coordination both helps and hurts dive depending on how good you are at it. So I think that's why we're seeing a lot more like BPs, Magic, Psylocke, things like that, because you just don't have the coordination to like save your backline all the time. Even between supports, like, you know, it's very... I think in a game like this, dive is always the hardest to balance. And it's always going to be the most frustrating to deal with for most players. The only people who don't really care about dive nearly as much is the tanks, right? But if you're DPS or your support, you all have low HP pools. You can get one-shot by these characters. And I think any like one-shot combo mechanics are always really tough to balance. Anything that feels like you can't counterplay it, like a really fast BP, for example, A lot of the times you just feel like you can't counterplay it because you're dead before you can even clock what's happening. So I think that's why people get so frustrated in Rivals over other games, because there is a lot of dive in this game. And there's not a massive amount of anti-dive tools either. So I think that's why people were getting so frustrated last season, like season 2. You know?
Our first elimination match of the Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA playoff.
It's a really hard thing to balance, I think.
One of these teams.
Personally.
I don't wanna.
I know. I don't want
And I think we're only going to get more of that.
Win, but unfortunately, it wouldn't
depending
be
on what
esports,
characters we get added in. Because I
all of the
think
emotion that
we're
comes
looking at... We
alongside
should
that.
find
And
out
also without
soon.
esports, without the counter-stratting,
We're
that's
about
common,
2
but
weeks
all
away
of
from the
these
new
teams have
season.
very evidently done the homework
So
on
we
each
should
other,
find
and
out
you and I were
soon, but
discussing it
I would
in the
expect
break.
it to be...
It does feel
Everyone
like
is
both of
expecting
these
Blade and
teams are definitely
Jean
trying to
Grey
debate the other
to be the
with
two
advanced
heroes.
pick
So
and
we're
ban
getting
drafts.
2
Like,
more DPS heroes this
we got
season.
a Loki through the ban so that your Winter Soldier can find more value, but psych!
Which I'm not sure how I feel about
Tracker
doing a
that
double
we now get
duelist
to
drop,
play,
but...
because it's not just put on an absolute Loki as Guardian masterclass on how to play the God of
Especially
Thunder.
seeing as DPS is the most heavy one anyway.
And the trickery, it was pretty good.
I feel like they should focus a lot more on tanks and supports to balance out the rosters, but hey, what do I know?
Soft counter when the ultimate is up, because the Kraken impact is just so easy to get those resets, and it really makes the remainder of the team suffer more from the low key, to be honest. But I think that, yeah, we are seeing this kind of counterplay upon counterplay upon counterplay.
If I'm still got some energy by the end of the BO5 games,
and it feels like
we'll maybe play some today. But I've got a feeling being at best of 5s would probably not.
Yes, it feels like one
It's probably
team
going
is
to be a
trying
very
to play
long day.
chess and the other team is trying to play checkers at the moment. We'll see whether or not they're both going to be on the same board game this time around, as Peps decide to take us over towards Symbiotic Surface, which definitely means that Captain America is going to be much more of an annoyance, as well as opening up the field for the Psylocke to find far more value on those long wraparound rotations too.
Who are we going to see for Symbiotic? I think Torch is still really good. Wolverine probably is going to be some high prio.
Question is whether August is going to lean into banning the Psylocke, trying to take that away from the hardest hero pool.
Oh, there goes the Loki. But let's see if Peps decide to do the same, as all business are going to
playoffs are good.
So both of these teams going to be able to make sure that
I've not been doing the Americas. I've only been doing EMEA. Apparently there's some really good games last night as well, but we'll go back and watch those later. Not today, but later on. I'm not going to be doing Americas either. Today is too long a day. It's too long a day. So we'll be doing the Americas tomorrow and Sunday for the finals and stuff. But yeah, it's been good. It's been good.
Where Team Peps think we don't need to change our draft.
No, nothing like too surprising for the EMEA region results wise.
I know
in terms of the teams that made it through, but
I mean, banning out
we're still seeing the same picks as well.
You can't have a Punisher gradient. It's true.
No.
All business kind of win that one by going, okay, we're gonna ban Punisher, so you have to ban Punisher or
yeah, we see the Torch save on both sides.
And now Peps are going to use their last save on the Torch, but all business get a
an 8-1,
ban. If they want to take the invis out, they can take the invis out. But they're actually, and I think this is a
Is this commentary good? I obviously have not really been watching him.
It does mean that both teams now potentially get the Susan Storm. It does mean that you don't have to worry about.
I mean, he's probably one of the biggest names in the scene, right? So I would imagine he's got a lot of people watching him
before they can even use the team up ability.
And Zanosta's going to be happy as Larry once again. Oh wait, Larry's on the other team. Going to be happy as Larry to be able to play this Loki once more, and that means that maybe
Slobber's going to stick on this winter.
To try and start building a Kraken impact.
Maybe they're expecting a Wolverine to come out.
Real pain if you can't win it on the first fight off the back of the.
I mean, Wolverine is really good on Symbiotic. We've seen it a few times, so wouldn't be surprised.
Because a lot of teams have wised up to the strategy, so now a lot of the time they'll stack if they know that the TP animation is coming on from the attacker's pool.
Yeah.
So that no one gets.
I was surprised by the results, to be honest, Gabe. We had a quick check of the results this morning. I was pretty surprised by some of the America results.
That they'll dig their heels into the high ground
Ego
and
death?
refuse to give it up, so that things like that Human Torch gets a little bit more freedom of spaces. 2 on this Groot. Wolf is still up for grabs. That's going to be something that all business are going to have to be very cautious
let's see what we got.
if they decide to put Leaf over to that.
Oh,
one
Leaf's
rather
going on
than
to
having
Storm.
For the 12% damage boost from the Goddess boost.
Okay, already cooking here.
Actually, I quite like this, right? I think the idea here is going to be Leaf is going to bait out the support ults with the Storm, which is going to leave Hardest completely free to pop the, to go bananas with the Winter Soldier ult over the top of the Lokis. So I think that's probably the idea here, right?
There's so many angles. They're in one small space. And 2Z's already 40%, despite being missing in action for the first part of the map. He's already 50% of the way to Supernova, though Peps have stacked for
You're top 250? Damn. That's huge.
Oh, overwhelming onto 2-2. It's going to take so long for
I've only just got back into GM, so your boy has he's got a little bit of a way to go.
2-2, yeah, I'm going to opt into it there. Doctor Strange is returning. It's not easy to actually get the it's not easy to get the portal going.
Although I have SVP'd nearly every game I've lost over the last week, so I feel like I'm being shafted a little bit.
Didn't quite hit the handbrake turn. No Tokyo drift on the portal.
That's really unfortunate.
Oh, did he mess it?
Larry got taken down, so all business would have been one strategist up if they'd been able to take the TP
Top 250
fight,
is fucking
but
crazy.
It's not to be, and we roll now into B. At least Team Peps don't have immediate control of high ground.
Yeah, he's going to start with the Loki clones.
High ground advantage when he's up in the sky off of a Kraken impact cast, and he's been able to grab out
nice.
Strange, and there's no
Gets 2-2. He can keep it going. Here he goes. Another Loki clone. Oh, Tuesday gets a note. That's big. That's big. And Leaf gets 2Z.
But Winter Soldier can be, despite
yeah, this is the Wolverine switch we expected.
They went out on mechanics alone in that case.
Leaf is a monster on this pick, and it's such a good Wolverine map. Like especially this corridor. There's so many like angles that you can get in on a Wolverine.
Against the hold that all business have been able to acquire. There's a little bit of poke or a stealer just getting all of the claps off of the ice outs to build and keep everyone healed on through.
A lot of ults though. AB have 5 ults to work with here. This is going to be a tough push. And here we go. Look at Beetle. Beetle's looking. Oh, he gets a good one, but then gets pushed back straight away.
That's a 5-man eye of Agamotto. Will there be good follow-up there? I think that Leaf may have tried to invest the last stand.
That was a really big push. Closar just saved it. And Slobber just fucking cleans up. Yeah, Closar with a clutch push at the last second.
But the follow-up's just not there.
Yeah, but Team Peps, they've still got ults in this next fight. They do have to worry about all of the poke spam pressure that all business have. In fact, no, they don't. Beetle is going to use the Doctor Strange TP to make sure that Team Peps' approach is as safe as it possibly can be, so they can get started immediately with the Psionic Seduction.
DRP pops that. Nice angle on it, but it doesn't really get anyone.
Oh, 2-2 grabbed and
I think 2-2's got to swap off the Groot here. Oh, Susie. Fucking bounced him into the wall. What? Oh, shit. Sorry. Stupid fucking pop-up.
But guess what's lost? From down on high, those spell fields from the Lokis, they are
damn, AB looking strong in this defense.
Melted all of the snowball potential that Peps had access to. Aura Stealer had fate of both worlds, but goes down immediately under pressure from Johnny. And unfortunately now Team Peps, that was that portal play, Harry. They've got to
they've just gotta walk it in.
Gauntlet of fire that all business are going to be able to lay at their doorstep every single time.
They're going to have to use a lot of resources just to walk it in, and it's a tough one. There we go. There's the cloak to walk it in. He needs to get the pick. Oh, he gets the reset. Oh, he gets another reset. Oh, Hardest just fucking went ham. Oh my god, is that 6K? Is that just a straight up 6K from Hardest? Damn, dude, these soldiers are looking scary. Scary. They're going to try and contest again with the Strange Portal. Beetle does have an Agamotto if he can survive. There he goes. Gets back into the Luna. He's going to look. Oh, he gets Tuzi. That's the big one.
Oh yeah, Tuzi taken down by Vasello ultimate, but Slopo still needs to
be Slopo's still alive. Oh, and then he goes back in. He's still up. Dude, these Winter Soldiers are like... We've moved away from just... like Punishers being deciding the game, right? Which Punisher ult is better. This one just feels like it's which Winter Soldier gets a better ult off wins the fight.
But they're likely going to be holding off onto it before we get into that overtime.
Hardest looking again, 95.
Coming up to the Kraken Impact, paired up with Psionic Seduction.
Probably, yeah, with DRP here.
They can make sure that they're anticipating.
Strange has been really solid all groups game.
And they can forward out entirely.
Can stop it in his tracks.
And we're seeing Strange like rise up in prio as well.
Another Kraken Impact. Already needs a little bit of pocketing though. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Snowflake go his way. He's going to get a little bit frisky with these.
They're going to try and get in his back corridor. Nice, nice grab.
Try and isolate Welsh Mania, and that's going to be
manages to make it into the Lunar ult.
Lunar ultimate arriving, faded both worlds, overwhelmed. DRP got a kick into a wall combined with a Rotter Stern damage was too much.
Oh, there we go. Here he goes.
But still, it's going to be hardest heading into
oh, fucking hardest. What? He messes up that last one, but what is that tracking, dude? What is that fucking tracking? Absolute insanity. What?
And recontesting with a portal here is off the cards. It's going to have to be Tuzi trying to make it work just with the vanilla gameplay. Dodges around for a second, but Team Peps keep themselves alive.
1 minute 30 on the clock.
From Beetle to block off the Psionic
Seduction. It's a good defense from AB though. There's going to be a tough one for Peps to make it all the way to the end.
20 seconds remaining for the side of Team Peps. They're going to have a fate of both worlds to amp up an Eye of Agamotto, but Slowpo's Kraken Impact is going to be something that you have to worry about. He's not going to use it, however.
Slowpo's got the ult though.
Payload is out from the canyon. As hitting the head is definitely a comp maker.
Oh, Hardest goes down at 99%. Oh, that's a big Agamotto. That's a huge Agamotto from Beetle. That's massive from Beetle. Oh my god, Peps take the fight and they win it. What? Crazy work from Beetle. And they still got two big ults to play from. No support ults though, and Slopo has theirs. This is risk. This is risk. Did we just become best friends? Jar Jar, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, Hardest though. Oh my god, Hardest just gets them before the ults go off. He gets the Luna. Oh my god, I think he's gonna do it. Okay, Aura just gets it off and can contest with this, but holy shit, Hardest just went crazy. Okay, they might hold it, but oh, what an attempt from Hardest. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Hardest, he tries his best.
Hi, Cal.
He really tries his
I'm
best.
not
He
playing.
tries to use Trooper's Fist to just
We're watching.
carry Tuzi with the momentum out of the AoE Aura coming on.
If you just want to lurk away, Jar Jar, please feel free. If you're here for the drops, that's totally okay. But if you want to say hi, I'd love to get to know you.
At the final line, we're not going to be seeing
Hi, Savage.
further attacking rounds come on through. So matter of
Yeah, of
Team
course.
Peps are able to equalize. And we get to see them.
It's been super interesting watching the pros because you do learn a lot.
Looking to pick up some more momentum in the series.
You know, I've spent a lot of time learning this game, so you know I do know it kind of inside and out anyway.
At the end of this map,
but it's really interesting watching like the highest level of play. You know, and also I'm a caster, you know, so it's always good to keep up with. You know, I want to be doing the casting officially for them, so it's great to keep up with the scene and you know who looks good and the meta and stuff like that. And yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. How you doing, Jar Jar?
That is going to be giving Peps
I assume you play Rivals, Jar Jar. And if you do, who do you like to play?
Into the group, but not so good. into both the Bucky, where you can get hooked out.
Who's your fave?
Potentially force physics out, and also
Beetle is already
not
prepping the
greatest
counter
into the
portal.
torch if you're not able to find the grabs.
Or just for scouting,
Okay,
maybe.
Beetle here might try and just do a little bit of a prank portal behind them. Try and open up an extra angle. Or
Okay.
maybe just put it in front of them and try and send a couple of players off the map. There we go. And goodbye to
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's a feels bad, dude.
Getting away with
Oh, that's a feels bad if you're T2. Oh, God. I love doing that so much on stream. Just my favorite thing. That's so funny.
Still approach the point so that they can at least keep the
Is the top layer myself? Nicholas way more than that. Is commentary top
with the
tier.
likes of Peps, but Beetle off of just that one pick against the group.
Oh,
already
thanks,
halfway
Gabe. I
died.
appreciate that very much.
Yeah. However, off the
Thank
back of
you.
this, we've got to remember that Portal recontest not going to be on the cards. Welshmania already grabbed. Oh, did you
I think
see
this
that
is like,
play?
I mean, they're still trying to contest. I feel like you just want to back up here, right? Wait for Tutu.
Great defensive play from Leaf.
Yeah, really
Peps
nice
is
push
having
out.
some
Really nice push.
amazing synergy set plays. Just being able to change
You got the
the
drops already. No
CCs
stress, no
and
stress.
perfectly draw out
Who's your
X on
favorite
the
to play,
floor
Jaja?
So that DOP and
Have you
Hardest
done any
can
custom for an
find their
event?
cooldown
Yeah,
hits.
yeah.
It's all business time. Back to the drawing board they
If
go.
you
Slowpoke
go onto
is
my
going to have
YouTube,
Kraken
there
impact,
is
but
a
T has been able to do absolutely
I made like
nothing
a
on
mini
this
casting
group.
reel,
And unfortunately, that means the Strangling Prison isn't going to be there to confirm all
which
of Pep's
actually
positions.
I'll give you guys the link for if you want
big
to
grab
see a
there
little bit of my
onto
casting.
Slowpoke.
Because this
Instantly,
isn't me
even
casting, right?
standing
I'm
within
not.
the
I'm just
bounds
watch
of
partying
flame.
this
Seems
and doing a
unbothered
little
right
bit
now
of
for
casual
Team Peps. Gonna be a
commentary
change
rather
coming
than
through.
full on
4
casting.
players taken
Oh, that's a
down
huge
by
Agamotto
the Eye of
again, dude.
Agamotto.
Beetle
Volume
is
may be just
smurfing.
shy of getting one tap for Culling. Aura makes it a touch
This is why we've
easier
seen
here.
such high
And now
prio on
just
Strange.
Lost remains in the
Like,
copy
these
form of the cloak and
Agamotos
dagger
are like,
lines. We're
they're
gonna be
just
off
game
the
winning.
table.
It's
And
insane
just
how
gonna be
good they
reset
are.
after reset here, the hardest off the back of it.
Leaving one.
And one thing that you guys, I don't know, some of you might not know this, so one of the big reasons that we see a lot of Strange is because with the change to the Maelstrom of Magic, his E, they took away the damage fall off, so you can burst people through support ults. Hi, Carpet. So you saw it there. So what Strangers are doing is they're using their ult on top of like a Luna or a Cloak ult, and they're bursting them through it, which is where the value comes in. And here we see the massive combo. Tutu brings them all in. Sloppo goes over the top. Sloppo just going crazy, actually.
For Beetle to have yet another TP back, depending on how early in the preparatory stage they cast it. I have to see if he starts channeling over there. I think the time may already be away from
You know, people are...
Larry
So
is
if
gonna
you
be
want to
pretty
see
close
just a
to the
little
top
bit
ones.
of
I
like
feel
some of my casting, you can have a look there. It's one of my YouTube videos.
Because if you go through the portal and you lose that fight on A, you give up high ground control.
It's like a mini
And
casting
against
reel.
players, you can't give up high ground control, especially since Leaf has
But I'll be doing a couple more tournaments. I've got 2 more tournaments lined up this year already to do for some creators. I got Valorant tournament and another Rivals tournament. And I'm on the hunt for as many as I can do.
Yet again, closer, Slowpoke and Tutu all find souls separated from bodies. They've been shoved into the mirror
Partly
dimension,
because
and they're gonna have to battle with a Sorcerer Supreme for
I
their
think
lives,
the
and next
only
door,
reason I
DRP
missed
has managed
out
to
on
close with distance
official
to the Emma
casting
Diamond
for
form as
Rivals
well.
when I
It's too
went
much
through
for Closer,
the
Bear, and Welshmania
application and the
finds themselves
process for this and did all the
flames
interviews
on
and
that
stuff for it.
Yeah,
I think the
now
only
all
reason I didn't
business,
get it
they
is
enter
because
into a
lack of
really tough
experience
decision.
in
Do
like
you go for a
official
Doctor Strange
tournaments
portal so that you can avoid all
rather than
the
like
folk
content
coming
creator
your
tournaments
way,
and stuff.
and that you
So
can secure your Groot into the fight without having to
the more
worry
I
about
can
a
do,
Wolverine?
the
Or do you
easier it'll
just
be
walk
for
up
me
and take it?
to
Because if
work
you
for them in an
support, you
official
don't have enough
capacity.
time. As Leaf is going to get scout marked out by Tuzi, he has to surrender his position. He's got the last stand though. He's looking to see if he can grab out that Groot. And
DRP
separate
pops
two
the
and
pops the
Slowpoke's lineup.
seduction.
Oh yeah, Toot is now going to be in a position where
Oh, Hardest gets Toot though. Slobber, both are going. Who gets the better of it? Huge choke. Nice kidnap as well from Leaf. Oh, nearly gets the torch. Damn, nice hold from Peps. Beetle is putting on a fucking clinic. My God.
Another Kraken impact, and we've already seen the synergy between him and Beetle earlier, where that Eye of Agamotto
does anyone at the top level play Moon Knight? No. They only play Moon Knight.
Anticipate it. They all fall back behind
on something like Midtown. I'll explain in a sec.
Okay, great response coming through here.
Here he goes again.
They make the play.
Oh!
But not back, it didn't work because he had his back to the ramp so close and just sent back Beetle like a centimeter or something. Hardest really wants
Hardest is just gonna...
he's
Oh!
deep for this
Nice some
one.
Nost, staying alive. Oh, Nost! That's such a nice survival. And they turn it around, Peps, again.
The answer is against the Wolverine, you simply don't.
DRP is going to have psionic
Nost, nice on getting that pick, but...
at the same time as aim this boundary for closer, and that was a portal recontest for all business.
No ults on either side.
They can't afford to give up the ground, but Tuzi is the only flyer currently out there.
Tuzi's close though, 82. DRP about to get theirs. Larry's not too far off. The cloak will build real fast. Does Tuzi just pop straight away?
Just staring at these duelists.
No, looks like he's going to hold it. DRP does though, trying to back him up with this. Give them the time for Larry to get theirs. And there's another nice pick. Man, AB is struggling to push past this ramp. This is such a good hold from Peps. One last fight, 15 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to pop everything. Nost, Closar can use their ults to walk in. Someone's going to have to touch though. And there we go. There's the walk in with the cloak. Last second touch. Time to perfection. Look at Beetle. He's looking. Watch out for Beetle.
Oh, it might be ruinous for the remainder of all business.
It's a tough fight. Nost gets hardest. That's big. Welsh is DC'd. Guys, Welsh is DC'd. No one is pausing. Welsh is DC'd.
Even going into a 5 versus 6 are far from cozy.
Why is there no pause right now?
All business the same cannot be said for this team. It's going to be a reliance
refs
of regen domain.
Refs!
If Nost gets grabbed by Leaf's last stand, that's it. That's
Hello?
Nost's fight over and done with. And they've still got one
refs
down. Out comes the portal. Pep's taking this aggressively, but all eyes are on the low.
What?
All right, towards the top 2-2 now. Doesn't really have that much to play with when it comes to Avaga, but it looks for that flick over onto a 40% damage, which to overwhelm the Doctor Strange. The Vanguard is taken from the cart, and all business have simply ran out of time.
What?
On their map pick. Peps, turn it around.
That's so unfortunate because you can see, like, all business, the positioning that they have, they know that it's Nost that has to come through with the clutch. That Loki is so separated from the fight in case
I don't know if that would have changed it necessarily, but like, I don't know.
To just immediately prop open one of those doppelgangers in anticipation of where Sloper was going to be setting.
Maybe it's like they didn't initiate it.
And it's not to be, unfortunately. Like
that's
said,
weird as fuck, dude.
Gets removed from the payload.
Namor, Hella, Bucky, Luna, Emma. Ooh, good mix, Jar Jar. Good mix. I'm good, thank you, Carpet. How you doing?
Unfortunate there for Welshmania. A little DC. Look at Hardest with that. You rarely see the 6 there.
Yeah, just quickly on Moon Knight. We don't really see Moon Knight apart from if you're on a map like Midtown where you've got like a really difficult first corner to push around. Moon Knight, what you will see teams do is they will use a Moon Knight Squirrel Girl to build up ults really fast. Because they're two of the fastest ult builders in the game. Then they will smash both ults, like the Squirrel Girl and the Moon Knight over the top, try and get a couple of picks, and then they'll go back to spawn and insta swap onto a regular comp. So you'll see it for like initial pushing when they're next to their spawn, but other than that, we're not really seeing Moon Knight. Even with a little survivability buff he got.
After reset again and again,
just because he's so easy to take down. As soon as you get in Moon Knight's face, he's done. 9 times out of 10, you're going to win that 1v1. Especially as we see like a lot of torches and Psylocks. These heroes are just really good against the Moon Knight. So he's very low prio.
And then we can full play our game when all business are down major resources.
And that's the thing up against the Emmas for Doctor Strange.
You learn Savage. Like, you just learn by playing.
Really suck.
Like, honestly.
But when it comes to going up against that ultimate, if you've been good with your shield
basic,
resources, if you've been a good little sorcerer,
the basic mechanics of a hero shooter, you know, it's the same as Overwatch, right? It's all about spacing, adaptability, and like how you an ultimate economy. Those are probably the three biggest aspects of a game like this. So once you learn, it's not even about the individual mechanics of a hero and like how to play a specific hero. I'm actually of the opinion that the most important thing to learn first in a game like this is how the spacing works and what is expected. Right? Once you start to learn that and you play more and more, you learn what heroes are going to do. Like, you learn how certain heroes are going to want to try and play. You can then adapt and adjust to that. So, for example, I wish I could have a diagram right now so that I could show you. Should we have a little? I'm not very good at paint, but we can have a little shadazy on it. So, like, obviously, you know, if you got one team here and one team here, right? Let's say you got a payload in the middle, right? So we're on a convoy map. This is your payload. Traditionally, teams are gonna be running like a front to back, right? So your tanks are gonna sit in the front, right? I'm talking like a traditional comp. Obviously, there's a lot more to this, right? Your DPS are probably gonna be sat here behind your tanks. Unless they're a dive, in which case they're going to be here. And then your supports are going to be sat here, right? And that's the same for both sides, right? That's a traditional front-to-back comp. So that would be something like, let's say they're running an Emma, Mag, Winter Soldier, Punisher, and then a Luna, Loki, right? That's going to be a traditional front-to-back comp. If you get a pick, your tanks are going to then move forward into their space here. And as they move forward, the rest of the team is going to move forward with them. Right? And the same, the other side. If you have divers, this then changes this dynamic completely because the divers are going to be here in their backlines. Right? They then pressure the support. So the supports are here trying to stay alive. While the supports are getting dove, these tanks here are then going to have to turn around to try and help the supports to stay alive. In them turning around, this then creates the gap for your tanks to then push forward into that space that those tanks have just left. Does this make sense? What I'm trying to get at basically is, this is a very rudimentary explanation without being in-game to show you. I could show you this a lot better if we spectate a game, which we might do if we have a bit more time later on. But that's like the base principles. So like learning spacing when you can, especially as a tank player, right? So as a tank player, which is what I play a lot of, knowing when you can and can't push in and when you need to back off and when you need to take and hold the space is absolutely key. It's the biggest thing you have to learn in a game like this. If you're playing a DPS, depending on the DPS you play, your job is very different, right? Your job is going to be to get these pickoffs, try and either burst the tanks down, pressure the tanks, or to jump in the back line and kill the supports, kill the opposing DPS, get those initial picks, and then you can take the fights. So once you learn the kind of... Okay, this is a long-winded explanation. What I'm trying to say is once you learn the basics and the principles of a game like this, it becomes a lot less relevant as to, like, learning specific mechanics. The best skill you can have in Marvel Rivals, and I will die on this fucking hill every day of the week. The best skill you can have in Marvel Rivals is adaptability and knowing when a hero is going to be good into what they're trying to do into you. So that's where someone like me, who has like mechanically, I'm not particularly gifted. Like, I'm not mechanically very good at the game, but my knowledge and my understanding of the game is way better than like 99% of the players. So I can understand that when we're losing or, you know, if we're struggling, I can look at the comps, I can look at how we're playing, and I can adapt and find the right pick to make us win. Do you know what I mean? And that gets me wins way more often than my mechanical skill. Way more often.
Both of these teams have been sort of spooked away from things.
So that's
like
my advice. To anybody who wants to get better, my advice is learn all the heroes. Spend some time like learning the strategy and the spacing of the game and positioning, and you will instantly get way better.
There's a couple of ways that you deal with Kraken Impact, and number one on that list in terms of priorities is take the Winter Soldier
Casting's
down
super
before
fun.
he takes your
I love
entire
it.
team
I
down
love it.
with him.
Yeah, although easier said than done when we have a great triage healer making it.
Hopefully, I'm actually going to be joined by my co-caster who we've been doing a lot of stuff with, Robbie,
you can stick your
on Saturday, either tomorrow or Sunday for some of the games. Hopefully, he's going to join me for the America games, and we're going to do some proper casts for you guys. For the grand finals and stuff. So rather than just watch partying, hopefully we can do some full-on casts for you guys.
So you can just place it
which would be super fun.
As long as you have LOS when the cast comes through. 35% of every single heal that Luna does
you know
is
that
then
Marvel theme?
directed
It's actually from
over
Sword
to
Art
the target
Online.
that Idol Aura is placed onto. And like you
Is
said,
it?
it does stack.
Have they
So
stolen
if
it?
you are actually healing that specific target,
If you're on
then
bronze,
yes,
spacing
they
is more
receive
like a minefield.
135% of the
This is
heal
why
coming
Gabe,
on
like, and I'm
through,
sure
not
you
just
would
from the
agree, is a
primary,
really
but from
high-level
all
player.
sources of Luna healing. So the ice art,
I think
that
this is
tier,
what's so difficult
yeah,
about this
that
game sometimes.
absolutely takes you from about 10 HP all the way up to full in a matter of claps.
Bronze, like bronze, silver, I would even argue gold
aura.
as well, the early medal ranks.
That's more like 200 HPS.
If I go into a bronze game, for example, I will lose a lot of the time.
It does heal herself, so you
And it's not because I'm playing bad, but it's because people don't know what they're doing.
Especially if you happen to be a human
So
torch,
you
it's gonna
don't
be
know
flying
what they're
outside,
doing,
like, sphere of
right?
influence of
I
that
rely on
ultimate.
people
It's
at
now
least
business
having a
to
basic
choose a
knowledge
map,
of the game
however.
to be able to
question
play
is, where are
into,
we
so I
gonna
know
go?
how to play into it.
We're likely to
People
see
in
the cap and
bronze,
style of
like, their
band again. That
positioning
seems
is
to be
fucking
team
all over
Pep's
the
feeling
place.
pretty confident with
It's
that, and
either
the map
like
they dropped
crazy
was
smurfs, or
incredibly
you get people who
close
have
over each of
not a
the
fucking
paths,
clue
so
about the game,
I imagine Team Pep's
or
gonna
never play
keep,
ranked.
hammering this nail, as it were.
So like the
Yeah,
positioning is just all over the place. You've got Squirrel Girl fucking frontlining for some reason and is in your face or in your back line.
Right off of the
You know, you've got a tank who's sat fucking 3 miles off the point.
The,
So it's
the
really
birth
hard
points
to
of the
actually play
small
into,
world,
weirdly,
different
because it's
roster
just a
of
mess.
Peps, but still, some of the players did actually carry on through. Right, Hardest was actually one of those players way back when in the Marvel Rivals Invitational.
Nero's take a lot more skill to
that
play.
we got to witness firsthand.
Yes.
Actually, you and I getting to see him popping
So people
on
like
off on
Spider-Man,
that Winter Soldier, being able to take maps against
I would
Virtus
advise
Pro,
not picking
coming
up for a
on up
while
with
until you learn the game a little bit
fight
more.
Minimum strategy where you start on spawn,
My
and then when you start
go-to
losing that first fight, you
for
all
people
make
to
sure that
learn,
throw
if you want to
yourselves
learn
onto
the
cart.
game, is
Whoever
Punisher
goes
is a
down
really good
earliest
one.
Swaps over to the Doctor's Ray, and you teleport back directly onto the
For
objective to
DPS,
take
I
a
think
fight
Punisher is a really,
immediately,
really solid
so that when you get to that
DPS to
final fight
learn.
of the A checkpoint, the
Because
enemy
he's
team
very easy
might be so
mechanically,
far
as long as
down
you can
in
shoot and you've
ultimate
got aim.
resources that they just
He's
topple
very
over
easy
the slightest
mechanically to
breeze.
learn. As
Just
a tank,
burning that time
I
is
would learn
so important. It's down to Team Peps being a lot of veterans of hero
who's a good
shooters.
tank to start off
Looking
with.
at
Strange,
the
probably.
game in a more macro lens.
The
you
portals
know?
are a little bit
Taking it
difficult to learn
not
in the
just
beginning.
Fight by fight, but like zone by zone and almost like epoch by epoch when it comes to how
Yeah,
you're
Strange is
managing
probably a good
the
one.
objective and how you're
Emma
managing
is also a good
time.
one.
All
She's a
bases,
bit more
I think,
mechanically
have,
difficult,
like, so
but-
much fragging power on their roster. Like, there's
Supports,
also
Luna,
mechanically
Cloak.
impressive,
Cloak
and
is
they've
probably
got
the
these
easiest to learn
little
in the
tricks.
beginning.
They've got these set plays. They've
Just
got
because
the
she has
damage
auto-aim.
boosted Namor ultimate to shut down the Eternal
Although to
Bomb.
get max value, she
Those
takes a little while.
recalling their doppelgangers
Hi,
in the
Glitch.
midst of,
How are you, buddy?
an opposing Kraken impact. We're back into bans. It looks like
When
we're
you're
seeing a
first
little bit
starting
of
out,
a
that's your
pivot here to ban the
hero
Magneto
shoot
first.
experience.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
now
100%,
one
100%
side is
agree
likely
again.
going to be able
Yeah.
to get one-sided mag.
I'm
and the
also
other
begging
side is
for a
gonna be
fucking,
prioritizing one-sided
I'm also
ammo.
begging for a fucking
Emma
placement
very
system.
good at being able to shut down dive play, but Magneto very
Because
strong
I
at being
think
able to
ranked
heal
resets
major
are good.
and
I
being
think
able
they
to
should do
absorb
ranked
ultimates
resets. All
too
games do it.
is huge for the side of Team Peps because it means that
But
Tuesday's
if
torch can
you
go through,
don't do placement
right?
games
You can manage
afterwards,
to absorb a
bronze
major
to
chunk of
gold
supernova with
just
the
becomes a
meteor. Not all
fucking
of it,
mess of
mind
shit
you.
for everybody. it becomes an utter shit show.
Protect from Captain America here, though, is the question. Or do they want to continue?
Okay, so let's see where they change the priors here.
Oh, they're gonna go
Psylocke. Okay.
Like we saw Psylocke protected over on Hell's Heaven. And
what are we playing? Bird into
Slowpoke was playing it rather than Tuesday, which was surprising. They seem to be they're kind of permalocking Tuesday on Human Torch at the moment.
I understand why the Psylocke.
Yeah, well, Team Pep's immediately taking
I like the Cap ban if they go for that.
So that we're not going to be seeing
you don't want the Cap Psylocke team up. The Cap Psylocke duo. So I like that ban a lot, actually, from Peps.
Removed, so no follow-up.
What's really interesting is we're getting like 0 healer prio. Outside of Loki, there's like no healer bans. In the group stages, there were teams like using 4 of their bans.
Protect used on Duelist. That's a rarity. Question is here: do you want to try and ban out the Loki?
Sorry, they were using all 4 bans on healers.
If you ban the Loki,
you have to ban the Loki. You have to. You have to.
Both the Punisher and the Psylocke.
Oh, they're gonna let the Loki through.
Loki, then the region
I think that's a mistake. I don't know.
It's strange that they ban instead.
I do like the strange ban, but
really pivoting to just
I don't know about leaving the Loki in. That seems risky. We're going to get a Punisher match for sure.
Because then you're going to be able to save the Punisher. Punisher will be able to melt Venom. Potentially you also
Cloak ban, maybe? I would be tempted to do Cloak ban here. Because it makes the Punisher a lot less effective without the Cloak. Bam! It's like I know what I'm talking about.
Went quite heavily now into
God damn.
Cloak and Dagger ban too. So if 2 does
How you doing,
have
Glitch?
to go for that Venom or potentially the Hulk, you don't have to worry about Terror Cape on immediate impact with the backline, giving you 28% increased damage from all sources, which just melts a Vanguard.
Yeah, I do love casting a lot. I really enjoy it, and I think my ADHD brain makes me particularly good for rivals.
I believe usually it's been Toot's
but we'll see.
Area of expertise.
Yeah.
It feels like obviously. This is going to require
Burn into Chala
from Tutu and Welshmania, as there are 4 Vanguards taken out of what, 9? 8?
I think Celestial and Above should only get D-ranked to Diamond 1 though.
For the Vanguards, but I think by the Cloak and Dagger,
but I mean, you eliminate that Kel, right?
To find the footing, although you do have to worry about
like you eliminate that completely by having placement games.
Dive come out instead of a full coordinated dive where you would have your Psylocke.
So what I think they should do is reset everyone's rank, and then you have like either 5 or 10 placement games, maybe 5, I don't know, to then place you in a rank.
It's going to be very necessary here.
Because then you skip all the lower ranks then, if you are a Celestial player, for example. And even if you have some bad games and you get ranked in like D1, then you climb back up, right? But I think that's way better than doing what they're doing right now.
There we go. Quick rotation around. This should be an easy point setup, but they are going to give up some high ground here.
What game do you think after this you want to play? What do you mean, Glitch? I wasn't really a massive Halo fan.
The walls are just going to be shredded immediately. If you try and walk down the slope, you go directly into the crosshair.
Halo's super fun if you're playing with friends. But I was never like super into Halo.
Get it for 1 pick.
Oh, Hardest might be ready to ascend here with a shotgun onto Tuzi.
Ooh, close. I like the attempt.
You can see that Tuzi has gone deep into their own.
So yeah, we've got the Punisher match.
Just puts out so much damage, and DRP is so comfortable on the mag. Great tracking there from Hardest. Beautiful tracking, some might say.
Hardest is a monster.
All business. They've kind of been flummoxed.
Yeah, this group is just not getting to live. They might have removed the Wolverine, but
I don't like this group pick. I think they need to swap this off. Was the Emma banned for them? I assume the Emma was banned if they're playing group.
Not going to be able to keep pace with the final judgment charge, and because all business also.
I mean, this is all on Tuzi for AB. Like Tuzi has to get value on this Psylocke.
Not in the greatest of positions either. Team Peps have very much had this one-sided so far.
All right,
a bunch of ults come in, so there goes Nost.
I'm not entirely sure on the math right there.
Beetle has theirs, Hardest has theirs as well. Aura. So there we go. Nost pops it.
really prioritize taking down that culling turret.
Hardest is going to go with the Punisher ult.
It's time for the group to hide away once again, struck down.
I mean, where can you hide? Where do you hide? There's nowhere to go.
Has been formed.
Snoss is just not in time with the God of Mischief. You have to go for two
Nick, have you ever
ultimate
considered
activation
coaching if
animations,
casting doesn't work
and
out?
two goes down into banner form, and then Welsh Mania is out of
I
position
haven't
away
really.
from the AoE of the Lunar ult, which means that Hardest just turns his attention to him instead. Strangling Prison.
It's an interesting idea, though.
For all business. They're coming to this next fight with duelist ultimates, but Team Pep still have an invis boundary.
Still plenty to try and rebuff this.
It's an interesting idea.
Forward with the final judgment here from Sloper. It needs to be so much damage, but can't really see the targets. Goes inside of this.
Food for thought.
Stunned, and now raining on top of it all.
Nice from Leaf. Huge from Leaf, actually.
Force has now been levied by Team Pep's Leaf. Is looking
Toot could go massive here, though. Oh, what a snipe on Leaf. What?
To lose. Grabs two with the World Breaker Hulk, the French Breaker Hulk in this case. A momentary peel coming
oh, that Punisher shotgun, though. Dude, the Punisher shotgun is so disgusting. It's so hard as like a tank playing into a Punisher like that. Oof.
Yeah, the hardest on that Punisher. They saved Punisher for a reason, and even though all business were able to navigate
watching so much Rivals, I don't know if you like burnt out Rivals.
Reaction check in this boundary is still up.
Yeah.
And there's just no follow-up damage.
No, I mean, I'm okay with, because I'm not really playing it. It feels different playing it.
Outside of the invis boundary, it having after the 8 seconds
and I
passage.
also have heard some sneaky rumors that the season 3 is shaping up to be really solid.
By himself, Hardest comes
So,
back on the Punisher, and he's gonna have
maybe,
a final judgment
maybe.
amped up by a fate of both.
We're also still doing our variety with Claire Obscure. So we're still doing one day a week of our Claire Obscure streams as well, which is also nice to have a little
heavily
break.
constrained at the moment as well. The triage reactions available.
I love how they took Punisher from Squishy Killer.
Pretty significant with both the metallic bulwark.
Yeah, I think they've overtuned him though.
And the early use of Guardian Shield.
I think if they keep all of the other changes, but they revert the move speed buff on his ult, I think that's a pretty good balance. The 10% move speed buff on his ult has just made him like impossible to deal with for the most part.
Against that Venom, but for now, Leaf's Goddess boost does mean that Team Peps have the lead in terms of damage burst that they can do at the beginning.
Oh yeah, and 2-2's definitely.
Oh, that's such a nice Gru ult. What a fucking angle from Welsh. Dude, that Gru just flew down. What an angle. That was really nice.
It's not the Winter Soldier, it's the
Good
Human
stuff.
Torch. Leaf is going to be going for Johnny so that they can have not just the Human Torch to be able to deal with the Venom and the Groot.
Yeah, I just don't know if, like, I don't know, maybe you can shed some light on this game. I feel like, you know, the coaches have to have a certain, like, level of skill in order to validate their coaching. You know what I mean? Because, like, if I go in as, like, a GM player, most teams are going to be like, okay, well, why am I listening to a fucking GM player? Do you know what I mean?
Ready to drop on down at a moment's notice. That's going to be an extra judgment coming through.
Oh, really nice and Hardest.
Closer cannot survive this. It was a bad split.
But my knowledge of the game is pretty ridiculous, so maybe that's enough.
And now the Feast of the Abyss seems to have been thoroughly survived.
I like this Venom swap. This is a cool idea.
With the dance of the butterflies inside the invisible boundary, it seems like Team Peps, they've dotted all
he was having trouble surviving on this Hulk with the overwhelming damage. So I quite like the idea of just sitting there on the Venom and soaking, you know. Slopper's having a hard time on this one though. This Psylocke is struggling a bit to get the value.
They don't have it to absorb either the Strangling Prison or the Supernova, but now they've got
I mean, the mag makes it tough, right? Because the mag can just bubble anyone you're trying to burst if they're paying attention. And at this level, you expect them to pay attention. That's huge from Beetle, though. Nice freeze to stop more than one. Susie. Okay, AB. Okay. Good fight back. Let's see it.
Beetle tried to
Let's
stop
see it.
They tried to go for an Eye of Agamotto to get the picks against All Business so that they wouldn't commit, that they'd be so many players down. They wouldn't go for the wombo combo because they think the fight's already lost.
I haven't really thought about coaching before, though.
And All Business will be able to find the flip. Feast of the Abyss is going to be up for Toot, which probably
does it
is
pay
gonna
well?
get a pick.
Can't imagine it
able
does.
to follow up the damage off of it, but should give the Venom a little bit more survivability, as there's the Bucky that we were expecting. Hardest swaps.
Supernova over the top, lamp forced.
They're cooked up here by Leaf. A little bit of French cuisine.
They do bait out the Lunar ult though.
But Leaf for now just forced to disengage. Dealing with Tutu, forcing out that early usage of the Fate of Both Worlds.
Oh my god, look at how much room Tutu is making. Dude, this Venom is making so much room. This is Hardest all alone. Yo, this Venom was a great shout. He was just like 1v5 in that backline.
And Burnin T'Challa goes one round.
That was crazy.
One round. We go the full distance after a little bit of a rough performance on Warrior Falls. Stellar Spaceport looks very dominant.
Oh, wait. Are you talking about coaching like a proper team? Or are you talking about like paid coaching sessions?
Over into the Imperial Institute of Science. Sliper's once again going to be able to open up here.
I thought you were talking about like coaching
can burst
teams.
Aura Stealer's ultimate if you can concentrate.
But were you just talking about coaching in general?
Yeah, and I mean, there is no reason.
It could be really fun content though, right? Get people on stream and coach them.
Prison combo. Yeah, that still manages to find picks for Luna's Fate of Both Worlds,
might be
which
onto
is
something.
250 heals per second. Infinite Boundary, 165 per
I've
second.
game tested season 3 content.
Comparison. As it looks like Team
Oh,
Pep's actually are
really?
be swapping up strategies. Hardest goes over to the Ultron.
Oh, have you got? Are you a
into
Rivals partner game?
triple
Have you had access to it?
strategist lineup coming from the French team.
I've applied for
And
Rivals
Hardest
partner
on that
again,
Ultron
but
can
I've
keep
not
up
heard
the
anything
pressure
back
onto
yet.
both the Venom
I'm
and the
very
Grim,
sad.
while not being in a position
I was really
that
hoping
they
to,
can reach him.
I don't know. I was hoping to be able to get it so I could early access season 3, but alas.
They want to continue battling through here. Tuzi already has eyes onto multiple flyers, but that hit scan that comes through from the Ultron can be a little bit troublesome when it comes to survivability as a Human Torch. Welshmania catching some hands here from the
this is super interesting from Peps, by the way. So Beetle has gone off the Strange, which they played all series to go on the mag, so that DRP could go on this Venom. Dude, Toot Toot did so much damage to them in that last round. The DRP's gone, okay, fuck it, we got a match. This Venom is a menace. And it's working. Peps are taking the first part of the point. Good adaptation. And they've gone for the Ultron as well to try and protect Leaf in this 1v1. I feel like Slowpo is just having a mare of a game. This one.
That means the Slowpo is going to have to build it up yet again. At least you are going to be able to farm it from DRP, but Team Peps with control at this point.
Needs gets 350 for 80 minutes.
Having that torch
Wow.
can harass all businesses approach and make sure
I feel like
that
single
point
coaching
percentage
though,
keeps
like
building.
single coaching is so much more dependent on like your credentials.
And the fusion power of Tuzi is too much for Aura Stealer to deal with. Still, with all of these regeneration domains well broken, there's going to be some damage coming through onto Welshmania. Beetle finds himself up against the wall though, up against the entire war chest of All Business. The healing is actually given over by Hardest, using their Rage of Ultron for supportive means, keeping Beast alive in the means of
There's the Lunar ult.
The Feast of the Abyss in towards the back. Welshmania gets no one off the back of that strangling prison, it would seem, but still Larry was
I don't know.
overwhelmed.
That
just the combination
seemed really weird from Welsh. Was that a misclick?
Too much to bear for a single Lunar Snow.
I don't really know what Welsh was
That's
thinking
still
there.
stalling though. DMP is still stalling the side, and Peps have been able to buy themselves 61%. Aura Steel has
You can
actually
coach
gone over
me.
to the Mantis,
That would be
so we
very
can
funny,
play
Laura, to be
even
fair.
more damage boost onto both
That would be very
DRP's
funny.
Feast of the Abyss, but also so that you can pocket
I am. My main Twitch
12%
account where I
damage
stream is
boost onto
partnered in
Leaf, onto
1.5.
Hardest.
Nice.
This is a composition that's been
Nice.
rampant in Asia to the point that
Yeah, I've
teams are
messaged
so
the
scared
I've
for the
messaged the
Mantis.
I was given the
They ban
details
it
of the
out.
partner
They left the Luna and the Loki through, and all
the
this
person
is
who
going
does
to
all
have
the
to beat them
partner
down now.
the
They've got
content creator
control of the
partnerships.
point. Slowpo's gonna be
And
down
I've
to
sent
the
them a
bot
couple of
lane, but
messages
you have to
now,
worry
not
about
really heard
DRP.
back,
He's just
so
gonna bait all business.
I don't
Down
think
to
it's
come to
happening
that
for
point
me.
and recontest, and that sends them directly into the waiting arms of the Venom ultimate. If all business aren't too careful.
Andrew showed us during Schmungus Games.
Leaf gets a nice double.
The Feast of the Abyss could do, but it seems like it's not even going to be necessary. In the midst of all of this is for Flyers, Leaf and Hardest from above, raining down fire. The AC-130.
Team Peps looking good.
Supreme as all business can't
I mean,
the poke.
wait, we need to be way more hype about this, by the way, guys. If Peps win this is GG, by the way. Peps are 2-1 up. If they win this point, we've been nattering on. Sorry. If Peps win this, AB are out, by the way. They're eliminated. AB need this.
Final fight territory for all business. They're going to have the strangling prison, but so too has Beetle got the meteor and Hardest isn't even letting them out of choke. Regen domain is the toll that all
I don't know. Sloppo just seems to be struggling so hard. Can't even get the Luna. Nice skip around from AB. This is big. Sloppo gets Leaf. This is what they need. 2Z over the top. Okay, looks like AB are going to cling on, and we are going to be in a 99-99. Huge from Tutu. Dude, this Venom is like Tutu is dragging these guys, kicking and screaming into this game. They might have to win 2 more fights here to stay alive, AB.
Business cannot afford that Luna to go down early, and Team Peps have dive components in their composition. It's going to be a matter of protect the strategist or go out of the tournament for all business.
Protect Madam President right now.
Look at Tutu's positioning. This is really nice, though.
Star cannot be allowed to fall. But Leaf
poking and prodding, poking and prodding.
Ready to try and acquiesce to those demands. Tuzi getting aggressive here.
Oh, they're just gonna go for it. Tuzi gets Leaf, not Leaf, gets Larry. That's big. Tuzi gets double, goes out, but gets 2 for 1. Leaf gets nothing from their supernova. Oh, okay. Peps. DRP gets the pick they need. Ultron over the back. Sloppo makes it to the Lunar ult. Oh my god. Huge Gru ult. Tutu gets Leaf. Sloppo over the back.
Although DRP doesn't get quite as much, it's the counter Venom who's getting it
done. Oh no.
This
looks so good for Peps. I don't think they've got anything left. Well, have you got a strange switch? The rocket stalling. Tuzi stalling. As long as they can. Oh, Peps take it. They tried. They tried. Dude, that torch stall was crazy. GG's.
Yeah,
Peps take it home.
So unfortunate for
Peps
the side
take
of
it
all
home.
business. Like Closer's got the fate of both worlds, and still they lose one because you're worried about having.
Much love, Gabe.
the
Thank
ultimate
you.
for the
Enjoy your
odds to
day.
come through
I
from
appreciate you.
Peps'
Thank
side.
you.
Then fate of both worlds comes
Crazy.
out.
Peps take it 3-1.
Anchor hold on the point itself.
And AB are out. We are not going to see any more from this team.
Feast of the Abyss as they all come out of the Luna's Heal AoE. And it's just DRP with all of the damage necessary.
The best coaches I've had in
sports,
sports, one of the best players, just good at explaining knowledge. True.
And Peps just have the numbers
You're the first
advantage.
person
All
to
business
do
are
that
forced onto heroes that aren't meta.
That's fair. That's also very true. That's also very true.
The fights quick can provide you potentially a recovery position with the rocket BRV station being used, but Tuzi is just a little bit too far away from Supernova.
We've seen it's been really fun watching AB. They've been a really good team to watch. Tuzi has got a big career in this, I think. Crazy good player. Sloppo, I think, struggled a little bit. Honestly, Tutu played a stellar series as well on this ult tanks.
Some might say a beautiful death if you were thinking Mad Max terms.
And Nost and Close are both great supports, so I don't think this is the last we're going to see from this team.
Pivot to the 4 Vanguard bands. What insight they had going into this.
But well done for Peps.
Final map.
Yeah, I think that's the problem with teams like Berber, Patapim, and then
oh yeah, what are you eating,
when
Glitch?
you try and run any element
I have
of
no
dive
food for tonight. I'm gonna have to order something in.
Dive was last season.
depending on when we finish. Bear in mind, guys, this is only the first of 4 best of 5s. We still have 3 BO5s to do today. Just for EMEA. And then tomorrow is the big day, guys, by the way. I'm going to apologize in advance. I am going to do everything in my goddamn life that I can to make it through tomorrow. But tomorrow we are going to be doing EMEA and Americas. Excuse me, and Americas again. And we are going to have.
It was all about you look at the Venom, you don't look up. The Ultron does the damage.
I think tomorrow's is 1, 2.
Yeah, and DRP did a great job
3,
of
another 4 best of 5s. So we are doing 8 best of 5s tomorrow.
And that created a lot of openings for maybe
potentially 40 games of Marvel Rivals.
We saw 2-2 constantly being like the pivot focus, right? Like the second we get Bashar just looking away, everyone looks towards 2-2. And
then Sunday we will have the upper bracket finals. No, the lower bracket finals and the grand final best of 7.
Less mobile Magneto.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the reason I'm not doing Americas tonight either. Because otherwise I'm just going to be so fucking battered. So we're definitely missing quite a lot of context for the America games from missing these last 2 days. But me and my co-caster Robbie are going to go back through them next week and cast. We're going to full cast the games that we missed in Americas, or at least some of them. For you guys, some of them that are worth doing.
Hi, Beetle.
I'd say from Beetle.
Congratulations on your win.
Monster
I just want to dive right in with the recency bias here. What was the rationale behind the 4 Vanguard bans heading into Burning T'Challa?
Oh, so basically they don't have any shield, so it's just easy to kill their tanks because they banned all their shield tanks.
And how much did you guys put into the merit of counter-stratting? Because we saw a lot of the time, especially from round 1, like letting the Loki through, was that actually a planned strategy so that Hardest could have better ultimates on things like the Winter Soldier?
I think it's just because they have like weaker players when we ban their DPS. So that's basically it. I think it doesn't really matter if they have Loki, since he did actually copy like the DPS most of the time.
You are a newer member of this roster, as far as I'm aware, who was originally listed as a substitute. What's it been like integrating into team peps, and how's the team culture at the moment?
To be honest, I'm very happy about it because it's like the first game I play competitively. So
he's been playing
I'm really
so
grateful
well as
for the opportunity, and I think I'm doing great.
And we've seen you on so many Vanguards now. We've got the Captain America. We've been able to see things like the Magneto. We also got to see you on the Strange as well. In your opinion, because there's a lot of debate over which one is the stronger pick, with EMEA definitely going more towards the Emma and any of the Magneto. Do you think there is a stronger Vanguard, or do you think it's entirely situational?
Interesting question.
I mean, of course it's situational, but I think Mag is definitely the best Vanguard, since he can eat ults with his ult and he can one-shot people in the enemy support ults.
Makes a lot of sense.
I think he's the most
versatile
for sure.
On the Strange today. For aspiring Strange players, how do you think you get the most value out of the Eye of Agamotto? Because I think I saw you get a 5-man against a pro team, which is kind of uncanny.
I think you just try to use your ult in the enemy support ult, so you just one-shot them through.
That's what we talked about.
And
That's
you
what we
need to
talked
keep
about,
track
right?
of the invis. If she uses her push, then you can go.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Beetle. It's been an absolute pleasure. Congratulations on the win, and we look forward to seeing you and the rest of Team Peps as you continue in your tournament.
Thank you, thank you.
Just to explain for, I don't know, I think most of you guys will know, but just to explain, in Doctor Strange's Eye of Agamotto ult, it spits out an astral form of the person, which takes double damage if you hit it with your E. So that's why you can burst them through the support ults. And why it's so effective and what Beetle was saying just there, right? So if you Agamotto them in a lunar ult or whatever, you could just double burst them if you built up that dark magic already to close to 100, which most good strangers will do.
Scary.
Hi, Caramel.
Indeed, but you know what's not
Good morning. How are you?
Maybe if the stream's ending, it's scary if you haven't been able to have your account linked. It's our Twitch drops. I'm so happy.
I have
that
these
we're
drops.
getting all of these amazing
I also have these magic drops, by the way.
And we're getting to see magic coming on through. So make sure that as you're watching the stream or as you're watching any co-streams,
you get them
that
here.
have the official drops enabled, you've got your account linked. As I promise you, the Magic Wool of Galactic costume, it might not buy you 100% win rate, but if I see a magic
I'm doing good. My day's looking beautiful. What were you getting up to today, Caramel?
We do, you know.
Is it just because it's nice and sunny, or?
A little bit more value than
you got good
a potential
plans.
Magic might have
What day is
in
it?
organized play.
Yeah, you know, if you're wearing the Will of Galactus skin, maybe
Friday, right?
Laura from Moxie when she's playing the Luna.
It's Friday.
Maybe that happens. We appreciate some Ignite watchers over here.
Shit, I really need to pay my council tax, chat. I keep forgetting.
So we've got to prepare.
Can someone remind me to pay my council tax?
For Insomnia versus Low 9 on the other side of this break.
Because I keep forgetting to do it and I'm an idiot. That would be really nice. I got no idea what plans to do on Friday. I'm gonna quickly run a couple of minutes ad, if that's okay. Just to make sure that you guys don't get ads during the games or during the game. So if you're not subbed, I'm really sorry. It won't be long. Oh, what can you do on a Friday when it's sunny? Go to the beach. I don't know where you are, but go to the beach. Go to the park. I'm going to have some park time next week, for sure. In fact, should we have a little look at... What's it looking like next week? Monday, sunny. 30 degrees. Wait, oh, is that 17? Am I reading that wrong? Oh, it's looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna get some sun. Yeah. I'm gonna go lie in the park because I'm taking some extra time off next week, by the way. So I'm only gonna be streaming 2 days next week, Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday, we're gonna carry on with some Clair Obscure. Thursday, we're gonna do some community rivals games. And then I'm taking some extra days off so we can reset our schedule back to normal. Sunday to Thursday. And to give myself a little bit of a break after doing this tournament, because it's been a lot of work. So I'm going to go lie in the park and get some doggy cuddles. And have some dog treats with me. So that I can get lots of doggy cuddles. And sun and tan. Because I keep meaning to do it, but then shit gets in the way, you know? So yeah. That's most of my plan next week. That's all I've got for now. Pretty much. Are you streaming tonight, Glitch? I don't know if you're still here, buddy. All right, Insomnia L9. This is our next series. We're running a little bit behind of schedule already. Who takes this? Who takes this? This one could honestly go either way. Insomnia have shown some crazy good series. Like if we go to the groups, L9 has some close ones. They never really stomped L9. They were always pretty close, 2-1s. And they lost that to AB in the lower bracket semis. Insomnia took a game off VP. You know, they did make it through here as well. So I would expect Insomnia, but hell, L9 never give up. So depends what form Insomnia are on, really. What do you guys think? Who do you think is going to take it? Yeah, if Insomnia are on form, I think they're probably favorites. I need to think about food. I've had a singular protein bar. I don't know what I want. I'm not really eating a lot at the moment, so... I've also run out of wraps. I need to do some bulk cooking. I need some good bulk recipes. Law, I don't know if you're still here. I'm going to try your breakfast burritos next week. I didn't get to do them properly last time. I fucked them up. So I think I'm gonna try a variation of your breakfast burritos next week.
The playoffs continue,
yeah.
and so too does the bloodshed. We've got
just because I think egg is really good for me to have.
Marvel Rivals Ignite playoffs day 2. Insomnia, GG, and Low 9 are on the chopping block.
Yes, and I mean, this one has the potential to go the distance. I definitely feel like Low 9 are going to make it easier for themselves if they get certain heroes out of the way. Demon's Wolverine, by far,
that tune's in my head
needing
now.
to be a target ban that we see come through. I would be unsurprised if Insomnia put so much merit into the Wolverine pick, though, Harry, that we would see them go for a very early protect on that duel list.
Yeah, it would not surprise me. We did just see a double duelist protect come through from All Business.
I would imagine there's going to be some Wolverine bans against Demon.
Oblin has been part of the Insomnia.gg's main roster now, I believe, getting pivoted in.
I'd be very surprised if L9 don't just ban that out. That's easily been Demon's best champion,
previously.
and it's not even close.
I'm very interested in Forever here as well. A very variable, very wide hero pool across a bunch of Vanguards. You may see them playing under the name Pretty Betrayer. I think Forever might be rebranding. A little bit wishy-washy. Not too sure at the moment.
Yes, but definitely not wishy-washy on the Doctor Strange. Very, very solid. You could say solid as a rock when it comes to being able to play that one. As he's also been making a very good impression on the Amethyst. The Carbon Crushes, the grabs have been so incredibly strong.
Yeah, I wonder what the prio is between these two teams.
Have been known to find themselves forged in the fires of overtime. They've been one of the best teams at keeping.
Did they just default to a res comp?
Over 2 minutes.
We saw them run like a res or a semi-res comp.
And destroying my lungs.
A couple of times to try and win in the last series.
Definitely not to be underestimated as well. On the other side, we've got Low 9.
For L9, I mean,
mostly made of scraps.
Saint
teams, if I remember correctly,
is a monster on this cap, so I'd expect some cap prio. Jerky on the Psylocke. I wouldn't be surprised to see a first save Psylocke, actually.
Jerky has been
for Jerky.
Lights out. Crisis. I see people rating Crisis all over the place when it comes to like
Wolver as well. Wolver's been a great strange.
Twitter at the moment of the comp tier lists. Tier list of teammates to have in your competitive games. And you know what? Crisis always in the S tier. Bro, there are a lot. There's a lot of
Jerky could be an X factor here for sure.
Crisis can play a number of heroes, the Bucky, the Punisher, and also the Hela as well.
Yeah, I feel like Crisis is that kind of flexible DPS, whereas Jerky's just like they have their picks and they're monstrous on them.
Position, and then line your crosshair up in anticipation of the critical. But it's really going to be a matter of Vanguard fights coming through here for me. And in fact, we actually have a Vanguard
here we go.
coming on out as both Wolver and
Forever actually just stomps these stats, right?
Going to walk away deserve the title of the Sorcerer Supreme.
Stats-wise, Forever looks way better, right?
42.8% accuracy from Forever, though, is not to be underestimated. Those daggers of Danak, having lost some damage drop-off in the recent patch, they really can do a number in trying to set up, like, other heroes to find the final blows.
Yeah, I mean, Wolver has had some insane Eye of Agamottos, but Forever, for me, has had some of the best follow-ups off of the Eye of Agamottos, as we can see a huge discrepancy in terms of damage, right? Forever 21,647, Wolver 15,034, and a lot of that is coming from Forever being able to come on through with these crazy Eye of Agamottos into Maelstrom.
I wonder if we're going to get the same.
I
wonder if we're going to get the same tank Cryo.
Once more, he's not top tier meta. I think he's definitely still out-tempoed and outpaced by the Magneto and the Emma, but given the fact that we so rarely get to see those,
this is the change they made in 2.5, by the way, for Strange.
Such a viable third option, given the fact that this was the patch as of the 22nd of May. Yes, the damage fall off of daggers.
So there's no damage fall off at 10.
Right? But what really made Doctor Strange just have a prescription for pain is the removal of the range damage fall off of entire damage fall off of Maelstrom of Madness. So like that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Radius, it does as much damage if you're stood next to the Strange as on the precipice of
Oh, sorry. It was the sorry. God, brain Nick. Yeah, they removed it for the E, and they adjusted it for his left click, for his daggers on the left click, so it's a bit better.
Right now, but I was like, that can't be right. Really? And it's the other thing is that, like you said, there's an 8-meter radius. It's made his ult generation insane. Like Doctor Strange is pumping out ultimates because you are just
he has on every
like,
fight,
120 damage.
Pretty much.
And to everyone within an 8-meter radius, you just waltz towards an enemy team.
But you know, when we're talking about like adaptability and stuff like that, you know, we then talk about. So if you know they're going to want to play Strange, then things like the Invisible Woman then jumps up in Cryo because Invis is like the Strange counter as a support. So this is what creates really interesting drafts and stuff in this game.
Woman has seen a significant drop,
like, you know, the changes in Cryo and stuff, depending on
you don't have to
who's
worry about the force physics as much as Insomnia. Wow, that is.
Dude, can you see my hair, Den? Look at my hair, Den.
You were saying the other game, right, that we had a Loki kind of player on our hands. Goonsky is known for his Loki on ladder. So
Goonsky, right?
No, his name is actually pronounced like that. I was informed by Oasis yesterday.
Why did you have to tell me that? I could have lived happily I could have lived in bliss, in ignorance. All right, Goonsky. Insomnia, what's the second ban here? What are you going to prioritize? Probably getting the Emma, to be honest.
So Mag Cryo for L9.
Protect comes up, so we're going to prioritize for Luna here. Okay, Insomnia going for the preemptive strike on the strategist line.
I mean, they're gonna force Luna really into having their own triple strategists if they even have 3 strategists available. Once
so they go for the Emma save, get themselves a good tank.
We're still waiting for that Wolverine that we're anticipating being removed, especially since Insomnia are definitely trying to funnel low 9 towards Pine Clone's Invis Woman, so that if the Wolverine does stay in play, well, low 9 don't get to stay in the Invis
Loki ban. Do they go for support bans now? I think they need to start targeting them a little bit here. I think they need to. This has to be a Wolverine ban, I think. If they don't ban it here, yeah, you have to.
Simultaneous ban going to come through here, and we can see the hover on the Wolverine. Just trying
to
limit
they're going to save it.
For sure. Can do. That much is certainly have to be considered. This, I'm not sure if we're going to see maybe Emma Mag come out, because I don't think that Insomnia's last ban is going to come before Low 9 can protect.
Oh, the Adam.
Just so good at cap.
Saint is incredibly good at cap to the point that it does tend to get banned out. But Insomnia, this is interesting for me. Insomnia went for the Emma, and they saved the Adam Warlock, which means that we're potentially going to be seeing res comp come through. But if Low 9 decide to,
I don't think they're going to full res comp. I think they're going to mini res,
which is going to be really
I think they're going to mini res
as a
comp.
setup for them. The foundations of res
you have
comp
chat delay.
are
No.
built off of 2 cooldowns in your
I shouldn't do, Kale.
Bulwark
Am I not
from your Magneto
responding?
and blast a barrage from your Star-Lord so that you could always
Am I
build
missing
Galactic
chat?
Legend faster than the Meteor M build up on the other side, as Saint Tomoto is actually going to be protecting
I
Captain
shouldn't have
America.
chat
They
delay
think
on.
that Insomnia would burn that last ban on the Captain America, and yeah, they're on the right lines 100%. Insomnia wanted to get that
Let me
cap out,
double
and now
check.
they can't.
So now what to remove Cloak and Dagger, maybe try and force an awkward backline composition from low 9. Human Torch. Okay. I mean that makes sense. Whenever Crisis and Jerky are both fantastic at that. I personally prefer Jerky on it because I think Crisis can do a lot more on the hit scan, but of course with
they got the cap for Saint though.
Room for Crisis to flex around.
Maybe give a quick refresh, Cal.
Likely going to see a cap mirror match here.
There shouldn't be pre-roll ads on, so you should be able to jump straight back in.
Is banned and Lone still trying to hover it.
Come on, man.
Like, wait, maybe I can get past this, but no.
I can break these cuffs.
I actually quite like what L9 have built here. It is really tough into a res comp though. We've seen how strong a res comp can be in general.
If they feel like they need to just go for a stall comp against something like Dive.
But the cap could do really well into it.
Though, in these first fights. Soul Bond is effectively a full strategist ultimate.
Yeah, maybe just give it a quick refresh, Cal.
Any point percentage and control of that point, you better believe we're going to be going from 1% to upwards of 50% before they get pushed off of it.
All right, seeing Jerky on the Psylocke.
I mean, honestly, this could kind of go
happy.
either way between these two teams for sure.
Been able to do some real bits on the Adam thus far. Most iconically, I think, on Symbiotic Surface.
They're not running a full res, but they are doing the trip support with the
Mantis.
Mantis.
Most likely destination.
So
well, it's the min-max time. Low 9 utilizing the Jaff bubbles to get out of spawn a little bit faster. Insomnia gonna have Passio on the Strange, but I'm not sure if they are setting up the portals. Oh, what?
this is going to come down to Saint and Jerky, I think.
This
is going to come down to Saint and Jerky. If they can get a lot of value on this dive.
Tricky for that backline to have to deal, but Lurkin with that Terror Cape and Relaxing Sky with the Sedation have a lot of CC.
Okay,
the Mantis sleep could be really big though for shutting that down.
Like this kind of style. Saint Tomoto has been demanding so much respect recently as a lights out cap player. And you better believe it, he can do this all day. Damon, however,
early
tracks
pick
him
from
down.
Demon.
The cap not strong versus the high caliber that Punisher brings to bear, rolling forward, ready to swap everyone with a shotgun. Doesn't quite want to take the swing into Jerky for now. He's going to play defensive though. Coming out of stealth.
My god, how much did you just see how much one shotgun did? That was like 200 HP to the side.
Doesn't have the space to use it, but everyone from
Jerky just got
Insomnia
railed.
stacked up so much that Daddy was getting significant damage up onto all of the bodies there. However, Lurkin with that Eternal Bond is going to make it particularly hard for the Bucky to get picks up of the damage that the ultimate does. Noctis already down that Soul Bond to it, got invested early on to make sure that
a lot of ults here for Insomnia and L9. Gonski pops.
All right, Gonski.
All right.
Shut down out of
there goes Demon.
Demon needs to. Oh, where did it go?
Oh, he gets taken out by Jerky. That's a really nice burst though.
Didn't go too far, but
this looks really good for L9. Jerky just goes bananas on the Psylocke. Yeah, really nice timing.
For low 9, but not without significant investment.
Woof.
Insomnia are going to have Sonic
really nice timing,
as well as Eye of Agamotto, but they were able to offset.
Look at Crisis, 6k damage already on this Winter Soldier.
Also going to have the Freedom Charge too to be able to stall out and give a particular harder break point in case that Sonic seduction comes.
Yeah, they're pushing him out
aggressively for Insomnia to break out of this choke.
One shot Cloak when she's mid.
All right, worth noting here as Beetle brought up.
Oh, that's right, you can, yeah.
One tap with the Strange ultimate from
that's a big Agamotto. Oh, Crisis over the top. Oh my god.
The Crisis is the one and only. A 5-piece knockout with fries.
It's just sardines.
Dude, that happened so fucking fast as well.
Pushed up into a
happened so fast.
And Crisis, with the Freedom Charge too, donated by Saint Tomoto, has so much health bar to just continue aggressively pushing them through. Have a fast fight. They have been able to surpass the point percentage picked up for Insomnia, but Nocta with that Karmic Revival, they can go in, force out the Strategist ultimates from low 9, and come back with their own afterwards.
Well, we're just holding strong here.
All right, all about the ebb and flow. Make
All right,
the
here we go.
forces happen. And then do your true alpha strike thereafter, opening up all
Nice
the
invis. Good pings. Oh, demon over the back though. Oh, he gets Wolver. Could not get that Maggle off in time.
It barely lasts for a second, even a fraction of a second.
And that's the power of the Punisher,
didn't even
right?
need to
This
use
is
the
what we've
Eternal
seen.
Bond to invade into Invis boundary. It was just soul resurgence
This
from
is
the
why
Mantis,
Punisher is so high
Onyx actually
prio.
all of the space to maneuver forward. And then Demon
This hero
gets
is
the
so
damage,
fucking
boosts the
dumb.
final judgment off alongside a nice little Terror Cape coming on through from Lurk, and Insomnia now have control of Choke. Gonski might have to use Eternal Bond just to buy safe passage for Low9's players.
They managed to get
Back
through.
onto that point as we head towards last fight, but Nocta absent from perspective currently. You have to know he's setting up that Karmic.
Shut down for the Eternal Bond could happen.
Rice has got ult. Jerky in the back. They group up really nicely, but over the top goes Crisis. Nice grab from Cat, from Forever. That was a huge grab from Emma. Holy shit. Crisis could have gone crazy. They've got the Strange already ready to TP.
Shoots legs into everyone.
Yeah, Insomnia continue to be sardines, and they're so slippery. Nocta is the only one that goes
Jerky going onto the Wolverine.
into the fight, but he can self-revive, doesn't even need to use the
And here we go, the
Revival.
invis on site to stall. Saint in the back,
Self-solution
trying to
that
take out the
everyone survives.
Punisher.
Crisis teleporting them directly into the mix.
Oh, and Demon again.
Soul Bond,
Oh, no.
and Strange Shield, and we challenge for final judgment. And
I mean, they're surviving. This is really nice from L9.
Great play from Low9.
That's huge from L9 that they survived that, actually.
Time for a resurrection. Noctum starts to bring everybody back. Lurking. It's just gonna have a quick flash in the pan.
The big res. But they're already kind of rooted one by one by one. Oh, that was so nicely played. The Capel over the top while they're hiding around the side of the point to deal with the Punisher was really nice. Because Capel is essentially another support ult.
They're going to use it aggressively to try and find a pick and also force Lurkin into having to mirror. But dreadful tragedy.
Oh, Wolver gets two.
Eternal Bond and Soul Bond at the same time.
He's done it again.
Meteor M cancels it entirely.
Big kidnap as well from Jerky. Oh, L9 have done it. I think. Oh, Wolver with the double was crazy. Good stuff from L9. What a comeback.
Going the way of Low9.
A little bit of
Really
a
nice
misplay,
comeback in that
overlap
game.
Of abilities. Insomnia just invested so much.
I mean, that came down
at
to
beginning
it
of
came down
that
to one
overtime.
fight, right?
Soul
They
Bond
avoid the
comes out
Punisher, and this is the problem with the
far too
Punisher.
early, and
Yes,
Meteor
it's
M
very
finds the
impressive, but
target
if
that
you
it's
don't
looking
get
for
value from your ult,
perfectly.
um,
And Low9,
the pushback off the back of it is really hard to deal with.
Up against a comp that is known,
And
feared
Crisis,
on domination,
21
but being able
and
to stall
2
you
on
out
this
and
Winter
take you all the
Soldier.
way up to 99%, where every single fight afterwards you have to
Jeezums.
overinvest your ultimates just to make sure that it continues.
Jeezums.
They're able to offset it. Before comic revival spots can be found, before all of the soul revives can be utilized, Insomnia just stall until that point percentage just keeps building up.
Crisis keeping pace with the Punisher damage here, essentially with the Bucky. Very impressive mechanics coming through from the boy.
Hulk switch from
Really is
Passy.
allowing for Low9 to try and convert on some of these frags.
Forever is going to start on the Strange teleport. Also scouts out where Low9's
Sees
positions
where
are
they're
going to be
going.
starting. They need to know where's this Wolverine. Is anyone potentially isolated?
They're just
from
gonna
Low9's
jump
side?
on him.
Can they force the invis boundary?
Oh,
And
what a
reaction
kidnap.
to
They
have
get
to heal off
Crisis.
the point, or can they just get
Dude, what a
Crisis?
kidnap. Holy
Big isolation
shit.
coming through off the back of the Exile. I believe there's a grab that came through. Oh, the invisible boundary.
Oh!
No, Forever taken off the map. Jerky said
Jerky survives just. It cost them an ult, but just survives.
The Guardian Shield to try and play around. That's good safety that can be utilized. But move over to the Hulk here from Passo. Yeah, it's interesting.
Dude, look at Saint. He just does not give a fuck. He is 1v4ing. Look at this cap. This cap is like 1v4ing. What?
Just undeterred, rolling into him. Crisis picks up 4.
Yeah, freedom charge from the Captain America, and he's just directing.
Dude,
in
I
their
don't think
faces.
you
In
can
the
give them
meantime,
cap.
Crisis removed from the fight.
I mean,
entirely.
listen,
Now
Price
we get
is
the
putting in a
synergy.
lot of work,
Nocturne
but
is
like
gonna
you're not
swap
going to
off
ban
of
out the
Atom
winter, right?
onto that Neymar, but it
Let's
does
be
it a
real, there's
little
too
bit
many of the
too
power
late.
picks.
Low9 already established. Crisis has the crack.
But this cap is a problem.
Right, that Atom, you don't have Soul Bond, so you have to poke and face tank the damage so that Loken can build up Eternal Bond to match Crisis.
I like Insomnia changing though.
Lack of soul bond.
So they've changed
Can
to
be
the
bonus.
Namor to try and do this Namor
Somebody's going to be able to deliver so
Hulk
much damage,
combo.
as you said. From that Namor, trying to pick up the off angle. Of course, Crisis already on top of that. The Gamma Monstro taken down, still has in the back pocket a Kraken impact. This is a very, very wide.
Dude, his
position here
awareness
from the
is
side
so
of Forever.
good.
Can they save? Oh, it's the perfect
Huge save though.
He got it just in
Oh,
time.
Wolver gets him.
Unbelievable accuracy.
Again, Wolver with these
this Margot
dunks
was
is
on
crazy.
the graphic at the beginning. It might not be on the Doctor Strange, but bro is still an absolute animal when it comes to
These
the
dunks
Magneto.
are
You cannot let him get his
22 and
hands
1
on the
on
mutant.
Wolver.
Oh, he just rises literally above the Emma Aegis.
Has he even missed a dunk? I think he got one of his ults broken by Demon.
Insomnia.
I don't think he's missed one.
Off of this point, Forever does have Sonic Seduction. It's going to pave the way for the final judgment, but Low9 again continue first, and now Insomnia.
Oh, Jerky gets taken out though. This is nice from Insomnia. Oh my
Clean from
god,
Barcelona.
okay. They're just
Too much
fucking
to deal with right
cleaned
now.
house.
Should be a quick flip here.
Okay,
Moving
that's a
over to
reset.
Sanctimoto.
That's a
He
reset
could try
angle.
and do this all day. I don't know if Insomnia are going to be allowing that final its adjudication,
Monstrous.
which is granted.
Crisis doesn't have Kraken impact, but at the rate that this Winter Soldier's been building that ult, blink and you'll
They still
miss
have
it,
3
and
ults though
you'll
for
have
Insomnia.
another.
That's why that was so
Fireball's
nice,
also
right?
gonna have that invis
Demon's still
boundary,
got
but
this
that's not gonna be able to stand up
Punisher.
to Demon's
Both,
final judgment
Relaxing's
damage
got
output.
theirs,
Not if
Forever's
Americans
got
able to find
theirs.
a good terror cape. Relaxing's guys 100% gonna match the
That ult
invis
is
ultimate
Mantis
so
ult,
that
but
Demon
better,
can get
yeah.
aggressive into Low9's positions.
Yeah, actually it is. You're so
All
right. It's just a better
damage coming
Mantis.
through already from Damon inside the invisible boundary. Everyone's feeling safe for a moment, but when Pasuo tries to turn this one around, the safety is gone. Crisis bit off more than they could chew.
Sorry, guys.
Wanted for CC immunity during the leap of the Kraken impact because they were scared about getting seduced. But they just didn't.
Demon's waking up.
I mean, Pasuo has a huge
Demons
bubble.
waking up.
It gets everybody.
They used
on
everything for
Insomnia.
that on
So
both
even
sides.
though we see invis boundary for invis boundary, Terror Cape for Terror Cape.
I respect
Gonski
Crisis
gets
going
broken
for it
by
to
the
try and
Hulk,
burst the Punisher out,
and
but
Insomnia are able to
kinda
keep
ballsy.
Demon standing. And now Low9 are relying on Meteor M once more to shut down Lurkin's ult.
Jerky wants it. You can see him.
Oh, Jerky, hello.
Wait.
Uh-oh. Maybe a slight network issue coming through for Low9.
Oh,
Let's see if
again.
that remains to be the case.
Pause.
For now, Damon just going to wait patiently. within the
Jerky's
Cold
there.
turret.
It looks like
Oh,
Jerky
they found
is.
the wolf. Oh, there's the passive.
Yeah, oh, they saw him through a little
No
pixel.
pause.
We'll get a quick update for
There
you
we
guys.
go.
Yeah, there it is. There's the pause. Yeah, it looks like we've got a slight connection issue here. Low9 have called for the pause. But like both maybe Jerky
Hi, Ghost.
and Goonsky. Gonski,
You're close to
Goonsky,
eternity? Damn, let's go.
Goonsky, having some trouble.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I mean, it
does
fucking
look
took
like
him
Logan
too
is
long.
going into regeneration mode. He does have, you know, the self-heal, but it takes a little bit of time, the body to be able to start getting to regenerate through some of the damages coming on through. But this one has definitely been close. I think it wouldn't have been as close if we'd seen the Hulk Namor roll out at the beginning. Instead of trying to stick with the Atom sacrificing that first fight. Definitely did them no favors.
I'm good, thank you, Ghost. How are you?
But given that the next fight is about to come down to both teams having Eternal Bond and Wolver having Meteor M, it's going to be protect
They need a better
Dagger,
system
whose
for these
Cloak and Dagger is going
pauses.
to live
Like,
longer.
I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe that comes down to good usage of the Guardian.
There
Shield
needs to
now,
be
'cause
like
of
a
course,
ref.
Being off the Mantis.
Is there not a ref
and the
in
Atom
their
means that now there's
like?
an invisible woman on both sides.
Is there not a
The
ref
Guardian
in
Shield
their
can be very
Discord
useful
call?
for trying to deal with the incoming Meteor Ram.
I don't
However,
really
you
understand
can't
why
re-
it's taking them so long.
Automatically directs in the like
Like,
way
that
the
legit took him, like-
Players facing, yeah.
So-
So
What,
if
30
the Cloak
seconds?
and Dagger is dashing,
At least?
and they're facing forward, and the
Away
Meteor
from
M
the
is
mag.
behind them, then that Meteor is still going to be able to hit the CD.
Yeah.
I'm not really doing the dog fund at the moment, Ghost. Because I can't really have a dog anyway right now.
I would assume that
because
is
of the
likely
contract
going to be
that I
the
have
play,
on this house.
That you would go for where the Hulk is going to just jump
instead,
on the dagger,
I
and then
am
utilize
saving
the unbreakable
for.
barrier so that the bubble comes out, and Lurkin is going to be able to gain
I'm currently
access
buying
to
weight loss
that,
injections,
so that the meteor arm collides with that instead.
So,
but it is definitely going to be up to Insomnia to try and really.
Because I'm having to buy them each month, and they're not cheap.
Is going to put the shield a little bit
but they're
lower,
working really
so
nicely for me.
It also is tilted upwards, and
obviously, I would prefer a dog.
Levitate and find the angle.
On the other side,
I mean, I've lost 9 kilos
potentially
already
low nines
in about 3 months.
I think one of popular ways to try and do that at the moment is a combination of the Terror Cape on the dash and the Punisher
But I
shotgun,
would really love a dog.
For sure. Noctis gonna have all.
But I can't do anything about it right now.
True.
Unless I suddenly win the lottery, can buy my own home.
Could be a great shutdown.
Yeah, they're really guarding the name of right now. They know that the Horn of Proteus also blessing of the deep
back
can
in.
be used to block Meteor
All to play for.
As Jerky's got his hands on Passel, and that's already unbreakable used.
Yep, forced on out. Time for Wolver to try and deliver against the cloak and dagger.
Good shield.
Great. There's the charged Aegis, as you said, put up
good
just
shield.
under the Magneto to block the incoming Meteor M.
Demon is up top and he is untouched.
To avoid the incoming Horn of Proteus. Still Damon reigns over it all with the culling turret, has the final
Crisis is
judgment
noticed. Oh, he just goes for it. What? Nah, this is done. This is done. Insomnia, steal it.
Mostly out of options. There's still the freedom charge from Sainamoto, but he can't keep everyone else sustained. He'll have to sit here alone.
Damn, Insomnia, steal it.
We're going to a third map.
Pause.
Wonderful psionic vortex comes on through from relaxing sky.
Pause, Diff.
Anticipation of the Kraken impact coming on out. And immediately Crisis
Pause,
just
Diff.
gets grabbed into all of that incoming damage. Slowed as well, too.
You need to win at least 2 lotteries to buy home in this economy.
They let it happen once, but the adjustments were immediate. Lurkin
I mean, we've talked about this quite a lot, right, guys? I don't need a fancy mansion. You know, I don't need a massive like $5 million home or some shit. You know. I just want a nice house with a garden that I can live comfortably and have a dog in, with incredible internet.
That's one of the things from Insomnia.
I would still stream. Like, if I won the lottery, I'd still sit here with you guys and I would still stream.
To adjust to it in the next map.
For sure.
In this case, in the next sub map. So all is
which is how I know that I'm not doing it for the money, you know.
Rolling out from the beginning now, Mox, with this Namor Hulk.
Yeah, I like the Namor Hulk. It puts a lot of pressure on the Psylocke. You've got Blessing of the Deep too, which is going to be able to interrupt Wolver's Meteor M if you don't have.
Yeah, I don't need yachts and all of that shit.
Because Passio is going to be able to utilize all of those jumps, which have 0 cooldowns, and immediately get the position of service side room for Damon to be set up. He's getting so much body block too. That was the Aegis, the Monstro, the Guardian Shield.
Do you know what it is? Like, honestly, guys, do you know what it actually is? I just want the freedom. That's it.
Just dragged into a
that's what money is to me. Like, yeah, money is you can buy some nice shit, whatever. But money to me is freedom. It's freedom to not have to like work in a traditional sense or like worry about or stress about money all the time. It's freedom to enjoy my life on my terms, and that means more to me than anything else.
It's going to be an exchange now of these.
Oh, close.
Nice. The Guardian Shield finally comes up in time.
Hi, Liz.
Covering for Lurkin in the midst of all of this.
Jerky gets one.
Unbreakable barrier. It is
nice early take from L9.
Low 9 after just investing ultimate after ultimate and finally finding some value.
They invested a lot into it, but
yeah,
Saint's gonna have theirs when they come back in.
They need that space because Insomnia now are going
so
to have
Saint
to
could
send
honestly hold this
on an off angle, which means vulnerable to the Winter Soldier. If Password tries to go in and play disruption for the rest of his team to walk forward, also vulnerable against the Winter Soldier.
Yeah,
all the while,
just a nice home, man. You know,
force you to have to spend resources.
An ice maker machine
on your rotations. Because look, every single time they're not taking fights to find picks, they're taking fights to prevent Insomnia from doing what they want.
The Tracer Round's doing a good job of tracking Jerky's movements, though, allowing for preemptive rotations. Out comes the final judgment. This has been the death knell of
this is what they need.
Everyone, however, able to get into cover. Saint Tomoto.
Oh no, this is bad for Insomnia. This is real bad.
Contested, and it seems like they haven't really
That was a big ult, and look at Crisis.
For a hook. Once Pasuo dodges away, utilizing the World Breaker Hulk, the invincibility frames, getting some real value here. However, the invisible boundary.
Knocked against one. Crisis trades.
Out of it in the midst of all of this, I think someone was just caught in midair by a jump, and Cat has already fallen down.
Here he goes.
Not quite so much in this case. Crisis
that was such a good combo, dude. Passy with the stun straight into the flop over the top is crazy work. Crazy work.
That was such a good setup too. That was Earthbound that Crisis couldn't use Trooper's Fist, the mobility tool, to escape out of it into the exile, which Passy were perfectly timed to break. And Crisis just can't escape.
Oh, really?
Insomnia, like we said,
how bad lose? What are we talking?
They take one fight, they lose a fight, they come back.
If it helps, mines are all over the fucking place.
Is crazy. The potential insane. As Lurkin yet again has the eternal bomb.
I was so drained towards the end of yesterday. We had to just end stream like real fast because like I was falling asleep in my chair. Like all of my energy just went, and I don't really know why. And then I ended up napping for an hour at like 10 o'clock. And I obviously couldn't sleep till like 5 o'clock this morning.
And Insomnia, they clear themselves out of this fight essentially perfectly after getting 2 ultimates out of low 9. 3 ultimates, in fact.
Nocta's outpacing Crisis in all charge.
Yeah, this is really nice from Insomnia.
For low 9 because Crisis is going to have Kraken impact, but the second that he uses that first jump, he loses the CC immunity and can get full.
They've kind of matched, and they've got the ult economy advantage now in a big way. In a big way, actually. L9 are in a pretty bad spot now.
Have really put all of their hopes on. They looked for Crisis
Hi,
to find
Mariam.
the picks, and Insomnia have so many
Sir
options.
Nicholas
The
II?
Punisher, the Namal, even
Who
just
the
Hulk
fuck is
going
Nicholas
in
the First?
and finding the picks against
And
Low
why
Nine.
am I not Nicholas the First?
Okay, Crisis and Nocta. Both equal on the ult charge now. Still got to worry about that Earthbound effect. It's going to be the... Oh my goodness, the final judgment.
Oh, nice invis ult.
So much damage goes into the enemy territory. They just cannot stand up to the
the Emma. The Emma pings as well was so nice.
Insomnia, one fight away now. Maybe this could be the fight that grabs them. The first
already on it.
Disengage off the back of a Scourge grenade.
Stagger.
He's getting themselves staggered. And Crisis is going to have to pull it back.
Oh, I don't think they got time. Oh, they just... Oh, God, that was like fucking... That was butt-clenching, skin of the teeth stuff.
Putting the hurt in onto Damon. The healing's there, though. Consistent knockbacks, unbreakable guard delivered now by Pasuo. Still has the World Breaker Hulk. In comes the damage.
Nothing from the flop.
Dodge coming through from Gonski in the middle of all of this. And Pasuo just taking so much damage.
Passy just got railed. He's still alive.
When you go up against percentage-based damage like you get from the Wolverine, still...
Oh, I don't know about this. This looks real good for Insomnia. But wait. Oh, Jerky goes huge. Oh, Jerky goes massive on the Wolverine. Oh, boy.
Kept the receipt on that one. They would very much like to return.
We got one more fight in this.
Insomnia are going to have one more
Shit is
fight.
not
It's gonna come
over.
at the cost, though, of the Hulk, which is going to impact Noctis, and Noctis actually going to swap over to the Adam Warlock. This is something we see from Insomnia time and time again. So that
Yeah,
Noctis
here
has
comes
to
the
self-revive
other
and
strange
can come
TP.
back
They're going to
into
try and
this fight.
kidnap it, looks
And
like, or they're
Insomnia
just
have
going to
another
drop on
body,
top.
as Lurkin is going to use that eternal bond immediately
Oh, yeah, they tried to
make
get
sure that
Wolver,
Insomnia
man.
lives.
They tried to get Wolver.
Has to use the Meteor Rem. Wants to shut down Lurkin. Unable to
close.
connect. So now the Eternal Bond's going to be on for the remainder of
Oh,
this.
no, here goes Demon again. Good fade, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He gets one. But actually, they've done such a good job. Only losing one is so crazy there, but here comes the Emma over the top. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. The Assemble might be able to stall this out, but I don't think so. Oh, dude. The overwhelming ults.
Nice.
I think a lot
Insomnia
of people
take game
were
one.
worried when they were looking at this
Damn, did
matchup,
they
when
put
they
up
were
a
looking
fight,
at the
though.
pick and bans. Like, we definitely were
Hi, Matt.
concerned when we saw the Wolverine go, because there's been that permanent question
That's how
of,
we
like,
be.
how
Yep,
effective
yep.
is Insomnia as a
I
team
just got out of bed
when
bad.
they don't have the Wolverine? Because it feels like every
I mean,
single
it's
time
not
they've
too
been
bad,
able to pull off,
Luz.
like the magic overtimes, the insane symbiotic surfaces. It's been when they've
I'm
had
sure
the
it's the
Wolf
heat, because I
pump in
feel
play.
the same.
But that round of Burn T'Challa, that showcased.
Yeah, maybe.
That,
I think
it's not
my
just the
meds
Wolverine,
are. I
it's
don't know
the
what's
fact that
happening.
this is a team that
Because
makes
it was like, it was
adaptations
really
that are
sudden
potentially one of the
yesterday, Mariam. Like,
fastest
I felt
at
fine.
making adaptations.
And then
They lose
within the
one
space of
person
like
to a
20
specific
minutes,
type of play,
like I
and
couldn't
for the
stay awake.
entire
It was just,
duration
I
of the
completely
rest of the
gone.
map, it never
Completely
happens again.
gone.
And it's not a matter of,
And
okay,
usually,
well, that was
the
a
last time I
problem,
remember
then
it
they
happening
fix
that
it, then
quickly
something
was
else becomes a
when
problem, and then
my
the original
thyroid
problem
meds were not
rears its
quite
head.
right.
No. Insomnia, remember,
And I'd just
they
have
really
massive
do
crashes.
Keep track of everything that's been giving them grief.
So,
and
I
they
don't know,
make
maybe I
sure
fucked up my
that
meds or
it
something.
only grieves them once.
Yeah. Everybody gets one, right, Peter? Jerky, good performance on the Wolverine, but
It's
I
a German
mean,
Shepherd pup
Damon
that
might
used to
still
rule
be
over
that
humans
guy.
in the
Might be
olden
best
days.
player out of the
Okay.
UFC region playing
In which
the
case, I am
EMEA.
happy to defer to a
Dropping
dog.
44k
That's
damage,
fine.
going 44 and 7, I believe, and that's with a lost
Yeah, the
round
Strange
as well
GP was
here
super
on
clutch.
Domination. Definitely showing that there are many
I have a
strings
bunch of
to his
upcoming
bow.
opponents.
The
Oh, I'm with you,
synergy
Luz.
as
Don't get
well
me wrong,
coming
I'm with
through
you.
from Insomnia. It
Because you
really
kind of
takes a
feel like
lot of
most of the day is
coordination
gone.
to
I mean, I've always
make
been a
sure
night
if you
owl.
don't
I've
have Magneto
always
in play
like
where it simply just
done a lot
bubble
more
the cloak
in the
and dagger,
evenings.
Mid-eternal bond dash.
Um,
Like, it takes a lot. Nocta has to come through
Yeah.
a blessing of the deep from time to time. Forever has to get the perfect angle.
It's
with the
not
shield.
as
You
bad
have
in
relaxing sky
summertime
coming
because
on
you
through
can
with
still
those
see the
insane
sun.
Guardian shields, which have to go up just before
But in
the
winter, when you
meteor
wake up and it's
connects with
already
how
dark, you're
little
like,
HP
well,
Guardian shield has, and if Low9
I guess I'm
saw
just
it,
fully
'cause, like,
nocturnal.
preemptively,
Good
they
stuff.
would break it preemptively. So a lot of the time, you actually only realize that Guardian Shield came up if you either rewind and watch at 0.25 speed, or you see the Meteor M, you think, oh, that's for sure gonna get a pick.
I'm a
And then
thyroid
you
boy,
look at
Mariam,
the
yeah.
frag feed and you're like, hold on a minute. That
I'm a
got
thyroid boy.
Nothing. Where's the splash, guys? Oh, Guardian Shield. That's right.
Yeah, the
Hypothyroidic.
Guardian Shield was perfect. We saw the early adaptation with a charged Aegis as well.
It's where all my
through
weight came from.
the Emma Frost. It didn't work the first
Do you want to
time,
know
and then he
something
points
really
out how you
interesting,
can
which
change the
I
angle,
found out
and then they
yesterday,
changed
by the way,
angle, and it worked
when I was talking to my
crazy.
mum?
That- I mean, Insomnia GG starting off pretty strong
Every
here. Now
single
Low9
member
are
of
gonna
my
be able to take us
family
to
and
a map of
extended
their own
family
choosing now.
who
I
is
imagine
also
they're probably gonna be
thyroidic,
avoiding
who also has
symbiotic
the same
surface.
thyroid
I think that
condition.
maybe they go to a
We
convergence
all
map
got
just to
it
be- just to make sure
exactly
that,
the same age.
Convergence can't be picked as the third map here.
We all
Figure
got
out where
it
we're
at
going,
31.
though, after this break.
Like exactly 31. Isn't that wild? It's like a trigger in our DNA and our genetics just went, okay, we're done with this. Goodbye, oh. Wild how that works. I'm gonna try and force myself to have a short day. Yeah, that's fair, Liz. That's fair. I mean, we're on the. I'm only doing EMEA today. I'm not doing the Americas again tonight because we got a really long day tomorrow. So, and these are all best of 5, so we could be here till like 10 o'clock anyway, just doing these BO5s. Yeah, it's crazy, mad, isn't it? It's crazy. Because it was around about my 31st birthday as well. So it was like, it was around my birthday in April that I got it, or that I first started to see the symptoms. So it's crazy. It was really weird. But like when I had my first test, after it, I practically had none of the the thyroid enzyme. So I don't even know how I was functioning, because I should have been dead, really. Usually, so from what my doctors told me, if I don't have my thyroid meds for like a week and a half to 2 weeks, it will kill me. Hence why I get free medication, because I need it to stay alive. Instead of having a freckle in the same spot as the thyroid. Yeah, it's so weird. But like like thyroid conditions are hereditary, depending on what side of the family you are. But it's just so weird that it happened at exactly the same age. Like all of us at 31. Crazy. Oh yeah, I do. Do you want to see this is like, let me show you. I've got a pill box because I kept like messing it up, and because of my ADHD brain I kept forgetting if I'd taken my meds or not, so I got myself a pill box. So like, can you guys see this? So that I know, so I know if it's empty, I've taken the meds already. If it's empty on the day, I've taken them and I don't need to go back. So this has been really useful, because it helps me remember if I have missed a dose or not. If any of you have to take daily pills and stuff, I highly suggest something like this. It's changed. It's helped me so much. It's crazy.
You can do to majorly circumvent Insomnia's power arc, and that is take us to a convergence so that symbiotic surface does not get to come through until we head to map number 4, which sees a full reset.
Because it's also super nice for me to know, like, if I'm running low as well.
So I would wager that from low 9 side we're likely.
So I do like 2 weeks at a time. So I do my pills like 2 weeks in advance. So that then if I'm running low, because I have to take quite a lot.
Yeah, I agree.
At the moment, I'm on 3 different daily medications.
And yeah, there it is. Good
so
remarks. Central Park it is.
I know then if I run out, and I've got 2 weeks then to get it from the doctors to make sure that I've always got them. And I'm not like last minute emergencying shit, you know.
Going to be able to make it through the pick and ban.
I miss White Monsters loose. I do.
Have the opportunity to go for a save, and they're going to save.
Honestly, I might start drinking Monster again just for the taste, like at the end of the day.
Being the Loki lock.
I don't know if that's good for me. Probably not. But
I mean, like banning the mag is super important as a first ban.
I once had barely any iron in my system. Very bad at anemia.
You're not too worried about the Luna either. Not the Luna, the Emma. Oh, we're gonna go for the early protector of Wolverine. Okay.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it, Mariam? It's
very
tough.
alpha.
Both teams protecting what they think is their hyper carry for the best.
It's like I think like a lot of people don't realize it's also like a combination of conditions, you know.
Which means that low 9 now can't play Groot. One Vanguard has been removed.
Because I have 4 chronic conditions at the moment.
There's a world where you could like
and the interaction between them can just, or the interaction between medications can also just make you feel shitty.
And the Gamma Squid, Gamma Monstro was quite perilous for
my sister got too because she forgets about them.
Quick ban on the Punisher here.
They're so useful, Yanni.
Punisher gradient. Oh, I don't know if banning
because the
Adam
problem,
is that
so the thing about thyroid stuff
I
particularly,
haven't quite gotten rid of the
and
yet,
with
so
ADHD meds,
be a viable
if I double
strategist
dose,
backline.
I can fuck myself up badly. So if I missed a dose, like I just have to let it happen and be like, oh, well, I just got to feel shit for the day and wait till tomorrow. If I can't remember whether I've taken it, because if I double dose, it's really dangerous. Whereas now, I can always just double check.
Against the Atom, I do, like you say, worry though that we haven't seen the Luna ban.
So Loki save early, Adam ban.
As it is, Insomnia haven't really been known for the Luna.
I don't really feel like we got a lot of Adam impact in that game, but I get it. We're on Central Park, I do get it.
With the Wolverine,
and then the early Wolverine save for Demon is crazy.
Caliban and Wolverine here makes sense. Jerky got a lot of value on that.
This is going to be a Wolverine diff right here.
Going up against the Monster Hulk as well. I do wonder. I'm going to be very.
They
interested
leave
to
the
see.
torch
Yes,
open though.
Let's see the double team up. Oh baby, you know what, Mark? Some things it's good to be right for once. Play-by-play caster has 1 brain cell.
Your Vanguard mainness is showing as you're getting excited about seeing the Hulk and the Strange come through. I'm incredibly excited.
Are they gonna solo? I mean, they are on attack, so I get it.
We so rarely get to see it.
Okay, so you guys might be like, you might be like, I don't understand what they're doing here. So I think the idea is going to be, they're going to solo Vanguard because they're on attack on Central Park, and it's really hard to push into this site. So they're going to try and quick build Storm and Johnny, and then they're just going to overwhelm with this double ult to take this first point. If they stick with this, rather than the double Vanguard.
High priority bans alongside,
so we're probably just going to see a lot of slow poking and stuff to start with. Sane, give it to me. No! How dare you bait me with the Thor? You bitch.
Bad, to be honest. Namor is still an absolute,
Hi, Jazz.
absolute pain to deal with.
And I mean, XL is
Anxiety
still
was
such a
awful
huge
during that
cooldown
time.
too.
Oh,
As
yeah.
if you XL a player, they're not even counted as being on the map, so they can't be healed up. And more
Mariam, I
importantly,
cannot
they
tell
can't
you.
contest point.
Some of the guys here might be
Zero.
able to tell you
There
because
are a lot of
I was
teams
trying to
that
stream at the
lost
same
point
time,
contest because the one
and
player holding
it was
would
pretty
be
rough
XL.
period. I was not gonna lie.
Oh, there we go.
It was
Trying to
pretty
run
rough.
in onto a human
But like,
stem, doesn't
you know,
quite
the
connect
combination of my
there. Still has the
ADHD as well,
secondary.
like
Oh, hello.
constantly
Actually
just
seeing some help.
feeling
Not actually that common. We've
like
seen a little bit
anxious
of it
and
from Dr.
lazy
Damon
and like
previously,
I'm
even though she's
shit
in a
and
fairly
I
strong
why
state
can't I
at
do
the
everything
moment.
that
Got
normal
past
people can
MC
do?
2.5 patch,
That
a
on top
larger
of just being
clip.
exhausted
Try
like
and
16
Jackie
hours a
doing
day
her
at
best to avoid
least
the leap ups here from Passo,
was
and
just
keeps
combination
going back
just
for
made me
healing
feel
work as they were
fucking terrible
really
about
sustain
myself
that
for a
ult.
long time.
So the Hell is going to be able to match Witch with Nocta, but you
Still
also
does
hold
sometimes,
enough,
but I'm
which
managing
is
it better now
CC.
with the meds.
If Demon tries to go for
Ah.
that, you can potentially soul drain them into the position.
Huge
And that's
stun
the
from
possible
Crisis,
because the
though.
Wolverine got picked by the Hell.
Crisis
Yeah, great
just
soul drainer
fucking
right
saved
there. Just
Wolver big
stunning
time.
Wolverine before we can get too much done. Jerky taking a little bit of damage. We've got frozen out there. Blessing of Eve is going to be used by Nox. A good rollout coming through. From
This looks
Damon.
good for
Quickly,
L9. They've corralled them in the back
Crisis
corner.
come
This
on
looks
through.
really good.
That's gonna be a fate of
They
both
pushed
worlds
back
once again,
out with the
decided
Lunar ult.
by Dance and Party Tunes.
And now the other side,
On the other
Gonski's
side,
going to push
Gonski
it.
rolls forward.
Oh, knocked her!
This is brutal.
Oh.
Crisis and Wolver are absolutely
Crazy
atomized.
whale.
Yeah, Low9 tried to disengage the
Oh, that's
original
real
burst
bad for
on
L9.
Relaxing
They
State's
looked
ultimate
good,
with
and then
regen
Nocta
domain.
just smurfed
And then
it.
they tried to come through with the later
Oh.
Fate Both copy, but the regen domain being out just meant that Nocta got the damage boost and managed to have all of it.
If you don't remember if
through
you've taken it,
one
it's the-
thing
it's
that
the
could have
worst, Cal.
prevented the
It's the
one
worst.
shot. And now,
So
with
now my
fast
pill
falling
boxes help a
yet
huge
again,
amount with that.
Demon is in
They're a
Puzzle's
lot better.
hands, and they're looking for any angle that they can potentially get onto one of these players as they need to disrupt Jerky, and Wolver's ultimates can sync up, but only if both of them are up.
Wolver needs to be contained. You've got to try and stun
Here we
this
go.
ultimate.
Here's the Storm
Manages
ult.
to
Where are they
land it
looking?
down. Time for the Fire Tornado to start its reign of terror. Oh, the overwhelming damage. It needs to be answered by the fate of both worlds. For now, the good sustain coming through from a side of
I mean,
Insomnia.
is it
And
enough,
Weathering
though?
Storm, relaxing
I don't
Sky,
think
not
it
so
is.
lucky. Oh, and Lurking exactly the
Oh.
same. Perhaps exactly what was needed. Just a
You
big
see, that's what we
investment
talked
for some
about, chat,
big
right?
results. Crisis just was raining down.
It's such
There
a
was
hard
strong
point to push
crows
into
from
this
above
one,
to
and
make
it's
sure
so
that the ticks from those
so
cyclones could
difficult
finally find their
that
men.
just the overwhelming
Insomnia thought
like
about going
double
for a strange
ult is the
TP
way to do
Contest,
it.
weren't able to find it, and actually Forever has to go back onto the strange now, which resets some of the ult charge that they've been able to pick up.
I
It
hear
also
you, it's
means
not
that they're not in
easy.
position to hold
It's
on to
not.
B. 1 of 9 are already fully pushed up around corner to give Crisis so much room on this hub.
Imposter syndrome still hits me pretty
Oh, yeah,
hard
just
sometimes.
absolutely free farming.
Especially if I've had like a really bad stream or like
10
I've
Knights
felt
or
like I've
Thorns to
done really
play
badly
with.
or something.
I love how
all my
Crisis
numbers are
is
shit
kind
or
of
something, you know.
tracking this Wolverine, so that if
It's
there's
a-
big
it's a
grab,
hard
you
thing
can
to
really
manage.
prioritize
Soul
that Soul Drainer.
Yeah. Nocta is going to have Horn of Proteus, but it's going to be silent for now as Relaxing Sky is a little bit away from that God of Mischief, and that is
I mean,
going
not to
actually
get into
deal
like a
enough
whole crazy
time.
conversation
The
about it,
window was
but
there,
I will
Lone trying to
say
pick onto Passivo.
with streaming it does
Last
get harder and harder to
comes
manage
into
the
play
longer I
from
do
Demon.
it.
The regen
You know,
domain is
the longer
placed,
that I
and the Wolf
invest
is able
into
to
it
send,
and you know,
unfortunately,
not
though,
really
regen
feeling like
domain's
I'm
now
moving
burnt,
forward.
And Crisis burns Demon in return. As Horn of Proteus doesn't find the
Nice
value
try
it's
from
looking for.
Nocta.
The coordination's just not there for Insomnia right now. Didn't manage to find what they wanted.
They're getting mass staggered here.
As well. The ult was too late to save them. Forever might find themselves under the gun right here.
Yeah, they need to reset themselves a little bit. L9 are kind of running them down.
Agamotto in the back pocket, but will the bag of holding be fumbled on the opening is the question. Wolves has already fallen on down, and that means now Jackie is going to be unable to use their
Kiddos are worn out, are they?
Storm in the future fights.
Yeah, that's going to be the forecast.
Although the idea of being awake at 7:20 in the morning,
to
then face a full day, makes me want to throw up in my mouth a little bit. Not gonna lie.
So that we can keep up the pressure on the flyers instead.
Here goes Jerky with the supernova. Oh, and there's that double. They're all just gonna die. It's so ridiculous. Oh, I mean, they're just fucking walking them, dude. Like, what do you do? What do you do? Did they ban the Punisher? They did.
The entire line of defense coming on through from Insomnia's side. They are about to get
so like they can't even like Punisher ult to try and deal with it, because that's the counter that we see quite a lot with that. So I actually really like this from L9. We've not seen Storm work very well usually, but this is a really good when you take out that Punisher, it's a really good idea.
And now it's a duel for the angles. Demons back on the Wolverine to get fastballed into a position so that you don't get taken down before the fight even begins.
It really does feel like even going up against a solo Vanguard has not been that valuable on the side of the Wolverine for now. I believe that Forever actually got a little bit waylaid.
Crisis is holding on to this Hela roll.
In Dracula's castle. Unfortunate, but it is the reality. Damon forced to disengage for a moment.
Demon's struggling to get any picks from this Wolverine as well.
Is going to be singing forward. Gonski, the question is, did they manage
to grab Cat.
Looks like they have. And so
this is going to be another routine.
Sky can't even disengage. Crisis on the chase down. Oh, gets the environmental drop off onto Damon with a soul drainer. Somebody screenshot that.
Crisis has been such a pain point for Insomnia to deal with. He's gonna go onto the torch.
Cute.
Everyone thinks that maybe flyers are able, or
it's gonna be an early night for you then, Jazz.
In reality,
you're gonna be shattered.
The flyer tends to just dive bomb onto the Hela, quite literally. In the case of the torch, Noxa now is gonna take up the mantle of the Psylocke, but this is final fight territory, and that final.
I mean, Demon's been forced to switch to this torch, but I mean, you're playing into a Hela torch storm. Like, you're not winning this aerial battle.
Try and hold through this. Damon trying to play a cheeky off angle here, really wants to punish this Emma Frost.
Here we go. Jerky's about to pop as well. Here we go again.
Yet another buff coming through, constantly upping the duration.
With Crisis over the top as well.
The first few seconds of the weather front, let alone the bonuses that are added thereafter by Jerky.
It's too much, dude. It's too much. This is a really cool strat from L9. This is a cool idea.
I forecast that there's going to be a Hela ban in the near future. Coming on through from Insomnia's side, if they want to make sure that Demon's Wolverine can actually find the value. This was the way that Low 9 was able to adapt around Insomnia's incredibly
yeah, the problem. This
stage.
is what
Remember,
we talked about this the other day with Insomnia. When you are so dominant on a pick, you kind of
have dismantled that plan.
If you're so significantly better on one pick than anything else,
you just present him.
You can pigeonhole yourself pretty hard, right? Demon has carried games on this Wolverine, and I mean like
the one to pick up the storm.
God fucking bananas.
From one of our,
but then you fall into a bit of a fallacy, right? He's 1-6 right now. So you kind of feel like you have to play this Wolverine if they've saved it, because they put so much prio on it.
In the form of the group.
And then L9 have come in with a pretty anti-Wolverine strat, realistically, and smashed it. So now it's a wasted save. The Wolverine has not worked at all, and now he's going to be forced onto something to try and match. And at the moment, it looks like he's going to go for the Hela, which is what you have to do into these flyers. I would quite like Star-Lord, though. I think Star-Lord could be a mega pick here, but
not going to be a big portal investment.
Crisis on the Ultra.
Scouts early. And Nocta, we haven't seen too much of the Noxus side so far.
Which makes sense. You don't really need the storm. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Demon just sees the switches. He
Wolver
sees the Groot and goes, okay.
My moment is now. Passover's moment is going to be in about 10 seconds, though, unfortunately.
Nice from the observers to catch that as well.
Might well be joining him. That's actually going to be a regen domain forced from the hands of Relaxing Sky just to try and mitigate some of
So
the
look for
stagger
Demon
fixes
to try and
that
bully
is
the
not
fuck out of
enough.
Wolver
They're
here
still
on the
able to get
Groot.
Forever and potentially now the Loki as well.
Because
No,
Groot is so
Steven's
good at
exchange
holding this
is
first
part
point, but if
of
you can
Relaxing
grab
Sky
him and
will
take
be
him
able to
out.
make it through as Demon on this Wolverine has found the pick. And is now
Yeah, I mean, you had the right read,
because they've
Yanni.
seen
You
it,
had the
okay,
right read.
Hell is out.
The only
Wolverine's
reason
time
for
to
the
play,
switch is
and we're
because
quite literally playing
Wolver's on
ball.
Groot.
Taking him to the sky once Crisis.
Oh, that
Crisis
was
tried to dodge away.
close.
I think Damon may have actually fumbled the right click there. It looked like a grab, but Damon likely saw it a bit better than I did. Out come the regeneration domains. Nox has already forced a massive cooldown just from poking over
Yeah,
here,
Nox
which is not
is,
to be underestimated. Forever does not
that's
want to
big.
stick around. Well, this Carbon Crush is going to be threatening them, coming up very
They're
close.
pushing
to
in.
the side of Agamotto. 90% already. Walled off from the
These
remainder
walls
of
are
the
making
team,
it
so a little bit
tough.
of panic from
In comes the
Insomnia.
Luna.
Raxico already moves on forward with the copied fate of
Big
both the walls.
Groot ult though.
Inside here. Oh, the unbreakable
No
barrier.
follow-up,
It
but
saves
it
them
does
for a
hold
moment
them there.
longer. Oh, that's 3 stuns straight through.
Demon gets Wolver. This could be a nice push. Crisis does get 2 in the backside, though. Both healers are out. Wait.
And there's no healing remaining now for Insomnia, so we're going to have to get it done.
Jerky gets knocked at.
Yeah,
And they
clutch pick,
hold.
Lurkin going down, Luna
Okay.
has ult.
Okay.
No trade of
Crisis
Blackpool,
just
but
went
put on
fucking
mute, and Insomnia
apeshit.
Get muted.
Those
All the
double
way back to
support
respawn,
kills
they
were
have to go
so
now all
clutch.
the way through the span pressure of a torch and an Ultron. Crisis is going to be
Without
able to
those,
block
they
range
lose
of
that
Ultron.
point
They have
easy.
absolutely no time at all. As Noxa has his ultimate, Insomnia have no choice but to utilize better blowboards aggressively, but Jerky now Supernova
get
gets a
Will.
free end.
Isolation here onto Saint-Tomoto could be
Oh, this looks like a
punished.
big
It
ult.
could be brutal as well, but at the moment
Oh, they're
you're
just all in this
focusing
fucking corner,
on
dude.
The dance of the butterflies, multiple players dragged into one position.
How is Wolver
They
still
share the
alive?
damage,
What?
yeah. They democratize
Dude,
the death,
Pin
but when
kept
it
Wolver
comes to
alive for
sticking to
so
the world of
long.
the living, for now, Wolver's managing to just about hang on via the 170
Yeah,
HP
this is a
that
give-up
remains.
angle.
Can go back to the Loki. Seems like a recontest
He's gonna
on
jump
the
off.
cards, though. Ratatoska is freed from the grasp of Dracula, and Insomnia moved to second.
Jerky tried to use Supernova in that fight as well, so now Lone don't have it for this
Ooh,
next
that is a
fight,
big
which means that
cooldown.
we don't have anything really good to combo off of either Strangling Prison or Psionic Seduction. It's gonna
maybe
be Rage of
Crisis on the
Ultron, but that
Ultron
does so little damage
can
in
duo with
comparison to the
Wolver
heat
here.
that Torch can bring. Insomnia
Oh, they're
still,
going
though,
behind.
don't have
Oh,
the
watch this. They're
distance.
going
They
behind
haven't
them.
got Demon or Nocta directly
This
on
is
top of
so
one of Lone's
cool.
players. That means we've got poke and a fastball to avoid.
Oh, he gets
Big grab
Jerky.
there onto Jerky.
But look
However,
at their
the peel
positioning,
comes through
guys.
from
Like,
Flying Clone. Great use of a
they're
force
behind
resist.
the
And now
point.
Damon gets mind controlled in their own
It might not
right.
work.
Still
They
Forever
might
not
have
gonna
fucked
be
themselves a
there.
little
The
because
Carbon
this
Crush
point
of
is
the
moving
Forever
forward
could be
the
everything.
entire
Gonski
time.
forced to pop out the fate of both worlds.
Oh, Forever goes over the top.
Three-player stun. Crisis,
That's
Flying Clone,
huge.
and Wolver
The Invis
all
does
forced
come
to
out.
watch helplessly as it's Crisis who's the first to fall. But Lurkin on the other side has been traded out of the
Oh,
invisible
Demon.
boundary and into the fire. Damon delivers.
Demon's
on the
woken
back
up.
of the last stand.
Oh, that was such a good last stand too. Pinning them against the cart so that
Yeah, the triple
potentially they
flyer
have to
is
jump over that to just
a
enter
bit
back
ridiculous.
into the
Even
Invis
double flyer.
boundary.
Just this
Coming on through
Ultron
from
torch
Lone9's
is
backline.
incredibly
They'll be
annoying.
able to find the picks off of the back of that one. Nox has also got Dance of the Butterflies, which means that Lone9 are going to be forced to stack, but that means
Oh.
that they stack directly into this Wolverine. Just getting to play around the corner.
They're gonna
and
go
get
for it again.
fastballing in yet again.
Taking to the skies, Jerky. Playing a very reserved position once again. It's Pine
Oh,
Clone.
gets Wolver, though, again.
To try and help out Wolver here. So instead it's
Supernova
going to
over
be
the top.
regeneration domain used over by Gonski to try and keep that Groot in play for now. Just a rear guard coming through from all of the damage of a human.
Ultron
torch
needs to go
Crisis.
big here.
Now it's his moment to shine. The rage of Ultron
Just
is
feels
putting
like
out
they
a
got
good amount of
nothing
damage. It's
left.
gonna be focusing
They've
on
used
Ultron
everything.
ability. Forever tries to intercede
Jerky
on
does
behalf
get
of their
Loki,
team.
which is
Relaxing
big.
Sky taking out from
Nocta.
the back. And finally, Nocta manages to deliver.
Oh, Nocta just gets pinned.
Oh my goodness, exactly where they spawned.
There's no follow-up to that Groot ult.
But the unbreakable guard, the indestructible play
They just
from
feel like
Wolf was
they
all
lack a bit
needed.
of
Cost
damage.
needs to be taken
I don't
off
know,
of this
they
zone.
lack,
So risky for Forever. That's going to be the stun. Exactly
nice
what was needed.
finish there
Two
from
strategists.
Forever.
Their souls are purged by the Sorceress
They feel
Supreme.
like they lack a
Insomnia
little bit of
GG
damage, don't
3
they?
minutes for third.
Yeah, really good unbreakable bubble as well, coming out from Paso just to guarantee that.
And there we go, the switch back to the Storm. I think they've identified the same thing.
And come on for with the Maelstrom of Madness, all of the damage follow-up that you need. No duelists required.
They need a way to burst through these, like this Luna and Loki turning into the Luna, because otherwise it's like 24 seconds of just, you can't do anything. So I think this is a good change.
To keep the momentum on their side.
Okay, already the buildings have reformed, forming the drawbridge through which they must travel. And fighting up this incline is not very easy to do. You can see already there's a critical mark.
Crisis gets a nice pick on Nocturne in the 1v1.
In the duel. Password is down as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice little... Oh my god, Crisis, what? Okay, Crisis just got 5k.
They've only got 2 minutes left, and that can
well done, Jerky, for stealing that one. Good stuff. That was huge from Crisis, holy shit.
Make this fight loss painfully slow to deal with.
This is such a hard ramp to get up as well.
20 seconds.
They've nearly got all 6 ults for L9. This is going to be such a hard push for Insomnia.
Franklin's going to have force physics up again. Forever's going to have to really keep a track of that cooldown to make sure that this
Wolver needs their ult.
Just bubbles them all in and plays havoc in the backline.
Oh, the damage could be brutal here.
Okay, there's a couple of them gone. Wolver's about to pop. Watch out for this. There goes the Lunar ult. Wolver's gonna go. Jerky's going as well. Here we go. And it's just immediately gone. I mean, what do you do? You literally cannot do anything as Insomnia against this. It's just done. They're gonna have to go now with Lurkin's ult. Knowing that all of those are down, they're gonna have to go now with Lurkin and Nocta and Forever over to finish this. And it is gonna be the last fight, so oh, Crisis gets Nocta. Oh, that's real bad. That's real bad for Insomnia. That was one of the ults.
Cannot be understated. This is what happens when you manage to save the Emma Frost in your ban phase.
Here we go. They're going to move themselves up the ramp with this. But watch Crisis. Huge push. Huge push. This Lunar ult is down. Watch Crisis. Demon gets 2. Demon gets 1. Okay, they actually did really well. Crisis might be able to pull this, but it doesn't look like it. Oh, they used it as well. That's bad. Oh, that's real bad. Oh. Okay, they do get to 3, but... Oh, mama.
It took a while
we
for
got
them
a game.
to figure out a strategy, given the fact that the Wolverine was fully thwarted.
No, we have not seen triple DPS really at all, Kel.
Coming on through with things like Bell, and then also just
very rarely.
Solo Vanguard, so that the Wolverine had so little
for the most part, it's been either traditional 2-2-2 or a 2-1-3.
Making sure that the flyers were kept nice and safe, secure up in that sky.
With the triple supports, we haven't really seen a 1-3-2 much.
Though, so not a whole lot of time in the bank for this team, and it did take them a painful amount of time to secure A in comparison to low 9.
Yeah, we took their time with that one. Really had to cook it up. I'll just get other changes.
Wow, they're gonna run a triple Vanguard.
Currently hovering a bunch of
on Insomnia.
Spawn. So
honestly, I wouldn't mind it. Like,
it.
if they're on the defense.
This is why you're really thankful that you banned out the Adam. I will say, like, Adam in fights like these, where you just have immediate access to Soul Bond and a full just self-revive, is crazy in that brawl phase.
We see triple tank quite often.
Yeah, I think Password's just going to be
sorry, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, we see triple tank quite often, especially on Midtown.
The strange portal, that's going to be a whole 10 seconds that Wolver's been able to secure
Good
for
stall.
his team. 10 seconds that Insomnia don't have access to a single bit of damage, so no ultimates built up either from taking damage or generating.
All right, yep, that's a third of a time bank gone.
Already gone. Goddamn.
If you're Insomnia, how do you deal with this? Well, they think that the answer is going to be outward sustainability. Demon, it's not on the Wolverine, he's on the Ultron.
Yeah, they're going triple support.
Jerky out of the sky, but the Pyro Prison's just making it really rough for Forever to take an approach.
I actually don't mind that approach because, like,
find a single bit of space.
On this backline,
sorry, because Ultron can like stay above the fire tornadoes. They've got them in this corner though. This is real bad for L9. This is real bad.
That's going to be a second tick granted. This is already a great win condition.
Wow. How have they done that? Early pick on Crisis, and then
you can't take a fight against a Captain America in a small hole.
It looks like they're gonna try and hold him here.
Captain America in the open when there's no team to help him. Passero is already down, and it's going to be an early God of Mischief from Gonski. Aggressive fate of both worlds so they can
Jerky gets cat, that might be all she wrote. Nocta is behind them, but yeah, it's one by one.
Early fate of both worlds from the God of Mischief is so strong. Damon just going to be taken down amidst all of this. What performance
nice stall
from the low 9 backline. Gonski and Pineclone just have supremacy in ult generation, because even while low 9 were losing, they
really nice. They do get the point though. This is a big thing. This is a big thing.
So much work, and then
I think we might see triple Vanguard from Insomnia.
But there was no Psylocke follow-up with the Captain America.
It's all or nothing.
So all Password was actually doing was generating Gonski.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see a triple Vanguard out here.
They then get to utilize aggressively. When Insomnia have players split, players who have to stay.
I mean, here's the thing for Insomnia, right? They can just run this. They can run this Storm torch. They've got 2 minutes to build up this ult, right? We're probably going to see a TP stall, but let's say like 2 minutes to build up those ultimates on each and just run over the fight. So like, this is really hard for Insomnia, I think.
The Firestorm has been just so valuable so far. The Flaming Hurricane, yet to see a good answer for Insomnia. And I don't know.
I mean, what is the answer? Like, what do you do?
Try and help with Damon's ultimate. You can try and burst through the Storm herself using the Rage of Ultron, as its damage output is considerable.
But it's no final judgment from a Punisher. And also, it's one-sided Storm at the moment, which means that the second that Goddess boost comes out from Lone
I honestly don't know what you do here as Insomnia.
That they can deal with.
I think the only thing you can hope for is like a timing to try and take out one of the duo.
Nocta needs to keep these flyers out of
like if Nocta can get a timing on the Storm or something, then maybe. But if they're able to double ult, I don't know how they deal. I think they just die.
Yeah, they've seen enough already. Jerky falling low. Damon has to be very careful. Rotating around.
Moon would do nothing here.
Does have the Luna care at the moment.
Moon would just get sent on by Jerky.
Demon.
Or Wolver, either one.
50% that first Rage of Ultron should be able to hit the ultimates far faster than Low 9, given that Ultron released later in the year, so didn't get hit by the energy spike rate that all of the strategists went through, as Noctis is trying to build up this Dance of the Butterflies as quickly as possible.
Going on to Gonski, force out the regen domain. That's a big thing to grab.
Oh no. Jerky with a really nice read.
Now you can see that Wolver's falling super low.
That's a really nice read.
But just has to raise up their shield and dive back down into the regen domain that waited below.
Pineclone's gonna have him fist boundary. Damon tries to just stop the momentum, but he's going lower and lower. The selfie reported to Ultron.
He's stuck in his back with Jerky. He's dead. He's dead. Jerky just fucking claps him in the back. Does get traded. This is big. That's their win condition right here. Jerky and Wolver, and Jerky is really far behind the curve for the ult. So that's actually a really nice kill from Nocta.
If you can try and stagger them somehow, that could be everything.
I think Crisis needs to pop here and try and bait out as much as they can.
Already used their ultimate,
because your win condition is Jerky and Wolver.
Jerky to do it aggressively with 30 seconds remaining. They know their win condition. You just cannot lose Wolver.
Here we go. Jerky's building. He's getting closer. Watch this. We are just going to mega pop right now. Here we go. Jerky goes through! Oh, that's so big. That's exactly what we talked about. Oh, Wolver still gets it, though. Oh, Nocta, though. Nocta nearly fucking clutched that with an insane timing on Jerky. The 1% play, and they nearly get it done. But they can still win it, guys. They can still win it. Huge Agamotto.
Nothing gained from the eye of Agamotto, blocked out there.
Ignore me. It was a bad Agamotto. Oh no, Jerky gets passy. Knocked against Wolver again, though. Crisis gets relaxed. Oh, Crisis just popped off, though. Oh, Crisis just popped. Oh, they actually do it. L9. Woo! Oh my god.
What a play coming on for Gonski as well, being able to build up the God of Mischief and actually complete the animation.
Dude, there are so many tiny moments there for them to win. That easily could have gone either way. Easily gone either way.
Sustainability options have been exhausted from the side of Insomnia. But this is such a close series between the two.
Yeah, this could have literally gone either way. The stats don't look like it. The stats look really heavily favored in
if they try and play off of the Wolverine, they can pivot into this. But likewise, so too have Insomnia done their homework. If the Wolverine
fucking brain.
Out, then we can
Where's my brain gone?
Like
team. Low 9. Fucking hell, my brain just stopped.
So much versatility from all of these players on all of the teams.
I mean, Senomoto Glaze Hours.
I do really like L9's idea, though, for this map. It was a really good strat that they pulled out for this. And I don't say that lightly. I actually think Storm's been really underwhelming in this tournament so far. But if you're going to give them both, this is a really solid idea.
So it was not going to be down to the Invisible Woman of Pinecone to shut that one down. Just must have been a shield placement of all time. The shield placement of all time from Senomoto.
Yeah, Saint-Amoto very much impressing on the Vanguard, placing Emma's shield, especially in moments of panic, very hard to be able to do if you misclick.
Oh, was that what happened with the Agamotto?
Is
it just an Emma shield?
Somewhere else. There is a cooldown attached to
it's hard to see when there's that much shit going on to see an Emma shield.
Getting some value on the Wolverine, but the Soul Drain is coming on through from Crisis very quickly put a stop to the shenanigans.
Okay.
A lot of the time,
Kel, that would have been amazing if L9 would have lost.
Put a shutdown to the wolf, but I love the adaptation.
But they won.
Of just, we've got Soul Drainer. We can use it very similarly to Force Physics.
You should have saved that. You should have used that in the first game. Or saved it for another one.
Honestly,
I appreciate the effort.
Being able to pivot over onto a Storm and get so much value as well.
I appreciate the effort.
Worthy of so much respect.
Guys, listen, this is going to be such a long day, man.
Team as well as my curtains go crazy back there. I don't mind the wind.
Just remember, these are all best of fives, right? We're not even done with the second one, and it's already 5.
Competition. Just because they had all the skills to back it
We've been going
up.
3 hours already, and we've only done one series and half and like a third of another one.
Demons started to get some real value, and I really appreciate the high IQ approach we're seeing from Low 9.
Yeah, and I like as well the fact that they banned out the Adam Warlock too, because if you want to make flyers work, Adam Warlock does not need to be in the picture.
Yeah, looking for that second phase of a fight after the Karmic Rebirth, not ideal for the Storm and the Johnny, so really managing to nip that one in the bud.
Okay.
However, map number 3 is going to be coming up. It's going to be Insomnia's pick, and it's
spicy
going to be
1-1
after this break.
This is going to be a close series, I think. Both teams pulling some shit out right now. We have got ourselves a series.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you.
I don't like this Moon Knight skin. No. Dusty went out. Dusty went out well early in the. Yeah, they went out first round. They lost both first round games in the group, so. Yeah, unfortunately they got wrecked, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. We have got some banger games to come, by the way. So we're currently on Insomnia L9. These are the lower brackets. We give this a little refresh because Peps are moving forward. Avia out. Zero Tenacity Rad. That is going to be a fucking banger. BBP Virtus Pro. That is going to be another fucking banger. These two upper bracket semis are going to be sick, dude. It's going to be so good. So this isn't even the best series of the day. AllQ. AllQ did well. Well, they did okay. Oh, never mind. They didn't do that well. They won. They lost to Rad in the first game. Lost in the lower bracket quarters to Team Peps. Fun team to watch though, AllQ. For sure. Yeah, we got some great series. Who's playing tonight? So tonight in the Americas, we're not watching the Americas tonight, by the way, guys. We will catch up with the Americas tomorrow. It's just too much for me to do in one day. So Sunday's a bit of an easier day because it's only a best of 5 and a best of 7 for each. Whereas today's 4 best of 5s for each. So, I'm taking it a bit easy tonight. So, Techie Sentinels, I kind of expect Sentinels to watch this a little bit. Although, I didn't see Techie yesterday, so apparently all of these are really good games. FlyQuest MV, Shroud Nemesis, rematch.
In our elimination match marks.
I think that's a crazy rematch, actually. Shroud Nemesis.
Just as much as a Wolverine locked up by a Hella
yeah,
Soldier,
Nemesis fucking walked them in the low bracket quarters. So this is, and they faced already in the upper bracket semis when Nemesis won again. So Shroud X, Nemesis have kind of got their number.
Do they try and just brute force this Wolverine?
So these are the games tonight. We'll see how they go. And then we'll catch up with it tomorrow where we're going to do... Tomorrow will be the low bracket semis.
Pivot Demon over to something like the Punisher, which I feel would be a much better avenue of choice.
No, it'll be the lower bracket quarters, the lower bracket semi, and the upper bracket final as well. Will be tomorrow.
Here. So it feels like Jerky's beginning a lot of value off that anyway. And Crisis, I think, has more pivots.
What are you having for lunch,
when you
Jazz?
try and ban out the Hela, although it has been a real pain to deal with that Soul Drainer. It's just, oh, okay, once again, we are going to be making sure that Gonski cannot get access to the Hela. The Hela of a Loki, the other Asgardian.
Yeah, no God of Mischief this time around. Insomnia, I'm not surprised that they don't prioritize the Wolverine save this time around. It's going to be the Emma Frost instead.
Emma save.
It's going to be a Racco that they decide to take. This is
Loki Prio, no surprise there. Probably a mag save here from Low 9, I would imagine. For Wolver, there we go. Now here's where it gets a little spicy. Do they look to take out the torch? Because this is a Racco.
Yeah. However,
Arako is a very good torch map, but they're going to do the Punisher Prio. Maybe both.
Okay. Insomnia are going to ban out Crisis. I mean, I'd be scared.
Well, what do you do as L9? Do you take out the Punisher? Do you take out the...
Leave that hell
do you take out the Cloak, the Wolverine?
Against Loki Luna,
they're going to take out the Wolverine against Demon. Makes sense. This is also a really good Wolverine map. There's a lot of like little corridors and stuff.
Constrain Damon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised though that
I think they just saved Torch here, right?
I mean, although we did state Arako is one.
Do you not just save Torch here?
It is hard for the Hela to find fights against the Wolf on this one too, because you can literally just.
Oh, they're gonna go double tank Cryo with the Wolverine out. Oh, this is tough to play into if you're Insomnia.
Okay, so here's where
I'm assuming they're gonna look for like a cap here for Passy
and have an unfair
and try and go with some kind of like
gradient.
dive option.
Question is,
probably like
Human Torch. Get rid of that.
probably the cap.
That makes sense. Don't
Psylocke
want to any more of those potential firestorm shenanigans.
I don't see why Nocta would want to change off that.
Angles on Arako as well, where you
And they're
can
gonna
just
save the
fly
ad.
above the door frame. And
Sorry, I'm
damage
rearranging my
variety of
furniture
the
under my
team being
desk
able
right
to
now.
see you is, I do like the fact that Insomnia actually went for the save on the Adam, but this does leave
Small bag of chili cheese Fritos.
The
I don't even know what that is.
viable as a band
Does not
still
sound
on the side of
like something I would like.
Punisher doesn't make it through for either side.
Okay, so Punisher ban on both.
I mean, how many times do I have to see the Adam Warlock succeed before I stop being an Adam Warlock?
By the way, guys, for anyone just chilling and watching the stream for drops, please feel free to just lurk away. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying the stream
from the side of Insomnia
and enjoying my commentary. It's lovely to have you all.
Which is going to make it a little bit harder for the Starlord to be able to find that level of value, as you're not going to be.
We have a lot of great games today, so you're definitely going to have your 6 hours to get your drops. Don't you worry.
Stellar shift, the right click on the Starlord that is afforded iPhones, not the.
All right, let's have a look at what they go for.
All right, Arako, this is
Mag Emma Tank really that scary? As a duo, yes.
As many hours scrimming.
Aside from being the two best kind of frontline tanks, or the two best tanks in the game right now, arguably, they also have a team up together, so Emma will give Mag a really nice team up option, which just increases his power even more. So Wolver is a monster of a Mag, so this is very scary to play into. If you are Insomnia. But they are going for the full res comp, so we see Nocta, Relaxing, and Demon going for this full res comp. Adam, Mantis, Starlord. For any of you who may be newer to Rivals and are not sure what we're talking about, there is a team up with Adam Warlock, Mantis, and Starlord, where they get a resurrection. So if they die, they can res themselves, so they can come back into the fight very quickly, on a cooldown, of course. So it's pretty overwhelming numbers to try and deal with when you take these fights against this kind of comp.
Couldn't get to a teleporter in time to disengage. Damon getting these constant damage boosts. I was worried about the output, but you know what? Damon's got that aim. Used to be a bit of a hella player. Got the hit scan in him. Does also
nice kidnap.
In him from behind. Should be able to disengage though.
Yeah,
L9 are doing a really good job though. So what you want to do with the res comp, if you guys ever play into it in your ranked games and stuff, because it can be really difficult. What you need to do, especially at this kind of level, as we see Demon go for the ult, but really nice cloak ult down to stop that completely. So what you need to do is you need to try and get pickoffs on the Adam, Mantis, or Starlord. Force out that res cooldown. We've seen that from the Mantis right now. She just resed herself. Put that on cooldown, then take the big fight, because then they don't have the numbers advantage nearly as much. And there goes the res. But Crisis is already there. And there everybody comes back in. Crisis doesn't have the reset. Oh no, he does. Apologies. Oh, Patsy in his back though. This cap is monstrous. And this is why the res comp is so hard, right, to play into. So you see what happened there is L9 popped a lot of ults and a lot of resources to try and win that team fight. They get a bunch of picks. How has Demon got another ult? What? That's crazy. What? Oh my god, they're just walking them, dude. They're fucking walking them.
Demon as well gets so much value just from the terrain.
Yeah.
The map geometry.
So yeah, sorry. What you saw there is so low 9 pop everything they can to try and win the fight. They get a bunch of picks, but then Adam just walks backwards, uses his ultimate to res everybody straight back up, and then you've got no more resources left, and Insomnia can then just walk over the fight by sheer numbers. This is why this comp is so oppressive.
And decides that he's just going to play on off angle and look at the Vanguards instead.
Yep, just try and farm that Galactic Legend off of the Vanguards. Use to shut down Gonski later.
I think Starlord is really still an S tier DPS. I think people are underestimating him a lot. If I didn't hate this guy so much, I would play him in the current meta because I think he's really strong in the current meta. But I despise him as a concept.
Relaxing Sky elsewhere, just gonna have to try and live off the back of self-inspiration.
Yeah, there goes the Emerald, but look, they're all hidden behind the back. Demon's got good position if he can get the finishes, but they back out really nicely. Like, Demon's had 3 ults now. Has he even got a kill from it? I don't know if he's even got a kill from any of these ults. I mean, L9 are cycling so well, though, to stay alive. Like, honestly. It's so hard to do and play into this kind of comp, but they are cycling so well.
They're going to be running on fumes and mechanics, but guess what? A fully charged Emma can do so much damage in the midst of all.
Rage of Ultron.
Oh, the Rage of Ultron is coming up so fast.
Look at Demon. This damage on the tanks is absurd.
For forever. The Aegis does not last long against the amount of damage that's being brought on.
Wolver finally gets knocked a bit. Here goes the reses. Watch out for it. He doesn't have ult. This is actually really nice from L9. The tanks just push forward and get the kills.
This Rage of Ultron comes up so
That's actually really nice. I like this Ultron switch as well. I do. I don't think Ultron is very good into Starlord as a 1v1. But playing for ults is working.
But Pineclone has the ultimate invis boundary to be able to heal everyone else from low 9 through it. Does mean that Demon could potentially come through with a 3 Galactic Legend afterwards, but if you wait,
yeah, I mean, Demon's just creating so much pressure. And he keeps forcing these cloak ults from Gonski. So watch what happens now. Pin's still got theirs, which is big. But they're probably going to look to pop in a minute. Nocta's got the res as well. So if you're L9, you don't really want to commit too much here.
There goes Psionic Seduction coming on through from both sides, but Insomnia have the lead in terms of sustain.
Oh, Crisis gets knocked. That's a big pick. It's going to force the self-res. There's the self-res. And here goes Starlord.
All right, Jerky putting down so much healing here, just trying to keep Pineclone in the midst of all of it.
Oh, but they've seen that. Wait. Oh, I fucking tripped out. I thought it was over. Nocta reses. Ignore me. But here we go. Like, this is the overwhelm, right? You've got no resources left in the tank. They're just going to overwhelm you with sheer numbers. They're still holding on really nicely. Mantis pops as well. They're going to run them down. But look at these tanks staying alive. What? Like, how are they alive? This Mag Emma is causing so many issues for this lineup. Relaxing goes down. There's Relaxing self-res. Only Demon with the self-res left. No ult either. They're making it work. Crisis is getting these picks after picks after picks. Gonski's gone as well. Jerky getting it done. They are making it work, L9. Oh my god.
That was
L9. Dude, Jerky just like...
That is Insomnia. I just need you all
I don't know, these
understand,
ults just never stop.
That was Invis Boundary and Rage of Ultron, both charged up in the space of an entire Eternal Bond. Coming on through from Gonski. I mean, Invis primary does have Pierce. All of those players are stacked on top of each other, and Ultron is healing everybody too.
Dude, Gonski on point. Crisis with these picks on this Hela is on point, dude.
That quickly in a fight, just taking full
and Saint and Wolver, like, I don't know how Gonski and Pinklone are keeping these tanks up, but Wolver and Saint, like, Hello?
They find a comp, Harry.
That wasn't me.
I can't believe
Okay.
I'm saying this.
Yeah,
has
Wolverine Saint on this
more
tank duo
long-term
are just going
sustain
crazy, dude.
than res comp.
30 seconds before you attack.
I mean, the problem is it really feels like the res comp is a little bit toothless at the moment.
Yeah.
They're just doing no damage, really. Like, forever, second most damage on the Emma, of course. Have a quick look at the stats here. Yeah, Damon's pushing out the damage. But it's not that.
21k damage.
0 final blows, by the way. It's mostly just aesthetic damage. It's kind of just feeding strategist ultimates at the moment.
I suppose that's maybe what it was. It's just feeding strat ults.
Potentially you get a pick from a Galactic Legends.
Hi, Steven. I'm good. How are you, buddy?
Or just the triple strategist.
All right, let's see if L9 can do the same on the push. Wolver's changed to this group, which is not a terrible idea. Because they banned out the Wolverine for Insomnia, so you know that you're not gonna have to deal with that as the group, right? That's the big one.
But a little bit more potential to find those final blows off the back of some devious dives. Jerky is not going to lose
Jerky
their
having a
passive
little
off the back
poke.
of this, thankfully, but Wolver's just getting continuously harassed by Damon. Still, this is where the Rescom can really try and get its legs under it. Like you said, sustainability, it's a lot more valuable on the defense when you just want to...
All right, here goes Demon over the top. The invisible. Look at Jerky. I think he wanted, I think he was looking for Demon there for sure.
Yeah, but that's
Demon gets Wolver. That's big.
Lurkin's gonna have a turn on
1 for 1. Pinklon gets Passy.
Soldier can hook him out of the AoE of his ultimate. As I think someone
oh, the kick off the map though was disgusting. And then Jerky does the same thing.
Thanks to the kick coming on from St.
They've got overwhelming numbers though. This is where the Rescom comes in, right? Terracate.
My work is done, so I will be leaving. And seeing that it's on a bomb, like, yep, well, we're good.
Nocta should be able to get Soul Bond back.
Nice hold from Insomnia.
And as long as they're stacked, they will be able to mitigate the Winter Soldier's
Oh, that's a big pick. Gonski gets Passy though. That's a big pick. No cap. Jerky in the back. Gets Lurkin. Oh, Crisis just walking over it.
And deprived of a potential point A hold.
I like this.
I don't think they're going to try and
I like this DPS focus. The Wolverine and the Winter Soldier is making Passy's life so difficult on this cap, and I really like it. Because like Passy's trying to go in this backline, right, and get Gonski and Pin, but then Crisis is sitting on them and making sure that he's there ready to burn Crisis down if he goes for it. So I really like that. I really like what they're doing.
Crisis just pushing out so much damage here. You've really got to worry about the resets onto those low HP Resurrection members when you're going with a Karmic Revival.
They've got the combo as well. They've got the group combo with Winter Soldier over the top. This could be massive. Gets an early pick on Relaxing. Here goes Supernova. Oh, he gets him out the sky though. Oh, Gonski with this fucking cloak ult is so clutch, dude. We don't talk about the supports a lot, but Gonski is smurfing this game on Cloak and Dagger.
It's going to get mind controlled here. Don't know if the follow-up's really going to be there, though, with that primary damage dealer down in the form of the Human Torch. Password is getting aggressive.
Passy's trying to get in their back.
Forward onto the group allows for an easy follow-up, and now you've managed to find the hostage of Gonski.
Nice pushback from Insomnia. Nice pushback.
Crisis wasn't able to find the angle nor the space for the Kraken.
This is all L9 momentum though. They have not got much distance to go.
As well as Demon now off of the torch goes on to the Bucky themselves. The Wolverine and the group both being good targets for that bionic hook.
Any of them grabbed could prove fatal. Can hear it.
Lurking nearly with the cloak ult. That could be really big. Because Crisis is still holding this one.
Invisible boundary already used that isolates the Emma Frost. Has to use her carbon crush simply to escape. And the same for Pasua.
Nice hook attempt.
But now Low 9, they are in one fight territory at this moment. The Carling
Nocta goes down, but they're gonna res.
Nocta. Don't know if there's gonna be a quick reset coming on through. Falling.
Self-res is down though. If they can get Nocta again, that's it.
Jerky doesn't get anything off the back of that berserk though. Damon comes back on the Winter
Oh,
Soldier.
just gets run at though. Nah, this is all L9. L9 all day, dude. This is all L9 all day. I don't think... Like, listen, we've been talking about the tank prior, right? And I get it. But you cannot give them Emma and Mag. Like, this is so wild that they've just accepted it to give them this. Oh, nice pick from Relaxing.
Perfect pick onto Gonski. All the healing is down at this point. They are just staggering.
I mean,
Jerky.
nice.
We'll give over a little bit of extra
Well
ultimate
done
charge
to,
ability.
like,
The last stand's already good to go. Low 9
keep
now
on
have
with that.
minutes to try and roll through this, but Insomnia, they're all
Welcome back,
out
Gabe.
of second chances. There's no more portal.
Did you get some food?
No more portal, but they do still
Much
have
loves,
the second
Cal.
chance
I
provided
appreciate
by
you. I hope
Karmic
you enjoyed.
Revival. The problem is that if they're all being resurrected off of point, Low 9 can just put 3 players on objective and get it immediately.
Insomnia could actually hold
So
this
Rory
with
was
the
going
Nocta
to
res
need
for
to
sure, by the
be
way.
Addressed.
They can
The last
definitely
stand
hold
can
this.
force
This
the
is still
position here
anybody's
of
game.
Insomnia, and you can see they're already giving the Wolverine all the respect that he deserves. Sonic Seduction already used. You want to try and grab Jerky here. Disengagement.
Nice invis to keep everyone up on that backside. Insomnia are looking down the barrel of a lot of ultimates though, and it's hard firing up this ramp.
Relaxing Sky with the Soul Resurgence. Speed boost everybody forward, saying, hey, you know,
Forever trying to take out Gonski doesn't finish them off. Okay, they have just popped everything, but Christ is over the top with the Groot ult. Here comes the reses. Can they sustain through it? There we go. Gonski with a clutch ult again. And they've got no res. Insomnia are they're out of resources. But so are L9. Pinclone's about to get an invis ult. It's a 1-for-1. Crisis is gone, but so's Cat. Oh, Jerky gets knocked though. That's so big. They're getting the picks. Oh, but here come the reses. Double res. Crisis getting the picks. Pin getting the pick as well, though. Demon. Here comes Demon. He gets one. Can he keep going? He's going to get Wolver as well. He gets Wolver. Oh, my God. Has Demon just clutched this the fuck out? There's the Eye of Agamotto. Crisis over the top, though. Oh, my God. They're doing it. Crisis. They changed the Iron Fist of all things, and Crisis clutches it the fuck out with an insane finish on that Psylocke. Holy. Demon tried. That was so close.
Gets to come on through.
Oh my God.
Teleport, which is barred.
What an unreal Agamotto to save that. Holy shit.
And it almost looks like it's going the other way.
Insane strange switch.
Demons, Kraken Infectors sounding off in the distance.
Sorry, I didn't just mean to press my add button. I'm so sorry.
Attached to the reset jump to dodge out of the Eye of Agamotto coming through from Jerky.
Sorry, guys. I accidentally pressed it. Sorry.
To his 2 teammates.
It's only 30 seconds.
Finally, Low 9 are able to finish off the fight, but
oh my
goodness,
God.
both of those teams
I want to
be
see that
able
end
to
fight
keep
again.
it
That was
coordinated
wild.
for as long as it did. Especially given
What do you
the
think of
fact
the rumors
that
of
Low 9,
Mag
as we've
Witch
talked
team
about
up returning?
continuously, was a team that was put together at the last possible minute. It is a huge bout of a that they should be accepted.
I don't like it.
To be able to continue that overtime as long as they did without losing track of focus.
Unreal. And well, now match point for Low 9. They could knock out Insomnia. I mean, all of us predicted that Insomnia would be winning this one.
Yeah, I thought Insomnia were going to kind of roll this, but
stocks were
L9.
high, Marks. Coming out of our group stage, we thought that Insomnia could be this dark horse.
Dude, this is so crazy. Demon nearly fucking soloed this.
But I've got my doubts about the Adam comp. I'm not gonna lie. I really think that they need to pivot into this Punisher.
He nearly clutches this out, right?
I really want to see the Punisher
they stall, and then this Agamotto right here.
We're seeing that the Wolverine's not getting the value.
Insanity.
The Adam comp as well. Low 9 have been able to figure out okay without Magneto.
I don't like it. I don't think they should bring it back, to be honest. I don't think they should bring it back.
As long as we make sure to play around natural terrain, the Atom also isn't getting any space
only because
to be able to try and one-tap squishes because no one is ego peeking.
I think Mag is already in a... I would expect Magnus to come out. Mag is already like a ridiculous hero. Really I think giving him that option, he's already got a nice team up with the Emma, but giving him that option back would just make him unstoppable. Like, he would be a must pick. It kind of, it would, if they don't, so let's say, for example, they keep Mag as is, and then they just give him that back.
Oh, well. It seems like Low9 might be stronger than any of our scanners detected. We'll see exactly
it then becomes a case of if you don't pick Mag in high level, you're throwing. You know what I mean? And it just makes it a must pick. And I don't really like when games do that. I think at the moment, yes, Mag is really strong and Emma's really strong, but there's a little more flexibility in the tank pool, particularly. And playing tank right now kind of fucking sucks in general. They need to do something about my boy here, though. They need to do something with Thor. I'm still maintaining that I think Thor is really good, dude. And I would love to see a triple Vanguard comp with Thor. Because I actually think if you think of Thor as a tanky DPS and a backline disruptor, I think he's so good. I win so many games because of it. But I understand why high-level teams are not running him. He has no front line. So, like... yeah. He would also be quite interesting, I think, in a 3-3 comp. If you do a 3-3, triple support, triple Vanguard, but one of them is Thor, and you use Thor as more of a DPS angle, I think that could also be super fucking good. Thor's hammer throw needs more damage. So I don't really use the hammer throw as a hammer throw. I use it as a tool to get my awakening back. So you can do a really nice melee weave combo with the hammer that's really fucking fast. So if you do... obviously, I play a lot of Thor, right? So I'm quite passionate about this. But you can do awakening into hammer melee combo, into another awakening, into E melee, into another awakening. So like if you play it right, you can just non-stop pump out insane damage. Like insane. Yes, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. What's up? Hi. Burn, thank you. I appreciate you. Hi, Onzik. Welcome in, everybody. If you haven't been here before, I'm Nick. I play a lot of Marvel Rivals. We are currently watching the Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament. We've been following this from the beginning of the group stages, the last 2 weeks. This is the playoffs, so we've got some crazy games today. So we are watch partying. I also have drops on if you guys are wanting the magic skin. I also have the magic skin drop as well for you guys, so you can just hang out and lurk if you want, and you will be able to get that over the course of the next few hours if you just want to stick and lurk around. Burnt, I appreciate you. Thank you. What were you doing today? If you do want to say hi, though, I'd love to get to know you. So please feel free to jump in and say hi as well.
That means Harry map cycles.
But yeah, welcome in, everyone. It's lovely to have you.
Is potentially
how are you, Hanzik?
Players convergence gets to open up yet again.
Yep, Convergence open again.
Were you
and,
you
know
rivals
that generally
today?
Insomnia's cope map
Ben?
is going to be.
I did see you on
Surface.
earlier.
We have seen
I didn't know
them
if you
play
were
very well on
watch
Spider
partying or
Islands
if you
as
were
well, but I think
playing.
There's
Because
not
I didn't
much
get a
room for
chance to
risks
hop
here.
in before I had to start, but
It's going to be their map pick yet again. But then again, they
we've got an
chose to
intense
go
series
to
going on right
Morocco.
now, guys. So
And,
you have joined in at a good time.
Do amazingly. Like
It's a best of 5. We're in best of 5 series at the moment. If you have no interest in Marvel Rivals, don't worry about it. I get it. We also do a variety day where I'm currently playing Claire Obscure 1 day a week.
I was gonna say, where's
that
that
game
phone
is
ringing? Somebody needs to
awesome.
pick it up because we called it. As it is now going to be Insomnia taking us
But I do
over
play
to
mostly
the side of
Rivals
Symbiotic Surface. However,
at the
I
moment.
do worry. In the past, that Symbiotic Surface players have all
lovely
been
to have
around
you. Welcome in.
shutting down flyers with fastball
I'm
Wolverine.
doing quite poor
1-9
at
have
a
been
week where I
shutting
have
down the
10-hour
Wolverine.
work shifts. That sounds
Alright, pro
disgusting,
gamer maneuver
Honzik,
right
to be
there.
honest.
Taking away Veloki and securing it for
So there's the Loki
themselves.
Prio
Gumsky
for
has been
L9.
having a real
I don't mind
impact
that.
on that Loki. And mixed
Mag ban on both
results for
sides.
the first ban when it comes to
Are they going to
Insomnia.
ban the Emma or are they just going to leave it
Yeah,
and let them
ban
have it?
Facia. Just make
Or do
sure
they
that
ban the
Wolver does not
Punisher?
have
What we on?
access to the Magneto, I
Symbiotic.
think is a good play. And they are going to make sure there's no Loki. We've
Psylocke,
had
maybe?
enough of that meta ban.
Punisher?
Yeah, the
Torch.
Magneto coming out means that the Cloak and Dagger is going to get much easier to maneuver successfully
Yeah,
around each
Demons,
other.
Wolverine,
And
makes sense. They're going to ban
low
this every
9.
time. I'm not
They
surprised.
dealt with the Wolverine, but potentially they don't want to deal with it at all.
I
if they
appreciate you
decide
very
to
much,
ban
though,
it
Ben.
out.
Thank you.
As
Guys,
Insomnia
if any of
feels
my lot,
like,
if you've
oh,
not
no,
been
it
to
is
check
a-
out Burn, please do.
You know, I think that's actually an assist.
Please go show some love.
Me and Adam Warlock hater, thank you.
Drop a cheeky follow.
Well, Insomnia are apparently Punisher haters, as Lone are not going to be able to protect Punisher before that one gets banned out. They'll be able to grab
There's the
up
Emma
the
save.
Emma, though. And Wolverine still
Yeah, I do
being
also
up
do
for grabs for
casting.
Insomnia. Does
I'm not
mean
full
that
casting
Emma
right now.
having
We're just
Diamond
kind of
Bomb
watch
being
partying
able
a
to
little
dodge
bit.
out of it entirely is definitely going to be
But I am a
helpful
caster as well.
to aid Low
On
Nine's
top of
push
playing
into
Rivals.
Insomnia's favorite home grounds.
Wouldn't mind seeing either a torch
There's the
or
torch ban.
or a cloak and dagger ban here. On the side of Insomnia, I think the torch does have a pretty good time.
I
on
mean,
this
we
map.
have
The
seen
last
res
protect,
comp be
surely
really
Punisher
good on
this time.
Symbiotic, so I wonder if they go back to the
both want to
res.
see that Punisher come in. You
but-
have to be anticipating
Bro, just
that
one
Wolf is
frame.
going to
Yeah,
be
it's going to be the
pivoting
Punisher.
to the Groot. There we go. Okay.
I mean, do
It
they?
was
They've already
teased. I
banned the.
worried
Oh,
that
they've
it
already
would
banned the
swap off
Adam.
into
My bad. I
something
didn't
else,
see
but
it.
no, the Punisher
They've already banned the
protection
Adam.
does make it out, which means the Demon's
Um,
going to be able to play that one. They do have the Wolverine to pivot
Do you
to
take
if
out
they
Cloak maybe
really
here
want to
to
but
deal
I
with the
feel like
Punisher Cloak
Punisher's just
team
gonna
up?
be able to find so
I
much
think you
more
ban
value
out
across
Cloak
the
if I'm
board.
them.
Maybe you ban the Wolverine here anyway, because you're count. Oh, okay, yeah, getting rid of the Luna. I forgot
Okay,
that
so
that
they've
one made it
actually
through.
left the Wolverine in for
Yeah,
Demon, which is a
40%
scary
damage boost,
prospect.
unmatched.
I don't know about
This
this one.
Though, because now their Wolverine.
Yeah, it's L9
answer
Honzik,
is
so
no
this is
longer on the table.
playoffs.
They can't roll.
So just to give you
through.
guys a quick indication while they're
Pine
fanning
Clone
around the
is
picks.
very much an invis
This is
main.
currently the groups. This
True,
is currently
Pine
the
Clone's actually
bracket.
been playing out of their mind in this series.
We're gonna be
as well,
playing
it's worth noting. Pine Clone's,
All day
kind of been
tomorrow there's
the big
games, and then
backbone
Sunday is the
for
grand
Low Nine, and
final.
The old generation has been
We're doing the
crazy
lower
from them.
brackets right now, so
Although
this is
I
our
do
current
worry that
series here.
without the Flame
We've got
Tornado with
2
the
upper
Storm,
bracket semi-finals here,
fights against, like,
to
the
play
double Hulk
today,
team-up could be a little bit
and
more
then
difficult.
tomorrow's going to be all
Yeah,
of
I feel like
these,
that's
and then
also
Sunday's going to be
why
these
we
2.
saw them
Oh,
go for
these
the
2.
target ban of the torch, not just because he's a very strong
This is for
duelist in their own right, but if they do want to run
$250,000.
They want to make sure that
I don't know if you can see this
Invis
above
woman
me here.
is not giving
$250,000
more
prize
aid
pool.
to a duelist while also
And
counterplaying
the
your
winner
own.
then goes to...
Yeah. And,
They're calling it
that's
mid-season
another reason why the
finals,
Human Torch ban
but
is
it's
so good here
basically
as
the
well.
equivalent of
Just
MSI
denies a
and
little bit
League.
of free
So
value
the top
from
team
the
from
Pine Clone
each of the
Invisible
5
Woman,
regions
given
then
that
plays
they
on
haven't been so
LAN
successful thus
in an
far
MSI
already.
style
I don't know
format
if Nox is going to be
at
staying
the end of
on the Storm.
July.
We've seen quite a bit of Storm play from Nox
So,
so
a
far, and it
lot
has
to
been
play
a
for.
fairly popular composition.
So this is a
Moon
strategy
Knight?
certain teams do where they portal onto someone and then you have just
Are they
going
gonna
to
just try and quick ult with Moon Knight?
Damage boost.
And you literally just find one person and just take the fight
Or are they
through the
are they
portal
portal
with
spamming with the
all
Moon
of
Knight,
the
I
damage
guess?
burst against the team that has nothing at the beginning this early.
I'm assuming
say
Moon Knight's just going to
invisible for
spam through this.
Remainder of a team just going to be pushing out a bunch of fire. And yeah, that's going to
Okay,
be
they just
forever
give him
taking the
sight.
portal. It's gonna
Wow.
Start already gaining territory.
They just give them sight
on
like
this,
that?
and the Invisible Woman has joined them. Being very careful of the time.
Bert, if you need to
Everyone's
raid and
gonna
run,
make it
please
through
feel
from
free,
the
buddy.
ultimate
I
point right
appreciate
now,
you very,
but
very
this
much.
one,
Thank
Lone
you.
really going to start showing themselves already.
Nocta gets the early pick on Crisis. That's big. This looks good for Insomnia.
Already, by the way.
They've got good position. There's Wolver. Oh, it's done. I think they've already got it. Dude, that's such an early take.
Almost has their feral elite bag, but Damon's just gunning him
Really
down
nice
on the
positioning on the
Punisher.
portal to like back everyone out and give them that initial point. Because that's really fast, dude. 4 minutes on the clock already. You can see Demon already pushing for this high ground, right? Already pressuring. Making sure Wolver can't just sit up here for free. And he's going to have to be careful. This is such an awkward position. And I'll tell you why this is so good if you're new to Rivals. Basically, when they regroup, they're going to come one of two ways. And it's going to be either up top, where he can see, or around the left-hand side at the bottom.
They had previously, which found so much value.
And he's built up an ult already.
Probing at the back line for now, but that means Wolver doesn't have
So
too much help
Gonski's
to
going to
try
pop
and
their
get
Loki ult.
finisher off
Pin's
their
got theirs as
shoulders.
well.
They
There
are
goes the
looking
cloak
at them,
down.
with the eternal bond. Lona just
That's
has
going to
take
let them walk
initiative
forward.
into their own hands. Gonski has to be
Push
careful
Insomnia
there,
back a bit,
out
but
too
look,
early.
they've got a lot of ults after this. This is very scary. Lurking and Demon with this combo is going to be very scary. Nocta over the top as well. Maybe Nocta goes to bait out Pin Clone. Here we go. I don't think there's an end. Oh, they get him. Wait, that's huge. Crisis gets Demon. That's massive, actually. That's unreal that they get that big push, but they still get a couple with the Agamotto. They might still lose this fight from an ult dump with the Storm going over the top as well. No support ults left for this Storm ult. Oh, only gets Pin Clone though. I feel like that should have been a lot more, but on the front line, Gonski and Crisis are holding this down.
Of the gods,
Wow, Jerky keeping everybody up on this Ultron just went crazy, by the way. Huge hold from L9. Insomnia just ult dumped like a motherfucker to try and get that one. This is a really good position for L9 to be in. Gonski's got Loki ult. Insomnia are nowhere near anything. And we see them make the switch to the Hulk Namor.
Crisis. For now, just holding
this is
up
definitely
above,
to do with
doing
Crisis
homework
and
on the
Jerky.
Gamma
These two are a
Monster.
problem
If
at the
they go into a
moment.
reserve state, they can be very
Crisis is just like really free.
Excellent force physics coming through from Pineclone. It's been a lights out
Jerky over the top.
today, and, well,
This like the speed at which Jerky is building these ults is
the lack of
crazy.
heal per second and invis boundary is made up for more than adequately.
It's one of the things
Just
that makes
toolkit
Ultron so strong.
That the invis woman has access to off of her cooldowns. Force physics is one of the most frustrating things for Divinus and Wolverines to play into, and without a Magneto
Oh, I love
there,
Invis. It's my favorite ability in the game.
Getting the Hulk bubble to make sure that he doesn't get grabbed out of his own grabs.
All right, Hulk.
Yeah, Pin Clone, we have not talked about Pin Clone really at all over this series, but they are a ridiculously good Invis.
Already getting themselves up the
Oh, good grab from Hulk. There's the Agamotto, gets the Wolverine mid-dive as well. Wolver. Woo! Dude, L9 look like they got all the momentum, dude. I think this is going to be a 3-1. L9 look really good.
Insomnia won the heal off situation into the invis boundary. That's why they put so much stock into Passivo counter playing and grabbing Jerky out of Rage of Ultron so that Lowline couldn't stack the Rage with the invis boundary and out heal Insomnia. They will have it back this fight around though, and they will be able to overlap that damage with the Dance of the Butterflies. As Nocta's got the Horn of Proteus, but all
there's no like really good combo with Nocta. Maybe the Emerald.
Is it going to work out for them? As that's the Dance of Butterflies are fully mitigated. Too many dance partners.
Where the fuck did Demon just go?
Doesn't stick.
good group up already. However, Damon has used their damage reduction. That feral rage has been expended, and now they will be vulnerable to poke.
Dude, this Ultron is just like untouched up here. There's the combo that I thought they might try. The Emma into the Nocta flop. They do get one though. Saint's down, but they popped a lot for it. Demon still has their ult. There we go. Oh, he misses it though. Oh, that's really bad. They're tilted, man. Insomnia look a little bit tilted.
And just thrown up towards the sky, maybe able to grab Jerky down. Lurkin has plenty of sustainability in the form of the Eternal.
Okay, there goes Demon, gets one.
Delivered when it was needed onto all of those vulnerable players.
Passy going ham on this Hulk.
Quite survive, but raw HPS output isn't there. Gonski's already used their ultimate.
Okay, I think they're winning this.
Second invisible boundary. Yet another roll on through.
But look at the time, man. Oh, they're gonna contest. Wait, they don't want to give it up. They want to try and win this fight here and now. Oh god, Passy is just Jesus Christ. Saint and Jerky though, they get one either side.
However, instantly
this is winnable. This is a huge emerald. Crisis over the top. They've done it. What a fucking hold. What? Dude, L9 looks so good.
And here we go.
Can they touch?
Is it gonna have the time? Is it gonna
No. Dude, L9 looks so good. No worries, Gabe. Much loves.
Password is coming on
crazy
through.
work.
Is world breaking. Is breaking the
Ooh.
entirety of Low9's back line.
I think this is going to be a 3-1.
At the same time, trades are going down.
I think it's going to be a straight 3-1.
To sweep out Lurkin, who was having to play split off from the team. They were all tracking Aya Agamotto. And he actually
so what do you do here if you're Insomnia, right? You've got to push in.
Position so that if Aya Agamotto comes out onto the point, the cloak and dagger is outside of it.
You got to deal with Jerky on this Ultron. So I think that's why Nocta's looking at the Storm to try and fight that aerial battle. Relaxing, going on to the Invis to try and help the Storm with the shields in that 1v1. The Punisher makes sense because I think that's their win condition, right? The win condition is going to have to be this Punisher cloak combo.
Well, Insomnia.
Any of you who are newer to Rivals, because I don't know, there might be some people in here that don't know what I'm talking about. If there is anything you don't understand, by the way, that I'm saying, please just ask. I'm more than happy to explain what I'm talking about. Because I realize I'm talking very fast, and some of you might have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. The Cloak and Dagger ultimate that gets laid on the floor is really good to use the Punisher ult on top of. Because the Punisher ultimate can just kill everybody, and the Cloak can keep him alive during it.
Which Nocta gets the better of.
Yep,
Nocta gets a nice early pick. These double TPs.
So now,
oh, Crisis gets Demon though. This is a push in. Demon gets caught out. This is an easy take. Oh boy, this doesn't look good. Gonski's got one. Yeah, Crisis is running over them with this Psylocke.
Might be ringing a funeral dirge too.
I mean, do you even go for Thing here instead, just to try and deal with Crisis and Jerky? I think you have to.
With how one-sided that fight was.
Psylocke Wolverine? I think you have to go Thing, because I don't know how you play into it otherwise.
And it's going to have to be a high ground hold. And any potential pick that stops Low9's momentum. Otherwise, this could be it over for Insomnia.
Gonski's got an ult already.
This needs to be a Helm's Deep-esque hold. They've called Gondor for aid, but Gondor ain't answering. The Rohan will have to stand alone. Insomnia will have
Price
to
is
stand
building
alone.
so fast as well. 75 already. Nice pick from Demon. That's what they needed.
Maybe an isolated Doctor Strange having just take the jump pad could have been potentially punished by Jerky, but the punishment's coming at the moment.
Is that 15 HP that Jerky just survived on?
I mean,
okay, this is nice from Insomnia. They built up a good amount of ults. They can do some nice bait and switch here.
Jerky's just using his passive to make sure that free bodies are on the payload and it's picking up
if I was Insomnia, I would use Nocta's ult right now to bait out the ultimates, or at least bait out Gonski.
of Insomnia can just
Gonski's going to
back
drop it
off,
anyway.
understanding
That's
that
one
Gonski's
down.
gonna run out in a matter of moments, but if they back out,
There
they
goes
give up
Lurking
all
on the other side.
progression, and Crisis is
Demon's
already
not going for it, though.
flanking all the
I don't
way
know if I
around
agree
the
with
back
this
to take
choice.
advantage of the fight that's happening on the front.
Lurkin doing their best to disengage after having to go deep. Claiming all that territory with the Eternal
Pin
Bond.
clone,
Fair
still got
trade
theirs.
between
Relaxing,
Insomnia
still
and
got
Lone
theirs. Both invises ready.
This is such a long con.
Passy waiting,
Crisis, does he
building
just
that
use
Agamotto.
Dance of the Butterflies when Demon
This
tries
might
to
be
go
what they're
for a
waiting for.
judgment? And Insomnia does
Oh,
it.
Wolver just goes up against all of them. Are you joking? Oh my god!
It's unreal.
That was
It's Wolver
disgusting.
season. And Passimo throws in their own ultimate, but got absolutely nothing. I mean, yes, they
Oh
got a
my
pullback, but
god,
Wolver,
it was
what an
so
efficient
big.
play.
They're gonna be
What a
calling directly
fucking
back into
read
Last
from
Stand.
Wolver, dude.
Psionic Seduction. Dance
What
of
an
the Butterflies.
unreal read.
Insomnia
Just
used
pops up,
Final
instantly
Judgment
pops
in
it.
that fight as well.
Shit.
Oh,
This
no.
guy
Okay,
is a
actually haven't pulled
terrifying
back.
tank to play
The
into.
instant attempt to try and take down Passimo. Just settling for one. Now Jerky going up against the Storm inside the dance of a butterfly. So they have to
Storm
try and
gets
fade
nothing,
away.
though.
Same with the
They held it for
maybe
so
getting
long
on
and
the
they get
outside.
nothing from
Now
it.
An angle for the shotgun could be everything. Doesn't want to go inside the invisible boundary. Just demanding that attention from Low 9. Cinemoto's going to take a moment to come on back here, though. Using that psionic seduction. Insomnia might have bought themselves a
Nocta
touch
gets
of
a nice
stability,
pick,
but
though.
haven't been
Okay,
cleared out
Nocta kind of popping
entirely
off
yet.
now.
Clone and Gonski going down means that now they're out of time.
Such
Okay,
a smart play
good
from Nocta
hold
to
in the
use
end
a
from
Mega
Insomnia.
Hurricane onto
Nocta kind of popped
Sentamoto.
off.
You can't silence the Storm. A Mega Hurricane, very worthwhile trade because now Sensation can come on through, but like you said, Insomnia have bought themselves time. They've got a high ground hold.
Here's the
This
TP.
was what Wolver was holding teleport for, though. Out comes the contest. The Strange Shield blocks the Terror Cape from coming on.
There's the
through,
kidnap.
and Forever gets
Cat's gone.
and sent packing.
The Emerald over the top with a lovely angle.
The Sonic seduction from getting everything that it wants.
Do they have a TP? I don't think Insomnia have a TP for this. I think it's just done. Oh, they do have a TP, but is it going to be in time?
One last chance. Lurkin does their best to solve it out.
Okay, is in time if they can get on. Last fight, here we go. Demon's got the ult. He's going to have to pop it. Jerky's already got Passy, and here he goes. He's got to go for it, but, I mean, look at the Delta split. They finally get pinned. Okay, this is good from Demon. This is good. Okay, really nice hold from Insomnia, but there are still 2 minutes left. That's an unreal hold, actually. How the fuck did they do that? How the fuck did they do that?
But Wolver's about to get Eye of Agamotto. And that's something that you have to be concerned about. So
no support ults though for L9.
Stand is going to be in play, which means Invis boundary is not the safe sanctuary that
Passy's nearly got theirs.
Jerky's going all the way to the
Jerky's
high
having a
ground.
look.
Might potentially be able to scoop the Punisher up as he comes out of his turret form.
And they're holding this high ground again. Nocta's putting in a lot of just damage, but look at where Crisis is. Look at where Crisis is. Oh, he gets the immediate pick. Oh, the Eye of Agamotto over the top. He does it again. Oh, Wolver just does it again. Get the fuck out of here. They don't need a support ult. Oh my god, Passy, can you hold? This would be the stall of a lifetime. It's over. It's over. L9 with a 3-1. Holy shit. Dude. I think most of us expected Insomnia to take this, but my god, L9 played a fucking series.
They came into this series, Harry. You can really tell. That was counter-stratting going on. They knew
L9.
all of the win conditions that Insomnia like to play with. The Wolverine dealt with, dispatched. Symbiotic Surface planned out to a pixel.
Dude, Wolver is a
Agamotto,
terrifying
we
tank.
highlighted the two strange players. We said it would come down potentially to a fight between those two vanguards.
Terrifying.
And those Eye of Agamottos settles it. Wolver is the Sorcerer Supreme coming on for...
Crisis as well. Like, listen, Crisis... They
getting,
gave him
almost coming in the lobby
they
as
gave him
well,
Psylocke,
as
I
the
think,
invisible
every
one
game.
has
They
so
maybe banned
much
it the
value.
first one.
Out-healing a
But they
Loki,
gave
and not a
well, they
torch
gave
on
Crisis
Loki,
or
one
Jerky,
of
sorry,
the
either one
Lokis
of them. This
Gonski.
Psylocke
32 assists
every
as
game,
well
and man, it has
from
proven to be
Finecon.
dominating.
Unbelievable.
It's really
Jesus,
rough
Mary
when
and
you,
Joseph.
Like, if you ban out the
What a
invisible,
series.
Cloak and Dagger make it for the ban phase, right? And a lot of teams are more than happy to
Hi,
leave
Maddie.
the Invis women up because Eternal
I did
Bond
have a
Punisher
haircut, yeah.
is
I
much
found a new
stronger
barber's.
than Invis Boundary Punisher, but low
So,
line, we're
okay.
actually able to just
Confession
deal
time.
with the offset
While
of
we're
shield per
while
second.
we're
With Jerky on
waiting
Ultron,
for the
when it
interview.
really mattered,
Confession
they were more
time.
than happy to overlap the
I
two strategist
normally will
ultimates
go
with
to
how
like,
quickly Jerky was
you know, the
able
like
to build
cheap
it
like
when
Turkish
they were
barber places
defending,
and
and
stuff.
then when it came to their
Where it's like
attack,
£10 for a
it really was
haircut.
just dispatching
Because
Nocturne
usually
just
I
on
don't need
Crisis
anything
onto
complicated,
Psylocke,
right? I just like
especially in that
my
last
hair to
fight
be
where
like
he's
short
able
and
to
easy to
fully
manage.
go around the
So I
back
will
and just
normally go
catch
for like
the
a cheap
disengagement,
Turkish place.
managing to take Noxa down before that Omega Hurricane
But
can
I
come
decided
on
to step
through
it up this
and
time and go
punish
to
low-line stacked
like a really
positions.
nice barber's.
That was the key
That's not
clutch
too far
moment.
away from me.
I mean,
And it's like it's a
just so
barber's
much
that's
value
like
coming out of the
inside a
invisible
bar.
boundary, just
So they have, like,
obfuscating the
beer
approach
taps
of
and
Wolver
stuff,
as well to allow for these
Like
consistently
inside the
high-value
barbers. It's
ultimates.
really cool.
There are so many fights that
And they're all super nice.
I
Everyone
can't
was
believe
really
Insomnia
nice.
lost towards the end of that second point as well.
Do you know what sold
What a
me?
clutch
I
freaking
walked
test.
past,
Unbelievable.
and they've got
Low nine had
cushions
comms clean
with
enough after
a French
being
bulldog
together for such little
on it.
time to be able to coordinate
And I was
an
like,
overtime
okay,
fight
clearly
like
these
that.
guys are dog people,
Absolutely
and
manic.
that Frenchie is one of their dogs.
Yeah, I can't wait to
So
see
I went
what
in,
this team
and
goes into.
it was way more
To be
expensive than I would
entirely
usually
honest,
pay.
I'm so excited to just see that journey of progression.
So maybe I spent a
like
little
you
more
said,
on it than I should have
having
done,
the
but
coordination and comms already there with
It was
this
nice.
little experience playing as a team.
It was a good experience.
Like some of these teams that are competing in Ignite have been together for months.
Laura,
Virtus
you
Pro
here at the moment,
have
love?
been together for almost a year now. In fact, actually will have been together for a year, given the fact that we had the first test tournament coming all
Great
the way
series.
through in June of 2024.
I mean,
Oh,
we
yeah,
got
dogs
ourselves
are my
an
weakness.
interview
Oh,
with the
hi,
one and
Jazz.
only
Could you
Go.
do a
I
quick
mean,
shout out
how
for
could
Maddie,
you say
please?
anything else after that strange performance? Please
Thank you.
welcome Wolver to the broadcast, fresh off the wall.
$250? What?
I am feeling great. It's very good to win against this team.
So
Guys,
how
please go
much
show
was
Maddie some love.
expected coming on through? Because we were sort of looking
Me and Maddie play like the opposite games, by the way. Neither of us like the games that either one plays, but she's super lovely, so please
as the
go and follow.
Wolverine pick from Demon. You guys dealt with it masterfully.
Yeah, well, we scream them quite a lot. We know what they play, we know what they ban, we know what comps they run, and
Mine was like
we just try
£40.
to ban their comfort picks, and just try to to counter what they're playing, because the comps they're playing are very hard to beat. They have a lot of tranks and stuff to kill, so.
Yeah,
We just worked our way through.
On screen right now, we've got one of your fire tornadoes. What was the rationale between moving over towards that double flyer with the Hella?
I mean, it was such a good play, dude.
Well, our thoughts was like, the Wolverine is open. We only have Emma, and I can't really play any other tank. So we just practiced 3 DPS comps, and Storm worked out pretty well.
I honestly respect
So
the
we tried
honesty.
it.
I can't really play any other
And
tanks.
how has practice been going?
You might have
Because
given away the
obviously
game right
you guys
there.
were a very late put together roster. So have you guys been putting in like the hours to make up for it in scrims? Has the synergy come quickly?
Yeah, we, as Jerky said, we are kind of a new team, so we don't have many hours in scrims and everything. But we for the past week, we scrimmed a lot.
that
We
when
played a
we're
lot,
yeah,
and we
right?
tried to synergize.
Is that because of
What's
coloring,
your
Maddie?
experience like
Is that
in
why?
competing thus far, Wolver? Is this your first esport? Your first team that you've been on, or do you have a bit of experience competing so far?
Not really. I played with another Arab team before, so this is technically my second team I'm on. But yeah, so this is my second experience.
How did everyone sort of find
Wild.
themselves on low 9 as well? Was it literally just a case of like everyone knew each other and you guys were all like, okay, let's just make a play to try and get in? Or
Dude, I
was
love
there
Leg Day,
someone
but he
who
needs
pulled
to
everyone
stop
in?
mewing, man.
Honestly, I didn't know anyone from my team. I only knew Jerky and Crisis a little bit. But yeah, they just called me out, and I joined. And I found out I like them. I like the team, so it worked out pretty well.
It's been awesome watching Low 9. But how? I mean, obviously you expect to get number 1. How far did you guys expect to go? Did you think that this was going to be a closer series than it was?
To be honest, we expected to go lower, but we like the point. We like where we are right now, and I hope we go even further.
A little cheeky low bracket run.
Yeah.
Question mark.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Wolver. We very much hope to see Low 9 go even further in the bracket as well. Congratulations on the win. We'll let you get back to your team.
Dope.
Thank you.
All right, guys. That was a great ending to that one. 2 series down. 2 series down. Now we got the big 2 upper brackets to end today. Rad 0 Tenacity. This is going to be a fucking banger game, dude. I honestly have no idea what's going to happen. If Z10 are on the form that they're on, I think Z10 are gonna wipe them. But Rad are rad, dude. They have some insane fucking players, so I don't know. This could go either way. Where are we? So these are the last 2 series tonight. Today, Z10, Rad, BPP, VP. So a couple of fucking great series to end. I'm going to run a quick 60-second ad for you all that are hanging out while we're on a break. Just so you don't get any ads during the games. I hope that's okay. And if you are sent into an ad, I will see you shortly. What are you up to today, Maddie? Are you streaming later or no? I'd rather have a cat shit in my hand than shake that thing. Oh, the president? Yeah. I don't think we need to talk about that twat, do we? Otherwise, we'll be here for a while. Fucking idiot. I'm actually going to quickly go pee. I should take this time to pee, right? And grab a snack. Going to try Peak. What type of game's Peak? I've seen some people playing it, but I don't know what kind of game it is. I'm going to very quickly pee and grab a protein bar. Hang on, one sec. Okay. Oh, it's a climbing game? Oh, balls. Is it the one? And it's like a co-op one, so you have to do it as a duo. Is it the one with the glass? What's the one with the glass panels? Because I saw Glitch playing that the other day. Is that a different one? Is it on Steam? Oh. Oh, yeah, it's the sale right now. That's right.
I don't know if they're gonna let you on the plane with no shoes on.
Okay, are we ready? I'm ready.
Okay, oh, okay, it's one of these. Okay.
Okay, Nick? Yeah.
I'm assuming there's like a lot that you can fuck people up with, right? And you can like throw them off and stuff, right?
Much less. No. Stop. I'll carry you.
Yeah. Kind of like
Where, do you need me to move it?
What was the flaily one?
There you go. Careful. Sorry.
Actually, it looks pretty funny. This is definitely your type of game, Maddie, for sure. This is definitely a you type of game thing. Yeah, I would fucking hate that. I'll be honest. I would fucking hate that so much. But it's definitely a you type of game. Hi, Vix. How we doing?
Anyone anymore today?
Dude, I had to do it in Claire Obscure, right?
Go, especially when we've had upsets like then with L9. Having a pretty good result.
There was like a mini climbing game in Claire Obscure, and that was the wildest 2 hours of my life.
With 0-10, like,
or like hour and a bit that we did that.
In chat throughout the day,
that was more than enough.
I know of is Virtus Pro. Who's everybody else? So who the hell is Z10, Tetcher? Can you up to date us?
Yeah, we have very opposite game.
So Zero Tenacity, they have been playing through a
majority
of the
Welcome in.
MRCs under the Zero Tenacity.
Guys, don't mind me. I'm gonna have a quick bite to make sure that I keep my energy up. And I'm addicted to these protein bars right now. So.
Where they had a pretty okay run. They were in the lower part of the bracket for the first setup, but they had some pretty good matchups, taking a couple maps off of some of the teams that you might not have expected them to in as early setups. But again, always performing in the top 12 to top 8 of the
I don't think there's anything I want to buy from the
we're going to have a quick look at the roster
sale
to check out exactly these players that we are talking about, with some very familiar names for those who have been watching the EMEA, whether that's
sorry, I'll let you watch this. Sorry, I'm getting fucking crazy distracted.
Checking out channels who cover any of the publicly available games like
this is Z10.
And one of the
we've watched quite a lot of Z10, so you guys should know this.
They have been around
know this team pretty well.
Longest for all of these players.
Yeah, I mean, what we've really started to see from this team as well is just a lot of individual players.
The grenade ones.
I sort of spoke when we had the interview, I suppose. Oh, who would it have been with? I was trying to remember. Smash yesterday.
The grenade salted caramel ones.
Newton was just the poster boy of this squad. Most in interviews, the one with the highlight plays that we would commonly see in highlights like
it's
this.
Mainly because of my weight loss injections, so of my ADHD meds.
Where they played up against
so everybody I have to have protein in the morning or when I wake up to go with my ADHD meds, because otherwise they don't really work properly. But then because of my weight loss injections as well, I have one in the morning and then I'm just not really hungry for like the next 6 hours. Like I'm not really hungry right now. I'm eating it because I have to. Because I need some energy to keep me going. Because we got 2 more best of 5s.
They lost the finals.
We've been going for 4 hours, and we got 2 more best of 5s to do.
Who they previously did beat, and it feels like that's the asterisk that's always attached to Rad at the moment, right, Tetcher? They were the first
very
team
hot
ever to beat
is
Virtus
like
Pro,
fucking hot box.
But at what point does it stop mattering because individual performances and games like this potentially could go wrong?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
As a big fan of wrestling in general, this is where I would say it's time for the rubber match for them to take the third.
And they're pretty low calorie.
To see who comes out on top to have one more go. But in order to do that, Brad needs to either progress through the upper bracket or hope that Virtus Pro gets knocked down to the lower bracket for the second time in.
I think each one is.
There's another team with so much experience. Melio has been around since the beginning, playing on Fnatic during the MRI, and we have a load of players.
Yeah, each one is about 350 calories.
That took Virtus Pro to the limit in MRC Season 1.
Which is fine for me.
There is so much pedigree on this
I'm
team
averaging...
well, already proved it.
So I've lost about 9 kilos in 3 months.
To the limit, and those are Luminosity Gaming
so far, which is a pretty slow rate of weight loss, but it works for me.
This tournament,
and I'm having maybe like 1,000, 1,200 calories a day.
This is where it feels that it matters a lot more to the teams, because winning a best of 1 can be very coin flippy. Even best of 3s, speaking to some of the Virtus Pro players, they're like, yeah, we were really nervous playing BO3s because so
but
much
I'm paying for it. I have to pay for the injections.
Take control away from you. But best of 5s To win one, you need to be the better team.
Yeah, I've got no food for later, so I have no idea what I'm going to have later on.
You can't just steal a win against the top team. You consistently need to be good at all of the different game modes. And the other side of it as well, I suppose, is that all of the different game modes as well, especially with these Ignite changes, you can't just spam domination every time that you lose. You only get that opportunity once, and then you have to go to Convergence or Convoy.
All right.
And then once you've played them all, it resets again. So
food has been eaten.
The more well-rounded squad here, and I think that's why this first series is such a pivotal one, Tetcher, because honestly,
juice has been drunken.
There's so much promise on these teams, but
we
who
are
is the
ready.
Most well-rounded and the most polished to be winning out.
What are you up to today, Vix?
Our compatriots were talking about it earlier when they've spoken to some of the players. They talk about the difference between domination and then convergence and convoy, and the difference comes down to macro, meaning it can be a lot more up in the air who takes a domination, because it comes down to teamwork and team fights to be able to make sure that you're claiming that point at the right time, not just for the
chicken sausages.
You can hold the point for less time than your
I don't think I've ever tried a chicken
thanks
sausage.
To the overtime mechanic. So it's just about when you take.
Are they healthy?
When you use these ultimates,
because normal sausages are like really bad for you, know?
Look like a one-sided game around. When you compare that to convergence, that's a little more difficult because distance comes into effect.
I do love a good sausage.
Throw that mechanic all over.
But I'm pretty sure they're like really bad for you,
make the plays very different.
Yeah, I mean, people from Hero Shooters are used to the overtime mechanic to an extent. It's the fact for Marvel Rivals, you have to deal with Doctor Strange's teleporting in as well with the portals, so you have that like added extra.
Wow, these guys are just waiting on for a while, huh?
On who's going to be switching over? Have you got a time to basically have it matter? Just put the duelist. It doesn't matter if you have your ultimate. You have to go Doctor Strange out to be able
30
to get
calories a sausage?
The first game mode is going to be domination. We should be getting into this one fairly quickly. Obviously, there's a lot of games going on, and we're just trying to roll through them as quickly as possible. So no doubt Zero Tenacity and Rad just getting their final.
I mean, are they just made in the same way that like other sausages are made?
Series, I think,
but just
either team,
chicken.
Because being able to go to the upper bracket, have a shot at either Berber Patipim or Virtus Pro.
All right,
set yourself up really nicely for the grand finals, and also, you know, we know a little bit more information about the mid-season finals, but.
All right, Z10 Rad, this is going to be a fucking banger series, y'all. If you guys are just here for the drops, please enjoy. I have the exclusive Magic drops on all weekend.
Well, someone's attempted to be a crowd
we got 2 best of 5s to do, so you will get a good amount of time for the drops. Just by lurking and hanging out, and I hope you enjoy. If you are listening, I hope you enjoy the games.
Rise of Emma Frost, but both these teams going to be prioritizing the Magneto as their first.
Give me Thor, guys. Come on, Z10. Give me a Thor game. Come on, baby. That's all I want. Give me a Thor game.
Loki seems priorities on the Emma Frost to really mix this up, and we see Rad. They have learned from watching Zero Tenacity in the group stage. They'll take out the Wolverine, preventing any of that. We only saw it briefly, but that single Vanguard triple duelist composition that Zero Tenacity.
All right, so mag bans.
I mean, the problem with Zero Tenacity, if you
Torch save and Torch ban, they're prioing that very highly.
One-sided, a
Emma save for Rad,
which has been such a prevalent side of it. Smashness has been smashing on this character, to be brutally honest.
And then a Punisher ban. Literally no support prio from Rad at all.
And it seems to be
Rad have not touched supports whatsoever. So did they just save Loki here on Z10? Surely?
On the other side, so Smashness needs to be ducking and diving because he's going to have a mad Canadian flying at him, no doubt.
Look at the heck ones.
This game.
Looking at the
I do love a sausage,
if they're not going to have a Loki of their own, there's a chance that they could try and secure the Loki for themselves, but Psylocke is a great way to just try
Psylocke ban, I like it a lot.
Those regeneration
I like it a lot.
lamps, so it's a pretty good takeaway here from Zero Tenacity if they were planning on bringing out the God of Mischief.
And they're going to Emma save.
They're going to protect the Emma Frost.
This is wild, dude. Like zero support prio at all. If they surely they've got to ban the Loki here, right?
That is something that Knudsen has been bringing out consistently.
Wow.
They're open to banning out the captain.
Zero support bans at all from Rad?
Getting a little bit crazy on
They're just giving the res comp. Like, what is this?
Zero Tenacity having access to not only Loki, but Luna as well for both sides. So I guess the good thing about being able to have Loki yourself is you don't have to dedicate with the Luna. Granted, she's amazing with the likes of Human Torch, right? Because you can just go for the Idol Aura.
Oh, I don't
a
know
case
about
of
this
if you
from
run
Rad.
Cloak and Dagger, you're expecting the opponent to run Luna because it's available on both sides.
I don't know.
You could just steal
This
the
seems,
Fateful builds from the opponent, not necessarily copy it across from your
There seems a
teammate.
risk. But I mean, if you're going to
Hell's
risk
Heaven is
something
going
like
to
this,
be
you do it in
the
game
first
1,
of
right?
Potentially 5 maps played out in
So maybe this
upper
is just like a
bracket
little
game.
tester, because
Still
if
a
Rad
few more
win
to
this
grind
against the
through, but
Rescom,
like we've been saying, it's all
they're
best
going to
of
knock
fives here on out until the grand
Z10's
finals, which is gonna
confidence
be
in
a
using
BO7.
Rescom for the
So
rest
there's
of it,
not
and then they
really a
don't even
chance
need
for
to
a
think
team
about
to
banning it.
I'm trying to think of the better word, but to just come
So it's
in
actually an
and not
interesting-
beat a better squad. Both these
In a
teams
best of
have
5,
to
it's an
earn it
interesting
here,
idea,
and with there
but
being top 2 finishes in their respective
let's see if that
groups,
actually works out
you'd
or not,
expect
'cause-
as much.
I don't
That extra
know.
weight of coming first in their group. Rad have that extra weight of being the first team to take down Verna's Pro. This is the pressure cooker right now. Both these teams
No,
have
Rescom's
all of the
really
expectations
good. That's
in
why I'm
the
surprised.
world. As Melio, an extremely
As in,
fast rollout, gonna be trying to set up a
Z10,
culling turret
Newton
to
on
try
this
and punish people
Adam
on the
has been
approach due to the fact that
dominating
they
with the
did get this
Rescom.
one-sided
So I can't
Punisher.
believe they gave it to
Nasty,
him.
though, they did get this torch and then double Rescom with the Adam Warlock and that Mantis. So it's pretty similar to what they have run in the past, but having to run it with the Hulk, but that does still give them an unbreakable guard. There's the pickup.
Oh,
But
what a stun from Lugia. What? How the fuck did you hit that?
Big pressure, like you said, with getting a protect in there 5 times.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Lugia's not fucking around. Jesus.
Down in this fight against Smashnames. Just the
Oh,
Inspire,
nice from Melio,
increasing the amount of
though.
damage
Really
he's
nice
able to throw
tracking.
down at the ground. Might not matter if he just runs right into the Punisher. Melio knows his role, his job, and when it comes
So
to
here's
playing
the
on this
thing, right?
objective, switching
Here's the
over to
thing.
Shotgun is just going to make his life a little bit easier.
If you look at
Zero
what
tenacity,
Rad are running,
very good.
conceptually,
The attrition, being able
the
to fight on
Rescom
objective-
should play really well into it, right? Because this whole idea is getting picks with Naga, which is fine. But then these big team fight ults, right? Melio with this Punish roll, over the top of the Cloak and Dagger with Fate. They're going to run this down, get the team fight rolling. So if Newton then just reses after that, they blow their load, and then they res. They've got nothing left, and Z10 just walk it over. So I think that's the kind of conceptual idea here.
For that Emma, but are immediately spotted and have to back away.
Melio, though, I mean, Melio is putting in some fucking work on this Punisher. Here we go. So Cloak ult is down for both. Newton doesn't have res as well. Knewton needs it. He's one off. There it is. But they get Melio already. Oh, they get Knewton. Raj gets Knewton. That's big. He could res and then just big res. Here we go. Here we go. Here's big res. And that's... Oh, but Naga goes in, gets Ducky and Oasis. Okay. Okay. That is very, very well done from Rad. That is very well done from Rad, to be honest.
Trying to buy them some space. Raja is getting locked down, but the reinforcements are trickling in ever so slowly, and this battle is gonna get absolutely
Welcome back, Gabe.
meaning that with 82% on the board, Rad may be locked in for the secure hit.
All good, Hanzik, all good.
Melio is looking.
Me too, Nick.
Making sure that they can pick someone up early if they can with this shotgun. They saw the rotation into this.
That sounds really good right now, Vix. I fucking love Bacon. Trust on this Emma is going fucking bananas, dude. Like, Trust is having an absolute ridiculous game. Wow. I mean, that wasn't even close, actually. That wasn't even close. Rad just fucking rolled them, by the way. Rad just fucking rolled them.
Getting ready for Frozen Airfield as our next setup.
Yeah, exactly what Yanni said, Hanzik. So basically, the idea is that you use the res as a counter. So you make them blow their load, for want of a better phrase. They blow all their ults, they blow their load on winning the team fight, and then Adam just reses everybody in the back. Then you have all of your ults and stuff ready to take the counter fight, and they've got nothing left, so you just roll it. In theory. And we've seen it be really successful successful.
Claiming that early
like, we're probably going to see this
from
VP later on as well. They love a res comp too.
Series around. They also going to be wanting to try and build up that karmic revival. And
yeah, trust on this M is kind of untouched.
Position and try and ping people as they run their way in from spawn.
I fucking love Bacon.
Petra, I'm back.
Honestly.
Can you hear me?
Back. Yes, I can.
It's one of my go-tos.
My internet couldn't quite cope with the strain that I put on this and how important this first game was, but seeing that Rad was able to take the first
They're gonna
point,
do a kidnap.
I'm immediately drawn to the attention of Melio.
Oh, what a kidnap, dude.
Night, actually. Just going for the Ank spam play through the teleporter, and we saw a couple of these yesterday of just the dive.
They didn't kill him,
somebody
though.
from 100 to 0 very, very quickly. Granted, I think it was a different team than Rad that was going with these plays.
They decided.
Yeah, they completely rolled the game. Yeah,
100%. Didn't find anyone, so immediately it's back.
Melio just doing a really good job of like focusing on Smash and not letting Smash be free in this torch. There's the supernova. Oh, what an Emma charm though.
Extremely early, they attempt to get the silent seduction onto them, but Smash is just too mobile.
Everything's back in order for the time being, but Zero Tenacity.
It kind of feels like they Zero don't have enough like meat. You know what I mean?
On the board, the contest is going to be a strong one from Rad and a very big dedication with the.
Here goes Melio. Oh, I mean Raj just okay.
And that final judgment to just top it off, Rad were taking 0 prisoners there, Tetra.
Oh, Newton's gonna go for it though. They know where it is. He gets everyone. He gets everyone! Oh my god! That's fucking mental. And this is what we talked about. They have nothing left, Rad. So Z10 needs to pressure this now. But what a great kidnap. Staying alive, though. They do have the high ground, but the percentage is still going Rad's way. They've done a really good job of backing this, and dude, this Hulk is not working, man. I don't know. This Hulk into the Punisher is a really tough matchup because whenever you go for it, he's gonna just pump you in the face.
This is looking like Rad's game.
It was a hell of a play from Knuten to bring everybody back with a Kamek revival, but the matter of fact is that Rad were able to take the objective and Zero
I think they need to swap off the res comp. It's not working.
So it ends up just stalling more time for Rad, makes it a long fight, and when Rad used 4 ultimates, they managed to earn back 2, almost 3 from what they just used previous.
Yeah, he didn't have the soul bomb as well, that's true.
I
mean, they did all survive. Like, Knuten goes down, but everybody else survived.
On the board for
After the res, they just didn't have anything themselves to push in. So we see this change here. Knuten's realized that as well. They swapped to the Winter. I like it. They needed some more damage. They needed some more, like, meat, you know, in the draft. And Smash is just playing this height, playing this pillar. Nice damage over the top.
Once again, Ducky will likely hold on to this ult unless they think they can find a pickup of everyone on Rad looking healthy. I don't know if they can.
Oh no, Lugia is just gonna get instantly rolled. Instantly rolled, dude, from this Punisher.
As they chase on it, and Knuten, just as soon as they arrive, is forced to fly away.
Oh, he gets him before he gets into the Lunar ult as well. Dude, Melio just tracks Knuten so well. Pumps Emma in the face. Dude, Melio is just going crazy, dude. Melio has just gone crazy. You need to ban this Punisher, for real. You need to ban this Punisher. It's a problem. It's a problem. Guys, not gonna lie, this wasn't even fucking close.
A nice 2-0.
This wasn't even remotely close.
And the Punisher. Yeah,
Rad just absolutely fucking rolled him.
That was fast, making up for the time from that
absolutely
low 9 game
him.
where we went to overtime in almost every round. But that was Rad just taking control there.
Yeah, Z10 got pretty hard done right there. They got pretty hard done.
Completely untouched. You gave Melio the Punisher with an invisible woman and a.
I don't know if you can give away the Punisher.
So they have damage boost when they need it, Guardian Barrier to keep them protected, and Naga is
Melio
just
played a
sure
hell of
that
a fucking game.
Isolated. We saw some fantastic revives from Knuten. They really tried everything to set this up, but it felt different
Yeah, it's tough now because I feel like Z10 don't really want to run this res comp anymore. So you've kind of like taken that out the draft because of how hard you just got rolled on it. So if I'm Z10, you're obviously not really looking to run that. But Rad will know that now, so they can draft around it, right? They don't have to draft out the res comp because they're not scared of it. This is so good from Melio, oh my god. So if you know that they're not going to really want to do that anyway, then you just focus on the other problem points.
With stuff like the triple strategy,
the Torch, the Punisher,
and if you take out the Wolverine and the Punisher, you're only leaving them with a few options realistically when it comes to your duelist. So
crazy.
I almost felt the Rad set that up to perfection.
And Melio's been so strong on this Punisher throughout all of the
that's my Adams in my rank games. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's really hard to make Adam work
all of those games in
the way that these teams are. Because you've got to, as the Adam player, you have to make sure that you don't get caught. Or that if you do get caught, you've got the self-res ready to then get in a good position to get the full res off.
Because they just know how to cover it, how to protect it, Ryan.
Or at least get a few people back,
like I mentioned. The two main protects for Rad so far have been Emma Frost, which is a lot of teams that are very much
Trust went mental on that
also
Emma
the Punisher
as
for
well.
Melio, and that's
Trust
really
went
starting to
fucking
come into
crazy on
form,
that Emma.
Recently as well. I guess it's a big question now of Z10. Like now that they've had a look,
think you have to
exactly
take out
what
the
Rad
Emma.
want to try and do in this draft. How are they going to adjust? But to see what their reaction is going to be for map 2, you're going to have to wait a short while. So we'll be back soon for the rest of this series of Rad versus Z10.
Sweep of game 1. Sweep game 1. I'm going to run a very quick 1-minute ad, guys, so that you don't get any pre-rolls or any adverts during the game. I hope that's okay with you all. If you're not subbed, I will see you very shortly. I do this in the break to make sure that you don't get interrupted mid-game, so I hope that's okay with you all. $46.6 Punisher. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, Punisher is, I would say, the highest prio DPS right now for that reason. If you have good positioning on that ultimate, it's just like an instant team fight win. You know? Sometimes, depending on the map as well, I think domination is so much harder sometimes because you're naturally focused in one focal point when you're playing into a Punisher, because they pop it on site and then you're just sat there. So even if you delta split, so let's say we've seen this quite a lot in overtimes. So if you're running overtime and then the Punisher pops their ult, you can't just delta split and leave, because then you give up the point and you give up the game. So you have to try and stand up and play it, and then it's a Punisher. He's just gonna kind of rail you. So your only option is to try and burst him down, which is where the cloak ult comes in, which is why we see that duo so often. You put that cloak ult down, the Punisher sits on top of it, and it becomes infinitely harder to burst him. You know? Listen, I said this earlier. I genuinely think the only thing that they need to do to Punisher to make him more balanced is remove that move speed on his ult. Revert that move speed, take away the 10% they gave him in this patch, because then it's way easier to play around him. It's still a disgusting ultimate. You still get a lot of value, but it's way easier to play around it, because that 10% doesn't sound like a lot, but it means that he can just fucking run you down. Yeah, and the zipline movement as well. Yeah. With good positioning, his turret mode is basically an ult. So you'll notice what these Punishers do, and we've seen this all the time. They use the turret as an ultimate builder. The turret is an amazing ult percentage builder, so they just sit on it. They're not looking for crazy picks or anything. They're looking to build that ult percentage to get to that ultimate point. And it works incredibly effectively. He basically just gives you everything that you need as a DPS to win the fights.
I don't know about you, Ryan, but
so if I'm Z10 here, I think I'd ban the Punisher. Like, get it out. Don't play it. Unless you want to try and take the Punisher match, which obviously they didn't do in that game.
Yeah, an uncontested Punisher just unleashing all levels of pain and zero tenacity.
So we'll see what Z10 come up with. And it depends on the map as well.
I'm keeping an eye on. I think it's early days.
We know that Z10 like
non-mirror character because
I'm pretty sure they really like
how much a certain
Idrisil path.
Win rate. We focused a lot on the
they've looked really good on Idrisil, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out.
Majority of that draft, and even like Luna Snow, not touched at all. And in fact, in that first engagement, I don't know if it came through because I disconnected, but both teams going for that fight.
The only thing Punisher doesn't have is flight and healing.
On the board, which is bizarre, right? That
yeah.
You have access to it.
But I mean, he gives you a lot of what you need as a DPS.
How much the mind games are at
to be honest.
And how they want to use the likes of Invisible Woman for the force physics and also the shield. And also, of course,
I mean, in that game particularly, if we're kind of really getting into it,
the Cloak and Dagger has been a huge jump. But
the Mag ban was also really good because Mag is traditionally just very good into Punisher.
And then everything's
because of his curtain, you can soak up a huge amount of that
we're
ultimate.
Starting to see the rise in Asia, for example, of the Mantis. The Cloak and Dagger is creeping.
I had a preconceived idea about him, but it's too basic.
It's just the evolution to the point where
I've been playing quite a bit of Punisher lately as well.
They were basically the second and third bands.
All right, game 2.
Eva, Magneto, or Emma every single
Hi, Katrina.
Eva,
How are you?
Or Emma. Well, this looks familiar.
All right, so Mag and Emma priors.
The most common map that Z10 have picked up. The only other option is
probably Mag save here.
Just a domination.
I would imagine
so
from Rad.
Yeah. Losses, so it's not been the best.
Loki ban into Emma save. I would imagine is what's coming now.
That's some of the strongest teams in the regions over here. The first time that they played up against Berber Patapim,
okay,
they lost it. And the second time that they played up against Berber Patapim, they lost
just
it
go,
as well.
fuck this guy, dude.
Was potentially
fuck this guy.
Cards.
But that's what I thought they would do, right? We, you know, it's good to know sometimes that my analysis and my read on the game is fucking spot on, isn't it? Yeah, they've identified the same problem, right? Get that Punisher out. Just don't even try and play the mirror. We're on a Racco as well. So this is a big torch map. I wouldn't be surprised to see either Wolvie or Torch ban for Z10. And then the Punisher is going to be taken out the other way.
All taken out on both sides. Zero tenacity.
Oh, Silo.
Very much considering what their ban is going to be. And Rad looking to swap away from that Punisher. We're going to see the mirrored Loki bans, and the Punisher does sneak through.
How you doing, Katrina? You okay?
Taken away by Rad.
Yeah, Torch. It's going to be Torch.
Protected for zero tenacity. I mean, Smash Dares.
That's big.
Really couldn't get all that much done, it felt like, on that map.
This is a way better match. This is a way better map for Torch, though, in general. There's the Wolvie ban.
Be banned out here and then protected from Rad to give
That's what I thought.
And I think especially on this map of Araco, the amount of places that you can grab somebody and just pull them into a deep
Wolverine is very, very good on this map.
Or support or just flat
it might actually be one of his best maps.
The Smash Days needs to be very careful with where he's
There's a lot of like high ground, low ground. There's a lot of ways that you can like hide as Wolverine and just drop down on them and take them. And they're going to commit to the Torch prior.
Going to be the play for zero tenacity. So one's going to be up on the ground, one's going to be lurking below.
Interesting.
I love what you said about this map having so many like tunnels and alleyways. The living computer used to be the living island of Araco, but since Ultron taking
I wonder if Canute goes for Ultron here.
I have no mouth, but I'm a scream.
Okay, they're going to run it back.
That they have managed to create here.
Ooh, I don't know about this one.
And teleporters and
I don't know.
Like the
I mean, you banned out the flyer. Like, I don't know why you feel the need to do this.
Get huge.
I think I would way prefer to see
to wrap around and create any kind of setups.
An Ultron
those flyers, while this map is
over
mostly indoors, the ceilings are quite high,
and
you can get some big turnarounds.
A Star-Lord even, like if you're going to commit to it, put
everyone grouped up in these tight-knit corridors,
Star-Lord in the mix.
The Torch gets insane
I don't
value.
know.
Z10 not going to have access to the Psylocke either. Rad will, so it's only going to suit them a little bit.
Doing great. So ready for the weekend. What are you getting up to over the weekend?
Really going for it like Melio. Not having
Is it just time off and enjoying not having to work or anything, or have you got any plans?
To some other hit scan.
All right, game 2, homies. Let's see if Z10 can show us something.
An Invisible Woman's going to be paired up, and a Mantis, I think, for Oasis. So the usual showing up. But getting Ducky back onto that Emma Frost might be enough to shut this down, as Rad are going to be attacking
Yeah,
first.
Ducky was super quiet as well in that first game, right? We didn't talk about Ducky really at all. Ducky was super quiet. And then going for this Namor Hulk on Rad, which I like. Look at what you're playing into. It makes perfect sense.
For a little bit of extra setup here. Melio on the Wolverine this time instead of Naga, as Naga is there, the Mortar player. This does mean that they have auto-targeting with those Monstros forcing Smashness to take some slightly safer positioning.
Yeah, Smash is going to have a tough time, I think, on this one.
America going to be pressuring it in the backline, trying to get onto that Namor. It's not mattering so much. Both these teams just sustaining through fight.
Trust getting Knuten. We're going to get the res. Ducky gets Naga. That's big.
First time that we've seen Trust Me play over on the Hulk so far in Ignite, the only other Vanguard.
And this is where the advantage comes in, right, with these individual picks.
We'll see whether the buffs are going to make too much of a difference there, but it's hard to know. For
no one's looking at Raj. She's just walking up to the three of them. No fear at all.
Contest the high ground to see if he can gain a bit more support.
Again, I feel like Z10's lineup just lacks a bit of meat. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you take out Ducky on this front line, it just lacks a bit of meat behind it. It's very skirmishy, very, like, dancing around you kind of comp.
He doesn't have anybody diving in with him necessarily, other than Smashness that's just up in the sky.
Oh, that's a big grab.
Trying to get the shield onto that Human Torch. Smashness will be able to disengage. Here comes that soul rejuvenation.
Here we go. The flop is nice, though. Oasis will have a res for sure. And that's a big ult to commit for a res. Oh, all of the supports are gone. This is real bad for Z10.
Trust me, will get slumbered as Oasis was able to return, but this is Rad.
Just time off for now. Working with kids can be draining. Oh god, yeah. I don't know how you do it. Ducky's just trying to stall out. Oh boy.
Revival. Are they not even going to contest this? No, they're not.
Nah, they're just going to give it.
Pretty much for free for Rad. There was maybe a chance if Zero Tenacity
4 minutes on the clock.
Might help them stem the flow.
Don't know, this res comp doesn't look good for them at the moment, does it?
Over onto Oasis. It's just going to keep that gravy train going. Things are looking great.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it, honestly. Trainer. Working with kids would
completely uncomposed.
like just drain me.
One at a time. Absolute free fall for this team. They need to get some presence here because if they can't stop,
yeah, I mean Z10 look lost, to be honest. They look super fucking lost.
To match that on their attacking side.
It's hard to tell whether it's like Rad playing incredibly well or whether it's Z10 not playing well or like a mini combination of both.
Normally playing the just having to dodge hit scan characters is in a physical body bullet hell right now to try and not get caught out of the air.
Oh, nice push. But now they've used everything. They've got no push, no freeze, and they just get run down. Yeah, they need to get off this, dude. It's not working. They need to get off this. And there we go. Knuten's gone onto the Ultron instead. Melio just completely did not give a shit. Just went, nah, fuck it, this is worth. This is so worth. I fucking respect it. I respect it.
Going over towards the Ultron. Still triple strategist, but a bit more damage and a little bit more agency over this game because there's so much damage coming in through Rad as the world breaks.
Nice Agamotto.
CC to eternity. He doesn't even get to play the game.
Nice Agamotto. They do get trust, so they are going to kind of hang on a bit here. Yeah, it's a really nice pullback. They finally win a fight. This is what they needed. Get some momentum in their favor. They finally win a fight. Naga already swapping onto that Star-Lord. This is an incredibly smart switch into the Ultron.
The squid super easily and take them down, so it's easier to go for a duel. And the Star-Lord is someone who can dual flyers incredibly well. Invincibility.
This is a very smart swap.
The ability to meet flyers where they are with his short distance worth of flying can try and take 1v1s versus almost any other.
Trust going onto the thing is kind of interesting.
Advantage with that shotgun-like blast. There's the pickup onto the Ultron, trying to get the final hit. But
he's going to go after this.
Knuten able to back away.
Oh yeah, he's gonna go after Smash. Look at this, he didn't give a
also
shit.
played a little bit in the past. Mad Scientist Vanguard, as we spoke to him yesterday, trust me, halfway to building up that clobbering time, and Naga having a bit more freedom.
Can they
to
get
switch
in
over,
here?
Not relying on that team up with Hulk and Namor anymore. And it's adjustment from Zero to Nasty has been an effective one.
Oh, he gets both Melio. Oh my god, he gets both supports. How the fuck does he get both supports in the same ult? Dude, that's crazy work from Melio. What?
Just keep Rad on this point. Clobbering time.
What?
They need to clear anybody else up. But they
How
just
does he
take out
get
Smash
that?
Des. And the second point reaching towards the
It'd be
finale
very
with just over
rewarding
2 minutes
and
left.
Remind me what you do, Katrina, with kids.
In the upper bracket finals of Group B.
Sorry, my memory is
you know what? Yeah, good idea.
failing in my old age.
In the Wolverine being tossed by the Thorn and now by the Thing to try and shut them down. Lugia swapped over to the Thing as well to try and just.
Yeah, I mean, the thing makes sense for Lugia, right? You're playing into this Wolverine. And Melio insta swaps, dude. This adaptation from Rad is so fast.
Dropping that psionic seduction forward to set up an eternal bond from fate.
He plays Thing, insta swaps to Psylocke.
Chase down to try and find anyone up high, but they're not able to find the finishing blow.
Okay, this is nice from Z10.
And he completely missed it. Just a little bit of damage, but when you got a fate of both builds going on from Oasis,
this is nice from Z10.
We've got mirrored things now on the map. It's been a while since we've seen this.
Okay.
Seeing the bodies from not only Zero to Nasty,
good swaps.
Rushing back into the fight.
Roger's gonna swap.
Looking to go Captain America.
There he goes.
Against it, go back to the Magneto.
This is like the perfect game to show adaptation and how adaptation matters in Marvel Rivals. Raj trust. They swap to the Magneto Groot because Groot is so good against Thing. So they've got a way better matchup for this next fight because they've swapped first. Melio gets one. Nice, really nice over. And watch, Z10 are now going to swap. I fully expect Z10 to swap if they've seen this. There we go. There's the Venom. That might just be to roll out and make sure they can hit sight, but they've gone back to the res comp for this last one. And it looks like it might actually be a smart choice, seeing as they've gone down. Canuten's back up.
The card is creeping forward, but they do have bodies. They swap into the Venom to try and buy time. Canuten has already been taken down once on this dock.
Oh, this Star-Lord is a problem, dude.
The revive, Soul Rejuvenation, Blast of Mirage to try and burst through these defenses.
They're still touching.
Not living up to their name at all. They are tenacious.
Oh, Melio though. Smash over the top, gets two. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Supernova as well.
But the fight's not over yet. Supernova's going to be dedicated, trying to go.
Wait, there's no way he lives. No, they get him. Wait, Z10 have held. There's a TP. They can get back in. There's still another fight in this. But Ducky gets Fate. And oh my god, Z10 hold. What? That is kind of wild. Okay.
Good grief. If you wanted an example of a hero shooter switching characters as consistently as you can to try and counter the opponent, look no
it's
further
like
than that
I know what I'm talking about.
A lot of characters hit the server then.
In that last push alone,
did I not say that like 2 minutes before?
Venom from the Thing, because they realized that
genius.
they just need extra speed to get to the point. This is a classic strategy. Just pick the fastest rollout to make sure you have bodies, and of course, symbiotic resilience makes you incredibly hard to take down. But
was it teach for a while, but currently this thing with tutoring, as in like individual tutoring.
In his vanguards,
I'd imagine the money's a lot better in tutoring than as a teacher, Katrina.
Adam, because if that fight had
every teacher I know is severely underpaid and overworked. My brother's a lecturer. He's the same.
They did not need it. They were
horribly overworked
for
what they get paid.
But Rad pushing almost all the way to the end is going to be
hey, life from Z10. And I prefer this from Canuten. I want to see Canuten on a pop-off hero. And is there a bigger pop-off hero in the game than a Winter Soldier?
Over on the side of Rad. They banned it out to make sure that they couldn't see it on Zero Tenacity's side.
Yeah, Counterwatch is back for sure.
He took the torch that was saved as
well. Oh,
so
yeah.
It's a tricky one to say the least. Lugia, I
It's smart though. Like I love seeing the adaptations.
Emma Frost as your lineup. There's not really many barriers to rely on, and Knuten considered switching over towards the Bucky a little bit earlier.
So we see Rad going onto this triple support comp with this Mantis Ultron. I'm assuming to try and just make Smash's life fucking miserable. So we honestly might see Smash swap off this because I mean they are pretty hard focusing their comp around killing him. But them focusing Smash like this will leave Knuten pretty free. There we go. There's Smash getting taken out. Naga's in trouble. There we go. Knuten's free. Oh, they're sending it on him though. Oh no, Knuten. Oh no, he's whiffing. Oh no. It's a little whiffy, but it's okay. That's really hard to track. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, Lugia is playing this hype like a madman. What?
Have to surrender some space. Amelia's trying really hard to just survive. Him and Naga are going to have to back out, and you can sort of see one player over on the side of Rad a little bit deeper than anticipated.
So they got around the first corner. Z10, this is nice. Lugia gets Raj as well.
Portal coming in, Naga into the back.
Ooh, that's ballsy from Naga. Oh, what a hook. What? Jesus. They're going to sit. Yeah, it's too many. I don't know if you needed the Lunar ult for that. That might have been a bit of an overcommitment, but I guess they just wanted to be sure.
This is Zero Tenacity trying to turn this game around, and they are
oh, Trust gets him? What?
Means you can make plays like that, crack and impact. Knuten wants Melio.
Dude, that was a crazy fucking dunk.
Knuten is wearing a tiara. Can we get his perspective again and just look into the right-hand corner?
That was a crazy dunk.
All of my attention. Look at that. You saw it for a glimpse.
I also think Knuten got a little bit fucking greed trying to get that pick. That was a little bit greed, but
not quite the princess that's gonna storm the castle potentially.
Damn, dude.
Rad's defense is looking a little bit too much to deal with, and now you've got level 1 Crooks over on.
Okay, this Eye of Agamotto can be big. They need a big one here. Rad. Smash and Ducky are going to combine their ults here, I think.
Smash Nez looking for the opening. Here comes
There's the Agamotto. It's so massive. Oh, Raj. Fucking hell. They all got corralled in that little corner.
Lugia trying to save their team with some crowd control, but that is going to be Zero Tenacity
I called it.
Off the board once again.
I called it. I said it's going to need to be a big strange ult, and he fucking nails it, dude, in this corridor.
Ultimates, though. They have Silent Seduction and Supernova. Very nearly have clobbering time, and they're about halfway towards everything else. If they want to make a play,
yeah, Z10 look like they are struggling a lot. They don't feel like they're on the same page.
And that's the one player with an ultimate on the side of Rad as well. So Naga Dance of the Butterflies is going to be a little bit belated, but it could be perfectly timed. So Zero Tenacity now.
They do push Mag off the map though. That's a nice pick. That might be what they need. Here goes the butterflies.
No, it's the Dance the Butterflies in the corridor that's going to connect onto
multiple players. They couldn't save Knuten.
A little bit too late to keep Knuten alive and going.
Dude, they're popping everything. If they don't get the fights here, and it doesn't look like they are. Look at Rad. They're just going to pull back with the Mantis and the Ultron over the top. I think they get full health, dude. I don't see how Zero win this fight.
And Ducky now, is there any follow-up of this Ionic Seduction? The Eye of Agamotto is actually going to come in from the other side. I think Rajaro going for the portal to just cut them off completely.
Thing has to, like, the tanks have to sit on here, but the supports are nowhere, dude. Smash is in no man's land trying to get these backside picks, but it's done, dude. It's done. Dude, Z10 again fucking rolled.
It's really going from bad to worse. Rad double up with the points in this best of 5. They go 2-0 up.
Oh boy.
Wonderful play by Rad there, taking full control. A hyper-aggressive
Can we possibly get a reverse sweep?
On the defense. not going for the Wolverines that we've seen them bring out before. They just stick very safe. They just go for maximum sustain.
G-String's way better.
Yeah,
individually, obviously, most of the groups too. Yeah.
Used it to great effect. Plus damage
I mean, I
boost,
guess the only
triple
problem
strategies, keeping the front line
is
topped
like,
up.
it's the
Many
same
of
as
the
doing
people
anything
from the
Katrina
sky.
like that,
It is
right?
just a very safe setup for Rad
It's
that
building
works
up your
beautifully.
client base enough that you can make a living off it in the beginning. But once you've got like a good steady stream of clients and stuff, then yeah, obviously it's just a way better quality of life for you.
Smash there's topping the damage as you sort of expect.
I mean, it's the same thing with, you know, we were talking about whether I should do coaching earlier. Gabe mentioned it earlier, and it'd be the same thing if I decided to do coaching, right? I would have to find clients to want to do, like, that would want me to do that and pay for it to build up enough of a business, you know?
Really setting the pace here. Like, they've looked
same
really
casting.
good
Pretty much anything I want to do is basically self-employed, and is all about building a business. So,
from that upper bracket final in groups, but honestly, they've bounced back really well.
They really have, getting a full recovery here. They ran that.
Yeah, I did wonder what kind of Rad we were going to see today, right? This is such a good dunk, holy. There's no way that if you're smashing that scenario, you expect to get fucking dunked like that.
Doorway into symbiotic surface or here on a Rocco. You can capitalize. You don't always have to just try and hit walls or floors for strategists. If you
Rad looked really bad in the finals, and they just got kind of washed completely in the grand finals of the group. So I wondered what Rad we were going to see turn up in this tournament.
Why not throw a meteor at him? He might like it.
Yeah, it's tough though for Zero Tenacity.
They had
now.
AB and they looked shaky against AB
I don't
in the
think
2-1.
we've ever seen Z10
Let me see if I can
not
show you this.
picked one at all. They've not lost on
in
it
this
ever.
series
They've
here,
played
they
the
looked kind of
Central Park and
shaky.
looked
So I
good
didn't
in
know
those
what
elements,
Rad was
but
going to turn
never
up today,
felt
but man,
in a
they are
position
ready
be
to
forced
fucking
here
3-0 this shit.
realistically. So now they don't want to get Zero freed by Rad here. This is a chance for them as the top
Z10
seed
needs
of Group A to show
Z10 needs to
they
find a
should
way
contend
back
with
into
the top
this
dogs, and losing out to the second seed of Group B
in a big way.
makes it feel a little bit more lopsided,
Yeah.
I suppose, with how the strong teams are in all one group, perhaps.
So where are you
I hope you guys are enjoying the games.
Convergence is what they're going
It's
to
lovely to have you all.
They've just run Convoy and Domination. We have Symbiotic Surface, Central Park, Hall of Jalia. What kind of jumps out to you before we head into our break?
It could be either or. The Central Park that we saw yesterday, I think, over from
Central
Z10
Park,
was
maybe.
solid. Smash there.
Symbiotic.
Torch is going to have a field day. But Hoza Dijalia 2-0 for them. We're just going to have to wait and see, I think, to see exactly what it is. But we know the game mode. We just don't know what.
Oh,
so
shit.
We're going to take a break.
Okay.
And shortly, we'll see where this next round of this best of 5 is going to take us.
I've been streaming for 5,
we'll see you in a few.
so I'm nearly matching you on that one. But maybe not quite the same point that you're at. Well, this is a turnout for the Bucks, isn't it? Let's hope BPP and VP give us a better series to end the day.
The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
We're going to run another 60-second ad, guys, just to make sure. Well, maybe 30 seconds might be all right. What's our ad timer at? I don't want to spam you guys too much with the ads because it's fucking annoying. But I don't want you to get raw. I don't want you to get hit with an ad in the middle of the games. Let me just have a look here where we're at. Does it tell me? I don't think it tells me. Does it tell me in my stream manager? Oh, okay, I have to run a minute ad. Sorry, guys. I'm going to run it now in the break. Not 60 minutes, 60 seconds. Okay. Well done you, though, for building that up. It's never easy doing anything, like, for yourself. People always think, and I'm going to include myself in this, right? I think people always think, oh, I'd love to work for myself, and like, you know, it's always better to work for yourself, and I agree in a lot of ways. But people are not ready for how much work you put in. Like, to give you an example for streaming, on a normal week, this is a bit different because we're doing crazy long streams for this tournament. But on like a normal week, I would do about 30 hours of streaming. And then at least, I would say another 20 to 30 in outside stream stuff. Whether that's editing, graphics, you know, OBS, like fixing stuff, new widgets, like, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. So you end up often just doing way more hours than you would if you worked for someone. But the advantage being is you're doing it for yourself, you know? You don't really answer to anyone else. And that's something I value very highly. I spent 15 years working for people. Doing the corporate shit. Even doing some independent stuff, and yeah, I'm not sure I can go back to working for people now. Something very nice about being your own boss.
It's a bit of a problem for them realistically, because now they are forced to play on Convoy. Undefeated on it, sure, but we haven't seen the likes of Symbiotic Service, for example. They might want to throw in a curveball there to take us somewhere different. I think the main thing, Tetch, from looking into it a bit more, is the Jalia. Might not be the most apt place to go, because that is one of the popular maps that
they've got to play Convergence now, right? Not Convoy, because we've just done Convoy.
So they have a couple of options, but I feel that they're sort of pushed a certain way or two.
Brad, like you say, definitely love a Hall of Dajalia.
Yeah, Hall of Dajalia, Symbiotic.
Central Park is the other option.
Central Park.
The Symbiotic Surface, where Insomnia did
I think, are they the only
get
three?
Close to taking a map off of Rad with their
no, there's 4
usual
Convergences,
antics,
isn't there?
we'll call them. But running into
which one am I missing, chat? Hall of Dajalia.
These teams have shown the least. So you might have a
for
bit
Convergence
of
maps.
Although I would
Hall of
expect
Dajalia,
that
Central
does
Park.
happen, we're probably going to start seeing some bads on the Human Torch, a little bit higher priority compared to
I'm
last
missing
round.
one. Which one is it?
I would say so, yeah. I think at this point, I think it says a lot that we're seeing
Maybe
Smashnez get that free priority over on the Human Torch, and it hasn't
totally
seemed
agree.
to
It's
matter,
always good to have some
honestly. We even saw the likes of Boba Patspin first banning
True.
out Torch to stop Smashnez being able to play it, but as we kept seeing, Z10 adapt.
Although I haven't done that.
They can
I've just
kind of
all in on streaming
and go from there. But it does
which
feel
is a very
Rad
dumb
have
thing
found
to do, to be honest.
secret,
But
it feels of just being able to sort of take out stuff like the
I'm already in it.
Punisher, try to find one duelist that they can have.
If there's
on
any
their side
people
that the opponents
who
can't
are new
have,
to streaming or
and
thinking about
there, even
streaming,
with the
just sitting
Vanguard
and hanging
switching
out,
around, one team
don't
having
do it the way I've
Magneto,
done
one
it,
team
guys.
having Ember Frost, it didn't
Stream
quite
because
make
you
much of a difference
stream on the
in
side
end for Z10, and they weren't able
and
to
do
do
it for
that
the love
much
of
with
it.
the choice of Arco.
Don't try and make it a career from
Brad
the off.
showing there for starters that both of the duelist players can play Wolverine.
It's a terrible
because
way
when
to
they
do
had
it.
the Punisher, it went over to Melio. When they had the
What
Human
was
Torch,
streaming in
it
the
went over to
beginning?
Naga.
I started off on
just
Valorant
ready to
when I first
adjust
started
when needed to
for
set
about the
themselves
first
up.
year.
We saw an Ultron, another
Then
character
I
who
did a
very
lot
well
of
with Central
Apex.
Park, coming in from Melio earlier. The
Mostly
duelists on the
Apex
side of Brad
Legends
have
and a
flexibility,
little bit back to
and they do,
Valorant,
like you said, seem to target
with like a
one
mix of other
really
stuff in
powerful
there,
duelist
like
and
random
adjust
games
from
in
there.
there. And then Rivals since
Z10
this year,
have
really?
tried to make a lot of noise. Smash said in the interview yesterday to keep remembering the name. That this is a team.
And I think
keep an
it'll
eye
probably
on
be
and
Rivals
they're
for the
coming to win
foreseeable
it
future,
all.
at
But
least.
unfortunately, right now they're facing up against another strong team that's trying to make a statement.
Okay, here we go. Game 3.
And failing.
Let's see what they
down
adapt in the draft.
0-2. Loki actually being the first ban out from Rad is a
double
pretty
Loki bans.
interesting one.
Max save probably.
And feeling the pressure, Zero Tenacity aren't going to try and take out both Vanguards or try to take out anything more. They're instead going to, I mean, at this point, probably save the Magneto.
No, looking at that
really
Human Torch,
valuing
we
this
talked about
torch,
priority
man.
on the Flyers. This does mean, though, that in theory, Rad could go for a
Yeah, I prefer the
heavy
mag. I do
Vanguard
prefer the
ban
mag a
set. There
lot
we go.
better.
They lead away from
I
the
do.
Torch. They realize that just
The
one of
Torch
them
is good,
might
but
be
it's not
priority, and
worked
they
for
do
you against
prioritize
this team,
Magneto
so
over the
you've
Ember
got to
Frost, where
adapt.
they could have set themselves up for a mirror.
Punisher
With
ban?
the risk of Flyers in
I
the
would
game,
imagine.
and also the potential for Psylocke sneaking around in the backline, we're going to take away that lunar snow, getting that idle aura onto anyone like a Human Torch in the air or a Psylocke at the backline.
Rad have completely switched this up, man. Now they're going crazy. Okay,
guards.
So I like what Rad are doing here, right? If you think about what Rad are doing, they're going to try and force them into a res comp, right? They're going to take out as many... They're going to take Invis out here, if I'm right. And they're going to try... Oh, there's the save. They fucking knew it as well. They knew it. Yeah, they knew it. They were going to try and force them into a res comp because they've already lost with that twice. So I actually really like that. I like that a lot. They still might do.
So surely there's no chance for Zero
This is so smart from Rad, dude. This is really smart drafting.
When you don't have that Inspire.
It would be a little bit more difficult for them to do so, like you say, without that damage boost. However, with Cloak and Dagger removed as well, they don't have that, but there is one alternative. The Storm. There is the damage boost from the Goddess Aura, where they could try if they wanted to. We saw Lone 9 lean quite heavily on the Storm earlier, and with the fact that Zero Tenacity did not get the Human Torch ban down against them, if they were watching the games earlier, there is potentially some inspiration that could be taken there. But we're starting off with some standard pickups here. We're getting Knuten back on that Punisher, and then some less standard pickups on the Hovers. Smash this though, realizing that
you
they
see, because like it's tough as Z10 now.
Defense
like
is important, and looks once again at the Namor.
Rad, however,
what do you run? Your support pool has been pinched so hard, man.
Luna.
You've got the invis, but then what do you run with it?
You've taken out so many strategists on the other side as well, so a little bit scary, I think.
I think this is incredibly smart drafting from Rad.
This isn't elimination. They're not playing for their lives so far in this tournament. It is about setting themselves up nicely in this.
If I've read the game right,
final,
which I usually do, so I think I have.
Or Virtus Pro. It's going to be the series after this.
Not to top myself up too much.
Leave us playing. We've got plenty of good action.
Because obviously I can't hear their comms, so I don't know. But I feel like they've read this really well.
A very quick one as we move on. But Rad, 2-0 up. Zero Tenacity taking us to Central Park. They had a really good showing yesterday, but it was a lot of focus that went over
Smashes on the Ultron,
which is not really going to be available.
They're running a rocket.
There is a torch available, but only one
side. So they're running a rocket Ultron invis?
They start off on that Ultron, so they are going triple strategist with the Rocket Raccoon Invisible Woman just going hyper protection on that Punisher, and being able to use that Guardian Barrier.
The Rocket is good into the Cap. I feel like Cap's going to have a hard time getting value on these supports in the same way, but
they've got Ultron. They are constantly going to be above you, causing issues, and if you look up,
they're just running smash down though.
They are on that Captain America, and already it's the double, it's the triple, and Rad are pushing through this. That battery by
nah, guys, this is a 3-0, dude. This is a 3-0.
Because the whole team's getting taken
Rad
out.
have done this so fucking smart, man.
The adjustment, expecting that they'd run into an Ultron.
The Star-Lord, knowing that they're going to have to run like a weird support comp, the Star-Lord is a great pick.
Lugia actually swapping over towards the Thing, so you've got the Groot and the Thing as that main Vanguard line. And the Skies held down from Melio. Not going to have too much of a contest in the air. It's going to be Smash Nez, and this triple strategist that's attempting for Zero Tenacity, because they lost out on the Luna, the Cloak, and the Mantis, it just doesn't have enough about it. It's just missing a little bit of that beef to keep people alive and going in these engagements. And that's why the right-hand screen is just full of the red names of Rad as they're snowballing this second point.
Melio using dynamic flights to dash behind the opponents for that range of Ultron.
Naga is 9-0, dude.
Into his team, giving them healing and
Z10 are in a real bad spot.
Snowball. Rad already heading towards
They're in a real bad spot right now.
Have barely even built up their first set of ult charges. We already have Knut on 86%. Ducky is able to be charged up. Lugia is going to try and launch Smash Nest to try to.
Naga is just like, he's just pestering them on this backside.
I mean, we started about 6 p.m. BST. Hold that thought, actually, because that is a great Strangling Prison and the Barrage.
Yeah, Knut gets one, but like Naga's so free over the top here.
Going to be the extra cherry on top.
Oh, Knut gets him. That's big. But I mean, you use the Punisher ult basically to... Oh, gets proc on the backside. That's good. Oh, Smash whiffs it.
Everything being used from Zero Tenacity to just keep themselves in this one.
Melia fucking rolls
we started
in.
about 6 p.m. British time, and it's like, it's been less than an hour. I think this best of 5 could be over in.
Here comes the invisible boundary for an attempt to delay. Rajaro, though.
Okay, Oasis gets Melio. That's nice.
Does get hit by that Wolverine, forced to dash away at least a little
The
bit,
Rocket
but
gets the
he's
kill.
getting
That's
that
good.
constant bonus health tick and giving it to any allies who
Okay,
they
wait.
run through.
Okay,
That will
okay,
expire,
wait.
and it looks like finally,
What the
Rad are
fuck
gonna
is this?
start to
What we
get
watching?
cleaned up. Fate has swapped over to the Adam Warlocks. They know that it's probably time for a regroup, and now they have more time. With
Okay,
still
so now
3.5
Rad have
minutes
gone
to
full
go
res
to
comp.
build up ultimates like that Karmic Revival, and with their
They've gone full res comp.
on the board, there is a very high chance of getting taken out. Add Adam Warlock, Cosmic Cluster into the incredibly large.
I
hitbox
think
of the
Rad
thing
maybe
is
got a
just
little
delicious.
overconfident. Maybe got a little cocky.
Got the Rage of Ultron. That's about it. That's going to come out instantly, actually, from Melio. See if it could break some of the terrain and get people low. And it has set up Crook to actually get a pick over onto the strategist on the other side. Combination is incredibly strong, and usually you sort of expect to see a lot of these like
This
ultimate
Ultron is a
combinations
problem,
here.
dude.
Really, it was just the Rage of Ultron allowing a bit of a go push for Rad, and Zero to Nasty not having enough, not having anything to deal with
I
this.
don't know,
Hit the
chat.
second
I
point
don't
with
know. I really
probably a
want
lot of time on
Z10
the
to like
board, I think,
to
actually.
show us
Yeah,
something,
4
you know, and
minutes.
like come back into it. But
4 minutes to go. The chase down. Melio
It's
is
not
playing
even
one
close.
of the most aggressive
It's not even
Ultrons
close.
I've ever seen, and their map awareness is constant. They are more than happy to use dynamic flight to dash past and behind opponents, but then you'll always see them turn around. They just protected their backline because they knew it was trying to turn around.
What a fucking sleep. Jesus Christ. Just fucking lob that in the hole. That was crazy. Canute gets one.
Canute takes out Naga in the air, and it's finally Zero to Nasty once again, burning multiple ultimates
I'm
to
Muffin.
try and take this fight. But Naga returning thanks to the cocoon with that Galactic Legend, looking onto the back
Ah,
line.
this is just done, isn't it? Jesus.
And the healing output is just not enough. Invisible Woman will stealth away
It's
back
just
to their
so
team
fucking
to try and
done.
get out, but Winnie falls, and while all this is happening, Rad
They've
took
got
control
nothing.
and have once again continued their
Now,
march
do you
towards
remember this is
Dragon's
upper
dining
bracket,
room.
okay? So
That
Z10
is
are not
crazy
out.
that
They will go to
use
the
out
lower
the
bracket
Yam
from here,
Amplifier, They
okay?
use Final Judgment, they use String of Prison and Last Stand, and it's
So it's not
enough.
over
Rad, they've
for them.
managed to sort of, I think, break the
But,
formula here. There's just not enough
man,
sustain
Rad
for
look
Zero
good.
to Nasty. With the
Are we
strategies
gonna
that
get
they
a
have
Rad
on the
VP
field.
rematch, chat?
Lugia and Ducky just having to brawl this out, and Wolverine, they want to try and fight in these corridors and fight a bit close quarters.
Ducky gets
But even if
Crook.
they do get the picks,
There's the
Counter
res.
Revival's going to bring back 3 different players, so Rad are going to keep this one moving.
Here goes
One more time
Melio.
they're able to avoid it, but they're chased down by the rage of Ultron, pushing on through Rocket.
Oh
Rocket
my
can't
God.
get away as they force their way forward, taking out the Vanguards, taking out
Absolute
the Wolverines. It's
stomp.
Invisible Woman trying to
Absolute
run from spawn
stomp.
to touch this car, but with 3 bodies on it, the Squirrel
Woof.
marches on home. That is Rad with the triple cap and Zero
Yeah, Rad, like-
tenacity, teeter on the edge.
The
I
funniest
wish
thing
I could be
is
more
that even
hyped
though
for you
that was
guys.
pretty
Like, I
dominant
want
from Rad,
Z10
that
to like
is probably
get in this game, but I don't,
not
you
the-
know,
definitely
it's
not
kind
the
of hard
fastest
because Rad are
time
just
we've
rolling
seen
them,
on Central
you know?
Park. I think Zero Tenacity might have even beat it yesterday when they went up
My
against,
sister's just moved house today, so they're just showing me
09, I think
their
it was. But
showing me
here
that they
it's
got the keys.
a tough old time. Even Pep, sorry, it was that they were up against. So yeah, Zero Tenacity really just down in the dumps, it feels like. Nothing seemed to connect on what they
Yeah.
wanted to do and approach on this map. And again, to reiterate,
Whoever's,
the balance, you're
whoever
missing out
Rad's
on
coach
Loki, Luna,
is-
Cloak and Dagger, and Mantis. Your backline is just trying to keep
You
afloat.
fucking bossed this, by the
Invisible
way.
Woman was forced to be protected in the end.
How you getting
because
on,
that's
Muffin?
Needing something to rely on, an ultimate to just out.
lovely to have you back. I hope you're doing well.
But honestly, it's just not enough. Look at the like healing that's been done actually from that backline. We saw them play a little bit over on the Ultron to begin with, but it was a quick change.
I think sometimes, like, sometimes you see
no
this,
matter
right?
what.
Sometimes you just
Rad
don't
setting
know
themselves up for
how
the defense,
to
have not
play against a
adjusted the
certain
majority of
team.
their composition,
Like a
sticking
certain
with
team's
Melio in
play
the
style
sky,
just
keeping this out of
completely
Warlock,
fucks you,
they
you know?
fit them quite
And you just don't know
well
how to
later
play
on
into
in
it.
the matchup.
And I think
Zero
that's what's
Tenacity,
happening here. Like,
they do
Rad have
keep
just
them
got their
operating the
number,
thing. They are
and
still gonna
Z10
try
are just
and
not
commit
really
this,
sure
meaning
how
we'll
to
likely still see this
how to
Wolverine.
find a way to
No,
win,
they
you know?
swap to the Groot to try and create an opening that way, meaning Knudsen is going to look to be trying to pull people out
I
of the
know
sky.
that feeling all
Yeah,
too well,
Smashness is on
Muffins.
Jeff. He still has torch available to him, right? It's the other side that the ban came through. It was Z10 banning it away from Rad.
Well, hopefully I
So
can
he has
entertain
the
you for a
option
little
available
bit.
to him, but I guess he's
We've
just
still got
worried
another
about being
best of
taken
5
out with
series
the
to go
Sky,
after this
but
one.
It's going to be a ground battle, and it's a pretty stressful look in this match. There's trying to keep everybody going, a little bit more of a brawlier composition for Zero
Yeah, they're
this
waiting.
time. Trying to play around the Emma Frost and also the group.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck they're going.
But there's so many like high corridors, open skies that Melio wants to rain hell down from.
Melio is
He's not afraid to
untouched.
follow them
Like,
into these like deep, dingy corners of the map and still able to find the picks.
Zero Tenacity are playing grouped up. They're just using the maximum AoE.
Oasis does get Kruk, but surely Kruk just reses. There we go.
They're trying to just stay together. But while that happens, you don't pierce backwards. Melio is always behind you.
Oh, big Ultron ult to keep them up.
Will likely allow Zero Tenacity to at least sustain.
Oasis is popping on this rocket, dude. I love this like DPS rocket that we're getting. Because they're like, we don't have the damage. We need to just fucking do this.
Jeff comes on out, and I don't think Smash. I think Smash has definitely got 2.
Wait, when did they change to Jeff? Wait, did I miss that? Wait, when did they change to Jeff?
This is a happy fight for Rad to
that is desperation, isn't it?
Made onto the board, but not really much else for
nah, Z10 is so fucking lost, dude. This looks like a ranked game right now. This looks like one of my ranked games.
Voltron is very close to having a second one that could potentially cap out this fight. Z10 have to give up this space. Whilst they have Sonic Seduction, Lugia's main focus is going to be to get out, but he can't get there. The reset
yeah,
is
that's exactly that route, yeah. So
they
let them have whatever they wanted support-wise for the first 2 games.
They need to get
and then
again, but like you say, Rad are
in this last series, they just uber-banned all of their support, so they left them with not a lot of supports to play with. So they're kind of they're trying some weird spicy picks.
Just need to get out of there for when it expires, but doesn't even need to. Quick chase down onto Lugia.
They're spawn camping them, guys. They are spawn camping Z10.
This is just zoning potential. How long until Zero Tenacity just try to swap to Strange and try and portal in? Because they are running low on time.
Mega disrespectful.
Galactic Legend might be a little bit of a sight for sore eyes. Just to make sure that Zero Tenacity are forced into
Newton misses as well, dude.
It's going to be used to just create, honestly, a bit of space.
He misses the ult completely.
Still trying to be a little bit more annoying. And no people are able to get on the point as of yet.
They look lost.
They
got nothing.
Now the third one as well with the arm amplifier to try and keep this going, but there's no picks that are forming. In fact, it's them that's going down. They lose Winnie that has the invisible boundary.
Oh, I don't know, man. Z10 look really rattled. This is gonna have to be a really
Don't worry about the Jeff ultimate. We'll have to see if he's managed to connect some people. He's able to catch
they
one.
Ultron ulted the Jeff ult. Is crazy, dude. That's crazy work.
People back. Just trying to press him thrown up into the high tower to
try
and catch
crazy
people
work.
Resurrected. But yet again, no follow through from Z10. Ryder set this up
yeah, it's tough.
perfectly.
It's tough.
With 15 seconds left and overtime force
This is going to be a really hard bounce back from Z10, I think, in the lower bracket. They're going to need to go away and have a serious talk and think about what went wrong here, because this is a really tough loss. This is a really tough loss. Like, not a single one of these games was close. There's not a lot for them to take away from this. It wasn't even close. Hi, Carpet.
But it's just not happening. And Rad.
Yeah, I did as well, Katrina. I did. I mean, the next series is the one that I was looking forward to the most.
Yeah, maybe
BBP VP is gonna be a fucking banger. If both of those teams show up, it's gonna be a fucking banger.
At all, it seems like so.
I thought this one was gonna be as well.
Again, this isn't just like a throwaway result. You have to be solid as a team.
That's a really tough
be
loss.
able to win on all the different game modes to win out a 3-0. Especially when 0-10 have had the choice of map for the last 2 rounds.
For those of you guys who don't know, by the way, Z10 won groups. They won their
I
Group
suppose,
A.
of what that draft phase was.
And they beat BPP, which are arguably one of the favorites. And they beat them in a clinching final, which will be on my YouTube hopefully later today.
The torch was available for Smash, but he wasn't able to ever pick it.
It's a phenomenal series, and they looked really good. But today they just look completely washed.
Just attempted strangle of the strategies, whereas Rad, they just went for as many as they possibly could. They had the triple strategist set up, of course, with the Adam Warlock.
That's a tough loss for Z10.
Rounds, and they could bring back that Mantis, bring back Naga when they got taken down on that Starlord. So they had the triple res. Then, of course, they had the ult.
I mean, it's hard to know how much of that is the coach's influence in their pick bans, or how much they read the game well.
With that freedom charge giving bonus health, they always had.
But I think Rad's drafting was also just really good in this. This is one of the best drafting examples I think we've seen all tournament long, of just like psychologically out-drafting throughout the entire series, right? Like we could go back over this and analyze the drafts, and I could explain it all. I did it as we went, but they out-drafted pretty hard.
How some of the maps went. I think it's just the style of play that we saw from Rad, like that first round of Araco where we
let's
see
hear from Rad. Let's hear what they have to say about it. They're probably pretty fucking ecstatic about a straight 3-0.
These player pools we spoke to Trust Me yesterday. They were sort of saying that there's so many options for teams to work with, and they're the ones that are putting in the time to try and find the most when it comes to the little combinations and stuff. Like, granted, we didn't see the Spider-Man play on Dajalia, but we're going to have to maybe save that
for that
upper bracket final, as that's exactly where Rad have managed to
That was
find
a hard
himself.
watch, y'all.
And they'll be facing against either a rematch versus Virtus Pro.
I really like Z10. They were my favorites. I've been really enjoying watching them, so that was a tough watch.
History, because all these teams have obviously played each other a lot in different tournaments, but in terms of grand finals, there's usually at least one team there, and that's Virtus Pro. So when you start to look at these result statistics, you have to dive a little deeper to try.
Yeah, this next series we got, by the way, these are considered like the two favorites in EU.
They're going to be looking for this redemption.
If you guys have not been following this, VP, BPP are considered the two favorites.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's
in this competition,
likely, I'd say, but we'll have to see.
This should be a great fucking series.
We should have an interview soon with some of the Rad players, and ultimately, Tetra, I think, what are the main things that you'd want to even ask them? Because it does feel like, for me, the main thing is, have you managed to work out how to beat Z10 and to really just sort of gun down their incredibly flexible, diverse hero pool, depending on what the pick ban phase is? This is the first time that they looked a little bit flustered, I'd say, for Zero Tenacity.
I'm going to be asking them about the draft. Like we said earlier, that they seem to prioritize some of these big duelists, but in that last game, they actually kind of didn't. They completely pivoted. They, of course, had Star-Lord available, but that seemed to be more of a byproduct of the fact that they still had this triple res composition available.
It might be an earlier finish than we thought, guys.
How they are prioritizing.
I was expecting to be here till like 10 o'clock.
High-value duelists like the Punisher, like the Human Torch, versus when it's time to swap over to this maximum sustained style.
And we were sort of talking about him a little bit earlier. The mad scientist Vanguard is going to join us for the second day in a row, as we're going to have an interview with Trust Me coming in. I think the first thing that I'd want to say to you, Trust Me, I don't know if you realized how many like different Vanguards did you play on that first point of Araco? Because we saw you on Hulk, Thing, Venom, I think, at a point. You seem to do the whole like gun game, I suppose, of playing all of them in that one round alone.
Palamox, thank you so much for the follow.
We kind of swapped around a lot. You had to, right? Because the matchup lead into it. I was a bit surprised by the Emma ban. I think the Emma ban was really good from them, because it kind of lead into us like losing our strategy and our idea around it. So it was really hard to defeat that Emma, right? Because Magneto on point loses the resource trait, so he takes more damage than he does, and that's really bad for us in general. Because then you need to make value out of him, and you can't really. So the idea was the wolf grab with the.
Oh, he's come over from Overwatch.
But that didn't really work when they swapped to Thing, so that was a big problem.
So I want to ask something about that I was just talking to Ryan about, and that is how you guys do seem to draft. In terms of prioritizing, at least in the early game, in the first round, a bit more of a single duelist style where you prioritize one of the big characters.
Yeah, their drafting was really clever.
For example, the Punisher hovered in there, the Psylocke in that Araco map. But then in the next match, in the third match, you adjusted and went very heavily on the defenses, giving yourself that triple res comp available, leading on Starlord with Melio just kind of chasing people down on Ultron. Where do you feel like the balance is between trying to prioritize one of these high-value duelists compared to when it's time to just try and bunker in and defend?
It's map dependent, surely.
It depends a lot on the map, right? If the right map opens up and there's a lot of open space, then Wolverine, an example, becomes way weaker because he has less opportunities to hide for a grab, right? When he has that close corner and he can be pocketed from an angle, which on an open map that cannot be possible because the supports are always going to be exposed when the Wolverine plays close range. So you kind of isolate that problem by not having to ban the Wolf then, right? Because you can play a dive comp because the map is so open. So we always ban around what we feel like is good on a certain map, and we always are super individual with the bans. I spent 3 hours yesterday watching America, the bans that they have there. There was a lot of upsets in the American tournament. So that was very enlightening to what is very good to ban, what is usually good, what people play. A lot of things also lead into what you think the opponent is strong at. Like, we know our opponent is strong on Loki. That's why we banned Loki first, because we had that thought that as a last savior, they might save Loki first.
Yeah.
Right? Since they did that in the past against Patapin. So we wanted to throw them off with that and maybe catch them off guard because they're like so sure on the idea they're gonna get Loki safe now.
I think
because we always ban tank
well.
first, but then suddenly we ban Loki first. And it like throws them off a lot. And they had the 2 strong tanks open, Magneto and Emma, but they couldn't really play them because we just like had really good bans around it.
I wanted to speak about that last map's bans as well because he went for what? Loki, Luna, Cloak and Dagger, Mantis. And Z10 are a hard team to draft against because they're so flexible. Was that the formula almost? Because it felt that they were trying to play triple strategies, but they just didn't have enough sustain, right? Like they were lacking so many of those big ultimates to keep people alive. And whilst they protected the Invisible Woman,
I think the original idea was going to be to try and force them onto the res comp again, right? Because the res comp didn't work for them.
That's how much you starved them away from
and they
playing
looked
strategists.
uncomfortable on it.
Was that always the goal against C10? Because like I said, they're a very flexible team.
Not always. If the map is not that open, then you cannot play the Ultron comp, and then the entire strategy falls apart, right? It's the fact that they have supports that have to play in the open against the dive composition, because otherwise the invis don't get value, and then they can never make any progress because they can never walk up because our captain will just instantly contest everyone. So it's like the fact that the strategy is good on that specific map, why you play it, right? So that is one thing. I also have to say, yesterday, right, I came here with the most terrible microphone, because I had webcam mic. I think the microphone now is a lot better, right? Hopefully.
It is, yeah. You're not on your
You guys
webcam
who
mic.
missed that yesterday.
Having a good laugh at you in chat afterwards, so
That's
I wasn't
funny.
too sure.
Trust did an interview after the game yesterday, and
the future.
He was using his webcam mic accidentally, and it sounded awful, and everyone was calling him out for
from
it.
the grand finals if
So,
you could beat
love that he
either
called that out.
Virtus
That's funny
Pro
as shit.
or Berber Patapim. I feel like this is going to be a really obvious question to ask. Which one would you prefer?
In terms of who we think is weaker, or in terms of...
play against?
Okay, then it's probably Patapim, because I want my revenge against them from Fight Night. And I have gotten... obviously, we're down and we're fine to play either of the teams, right? For me, it's more a thing about that. It doesn't matter how many times we lost against VP. There's a saying that I always follow. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery.
Yeah, I was wondering. Surely Rad want to...
But today is a gift, right?
I want Rad to play VP, if I'm honest.
That's the saying I always follow along.
Just for the storyline,
And
you know?
for me, right? Yesterday, I think we really, really underperformed in the very first map. And I think we made up for it today. And I think we really showed that we earned our spot as a good team. Because yesterday, the energy level during the first map was also low. I felt like we were not giving 100%. I asked some of the team if they did give 100%. Some of them said yes. But for the amount of effort we spent, we cannot give 100%. We need to give 200, right? 100% is not enough for the amount of effort we spend on each other. If we want to respect each other, everyone needs to give all of what they have. It's not enough if we don't give 200% for the amount of work we put in.
I want somebody to take that clip.
He's a
and put
passionate guy.
motivational
You can
music
see, like,
behind
he
it,
cares.
and you can play
Like,
that
you know.
like if we see you guys going the distance, because that was a hell of a showing today. Trust me. Thank you very much for joining us, and you get to sit back and see who your opponent in the upper bracket final is going to be a little bit later. So thank you again for joining us, man. It was an absolute pleasure.
Do you know, like...
Yeah, thank you very much.
When he said that quote, do you want to know the first thing that came to my mind was Justin Timberlake?
I could listen to
I think he has a song with that in, doesn't he?
Some players that are just like, we don't want to give anything away, but trust me, it's like, okay, so this was our thinking on this specific situation.
I think it's Mirrors, doesn't that have that quote in it?
He just has that.
Welcome in, Palamox. If you just want to lurk and enjoy, or you're here for the drops and stuff, please feel free. If you want to say hi, it'd be lovely to get to know you, but otherwise, enjoy.
I'm smarter and more inspired than when I
Thank you
first
for the
got
follow
here today, just from listening to him talk.
All right,
But that was
3
a
series
solid
down.
matchup.
We're on
Not
to the
saying
last
goodbye to
one
Zero Dynasty
for
yet, as they are
today.
heading down to the lower bracket. So there is still a chance for them to fight their way through into those grand finals. But it's the upper bracket finals we're going to be focusing on next.
We are
year.
not
About to find
covering
out who will
America
be playing
tonight,
against
unfortunately.
Brad. Our next
It's a
matchup
little
is
bit
gonna be
too much for me to do that today and tomorrow.
I'm excited.
So I won't be covering the America games. I will be trying to relax a little bit and sleep. So the series that you've got tonight in Americas, for any of you that are interested, is you got the 2 low brackets here, FlyQuest versus Envy, and ShroudX versus Nemesis in their 3rd rematch here. And then you got Techie Sentinels and 100 Thieves versus Ego Death. I will watch these series, or I'm going to probably shoutcast these series once the tournament is done with my co-caster. We'll put them up on my YouTube. But I'm not going to be doing these games tonight. Tomorrow, we will be doing both EMEA and the Americas. So it's going to be a really fucking long day tomorrow. 8 best of 5s tomorrow. So we will be doing from 2 o'clock UK time. So if you guys are enjoying it, feel free to come back and watch the rest of the tournament with me as well. So we'll be doing the 2 lower brackets here, 2 lower bracket quarters, the lower bracket semi-final and the upper bracket final tomorrow for both EMEA and Americas. And then on Sunday, we're going to do the lower bracket final and the grand final for both regions as well. So a lot still to do. A lot of games still to go. I'm running a quick ad just so you don't get any ads in the games. That's why we're on a quick breakies. How are you, Bolly? And some type of designated coach. I think a lot of these teams probably don't have designated teams and stuff yet. We talked about it a little bit earlier that Rivals Esports is still like very much in its infancy, right? So a lot of these organizations are not like big orgs. You got people like VP, right, who are well-known organizations within esports. So they probably do have like really good backing, you know, good coaches, good support staff, stuff like that. Sentinels, obviously, 100 Thieves, obviously, ShroudX probably does. FlyQuest and Envy are both big names as well, but there's a lot of teams that are just kind of coming off the back of putting some players together and seeing if they can make it. But I think that will happen, obviously, a lot more as the esport grows, you know? I'm good, thank you, Bolly. I'm good. We've had some really good games today. It's been fun. And hopefully, the best one yet to come right now. So yeah. If you guys just want to quickly see while we're waiting, I'll quickly show you what happened in groups. For any of you that maybe didn't watch the group stages. So Bubba, Patapim, pretty much upper bracket stomped. These games weren't even close. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They just lost out in the grand final 2-0-10, who we just saw. But it was really close. They're widely considered one of the best teams, if not maybe the second best team behind Virtus Pro. And then VP went down to the lower bracket in a shock game,
to work out what that quote was from.
which is also on my YouTube.
I thought it was
if any of you guys want to go check out and
say
stuff.
it's not weird enough to be a Dr. Seuss quote, but yeah.
They went out in a shock series to Virtus Pro, to Rad, and then obviously just swept the lower bracket pretty easily, and then won the grand final very, very handedly against Rad. It didn't look close. So these are the two giants of the EU region playing right now. So it's going to be a really good game.
To be the team that beats Virtus Pro first. Unfortunately, they were pipped to the post by Rad in the group stages, but beating Virtus Pro for the first time in playoffs. And in a best
if you are enjoying the games, just a quick self-promo.
Potential challenges, I suppose.
But it is my channel, so fuck it.
There is so far no team that has
all of
Virtus Pro
the grand finals from the groups are all going to be on my YouTube. We're just getting through them at the moment over the next couple of days. And then all of the
this is a team with a
upper bracket, lower bracket, and grand finals from these playoffs for both regions. All of those 6 series will also be on my YouTube after the tournament. So if you do want to catch up, you want to miss it, or you want to relive it, if you're chilling out with me here, then go subscribe to my YouTube, and they'll all be on there.
To swap onto stuff like the Punisher to create chaos. Tanuki used to be a little bit of a Jeff merchant when they needed something to wrap around.
So people to watch out for.
They would pick up that. Now that has been replaced by Pokey.
If this is the first time you guys are watching.
Jeff, but Polly being the ultimate Captain America in EMEA. Right
Tanuki is a monster DPS player. Pokey is a demonic Psylocke player.
I mean,
we'll do VP. Every one of these players are ridiculously good. Fee on this Human Torch or on the Star-Lord is a major problem. Sparker, we've seen some Punisher, Psylocke be absolutely dominant.
Pretty bad for
Finn,
at the moment.
Finn particularly really good on Emma. We've seen some crazy Emma performances. Nevix tending to play these more like Hulks and these kind of dive tanks, but is way more than flexible enough to run pretty much any tank duo they need. Drydraw on this cloak has been ridiculously good.
On there because the Vanguard line, the strategists, and the
Cyper as well on this.
I think that's pretty safe
very flexible, honestly. Lunas, Invises, whatever they need. This is a very strong team, VP.
One of the teams who have tried to challenge them the most, going in oldest to newest order.
Before this tournament started, VP were undefeated. They were 23-0. No one had taken anything off them. So that just to tell you the level that we're about to watch. If there's any game that you're going to watch today, it should be this one.
3-0, and then finally, in the most recent fight night they have played each other in,
we've got some monster players.
Getting one map away from taking down Virtus Pro. Patapim have been nipping at their heels the entire time. This is their moment to try and take that final bite.
I will play devil's advocate, I think, for that Fight Night 13. The 2 maps that we did see Patapim take were domination maps. That this was a mode that Patapim very good at.
Just while these guys are chatting, I'm going to quickly top up my juice. Can you
game mode as opposed to Convergence or Convoy when it's just a cough map. And yeah, it really did feel like Virtus Pro, now that you can't just be forced onto domination maps over and over again, might have a little bit more flexibility. This Patapim team has been chomping at the bit for this opportunity to show up and fight against Virtus Pro. And with an upper bracket game looming against Rad, both these teams feeling like if they can get the best of each other here, might set themselves up quite nicely for a grand final appearance if they keep that form up.
Let's see who moves on to play against Rad and who will be making their way down to that lower bracket to fight for their tournament lives.
Okay.
We're starting on the Krakoa. The Hellfire.
Let's go, baby. Game 1.
And it is a party with
VP BBP.
And we're looking at, well, it's Krakoa. It's only fitting that
so here's the tank prior. Emma Mag.
Emma Frost and Magneto.
Nothing too different right now. Standards. Loki save.
Patapim actually taking out the Magneto.
Interesting
first.
They're doing a Loki save over a tank save.
Now the sort of biggest Emma Frost.
I mean, do you just ban Mag here
least,
on VP and take both of those away?
From Patapim, giving Ken something to sort of play around and making sure that that backline of strategist isn't hit too hard with the bans that are about to follow. Virtus Pro having a bit of
Emma or Mag
here.
save, probably Emma save for Finn, no?
Because it has been protected. They're going to gun for the torch just
what
to
we
make
on
sure
Krakoa?
that the likes of Tanuki or Pokey can't get their hands on it.
But there's still
I would expect a cap ban here for Virtus Pro, maybe. Polly is a monster on this cap.
You can see here for Virtus Pro, Nevix. Currently hovering the Thor.
Maybe Psylocke. Yeah, there's the cap ban.
Out of base, but it would be fun.
Cap ban on both sides,
Captain
actually.
America is being hovered on both sides, though. Both these teams
Not surprised.
play extremely well. While Polly is the more popularized member, Virtus Pro more than capable.
Yeah, Nevix has been picking it up a lot more, but I do think that the complete ban.
Do they want to save Punisher here? Maybe.
Because him.
What's their prio?
And Pokey combining that cousin Metro.
The torch is their prio. Okay.
Are really starting to stand tall. Virtus Pro not only
so maybe VP are going to look for
themselves.
We know VP really like the res strat, but I think on this map, and there's the Adam ban. I was going to say that in a sec. To stop that res strat coming through. Maybe they're looking for like some kind of Ultron comp, Invis Ultron comp to go and like all in on this torch idea.
Triple strategist setup utilizing the Adam Warlock and the Mantis, but with running the Human Torch instead.
And what do they want to say?
Chose to deal with this by banning the Mantis to prevent the damage boost, but it seems Burber Patapim would prefer to remove the Adam Warlock to prevent the revive.
Punisher I like.
Punisher
Mag ban maybe?
Last protection coming in.
Just don't let them have that tank.
Against the torch, having something to shoot it down is.
Man, I fucking called this draft like a motherfucker.
There hasn't been that protects coming in for
I'm so smart, you guys. I'm so smart. It's like I've been watching nearly 3 full weeks of Marvel Rivals, and I know what I'm talking about. I think, did I call nearly every fucking pick right there? God damn it.
Because that team up has been such a
Boy
strong
knows his
aspect.
shit.
You could go Venom as well because Enzo, it might just sort of rely on company.
Don't get baited, by the way, guys. Do not get baited by what you're seeing right now.
More of like the standard stuff that we're expecting, and I'm not going to put too much stock in Firelocking in the Spider-Man. It would be interesting to see it pulled out now, though.
Wait until we actually get into the game.
They have played it in tournaments in the past, but it's extremely rare. So I, like you, not entirely sure we'll see that.
All right, Krakoa.
But both these teams are hovering the Hulk without Namor currently. This could obviously change as the map goes on, but with the Magnetos taken out on one side, Emma taken out the other, then
let's see what they decide to lock. I wouldn't be surprised by Hulk Namor
so being able to protect
as well on this map.
Pretty huge, especially with the.
We know Nevix likes a Namor.
Snow available for the side of Burber Patapim. Dridro.
Enzio as well on the flip side. Enzio looking at that right now. Tanuki going on the Star-Lord. Yeah, okay. I like the Star-Lord pick here into the torch. We've talked about this all day long, so I like that too. And let's have a look across the board. Yeah, Sparker on Psylocke, Fee on Torch, no surprises on there. This is a pretty standard comp for VP, nothing too crazy.
Careful. Maybe Enzo wanted to try and deal with it, but a portal place in a Patapim up.
Tanuki on the Star-Lord, Polly on the Strange.
Tanuki and Pokey
nice
going full gun here.
Oh, they get Sparker off the back of it as well.
And it's going to be Pokey getting
oof, that's a great fucking stun from the Hulk.
Most legendary Psylocke players in this game right now. But if there's anyone you get the chance to practice against, it's Burber Patapim having the opportunity to, for starters, know how
yeah,
to
Sparker and Pokey, by the way, or PKY, but Pokey for BBB. These are two of the best Psylocke players like in the game.
It does have the Punisher.
They're absolutely absurd on this hero, so don't be surprised if there's a lot of Psylocke prio between these two.
But you're right, he's mostly been over on that Psylocke. I mean, the combination is strong. You've got Finzi and Nevix both.
Old building here for PKY.
So, like I mentioned, team up very good, very strong, and his turret has been an absolute Hail Mary. I think Virtus Pro have struggled to deal with it up in the sky. And
is there anything funnier than watching a torch just get punched out by a Hulk?
Back out in the sky, and Tanuki, in an attempt to try to shut down Fire, that's up.
They're holding some nice high ground. I like this.
Keep him going.
Oh, they get Fee as well. That's so nice. Because what they're doing is they're sitting this Punisher up top with the dual supports behind him. So that if anyone tries to get on him, the Punisher's going to stay up. And they're just fucking raining down hell from this top side BPP. And they're letting the tanks do the work. Polly gets a double. Can you see what I mean? Oh! Style. Tanuki just styled on him.
Final hit onto 5 as they came in for the reinforcement. This will mean that Virtus
And
Pro,
look at the
they'll have
ults,
to
dude.
wait and regroup
5
later.
ults
Nevix,
for
of course,
BBP.
once staggered, is finally able
4
to run
for
off the
VP
map
once
so
slapped
they can
against
rejoin
theirs, and
their
there we
team
go.
with a 4-second delay.
Fate both ults has just been grabbed up by Saipei. That's how long it's taken. Meanwhile, 5 other ultimates available for Berber Patman with 8%
5
on
and
the
5.
board. This looks weird to see the Virtus Pro are sort of this behind now, but ultimates-wise, they have caught up.
Isn't
going
even
to
close,
be
dude. BBP
a
are just
pretty
fucking
big battle
storming
with
it.
what's available. But
PKY
Saipei
getting
goes down.
another
Pokey
pick.
catches him with the turret. You lose one of your biggest strategist ults.
Pokey's set up here.
Oh, they just nailed Tanuki. That's such a big pick. Pokey, like, Pokey has not been touched on this high ground at all. Fee finally gets Pokey. I mean, he had to supernova him. I think that was a solo supernova just to kill Pokey on this fucking Punisher. Nice kill on Tanuki. Agamotto doesn't do anything. Here goes the Psylocke ult. Nice to get into the portal from Tanuki. Who was that who dipped into the portal? Was that Tanuki? Am I tripping? Okay, so they do take the fight VP, which is really nice. I don't know quite how they managed that, but
actually, with just the low-key clones.
They've got a big percentage to climb back into this one.
From Sparkers down to the butterflies. But the follow-up is there. Now it's a case of like a final judgment.
But they've taken them off this high ground, which is big.
That eternal bond first. Saipei's not going to be close to having a fatal bolt.
They're going to have to fight this mano in mano.
To take this first point. We see Berber Patman being very good on his domination modes. But Virtus Pro have been very good, even if they've lost the point first.
Oh, was it Mini Hulk? N0?
Yeah, 99% and then win.
Tanuki on the flag, Sparker spotting the Hulk, leaping on past. Enzo trying to sneak in from behind, cause a distraction.
Oh, Sparker wanted that one. He fucking saw it and he wanted it.
They're trying not to get staggered out.
Right, here we go, PKY, but no support ult to back him up like he's raw dogging this. I don't know about this. Maybe they just felt pressured, but he just fucking raw dogged that. Nevix could go massive here with the World Breaker. 1 for 1. Drydro gets Ken.
Onto Finzi, but they lose Ken at the same time. And that's just as he has to go to mischief. So Berber Patman maybe stressed a little bit.
Here goes the World Breaker. Sparky gets Pokey. This is big.
But it still allows Pokey to go down with just the pressure that
Oh, Tanuki's just getting fucking ran at, dude. Sparky gets Alex as well. This is an insane comeback from VP. There's no way they're going to do this, surely. Fee gets Polly. What?
Still about 95%.
Can anyone even touch?
I don't know if they're going to have much of a choice, especially when these supernovas thrown down at the same time. They have one player that's able to jump on, but are they going to be long?
How have they even got it this close?
Able to keep up for the time being. The Tanuki now trying to clear the space. This was 99-0.
Tanuki doesn't get anything from the Starlord ult though.
And now the contest is there. Berber Patman wanted
oh, was that stud?
Finzi with the Eye of Agamotto. Not from Polly, actually. He gets CC'd through it. So he's
did Nevix just fly in and fucking stun him? That was absurd. What?
Bond is going to keep Virtus Pro fighting on its objective.
Monster Hulk to try and delay Finzi with their own Eye of Agamotto, like you say.
Dude, Drydro against Polly. How have they done this?
As they are getting picked off.
Tanuki gets Fever. I don't know if that's enough.
That Hulk dropping back into battle as overtime is ticking down.
That is absolutely absurd from VP.
Out here is not going to make it to the rest of this fight as they have no.
That is disgusting.
Loki teleports in to try and buy some time. There's the flying Venom.
Venom does like, but I mean, look, this is like, this is just stalling. I don't think they can win this. It's 1 by 1 by 1. Wow.
Game 1, or at least round 1.
Yeah, round 1. I mean, it felt like it could be a full game, to be fair. Just Berber Patman, it's the exact thing that makes this Virtus team so strong.
Pretty ridiculous.
They were really sloppy at the beginning. Like, is this the Virtus Pro to be at the top of the EMEA for so long? Like, and they're playing like this?
I mean, that's a mental breaker as well for BBP.
But once they were able to take that point, it
that's
was
a mental
so well
breaker.
contested. There was so much control taken there And Berber Patton
Sparker 15 and 1.
Take the objective from that point onwards. Even when you're looking at the amount of damage that I think
Psylocke is
being
fucking
able to
terrifying.
over on that Punisher, it's not being enough.
Oh boy.
They're doing so much. Like you
VP
say,
looked very good.
To drop everything. The Galactic Legend is trying to just melt on through, but they're up against an eternal bond, giving so much extra protection.
Yeah, I think
then,
Pokey got
you
way
have
too
Cypher,
ambitious with
who's on
that
the Lunar with the Fate of
Punisher
both
ult.
worlds. They have two of some of the best
Like,
healing
didn't wait
ultimates
out,
in
and
the
then
game,
obviously he
making
couldn't, like, go
so
in off it,
hard
right?
For these, quite frankly, damage over
So,
time ultimates.
Ideally,
to get
he would
the
want to, like,
pickups.
push in with
This
that
has
and
been
force their hand, but he didn't have the support
perfection
behind
once
him.
they got that
So he just had to
defensive
kind of
position.
sit on that slightly higher ground and
Virtus Pro,
hope
because
that
that
someone
fight went
face
on
checked
quite a
him.
while.
The VP are not going to give you that.
I want to contest this early, and Sparker dance the butterflies. But Patspin better be checking it, otherwise they're in
Tanuki's not really getting any value on the Starlord
really
either. I wonder if we see a little
switch
switch after this ult.
It's just going to be the Doctor Strange on the point, so Polly has a lot to deal with. Tanuki seeing if he can just get a couple more hits with the barrage to get that Galactic Legend online.
He wants Sparker.
The final judgment is going to be the thing that
Here we
starts
go.
off forcing out the fate of both.
Okay, that's big. Gets feet.
Eternal bond, but no doubt Tanuki is ready.
Gets Strider as well.
Especially with the cloak being taken out, that might be the perfect chance.
Nevix gets Pokey back on Sparker over the top. Does somehow get the Loki, but Nevix on this Hulk is just going fucking bananas. Gets Finn. The Starlord is chasing the Luna. And Enzio goes down as well. Their target selection is so good. Like, Nevix is a monster.
They spot the flanking Tanuki. Tanuki, by the way, just tried to chase down Cypher and was not able to catch them in a 1v1 because of the mobility and because people came for the reinforcement in
Yeah, there's
time.
the cloak ult.
Here comes final bond from Dridro to set
They
up
don't really want to give it up.
to go for the hyper commitment. The Punisher
Fee over the top.
on top of one of these trees for a little bit of extra culling.
Okay, that's big from Finn.
He takes down Alex. I have Agamotto into the backline, but they're just not fighting.
Pokey gets Finn.
Oh, the Supernova is just a bit too much to deal with, but this point is still contested. What's it been? Like almost 3 minutes, I think, of these two teams fighting on this point here.
Wait, a BBP gonna finally get it? Doesn't look like it. There's a nice double.
To be pocketed and saved for this next engagement.
They're still fighting for this.
For the longest amount of time.
Polly doesn't want to give it, but that Terror Cape is going to cause a lot of issues. He doesn't want to. Oh, they finally give it up. Polly does get Sparker though.
Even though Polly's able to get the catch onto Sparker, the point finally goes in the direction of Virtus Pro.
Like you said, we were fighting.
Wow, that was a crazy fucking fight.
Just got picked up. These two teams are just trading.
And we see Pokey switching to this Psylocke now, trying to match band for band. And I like this. I think this is the play. Pokey has not looked good on that Punisher. Give them the comfort, you know. And there we go. Pokey gets one. And that's an easy take for BPP.
Punishing the Vanguards this game.
Virtus Pro can just sort of hang back and go, okay, they use 3 ultimates. We've got 2 that are looming with the World Breaker.
They still have the ult advantage as well, BPP here. Tanuki's got theirs. Ken and Polly both have theirs.
Too shabby, too soon for Dridro.
And they're starting to build up. Now VP have got 3. Dridro looking for a 4th.
You know, Tanuki, it's just a mind game of, okay, what are they going to have available strategist-wise? What can we force out?
Finzy not too far away.
Is he going to try and use it now? He's got the right read that he's able to get there before the strategists are available. But Dridro just gets the
what the fuck is that stun from Nevix? What? This Hulk is insane, dude. These stuns are just like fucking mind-blowing.
We've seen Virtus Pro be comfortable from this spot beforehand, and he have a lot of ultimates to go for this next
Polly
engagement.
does get a nice kill off.
Tanuki not finding a lot with these Galactic Legends, but what they are finding is forcing positioning. They are trying to dual fight. This is the plan here, to just try and make sure that they do not get the positioning that they want. So if they can keep that pressure on, then they're successful. And once fire is no longer
what do you
damage,
do? What do you do against this
guy? They can just
guy?
try and focus onto these strategies to force them out of position. Like you said, that forced out the Eternal Bond, which allowed Polly to land.
Have a taste of your own medicine, Nevix. There you go.
And able to
Just giving him a little love tap.
Dagger, which removes the goop off the floor and prevents that extra healing and damage. A Sparker is in the backline. Psionic Seduction to prevent any
Here we go.
from the dance of the butterfly if they decide to pull the trigger.
Nevix in this back line. These supports are like, they just have nothing to be able to survive that. And they're going to stall out, Alex as well.
Yeah, Nevix has been an absolute menace over on this Hulk. Just forces everybody to back up into the room off the point, forces the regeneration domain as well in a place that isn't actually on the objective itself. The Virtus Pro is a very clean take for them. They're still behind on point percentage, but of course a point up here on Krakoa.
Sorry, how the fuck did he even hit that? What?
As a reminder to go in and do damage in this best of 5. It's their best game mode.
How did he even hit that?
Have lost the most maps on. But they're not looking to be in a losing position thus far. Enzo might have something to say
Spark
about
goes
it,
over the top. He's looking.
In this engagement.
Enzio trying to get value, but looks like they're going to go out. They're going to get knocked out of Worldbreaker.
Last opportunity potentially is Virtus Pro about to even up the point.
Sparker gets one. And here we go, poking on the back, but that just forces the Luna roll.
To go into the back line. Ken just gets the copy to make sure that he has a Luna
Alex gets a nice pick on Cypher though.
Supernova from Phi. It's just whether he can catch somebody, even if they're being healed up this much, bursting them
Finzi
down.
gets Alex on the return, tries to Agamotto, but just gets railed immediately. And this looks like VP doing another reverse to take this point.
Enzo's just got
Observers.
his toe on the edge of it as to hold.
Observers.
Switch back to the game, guys. We're about to miss some of the action here as Virtus Pro still have enough bodies to fight for it. And there's no contest. Berber, Patspin, losing out on potentially their best shot in this best of 5 against Virtus Pro.
Do you ban Hulk?
Utilizing some very effective use
because
of
Nevix just fucking rolled that
and
game.
Chase down the Star-Lord, who's meant to try and take these 1v1s. And once you had that, you had the stagger. With the Star-Lord being one of the best characters to reinforce quickly, they knew it was time to burn ultimates to try and take the fight. Even though it was early at the beginning of overtime, you want to try and just make sure that people are going down one by one. They lost Cypher because of it, because they burned that Fate of Both Worlds so quickly. But like you said, that forces out the Loki immediately into
Sparker, 27 and 2, pretty much untouched.
Tanuki's come back, the ultimate's expired, and they're taken down again. It just creates a constant.
The Star-Lord was a nice idea. Like I see what they're going for, but Tanuki just felt like they got nothing on that Star-Lord, right?
From Nevix to stop the Eye of Agamotto as that shield grants crowd.
They felt like they didn't really get any value whatsoever.
Perfectly.
I don't know what the observers are doing.
I felt the Virtus Pro when you have the Emma
Listen,
Frost,
we all make mistakes, guys.
It's
all good. It's all good.
Used that much, honestly. It was Finzi that was mostly.
They've been doing a phenomenal job, the observers.
In some instances, for the portal plays.
Big shout out to the observers.
And then the torch. If I is just able
they've been doing
to
a great job in general to catch the right action.
Has a choice to make. Is he going
it's
to
not easy. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to observe Marvel Rivals. At this level, it's fucking ridiculous. It's very, very difficult. So shout out to the observers.
Playing Psylocke when you're with a human torch is terrifying because you know that the Psylocke is doing damage at a lethal level. It's not just damage going to get healed up by the strategist. He's gunning for you. And
what do you do against VP, dude?
He's finding a hell of a lot of success off the back of it.
Sparker is a problem on the Psylocke. Do you target Sparker and try and put Sparker on something like the Punisher? Nevix, like...
We've seen them so many times on Adam Warlock this season for our first season of Ignite, and it got banned out.
Fee just completely avoided Tanuki. Yeah, Fee did a really good job of playing around it.
In EMEA, and they just keep showing it. So the question is, are you still that scared of the revives to where it is worth giving them that Psylocke?
Yeah, and I think as well, if you know that there's a team that's going to be trying to protect the Loki and ban it away from you, going Torch as a counter is really strong because Loki is weak to those flyers, and even with Loki being as strong as they are and having a really strong
VP looked really good.
Torch is just
they
able
came
to
back in both of those.
Him,
they brought that back the percentage and looked really solid.
It ended up being a pretty sort of smart
I don't know, man.
counter in the end from Virtus Pro. Reading into
VP going to have to
trying to play around,
adapt and see if they can come back in game 2.
And now you mentioned with Berber Paspin and the
I don't want another 3-0 storm. I want a good series.
Maps, and that not being available.
Give us a goodie.
To play a different match type. Do you look at a convergence map because that is one where you at least have that early domination-like duel at the start?
So just so you guys are aware, what happens now is BBP will be able to pick the map.
Short break, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game
they can't play domination, domination is always game 1. But game 2 can be either convergence or convoy. So it's kind of up to them which one they want to do. And then the third map will be then the other type that isn't played. So the convergence and convoy are interchangeable between map 2 and 3. But it's one or the other afterwards. So it's kind of up to Berber Patapim as to what they want to run, what they feel comfortable on. We could see Symbiotic. I'm just trying to think of what they've played and what they've been. I'm trying to rack my brain. Idrisil Path. Symbiotic Midtown, if they're feeling spicy and going on Midtown. We haven't really seen any Midtown today, so I'd be surprised. Central Park. Hall of Dajalia. There's quite a few options. Oh, good, Jazz. No worries, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah. All right, give us a good series, guys. Come on, give us a good series. Okay, don't know what that's in reference to. This is so fucking typical of Squirrel Girls, isn't it? That's such a fucking Squirrel Girl play. You just find this ridiculous angle and you just fucking spam like a motherfucker. Listen, if you're rocking this skin, you've already lost my respect, okay? This is like the worst skin in the game, for real. Hate it. The fucking punk Squirrel Girl one, hate it. Oh, this is interesting. Here's the problem with Panther and why people are so divided on him. I'll say that my BP mainly played him in Peak C3. Right now I'm GM2. The problem with Black Panther is that the characters Black Panther counters, he hard counters. And the counters to Black Panther are all hard counters. True. For the... semi-agree. Panther vs Punisher should be a stomp for the Panther every day of the week. And other characters as well. He shits on Black Widow, shits on Hawkeye, shits on Luna. There's nothing else he will hard counter you and you can't track him.
Pro been flexing their hero pool quite
Spider-Man versus a character like Widow's 50-50. Punisher Shotgun is much easier to land on other divers than BP. True. The Hawkeye matchup is pretty sad.
It's been a bit of a party in these upper bracket games, but of course, if you want
Thing literally makes the game unplayable. If okay, just quickly while they're fucking yapping away here, I only semi-agree with this, and the reason being, we talked about this before. The reason being that principally, Thing is really good into Black Panther, and he is a hard counter, right? He literally has an ability that means you can't move, so BP can't do anything. But you have to still play it right. You have to still know where the Black Panther is like going, who he's going on, dive to that hero that is being dove and slam at the right time to make sure that BP can't get the kill. Does that make sense? So while, like, in principle, yes, Thing does make BP unplayable, the person playing Thing still has to have the awareness to be able to play him properly. Otherwise, it doesn't really do anything. Do you know what I mean?
Of Virtus Pro versus Berber Patapim. Let's see if they do go for
all right, here we go. Good timing. Let's get into game 2.
Or whether they'll go for something like a Rocco to get some.
But I agree that BP is a very dichotomous hero in this game.
And we are heading to a Rocco.
Quite a surprise, really, because
I don't think he's good for the health of the game, really, if I'm honest.
Pro have consistently lost in the past. Not a huge amount, but out of the maps that we've seen play thus far,
let's see if we get any changes in Prio.
Most susceptible outside of those domination game modes. But this is not a bad map at all for Virtus.pro. They've been brought here 3 times by
Loki save
teams,
again,
and they've won every single encounter.
Valuing that very highly.
Spotted something about this.
And we're going to a Rackham.
Towards having that Loki.
Wouldn't be surprised to see some Wolverine Prio here.
This is going to be the Emma Frost picked up yet again for either Nevix or Finzi.
Either banned or saved.
Pro mentioned that they absolutely love this.
But I would love to see the Psylocke ban.
Believing she is one of the stronger picks.
Loki ban into Psylocke ban. I think I would like to see here from BPP.
Loki getting those regeneration domains that of course give full invulnerability while inside. Fairly easy to destroy with the right character, but it's about the initial burst protection against characters, quite frankly, like Psylocke, if they wanted to bring that back again. And while this is familiar, we are going to say goodbye to Steve Rogers as both sides look to bat out.
Drafting against these two teams is so tough. Did they save the Psylocke then here for VP?
Polly, and whilst this Doctor Strange was
because it's also really good with the Emma, right?
It's hard to really see how much of a good Vanguard he was.
They're going to save
Torch
for themselves.
That ability to shine. Virtus.pro seemed to have looking like a carbon copy draft that we saw from the last game.
I think you have to ban Psylocke here, right? You can't give them both Torch and Psylocke again.
Now here is the question. With the Torch banned out early, will we see these similar reactions?
I don't know about this.
Dagger once again going to be banned away. This does still leave, of course, the Fate of Both Worlds, sorry, from Lunar Snow, as last time that was also not banned out, giving Virtus.pro the
guys, I honestly have no idea what they're going to look at here. Punisher, maybe?
One of them. Now, what do they protect? Punisher,
to try and deal with the Human Torch.
As they are expecting Virtus.pro won't hyper-prioritize a ban onto
maybe Cloak and Dagger ban,
and if not, they have options.
Potentially.
Okay, so for Virtus.pro, it's the exact same draft from them that they had on Krakoa. So we're going over towards the sister map, I suppose, of Arako. Only one change for Patspim. Instead of banning out the Adam Warlock, they've gone for the Cloak as that final ban before they say
VP are just like, yeah, fuck it. We've got literally every pick we want, right? Nevix on Hulk.
And play a little bit of that
Sparker.
Triple Resurrect composition.
Sparker's going to start.
Considering Virtus.pro defended first, I'm surprised that they haven't leaned towards it. In fact, Nevix is like, my Hulk is goated.
I don't mind that Namor actually on the defense. It does make perfect sense.
I got you, bro. He's on the Namor.
We talk about defenses, like
and then, you know, if they're struggling, he can always hot swap to the Psylocke later, you know.
Good for static defense.
But it feels like VP have got everything that they want.
They have been placed, so being able to hold.
So maybe it just comes down to execution, right?
Extremely effective. This is also why we see Namor played very flat.
So let's see it. Give us the execution, BBP.
Try to push in and set up with those monstros, then they don't get much.
Also, Wolverine untouched, by the way. So Wolverine could be a big power pick in the middle of this game. As a flex pick.
The burst damage you can get from the right click from Namor can
especially with the Hulk involved, because the Hulk can just throw that Wolverine in, right?
Patspim taking us to the most recent map added into the pool.
So don't be surprised to see some Wolverine switches here. Particularly, I would say after this first point, Wolverine finds really good angles. And this is arguably one of the best Wolverine maps, I think.
Back is going to be nice for them. They're defending first.
So Nuki on BP?
Does get CC'd, I think, by Enzo.
Oh, brother.
With the sedation.
Okay, let's see it, Omi. We're just talking about BP.
And protect themselves from taking too much damage and giving too much ult charge. And Tanuki's over on the Black Panther. We've been seeing this a lot more recently. Might be
hey, I'm fucking here for it. Let's go, dude. Let's go, dude.
This means that Virtus.pro did pick correctly. If they were looking at that Adam Warlock or a Psylocke, that
Nevix is talking the fuck out of him, dude.
They weren't careful. This Namor much safer than damaging that Black Panther.
Tanuki still gets Sparker though. Nevix is just following him around.
Namor is still squishy.
That's funny as fuck, dude.
They can still go down to Snooki, who is able to get the best of their first matchup. As we are seeing Robo Patspin actually pushing
him eventually.
There's the counter. A Cypher gonna be
but he gets them a lot of distance. That one pick on Sparker gets them a lot of distance
people
forward.
grouped up, and we see the regeneration domain used from Ken a little bit further back.
Did Toki DC there, or what happened?
Pretty much open ground to throw this fire prison down on. Nevix blocking a little bit more of the damage, able to reset and go out. And honestly, it's an absolute pleasure to be able to watch Enzo and Nevix just go at each other as Hulks, because these are two of the strongest, like,
few ults either side. VP are about to hit 5 ults.
Problem is for Berber Patspin, whilst you have some aggressive options still looming, all of the strategist ultimates are good to go.
I mean, this is all on Tanuki, right? Like if Tanuki gets the picks, they win. If he doesn't, they lose.
Supernova coming out quite early in this fight from 5 to try.
There's the Lunar ult.
Zoning point immediately. Regeneration Domain comes out, but the Human Torch from the best characters to go into it. As those fire tornadoes do go up quite a bit, which means they'll take out that Regeneration Domain.
Tanuki just got railed.
And they catch Tanuki again. Sparker's now looking for anyone out of position as a Dance of the Butterflies could hold.
Do you want to know the most impressive thing? And I think we will definitely do some like watching of these watching of individuals in these games if we can. The most impressive thing about Sparker's Psylocke is his target selection is fucking pristine.
Is he going to be able
his vision to see the low health heroes that he can then pounce on and finish off is fucking pristine, dude. It's so good. There's the Wolverine switch we talked about. Tanuki. BP not getting any work done, so the instant switch to the Wolverine. We saw it, right? Well, I talked about it.
Of this objective right by this first point.
Do you know, I really love it when I'm right when I'm commentating these games. I really love it when I get my read on the game right. It's very satisfying.
Sparker finally able to track him with the help of Nevix on the chase, but Fincy picked up on the side as Tanuki gets the best of them with that percentage damage from the Wolverine.
Seeing the copy there. Visible boundary going to allow British Pro
just some Hulk juggling going on.
So one of the reasons why they might be playing Hulk is to be able to knock people in and out of these
that was fucking close.
That are available. Straight
that was very close.
Coming in with a portal and also with the fate of both worlds, keeping things afloat for the time.
Dude, look at how Nevix is playing around that portal. So good.
Feed at all, and they actually got very close.
Oh, big from Tanuki. Can he get both? Oh, he does. He gets both.
Space and also finding a 2K is requiring Nevix to go Hulk ult to try to hold on for a little bit more time.
Finn eventually finishes off Tanuki though.
Is it going to be enough actually when it comes to a portal play? He's on the objective and actually there's good numbers here from
Pokey gets Sparker. Wait, I have Agamotto in the back. Gets frozen.
And they're able to beat
really nice freeze from the Luna, but Pokey walking over this fight.
Did not have the reinforcements fast enough.
Really nice.
Down, so I believe they still actually have their portal as well for the next setup. We'll have to keep an eye on that in a little bit.
Yeah, really nice. And now we see the swaps. Nevix onto the thing. I'm sure we'll see Tanuki swap as soon as he sees this thing. We're about to get some counter watch happening.
Nevix will now be the one to adjust. They're done with Hulk. It is time for the thing. Crowd control, grounding this Wolverine to prevent them from dashing. The inability to get CC'd out. The only thing the Wolverine has over them is, of course, the ability to crowd control.
I mean,
don't be surprised for Tanuki to swap off either now or later on when they die. Pokey is getting the better of Sparker in these Psylocke engages though.
You do have the God of Mischief to sit back on. Alex is not going to be too far away to just go for a safe copy in Nevix. It's not the most high mechanic of play. It's just a lot of punching square in the face. But
Boss is out the Hulk ultimate.
Force out a lot. Ken, there's the God of Mischief.
And he's just kind of being annoying. Oh, what a grab. What a fucking grab from Finn. That's the second time Polly's tried and got stunned out. Polly's struggling to get these ults off.
Able to catch Pokey before that Dance of the Butterflies.
Oh, nice angle from Sparker.
Instead from Sparker, and everybody's grouping up to try and survive, but you've got so many.
Dude, BPP just played that fucking demonic, dude. The way that they grouped around their supports to stop that Psylocke ult was fucking magical. I wish we saw more teams do that. That was so good. Fucking Enzo jumps in. Polly dives in. Make sure that they cannot get those picks. That was so nice to see. We so rarely see that.
They were able to take down Fi early on in that fight, who was already returned as they're going to try and make their way back in with 20 seconds left.
Big Agamotto. Polly finally gets it off. Third time's the charm. Cyber and Tridro just hugging each other around the Guardian Shield. Is there a worse feeling as a Psylocke than just having them stand there healing each other? Dude, that shit sucks. As a Psylocke player, that shit sucks.
As time goes on here, they're just going to get percentage damage cleaned on out. Here comes the fate of both worlds to try and hold it in overtime, but they're so outnumbered. Fi has swapped to the Strange.
This is a big hold if they can do it.
He's got 50% on the
oh no, this is bad. This is bad. Tanuki goes down.
Could be major from Sparker. It has to be respected from Berber Patapim. We've lost Tanuki at the last stand.
Okay, good hold from the supports. They stay up. Does Polly have a TP in? They don't, but they're here. Here come the ults. Enzo slamming the thing on the floor looks hilarious. And Tanuki's back. This could be big. This needs to go crazy.
To get the Ibagamota in hand, but he's exiled. Can he find a good spot up in the air? He's trying to loom over it.
Tanuki gets two in the back. It's huge.
Two get stunned, but two have already gone down.
Three from Tanuki. That's what they needed. That's what they needed. Huge from Tanuki to make sure they get that point. Really nice attempt from VP to stall it.
Of mischief from Ken to buy them those crucial extra seconds. We are seeing the risk of playing the Doctor Strange in your main composition. You don't have anyone to reinforce, and we have been seeing Virtus Pro attempting to make sure that Polly isn't the first person they're taking down in these fights.
We're starting to flag, chat. We're starting to flag.
In a tight enclosed area versus the Maelstrom of Madness, and this is where Polly
what a push.
Execute the perfection. Here comes Iavagamotto landing it for a second.
Polly is having such a difficult time on these ults.
They just bullied that poor man.
Clobber in time for Nevix. He goes down.
Oh, Polly gets Nevix as well. Nevix used the ult. That's big.
That he's finding a lot more.
Pokey gets the better of Sparker, and hey, BBP have woken up.
Sing a lot more his tune. And actually, they've taken so much.
They got stalled out really well, and the time is low, but they have woken up in this game.
The fastball in hand for Tanuki. Fi needs to be careful as he's going to be the target of choice. Might have just spotted it for a pixel.
Oh, how the fuck does he get him? What? How the, like, how does he even see him? I don't understand processing information that fast. How does he even know where he is? I don't get it. Pokey's gonna go big here.
Actual end, meaning reinforcements are very easy. Fate of both worlds from Dridro to give Nevix time to respawn.
Oh, Sparkle wants it, dude. Sparkle wants it. He's gonna wait out the ults. Watch Pokey and Sparker, both of them respectively. Oh, Pokey gets Sparker over the top though, and there goes the ult. Big ults. And I think that's going to be it. Damn, BPP.
We see the triple cap coming in from Berber Patapim on
good stuff.
Sorry,
it might have been a very smart move for them to actually be picking this map, because not many teams have been able to do that. Maybe no teams have done that at all against Virtus Pro. Oh, and it was the switch over for Tanuki.
Pokey regularly getting the better of Sparker on this Psylocke duel, I think helped a huge amount. I don't know whether they're just chasing each other around the map and just 1v1, but it felt like Pokey got the better of them a lot.
Pokey was able to do, but much better. Warmed up. Berber Patapim starting to feel this one a little bit more, and they almost got stalled out on the first objective. Luckily able to keep
I think Nick is about to crash, so it's drug time.
Finish at the end of the map, which is something that we've seen from them, but doing it against Berber Patapim, comp changes not likely. Wonder exactly what Virtus Pro are looking to change, because Sparkle was on the Namor initially. It didn't take him long to move over towards the Psylocke, and especially when you have to team up with Emma.
Polly's also, I mean,
makes sense to go
listen, Polly's playing really well on this Strange, but man, they're struggling with their ultimates.
A little bit of earlier burst without having to worry about diving into the backline, but like you say, it could be a little bit riskier without having that team up, that one-shot potential. Positioning is far more important on the Psylocke than it is on the Namor. Namor can actually be a front-forward duelist here, and they're just going to attempt to push on in with the overwhelming firepower, finding the flank and immediately into that radioactive lockdown. Fi just trying to make sure they don't get rushed down by Polly here on that Doctor Strange.
Yeah, it's fine.
Very doable.
Now the regeneration done been quite early. And you can see just how much
nice
the
pick
Berber
early.
split up, and they're able to catch up. Bruce Banner got knocked down from the damage, and all of this.
This looks really bad for BBP. They need to stabilize.
Into a short corridor, fish in a barrel. And at least Enzo's able to get back into the fight, but a good amount of space has been given up prior to this. 3 minutes for Virtus Pro to take this first objective. Berber Pad's been their angles.
Sparker is spending a lot of time just clearing out Loki clones.
Sparker at least forced that with a defensive. Surely that's going to be.
I feel like Fee should be doing that job, no?
Tanuki able to take Nevix off the map.
Is it not way easier for Fee to just focus them down and take them down rather than Sparker using those tridents?
All the way back from spawn. Remember, Patman, they're taking this slow, building up those ultimates and just trying to make sure that they can slow down Virtus Pro, who still have just under 3 minutes to go, but are taking heavy advantage of the both fly and ground attacks that they have with this Namor.
Alex Adults, 3 aside.
These exiles have been connecting from both the Hulks. Pi very lucky to leave with his life there. Stood up on the high ground, and there's the initiation for Ken going for the copy.
Yeah, BBP are like, they're so casual about this.
Luna Snow just waiting to get the full duration out of it before he uses the ultimate to just make.
There goes Ken, finally. Polly over the top. Gets a big one on feet.
And the follow-ups from Polly's Eye of Agamotto's are really starting to hit. It
the whale whiffs.
One, which was 5, but Pokey is good enough to follow instantly off what his Vanguard's creating.
Oh, he's looking.
He wants it.
He wants it.
Zoned out at least for the moment, but they burnt some defensive abilities here. No Vader both worlds, no God of Mischief, whereas Cypher does have that invisible boundary. This is where Virtus Pro can try and pull the trigger, especially as Supernova is about to come up. Enzo
nice freeze.
Try and delay that though, as they monster Hulk who try and take the fight early, and it does force out the invisible boundary. This means that Berber and Patman have taken the fight on their terms and might be able to turn
what a
this
fucking
lovely
exile
lockdown
again.
to delay
Jesus
at least
Christ.
Supernova to give them the couple extra
How are these
seconds
controller players doing this so easy, man?
Tanuki takes out Drindro.
Do you know what's really funny as well? I've only seen controller players be tanks.
In fact, nothing's been changed since Berber Patspin were able to choose.
I have not seen any DPS or support players on controller in this tournament, but I've seen a bunch of tanks playing roller.
I'm going to confirm the elimination. Just going to leave him in that state to buy more time, as a minute is all that Virtus Pro have left.
Is tank just better for roller?
They do have that Horn of Proteus. If they can bait out Ken, potentially use a Fate of both worlds, or Alex now that it's available, there might be enough with a damage boost to break through that break point of healing.
Silent Seduction is going to be key here. Finzi can land it on both strategies. It will silence them, preventing them from getting.
This is a really good hold from BBP though. 30 seconds on the clock.
Sparker dropping low will get healed up. This is where Virtus Pro are going to have to start.
And Tanuki just again on this Wolverine is causing so much mayhem. Finzi's having a really tough game.
He's finding so many picks, just pushing people out. And Virtus Pro are building up a lot more ultimates, but they're losing out on time. With Fire trying to connect over on the Wolverine himself.
This is going to be it, guys.
Success. Now,
4 apiece.
Really
2 seconds left.
Is about to hit.
It's time to fucking jump. Oh, gets him off again.
Right now,
oh, but does get back up.
Then jumping back for Cypace there, ready and waiting. The Silent Seduction, along with the Fate of both worlds, is going to give.
Okay, they've actually pulled them back with Tanuki going down.
Has to be respected from Berber Patspin. They've backed up, given up space, and they've lost Enzo.
Polly is still up, meaning there's no portal to come on in. Horn of Proteus.
Finzi gets Polly.
Second fate of both worlds, but with Polly now down, who is left to be healed?
If they can keep, if they can stay. Oh, what a grab! What? What?
As Virtus Pro look to secure themselves point number 1 in this overtime.
Can we watch that get in slow-mo? Finn with the grab of a fucking lifetime. What?
They're going to try and take this fight. Takes one down. Alex is down. Enzo is down. Sparker is uncontested. Polly is off the
Dude,
point,
Sparker's just going crazy in the back. That's just won them the point.
Just not enough.
That one grab has just won them that fucking point. What the actual fuck was that?
Yeah, extra 2.5. Like,
can we get a replay?
It's only going to get harder from here. You've got the second point to just push up that hill, and then you've got that awkward point.
That was in a sidelock goal.
Underneath the bridge.
How do you even get that?
You have to finish out the map. Doesn't matter how much time you have. You have to match what Berber-Patspin put down with their own personal best, it feels like.
Holy
now
shit.
Now Berber-Patspin may be a bit frustrated that it didn't end there or then. Know how many fights that they're able to take, and they want to be taking as many as possible. That's why the Dance of the Butterflies is going to be used so early on in this engagement. Even if
did that get stopped somehow?
To a pick, it's actually gone pretty awry.
Fee's gone to the Wolverine.
Space being created from Virtus Pro.
How did that just get cancelled?
Wolverine has been a good one. It's just a case of waiting for this Horn of Proteus when you've got
was that
people
Nevix?
Up on the high ground for Berber-Patspin.
I didn't see.
It's really a case of Swaka finding the perfect moment. He uses it, but there's no real picks. I think it's just Enzo that goes down to Bruce Bannerford.
VP have got some crazy momentum going right now.
Zoning whale here,
they got some fucking crazy momentum.
Maybe they can't keep that topped up. Nevix able to take
Tanuki
down
gets one, but trades.
Tanuki takes out Finzi, making it in a 1-4-1. Trying to make their way back onto the point. Berber-Patspin, even though they are already losing their Hulk. Sorry, they're Wolverine. They're still going to try and take this duel as they have Aya Bakamoto. They can commit to this. Their big burst abilities aren't up, but they easily do enough damage.
Economy advantage for VP here. Fee goes in, gets poly. Huge regeneration dome though. Damn, that Loki was fucking fast.
That was a hell of a save from Ken.
Yeah, that was so quick, dude.
Catching on to
Ooh, couldn't get the burst.
Just not enough. He's able to survive through it, but Nevix can't say
one for one. Pokey gets Nevix.
On the other side, there's two Vanguards go down, one apiece. So it's a 5v5 fighting under this God of Mischief from Ken, who's copied over the fate of both worlds. It was used from Treedra at the same time, and outside
this just non-stop kidnapping, dude, is crazy from either side. It's really hard to track like where the fuck everybody is.
It's Sparker trying to find another little bit of catch. With all these clones, just cleared him out, stopping Berber-Patspin, going for an engage, but Tetra, it's looking like another overtime fight at the end of this checkpoint.
Portal will be up
Sparker with another ult already.
Proteus
coming fucking wild, to be honest.
These doorways are very thin. Here comes the Horde, taking out Alex, removing so
oh, VP are rolling this now.
Sails on through, and they are
dude, VP are rolling this.
It's essentially another team wide. Pokey's going to try and at least show face, but it's more just to stop them being staggered from the rest of the team by getting themselves picked off. That is point number 2 for Virtus Pro, and they are heading into
BBP look a bit shaken.
Overtime as they are cruising on towards point number 3.
That is much better.
They're going to change up their comp at all is the question. It doesn't look like it.
It's working.
Treacherous, yeah. I mean,
1 minute
now
left.
It might be a little bit more awkward though. For Patspin, if they've got some tricks, they want to use it now. Tanuki being able to play from the high ground, maybe dive down and catch people in this area. Where Polly is, no
both Wolverine ults online.
Wants to be.
PKY, Pokey has theirs. Alex now getting a support ult as well.
Up on the high ground. You could have a two-pronged attack.
This is going to be a big old mega dump.
They have actually managed to catch Enzo that could have been out of position and maybe could have gone down, but it has to use the World Breaker. The stuns have come through over on the side of Virtus Pro, as I think it was the last stand from Fire catching on to 3 people.
They're just going to pop everything. BBP have a lot to work with here.
To keep these defenders alive for the time being, and Ivagamoto catching on to Sparker.
Oh my god, what?
Is there going to be enough to take him out? Look at his HP. It's going down to 1, but being brought back up.
Oh my god, that was actually so smart from Tanuki, you know?
At the same time, though, you've lost Nevix. Fi having to
that was so smart, dude.
To keep himself alive.
He clocks the Hulk and immediately just solo ults him and like shreds his fucking HP.
I think somebody's DC'd.
And that is such bad timing with less than 10 seconds remaining.
Oh my god, we got a 10-second pause.
And Berber-Patspin, they just need to win one more team fight, and it could be over. They just have to hold long enough to potentially Portal re-engages. Of course, someone will need to be swapping over. But it comes down to just how much time the side of Berber-Patspin have been able to hold back Virtus Pro on this map. They held on that second point on that large ramp for so long.
Shit.
It's been a hell of a way for this map to potentially end.
Who does this favor?
We're going to be happy about this, but so long as we can get all 12 players back into the server, it's going to be
like who does this favor
to fight this situation, because they're not
probably BBP,
they're not a
right?
team that can't do these kind of plays. when the odds are stacked against them, they can certainly pull themselves up by their bootstraps to be able to put on an on-par performance with what Berber Patspin were able to do on this attack. But Berber Patspin, you always just feel that they have a trick up their sleeve.
They've got the
ults.
I think they've got the ult economy.
And now, I don't know
So
what the rules are
probably
necessarily
BPP.
when it comes to DCs, if players can talk or not. In other games, you have to be silent, which I imagine would be the case here. But if not, gives you a little bit of time to deliberate what your next moves could be on either
That's
side.
actually a really good point. I don't know if they're allowed to
At
talk
least
during
time
pauses
to
or not.
Think wherever you can talk or not. Thinking is going
I'm
to
gonna
be important,
guess
working out
no.
from which people are down. Who can swap to Strange for the side of Virtus Pro, as they are not currently playing it. They've been on the Emma and the Hulk, which means anyone who goes down can portal. This
Dude,
is
can
a
you
little bit of
imagine if this
versatility.
game
You
added
lose out on
tactical
the
pauses?
strengths that Doctor Strange gives, like that Eye of Agamotto.
As in, like, you know, like they do in Valorant in between
deadly,
rounds
it's
where
such
you
a big
can
blow-up
tactical
ability,
pause.
it
Can you
be
imagine
very
if they
rough
added
to
that in
deal
this
with,
game?
But they gain the advantage of being able to portal in
That'd be
when
wild.
needed for these last
Hi,
second
Kiro.
pushes. And that's exactly what we have. A last second here for Virtus Pro, down to less than 10.
As a reminder for the bans, we saw Virtus Pro taking
Woof.
out Emma, Torch, Captain America, and Magneto, and protecting the Emma and Torch themselves. So available on one side, not on the other. Padapim, they also take out Magneto, Loki, which they also protect, Captain America.
Hero, you just
Okanaga, and then
subscribed
make
to
sure
my
that they get
TikTok?
Punisher right at the end, which I don't think is in play.
Thank you so.
Nor
You
has
might be the
been in
first
play
person
so
that's
far
ever
from
subscribed to my
on
TikTok, by the
Arco, I
way.
don't think.
I think you.
I don't even
might
know if
be
that was a
right. I
thing.
don't think we have seen the Punisher yet.
Because Tanuki's
That's
been
a
on
thing?
Black Panther a little bit, is on the Wolverine, which I think.
I
has
think
been
you're the
their
first person to
saving
ever do
grace.
that.
It's been huge.
It's been the case of
What'd you get?
honestly the difference maker, to the point that we've actually had to.
Do I
see
need to
Virtus
do I
Pro
need to
make
get
the
do I
move
need to do something for
themselves
that?
to try
What'd you
to
get for that?
Test it really.
I honestly have not looked at it.
I feel like if we talk about like the characters that have been
I
the
will look at
defining
it later on.
features
Thank
of the
you.
group stages, we're going to be
I didn't even
looking
know you
at
could do that.
Cloak and Dagger,
Thank you very
Mantis,
much.
people like that. Maybe Adam Warlock at the end.
I'm
if
so
you're
close
looking
to
at
Lord
this
Thor, it's
current
taking
playoff
so long.
stage, that
He
we've
does
only
take a
really
while.
Just started jumping
Thor's
into,
not one of the
it
easy
might
ones
have
for
to be
sure.
Wolverine and Hulk. Those are the ones taking a little bit of inspiration from Insomnia. Everyone's kind of jumping on this train a little bit.
TikTok takes a percentage.
There's a lot of good ideas with it, and I think it is just more.
What percentage
It's
do they take?
hard
I
to
genuinely
really
don't
focus
know.
on some of the flyers. You know, it tends to
Um,
be if you have more than 2 flyers going, Star-Lord seems to be a really good option. Outside of that, Punisher can be good, of course.
I don't know. I'll look into it later, Kira, but thank you very much.
Ground. Wolverine just being able to catch the CC's always been rated really strongly, but also the fact that you can CC them and also have so much control over.
Can you
where they're going to
imagine
land,
like
you pull them
how
right
the
back
players are
into your
feeling right
team.
now?
There isn't much that any character could do.
The
to get out
like
of
the
that safe.
energy that they've had,
Speaking of
right?
which, I think that we
Like
are
the
seeing a lot of
energy
stuff
that's
from Virtus Pro
coursing
when it
through
comes
them
to
as it's
the
10 seconds
strategists.
left in
I think
overtime.
Saipe and
The
Drito
comms are going
having to
crazy.
work
This is like for all the fucking
overtime
marbles.
to put out the amount of healing to
And then
keep
the
people
pause
alive.
where you
And
have
when
to
you've
try and
got
settle
Loki
down.
available on the other side of
And then
Ken,
just launch straight
being
back
able to
into it.
match that as like an invisible woman
Man,
in the
that's so
side
hard.
of Saipe is very, very, very hard work.
I think it was like
And especially
20%.
when they have a lot of Wolverines to try.
Oh,
and
so it's
push and
way
pull
better.
around
I
to
get
stop
way
them
more on
getting
TikTok than I do
full
on
value.
Twitch. God damn.
They very much have to hold on to this ball. So exactly
Okay,
what
here we
keep
are.
in mind. With no seconds remaining, already in overtime, Spark is going to be holding it. But if they're forced off the point,
Yeah, I
then
think we
suddenly
missed a
that
little
time
bit,
will
but here we
start
go.
to tick down. Here comes the reinforcements from Nevix to hold the line, but Fi taken down by
Pokey gets a nice pick on Fee.
Is
Is it Fee or Fi? Fi? I keep saying Fee, but maybe it's Fi. Oh, that's big from Pokey. Oh, that's huge from Pokey. Oh, BPP have done it. Oh, boy.
Patsman pick up this map.
We got ourselves a
pretty confident with
fucking
himself.
series.
And, you know, certainly with the end there, it was a little bit dicey on both sides to deal with it. But the fact that Berber Patsman were able to
1-1,
finish
baby,
out the
1-1.
attacking side on their own is hard to do. Where that payload got stuck right at the end there on Virtus Pro's attack is a common place
tough.
that
That's
those
tough.
payloads don't tend to progress
tough.
much further than that.
You can't really do anything about
So,
that, right? You
we're
know,
almost
it
even
wasn't an
so
intentional
far.
pause,
So
right?
much of the
Someone
focus
DC'd,
has
you
been
just
for
got to kind of
Berber
roll with it.
Patsman.
That's the
If
way
you
life
can win
is.
on domination,
That's the game,
your
but
best bet.
74k healing on Ken is fucking absurd. What?
And look at Tanuki.
Dude, this Loki is a problem.
A couple of them environmental throughout that game. They struggled on the BP. They were just getting turned on. You mentioned how Cypher and Ridro have been having to work overtime, but they've also been protecting each other. Black Panther tries to move in Guardian Barrier. Guardian Barrier can't protect you if you're not behind Guardian
Insanity.
Barrier. And that last stand from Tanuki we saw there was a great isolation. The amount of times they were picked up by the Feral Leap were great isolations. Tanuki showing us why the
cool game, guys. Cool game.
Out quite consistently through multiple seasons. It's just been a rise and fall.
We have a series. It's not going to be a 3-0 wash at least.
Virtus.pro have the
it might be 3-1, but it's not going to be a 3-0 wash.
The game mode is a little bit limited over towards convergence.
I don't think we're going to get to play any tonight, by the way, y'all. Sorry.
Their main options. They picked it once. They're 2-1 on it so far.
I think we're probably still going to be here for another hour or so. So I don't think we're going to get to play any rivals today.
Service, you've lost
or probably for the rest of the weekend.
Virtus.pro are not looking like completely clean on.
I'll see how I feel at the end. Maybe we'll do a couple.
For this next game. So it means that there is a good chance here. I think Symbiotic Service for Patapim, they're 2-0 on it. And whilst they did pick Jolly once, they also lost. So really, it's a case of Virtus.pro maybe taking us there just because it's a map that they've got a little bit more time.
Yeah, so we've just done Convoy, so we've the next map has to be Convergence that VP choose. The
galactic continent that is Wakanda.
We have been seeing a bit of a rise of the fastball special from other teams that aren't Insomnia, but Patapim picking that up. It would do so well as we saw
Convergence maps, Hall of Dajalia.
So if Virtus.pro get a choice, maybe moving away from that
Central Park
to Hall of Dajalia could be a little bit of a safer choice for them, even though they're going to have a little bit of trauma from it when they played against Rad.
What are the Convergence?
We'll be finding out where we're heading for our third map of this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3.
What are the Convergence maps? I don't know if I'm being super dumb here. Central Park College. Oh, Shin Shibuya, of course. I mean, we have not seen Shin Shibuya once, by the way, in this tournament. I don't know. At least I've not seen it once, and I've watched pretty much every series for the most part. Unless it's one of the America series that I missed, I don't think I've definitely not seen this one. That's why I couldn't remember. Also, we have not seen Royal Palace because fuck that map. Fuck Royal Palace in the anus. That is the worst set of maps in this game, by the way. And it's not even close. Not even close. Right, I'm going to run a quick ad so you don't miss the game. I'm going to quickly grab a drink. And I will BRB, guys. I will BRB.
Krakoa belongs to the Bears, but Arako has been reclaimed for the trees, as we see Berber Patapim evening up the series and taking us to a convergence map.
Hey, yeah, we don't know much else other than that, so I mean, there's a couple of options there, like we sort of mentioned before the break, but it's up for Virtus Pro to decide where exactly they want to be taking Berber Patapim. Again, these teams, because they're in separate groups, might have been scrimming quite a lot last week, for example, when we saw them in different areas where they didn't have to play up against each other. But surely they knew that it was always going to lead towards this. Another rematch of these squads where Berber Patapim have been close to potentially beating Virtus Pro in the past, but no cigar up until now, potentially. We're even on map score texture.
Is it even in the map
going to take a lot more theatrics like we just saw in Arako for Berber Patapim.
I think so.
To keep that energy up against
Maybe it's not. Did they take it out of the map
We're in a
pool?
best of 5, meaning either of these teams still need to win twice in order to
You might
claim
be right. It might be
victory.
taken out the map pool,
We still have
Yanni.
quite a bit to
Honestly.
go, and these teams have gone to the peak before when it comes to the series going all the way to
Yeah, you might be
final
right on that
maps.
one.
So
I'll
far,
need to double
Virtus
check.
Pro has come away ahead in all of those matchups.
Yeah, because I don't feel like I played it
there
this
is
season
the
either.
argument for attrition. There's only so many times you can avoid getting hit by a powerful team like this until something slips.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many teams going in for them now. I think really we're sort of looking at Rad, naturally Z10 up until today. Maybe the fact that they lost pretty handedly, I think, to Rad earlier makes it feel like
Yeah, it would make
it might be
sense
a
then.
three-horse race yet again.
Because I don't feel like I played it
But
either,
now
so I
for
think you're
Virtus
right.
Pro, their choice of map.
All right,
is
here we
they
go.
just lost up to Berber
Game
Patapim, and
Trez.
also choice of side. I think
What we
in
on?
The
What
last
map are
two
we on?
games they have been the first team up on the chopping block, so maybe they want to go over towards being that second ban, which is so good with the triple bans later on that you can try to catch people out by surprise. But nope, they're
All
still
of the
committing to being a team in
Jollia.
blue, defending
All
first
of
on
the
the halls of
Jollia.
Jollia, which is Berber Patapim. They're going to be pretty happy about it because they've also picked it. Granted, they lost. It means that they show some promise here.
They have the experience. This does, of course, mean that Berber Patapim get the highly sought after early
Mag
protection.
Prio.
Or at least that early first protection, but having 2 protections
Rather
for
than the
Virtus Pro
Loki.
a little bit earlier on in the draft can be
Oh my
a
God,
big
are they gonna
difference
cap
maker.
save?
At Berber Patapim, they're
Oh, I
looking at
love
this
this
and saying,
actually.
hello.
I fucking
What has
love
been
this.
missing from these drafts? We've been
I love
focusing
this
so
from
much
BPP.
on
This
banning
is
out,
so
trying to
good.
protect the Emma or a Magneto
This
or
is
something
so
like that,
good.
or in some cases a Strange, a Wolverine. They have finally been gifted.
Are they? I mean, are they just
Captain
gonna? Are they gonna
America.
save Cap as
Freedom
well? Are they gonna
reigns.
cap mirror match?
Emma Frost banned out for Virtus Pro.
Okay,
not
they're
the
just
kind
gonna
of
go
team
for
to
the
really
Emma for
change stuff
Finn.
up for the sake of changing it. In fact, them first banning out Loki.
For those of you who don't know, if this is your first time watching BPP, Polly is a monster of a Cap player, and I mean
at
like,
least they have an option in the back
watch
line.
out for
Now
this
the ban's
because
gonna come
Polly is
through to
gonna
make sure
put in
that
some
neither
fucking
team
work
can
on
get
this
their
hero.
hands over on a God of Mischief, as we now go into that stage where both teams are going to ban at the same time.
We're looking at that human torch. Has been so deadly from Berber Patapim, so they're going to take it away, and we're going to see Berber Patapim.
And they're gonna ban the cap
look
on the
to
other
take
side.
Away the Captain
So you can
America.
see
They
a
wanted
big
one-sided.
pry on this cap pressure.
Give Polly the freedom. But this also means that Berber Patapim get their protect before Virtus Pro's last ban.
So
They could, if
do
wanted
they
to,
do
secure
torch
the
here then?
sign-off,
I guess.
meaning that the cousins could be activated like sleeper agents to try and get into Virtus Pro's backline.
I would have thought that there might be,
Okay,
because of the ban of the torch, that they might protect torch here, but no, instead they're looking to try and grab the Luna, Dredro.
Is that? Do they feel like
potentially
Lunas are
side
really
phase, both were
good?
able to
I
play
feel
it.
like Luna is not good into
So
cap.
it does
though,
feel
no?
like for this final
Surely you'd
ban,
want. Surely you'd want a cloak.
I mean, surely you take out
Does
the
cloak
torch.
not just
You
do
don't wanna
better
have
into
that
cap
just for free
in general?
without First Po needing to
I don't
protect
play a
it.
lot of supports. I mean,
Because you have to
Torch
copy in
and
that
a more
sense.
Mantis, somewhere
Yeah.
in that line because of how much Virtus Pro do play that comp. I completely forgot about Cloak and Dagger.
but like
Never mind.
knowing them as I do,
While
I
the
feel like
Unicorns
Cloak
has
would
been
just
so
have a way better
viable,
time in
I still
surviving
would have
against.
potentially lead that way, but that's why I'm not here. I'm not the better player. They get that damage.
Surviving
bonus from a
against the
Cloak and
cap, no?
Dagger. It has been
So that
dominant
feels
so
kind of
far.
odd to me, but I
Game
guess
number
they're not
one,
really
Virtus
thinking
Pro,
about the
they
cap
Cloak and
right now.
Dagger, They won. Game number
They
two,
just want
they
Luna
didn't.
for the general
There is a
gameplay feel.
correlation here. Maybe not causation here, but there's at least no
And this
sort
doesn't surprise me either. So what we're gonna see, and we see this so often, Polly and Pokey, the cousins,
that have the most say. And a non-mirrored Luna
they've talked about it in interviews. They love diving together. They love double diving together. So Polly and Pokey are gonna like coordinate and just jump these fucking backline.
Only protected from Patapim in the end.
They're just gonna jump this fucking backline.
The only thing that they don't really have is the cloak and dagger, but because of that protection over onto Luna, Invisible Woman, you can go for the Guardians composition.
Virtus Pro defending first.
Choices galore for Virtus Pro, but a really interesting draft.
Surely, I mean, I'm gonna guess that Cyber's gonna go on the invis here.
One-sided cloak and dagger, but the
having the
big loss
invis
here for the side of Burber Patapim is they did not get that
util against the cap. I think is going to be essential to try and survive in any capacity, really, if they can.
With that,
but if I'm honest, I don't think it matters what supports you play in this if you're VP.
This is what could have been the key for a.
If you're getting doubled over by a cap Psylocke, it doesn't matter what you play, you're going to get fucking wrecked.
Dive in and go for those dives,
you're just going to die.
But being more prepared to disengage because you don't get that consistent healing.
Kiro, if you're still, I don't know if you're still on my TikTok right now. If you're still watching my TikTok,
can already see that.
Do you get anything for being my first TikTok subscriber? Do you get like a badge or anything for it?
Looks like he's.
I feel like you should have a badge.
Doctor Strange is going to be on. Skin throw me off a little bit. I was like, hold on a second. Wait a minute. And all bodies on the point, maybe expecting Enzo with the Doctor Strange might go for the portal play. And they're not half wrong. He's on the Strange, but just decided to use his legs up until now. Now he's
they're just going to do some. They're going to do some turret shenanigans.
So they
some turret shenanigans
because they did that portal close enough that Virtus Pro would have probably got the sound key. Here comes the portal into the collector, but no.
The counter portal. Oh no, he did it the wrong way round.
With all of that set up to make such a
dude, that feels so bad. That feels so bad for Enzo.
It's just the fresh air in the sky from another part. Good God,
that's a big feels baddie right there.
Fortunate immediately Tanuki has abandoned that, made their way down to join the rest of the team.
That's a lot of wasted time as well. That's a minute off the clock, guys. Yeah, that's a lot.
They did get that Invisible Woman, so they get that extra healing Sonic Vortex from the
Listen, we've all been there. We've all been there.
Just a little bit, but Find Out has self-healing. They have a Guardian Barrier.
Polly's got behind them.
They even have that one-sided Lunar Snow with that Idle Aura on them. Vi is going to have so much freedom this game.
Well, Alex has managed to find himself a very early Eternal Bond, and Ken has matched it. That's
there we go.
Palming up the ultimate is just
oh my god, Alex is just like fucking going for them. He's forced the Invisible off-site.
Which makes it very uncomfortable for Virtus Pro because they need to start contesting.
How are they going to get back in here? That's actually really nicely placed.
A little bit more silent seduction, trying to pull people out of it. Like
oh, Finn though. Finn with Sparker over the top.
And with Sparker, he's dunking.
Can they survive? The two supports do survive. Polly gets Nevix. I don't think it's going to be enough.
Guardian Barrier is allowing the backliners to sustain on through that dance of the butterfly, but Sparker will still chase them back to force a reset either way. It's just a question of whether they go on legs or via the spawn room. Burber Patapim will be forced to regroup, but while they did use a lot of their defensive ultimates, they still have Freedom Charge, which will give them that bonus health.
Yeah, I wonder if Tanuki just tries to go with the Freedom Charge instead. Here we go. There we go. Tanuki's going to pop over the top of it.
Judgment as well as Fi with the supernova is going to
try. Look at VP backing the fuck out, dude. Okay, he gets one. That's big. And that's a big one on the Emma. But that Delta split from VP was so good, man. Oh, Sparker just... like, Sparker's just smurfing this. What?
Yeah, now Sparker,
they do get the point off the back of it though, VPP. VPP, fuck me. VP couldn't contest in time. Oh, and Finn's DC'd again.
Lunar Snow still farming up.
Finn's DC'd again.
Another player, I think, for the time being. Yeah, I mean, I still need to recover.
What's wrong with Finn's PC?
It almost was just too silly. That was like some Benny Hill.
Finn's having a bit of a nightmare with their. Someone buy Finn a new PC or some new internet.
The whole point here. This is
his job.
Talk about very rarely when it comes to pro
This is his career. Someone buy him a PC.
Composed, but These are high pressure situations, and there is the possibility that it can get to you when you're so focused on, here is our strategy, here is everything we can do. It is possible when you're thinking of so much, what is the right angle, which abilities are used in what sequence, that you do forget something like that of, I know exactly where this portal goes, just getting it the wrong way round. A single movement of a mouse is very easy to miss in these high pressure situations. Pro players, we see it so rarely because they're always so composed. But
I'm gonna guess it's his internet. Yeah.
The beauty of it having this pause is that I can check the reaction for people with the delay.
And obviously, you know, there are some parts of the world that just the internet is
it's too funny. At least we're
the
having
internet
these
is
sort of
less reliable, let's say, than what we're used to here.
Just given a little bit of respite whilst we have people connect back in. I'm not quite sure
where's
who it was
Finzi
that was
from?
disconnected before.
I actually don't know where he's from.
Oh yeah, last game I don't know. This game it's Finzi.
Oh, it's Finzi.
Yes, we had a quick second of them running into a wall, so they are we're just trying to get them back into the game before we carry on.
Virtus Pro losing the point, I think, with like 4 minutes on the clock now.
Is Iceland notorious for bad internet or like difficult internet connections?
Showing, I managed to take 2/3 of the point pretty early on. Whilst the fights were good from Virtus Pro, it did feel a little bit like they were just. I wasn't quite on the ball. Like the objective was either progressing up nicely for Berber Patapim or just flat out taken at the end, as we saw from Sparker. He was on the way to having a really nice clean free kit, and then bam, oops, the payload has spawned and it's going to start moving, so you better get out of there.
Yeah, the fight was won,
quite
frankly, by Virtus Pro, but they didn't win it where they needed to. Losing
broken by me a PC. What?
While they were taking a lot of those KOs, which means, obviously, like you said, Spark needs to get out of there because the spawn door is now next to you.
I did just get a PC, so
before you are becoming
next on the list is to upgrade my streaming PC.
Distance with the statue of Bast.
Hopefully, we'll be too
in terms
long.
of like equipment and stuff. I think that would be next on my list at some point.
I don't know what the rules
but I really
are
don't
when
need
it
to
comes
do it right
like
now.
Timeouts, because sometimes, you know, previous games, previous turns might be like, 15 minutes, and then we have to sort of consider about getting a substitute in, which I do believe Virtus Pro have. They had Lindstrom and stuff on the team beforehand. I mean, you might need to throw EQO in there, to be fair, the coach, if needed. Maybe Blaney, the manager, could have a go as well. Just go on, off you pop.
This is a fun map, though. I like Call of the Jollier. I've had some crazy games on this map. It's a really hard end zone to finish off, though.
They wanted to move on to this upper bracket. We literally just heard them get called out by Rad in our previous series. When they were asked who they'd want to play against, they said that they wanted to play either against Berber and Patapim because they wanted revenge for the last
I kind of want to see a
VP
VP Rad rematch, though, if I'm honest. I really do. Just for the storyline.
The further you move in this upper bracket, the more
I think that'd be so much fun in the upper bracket.
Those grand finals, which is the key position.
Just so you guys know, while we're in a pause, just to show you where we're at.
In this bracket is going
this is the current bracket right now. So obviously Rad go on to the upper bracket final, which will be played tomorrow. That'll be a best of 5 tomorrow. The winner of this plays Rad, as we just talked about, and then the loser of this then goes on to play Team Peps.
We're back.
Just
and we're back in.
Well, been a little bit of a reset, and it's 3.5 minutes on the clock for Berber Patapim, getting an extra 2.5 for actually capping the objective. Virtus Pro, now that they're all back in numbers, looking to go for a fight on this early. You do have the invisible boundary and the Dance of the Butterflies that could set this up. Maybe Berber Patapim are not going to be expecting an aggressive defense.
Instant cloak down
for Virtus Pro.
Everyone stayed grouped up, able to get out of danger using that dagger storm from Alex to keep the team topped up, and the eternal bond to make sure that they can commit to this. Media M coming in to try and seize and finds it. The prediction
nails it. Nails it.
And we are starting to see Virtus Pro's defense getting absolutely.
Yeah, BPP look good, dude. I told you this pressure of this cap Psylocke is a problem, dude. It's a problem.
Back inside for Berber Patapim, looking good today.
I mean,
50k
still
things rolling. There has to be a contest here, and it's exactly that for Sparker. He's the one that dives on.
Yeah, I'm relying on you for my Overwatch information, Yanni, because I did not watch Overwatch esports that much at all.
It isn't really enough to deter Berber Patapim, not forcing them back into any of these engagements. Psychic Spear dealt with, Freedom Charge could dwell a bit more spade. And then the final judgment to try and
can they keep him up? They can. Tanuki gets one.
To keep one of the Fantastic Four alive. The other one going to be using Invisible Boundary.
There he goes down now. That's really nice from Finn.
Blockade this as much as
oh, what a pull on Pokey. Oh, Pokey's in trouble. Oh, fucking nails him as well.
Just under 3 minutes on the point, or 3 meters.
That was really nice from the Invis. Good. Oh, 2 meters away as well. Yee.
And now it's a chase all the way back to spawn. Polly gets out of there.
This is tough. Because they got a long walk here, so any pickoffs for VP are big. Because this is a very long walk back to point for them.
For a final judgment. The reason they're doing this for starters, bonus health going to be that Punisher is going to be protected throughout that ultimate. But also, what is the weakness of this ultimate other than just blowing it up? The fact it makes you move slower.
Can you see this duo of Pokey and Polly in this backside? They're going to be doing this the whole game long. Sparker gets 1 feet. Sparker gets 2. Oh, they're suddenly looking pretty bad for Burbo Patapim, honestly.
The Eternal Bond was set up, allowing the dive from Polly and Alex.
This is suddenly looking real bad.
Double up from Sparker. Ends up with a double kill.
They're not close enough to ults, I don't think. Polly's nearly got theirs. Enzo does have theirs. Ken will probably have theirs.
He's sat pretty comfortably. Your strategists are sat nicely as well. You've got the Invisible Boundary and just on the cusp of having a fate of both worlds. We've had to need to find an opening. Enzo's been on this Magneto for quite some time, so the Meteor M, if they can get onto the backline.
He's doing a good job of marking the left side, though.
Really key to stop this from going.
He's having a really hard time getting in here. Polly's marking Sparker as well. So this is going to be on Enzo. Enzo needs to get a pretty big dunk, I think.
They have to worry about where exactly
on either Cyber or Drydra as they go to pop their support ults.
They're going to try and commit to this Freedom Charge and Meteor M, Invisible Boundary all at the ready. Freedom Charge and the Final Judgment will likely be the first tools to be burned. Invisible Boundary will actually be the first trigger as the
Tanuki gets Finn. That's a big pick. He just fucking did he just go in and shotgun him in the face? This, the Meteor is an airball. But here comes the Supernova from Fee. Oh, but he steps into the Supernova. Sparker in the back. Oh, it's done. VP with a crazy fucking hold off the back of Sparker and Fee. Oh, Sparker just fucking smurfing it. Hi, Odzap. I do have the drops on. I don't have a drops command, but I do have the drops on.
Clean from Sparker there at the end. It's really
you'll see a message pop up in the chat.
Up on the Psylocke. We used to
for the magic drops if you want it.
Have just been splendid to watch, it looks like. Now, Virtus Pro...
Dude, I don't know if you can give Sparker the Psylocke in the next game.
In fact, it was the
it's such a problem.
They lost their first ever series against Rad that really put the tie in it for them. So
I should probably make a drops command.
Able to sort of finish off past that first point. It still might be good enough if they can have an absolute out of their minds hold here.
But yeah, I do have the magic drops on, so...
They have the Punisher, which is extremely good on these.
Yeah, it's a crazy series.
With the Invisible
It's a crazy series.
They have the tools. Let's see if they can pull out the win here. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, they look like
they are struggling in this one a little bit, though. There's going to have to be a big hold.
Seeing Dridro going to be bringing out this Penny Parker just so they can get some armor on the setup, but Sparker moving over to the Mantis is a bit more of a telegraph as to how Virtus Pro plan on playing this.
Don't get baited, casters. They do this all the time. Don't get baited until they leave the spawn.
That's how good he has been on this map. And you could even say that the point was lost for Virtus Pro because of the DC from Fincy, because I think he was contesting.
Yeah, he's only died once as well. Sparker's just a monster on this hero.
Walked off the map into a wall. Hard to know. It's certainly something that we're going to have to look back on and just double check exactly how that went and how that transpired. But nevertheless, Burbo Patapim managed to find a lot of space.
Oh, they're going to try a quick pick. This is so smart as well. They're going to try a very quick pick steal.
Pro looking to do something a little bit similar, seeing if they can catch somebody by surprise. They're going to leap right on top of the high ground.
Has Finn DC'd again?
No,
he's in.
This space.
High ground is abandoned. That is an aggressive portal. Often you'll see it placed around the corner to prevent anyone from getting picked off when they first step through the portal.
Okay, so BBP are going to give this up. Looks like they're going to give up a lot of room and play this backside.
Early, and as such, they've already managed to step onto the point and start zoning away Berber Patapim. The team is split as Polly is once again in the backline. They turn to try and deal with them. Enzo is dropping low, but has both the strategists keeping that focus onto them to make sure that they can sustain through these fights.
Polly's going low, but
Pokey
trying to have a little nosy on the flank.
But it doesn't seem to be creating a huge amount of distance. Virtus Pro are just winning due to the fact that they have the zoning control for now.
Oh, and he goes Sparker. Lovely ult. Straight over the back. And Pokey gets Sparker as well. That's really nice. The cloak ult. They were so fucking ready for that. Alex was so ready for that one. I don't know if it's enough, though. This is a really nice angle from the Emma with the rocket jump. Oh, and he nails it. Enzo nails it. He doesn't have a bubble. But look at Tanuki's positioning.
Almost 2/3 grab for Virtus Pro. But it's been held.
Nice hold. Big hold for BBB.
Used up from Virtus Pro.
Big hold.
Fency, realizing that they hadn't got deep enough into the backline yet, tried to go for a dive with the Eye of Agamotto. They got onto the backline, but Tanuki was already transforming into that final judgment form.
This is the last series for EMEA today.
Fency gets taken out.
I'm not covering the America games tonight again, but we will be back tomorrow with the America games. So tomorrow we'll be doing the 4 best of 5 in EMEA and the 4 best of 5 series in Americas as well. And Sunday we'll be doing both, of course, for the grand finals.
Really, at this point, is it worth using That's the butterflies from Pokey?
I just don't want to. I don't want to wear myself out too much, so that then tomorrow I just can't function. You know, because tomorrow and Sunday are the really big games, so they're the ones that are the most important for sure.
Takes him out. Make sure that the ultimate doesn't get too much. And the point is
oh, Sparker just so aggressive. Just double dashing straight into their fucking backline. This guy knows no fear at all.
Just the end of point B is what stands between Virtus Pro and the lead in this series. Berber Patapim, 3.5 minutes is how long they have to hold this out. But Sparker is getting so many staggers. They're able to chase people down so effectively. This is why
I don't see how BBB can do this, honestly. I don't see how they can do this.
Harder and harder to do that.
3 minutes 20, and you've got to survive like 3 or 4 full fights. Oh, and Spark, what an angle.
Here comes another Guardian barrier to
oh, the push! Dude, Fee over the top with the pushback to separate them, meaning that Sparker could get the pick on the individual, was so good.
Sparker was just bringing everybody down low, and with combinations
BBB like carry the rest of the fight, but just as like a little play, like if you want coordination and just such a smart little play, Fee drops down quickly, like knocks them back and splits them so that Sparker gets that kill. That's crazy work. It's little stuff like that that I really like from a team. Like those little moments of insane coordination. Oh, he nails him! Enzo fucking nails him in the sky. Dude, these meteors are going crazy. What?
But Nevix is still finding so many picks.
And has Finn gone again?
We have a quick second pause as they tried to engage with an aerial psionic seduction to set that up. But in order to follow up on a psionic seduction, you need to land your shots. How do you counter that? Meteor M. And spotting the flying Phi off on the side, they knew it was time to strike. That might have been the third pause from Enzo for the side of Berber and Patapim. It certainly bought them a little bit more time trading that for a 1-for-1 as Polly was finally caught in the backline. But
I kind of feel sorry for Finn because, like,
were in the process of
I don't know.
retreating.
I'm assuming this is Finn again. It might not be.
So we have a bit more time left for Virtus Pro. Tetra, what's your prediction? Do you think they're going to be able to finish up this map, or do you think Berber Patapim are about to take the lead?
Oh, that's a harsh question to ask me right now, but I will give you my best answer.
We are getting quite a few pauses.
Creating a lot of openings, and I don't feel like Berber Patapim's defense against this Dance of the Butterfly have been effective enough because of how aggressive Finzy's been playing on this stage to add just enough extra damage. If you try to defend against the Dance of the Butterfly, you need to group up. If you're grouped up, you get hit by the Maelstrom. It's kind of similar to what
Berber
Patapim did.
Or you get hit by the Agamotto, right?
I'm leaning a little bit heavier in the Virtus Pro way just because the Strange is assisting so well in their draft.
Chance Berber Patapim to maybe catch their breath a little bit. I'm not quite sure on the rulings if these disconnections keep happening because it's been pretty much every half for the last game and a bit.
I think it goes without saying, guys. I can't really do anything about this.
If this starts getting a bit out of hand. We're assuming that it's Finzy that's consistently disconnected because he was the one walking into a wall the second time, but we don't have any confirmation on whether he was the disconnection.
I didn't see anyone DC, so I don't know who it is.
Well, hopefully this will be the last one.
Apparently the mouse died for Tanuki.
At the very least, it's good to see, especially after the Z10 game where they had a couple of disconnections last week. The rulings are like consistent.
I don't know how true that is, but I'm seeing that apparently it's the mouse has died for Tanuki.
If the players don't ask for the pause, they're probably not going to get it.
Which is
it's hard to know if people are disconnected. It's just probably Virtus Pro double checking. Finzy, are you there? Finzy, are you there? Okay, pause.
Okay, here we go. We're back in.
We're back in. I'll tell that story another day. As the Sparker looking for another
here we go.
chance of already at 78, 84% on this Dance of the Butterfly. It just charges up so quickly. They're ready to dive into the backline, but defense
Sparker with another
and freedom charge.
He's got it again.
They can time it well. They might get a turnaround, but Sparker.
Pokey just trying to mark him.
These ultimates here as Polly almost caught out again and will get taken out with the Maelstrom of
This is real bad for BBP. This is real bad for BBP. Oh, Finzy! Oh, that's it, guys. That's it. It's done. It's done. VP had taken game 3. Damn, you cannot stall. Bit of an anticlimactic end. Bit of an anticlimactic end, but game 3 for VP.
Able to make Jalia work for them in the end, and it was just a good fight. I don't know who
are we gonna go all the fucking way? Is that where we're at?
Just the way that Polly went down and suddenly Berber Patapim were panicked. That's when the strategist ultimate started to come out. They had both available. As soon as that was done, that's where the Supernova and Fire really started to come in and shine. Now, Virtus Pro taking back the lead, Berber Patapim having the choice of map next. It reopens now for it to be any choice of map with Berber Patapim.
I'm more scared of Sparker than I am of Fee.
They're going to be looking
in terms of just these two picks. Both of them are dominating and playing really well. But I'm more scared of the Psylocke than I am of the
best kind of damage, I suppose,
the Human Torch.
Available for Berber Patapim is probably on domination. However, Krakoa not quite going their way.
It's hard to ban against this team, though.
Not quite going their way.
I'm not sure what you do here as BVP.
The direction, domination for more brawls. They could go to another convergence for a kind of counteraction, perhaps a symbiotic surface for something a little bit longer, but it's more of a chance.
So I think, don't quote me on this, but I think it's completely open now, the maps. So I think they can do domination again if they want to.
There's also maps like Spider Island for a little bit.
It's totally free and up to BVP now for map 4.
Was not them. Finzy was in position this time, getting some lockdowns, had the aerial side.
I mean, which map type do you guys prefer to play?
Which is such an insane
like in your own game.
To say. Nevik setting that up.
What's your favorite out of domination, convergence, and convoy? What's your favorite map type to play?
But maybe it's just a certain day, like various countries, the weather's warm. I mean, it's a heat wave. I think production was saying yesterday that, like, it's very warm in Poland, and, like, we're used to it as Brits complaining, so I
hate domination, by the way.
And say, like, yeah,
I never win domination maps, and I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know if it's just, like, a crazy mental block I have, but I never seem to win domination games. I always do way better on convoy.
There's no reason to sort of switch switch off and disconnect out of this series so far. This is kind of the action that we expected. It was a very dominant, clean, very quick, I suppose, upper bracket best of 5 that we saw previous to this with Rad and Z10.
Okie
This is living up to the
dokie.
expectations, isn't it?
It really is. This is so far back and forth. There is easily a possibility with Burr picking the map that we could
go
be
all
heading
the way
into
to 5.
A game number 5 if they take that game number 4. Being able to pick your map is a huge
It's
advantage
a good
when it
series,
comes
though.
to that, and we'll be finding out where Burr Patapim will be taking us.
Like, in
after
a weird
this break.
way,
Give
I
time
kind of
for the
hope we go
players
to
Get
5.
sat down, get comfortable, deal with the pressure of these matchups, and give us time for a quick drink. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I kind of want to see this go all the way. Just to have a 5-game series again. Same as the grand finals.
A gift from Khonshu.
All right, once again, guys, we'll do a quick 60-second ad for any of you that are not subbed. I apologize. We're doing this in the breaks to make sure that you guys don't get any ads during the games, and you're completely free to just enjoy the games for what they are, because the worst thing that can happen is Twitch fucking smashes an auto ad for you in the climax of the game. So I'm going to run a quick 60 seconds now to hopefully make sure that doesn't happen. But oh boy. 2-1, baby, 2-1. I wonder when we're going to start to hear about Season 3. It's usually what, like a week before we start to get the dev diaries? When was the last dev diary? Oh, I can just click on here actually. Okay, so we got the dev diary. It says 2 months ago. It doesn't give us an exact date, does it? Fuck! Oh, 3rd of April. When was the start of Season 2? $11. So like 9 days, like a week and a bit, we'll start to get the info on Season 3. So this Season 3, we're expecting to drop on the 11th. So 2 weeks today. So we should start to get some info about Season 3 next week, actually. We're probably looking about Wednesday, Thursday next week, right? To start getting some of the videos and the teasers and stuff. Oh, spicy. What are you guys hoping for from Season 3? If you can pick one thing out that you want to see in Season 3, what's the most important thing that you want to see? When is this? 22nd of May. Yeah, so it's about 8 days before the season starts. We usually get the info.
Court, and they have decided to take us to Hell's Heaven. Naturally, Quell Surprise.
We're going back on Domination.
Go to Domination, which is an area, and this is also a map.
Nerf Spider-Man is crazy.
Able to take up against Virtus Pro in previous.
Nerf Spider-Man is crazy.
They are seeking
what?
the blessing of the heavens, and hopefully not the cursings of the hells as we head into the Hydra base.
But actually Nerf Spider-Man though.
To try and take the more brawlier playstyle of Domination. Like you said, they've had some pretty reasonable.
Oh, we're going back on Hell's Heaven.
In the past, and they need to take this. Otherwise, they're heading down to that lower bracket. It's time to even up the series or send us home and get prepared for the Americas.
What side the Berber Patapim want to be on? It has always been a choice of, well, it's both attacking, but the red side, second ban, Virtus Pro have always been in that pole position.
Do we get any change in priors in the draft here?
And that Loki ban, I think, did make a world of difference for them. They're going to continue it on from Jajalia. Magneto
Mag
taken out
save.
from Patapim, which I think is pretty much in line.
They're going to give
with what
Enzo
we've
the
been
mag
seeing
again?
Consistently, yeah. Mag has been the first.
Or do they
ban with
prior
them
something
so far,
else?
all of the games today.
Emma, the cap again. They're going to do the cap again. Okay.
Available for the teams that want them. We're
Okay.
immediately going to see Captain America.
So they're probably looking
again
at
for
a cap
Patapim. It's the
Psylocke
second
again,
time,
right?
First time unsuccessful, but they still love it. They're still confident.
There should be an Emma ban into an Emma pick, but maybe because they know that there's not much focus from Berber Patapim over onto the Emma, they're going to go for something a little bit different. Banning out the Luna beforehand. This is surely an Emma save if we're sort of expecting Virtus Pro to be playing the way that they usually do. Yeah, that's right. It's pretty much been par for the course for all of the games so
Emma
far
for Finn
today.
again.
This
No
ban,
surprise.
I mean, historically, it has been
Hell's
Loki.
heaven.
You also see the Captain America band out, so it's not
Torch.
available on the side of Virtus
Do you,
Pro.
do you value the
We're gonna
torch
clock
on
and
this
dagger
map?
afterwards, but it's going to be the Loki to
The
follow.
Punisher? The Punisher was the big
Loki
problem in
down
game
to make sure
1.
that there
So
is
do you
no
ban the Punisher out?
one-sided God of mischief. We are,
There
once
goes
again,
the
though, gonna see
cloak.
the
I'm
one-sided
guessing
Captain
the
America as Berber Patapim looks to take
kind
that
of
away.
pre-prep
Virtus
for if they want to go
They're
for
gonna
a Punisher.
remove the cloak and dagger
The
to
cap on the
prevent
other
damage
side,
boost.
so it's a one-sided cap
snuck
match.
in for Berber Patapim in
But
one
I
of the
think they're
previous
fine with that,
matches.
honestly. I
This
think
time,
Nevix will just go
not
to a
gonna be
Hulk.
the ones to deal with.
I'm going to guess that they're going to look for a Hulk Namor on this
Strange,
map
really.
because
I
it's
guess,
so good for domination,
More
right?
of a focus on the strategists. This was all Torch stuff for 5 beforehand, but now I guess the Hell's Heaven, the Torch isn't as popular, isn't as prominent, so...
And I don't think they're going to look for it on BBP, right? Because they've already locked in the cap. You're not really going to go for a cap and Hulk duo. You need a frontline tank.
A lot of like the strategist backline.
Are they going to do the mag ban
Snow available
on
and
VP?
protected the Clock and Dagger.
Oh, no
themselves.
shot.
Ooh, do we actually see it? Is it worth doing? Was Virtus Pro ever going to take Tanuki
No
Black
shot.
Panther
They're
off the
giving us a
board?
BP
This
save.
is a very interesting move.
It might be
Oh,
more intimidation.
I think it's a bait. I think they're trying to
Protecting
bait
Mantis,
VP
early adjustment
into
to their
thinking
draft,
that they're going to
but
play
they're not
Black
gonna go that
Panther.
way, taking out the Mantis, trying to nerf the possibility of Virtus Pro leading on that Starlord or damage.
That'd have been
boosting
wild.
With the Human Torch could have been very. Oh, obviously not the Human Torch. It was banned away.
So
they're
here's the
trying to
thing with the
nerf
Mantis
away
save,
that
right?
possibility for
I like this Mantis save a lot, actually.
Sorry,
They
protected
open the
Mantis. I am
door
talking absolute
for the
nonsense.
triple support, and that's what I was
No,
going to
think
talk
it's a good
about.
move. It really does
The
protect
torch
that
has
triple
not
strategist.
really been
Feels Virtus
touched
Pro
for
going for a little bit
BPP,
of
so
what
they
Vlad's
can
idea
run a
was
res,
with 4
like,
strategist bans.
semi-res comp. They can go full res comp if they want,
and
and put...
enough healing and sustain to outmaneuver some of the bigger.
I don't think they're going to do it with this, though.
Torch isn't going to be available for Virtus Pro this time. They've pretty much put.
Okay, I actually like this. So they're going to go semi-res and go with the triple with Ultron, because Ultron and Torch can do a lot of work in this anyway as a duo. But then you add the Adam on top of it.
I guess Wolverine, perhaps.
Now, we obviously saw Z10 fail at this pretty miserably earlier, twice, against Rad, and Rad punished them really well for it. So, can VP do the same? Can Sparker, who once again has this Psylocke, by the way, they have been totally fine giving away this Psylocke again to Sparker, which is absurd for me. I don't understand why, but here we are.
Playing on, but Verbat's been bringing them to a domination map that they've had a couple of victories over Virtus Pro on. It's expected to be grueling, and now Poly having access to the Captain America means that there's a little bit more to play around.
Oh, and they get behind them.
Ultron, we're seeing the aggressive
and Fee going on to this Star-Lord, who we've talked about many times. We know is really good into these flyers and into Ultron specifically. So I think this is a really nice pick from Fee.
Wrapping around from the other side. Ken, on the Ultron, like you said, they're going away from... They're coming very heavily on the flyers here. As they push on in, Sparker.
Oh, Polly just gets wrecked. Tanuki does get Finn, that's big. But Sparker finishes off Polly.
And it's just being kept sustained so aggressively.
Iframe Safai, he's only got a couple that he's able to use. It doesn't want to try and push his luck if he can
Tanuki
help it.
holding this top side. When Torch gets prio, it's quite difficult to get in here. Especially on a domination, right? There's so much you can do with the walls and just the right click alone. Pokey res is. There's that self-res done already, so...
But the fact that the
Alex gets a nice pick on feet. That's big.
It can sit nicely on it, as well as the Supernova. They've got the point. It could hold on back. They've hit 35%.
Yeah, it's tough, Yanni, isn't it? It's tough. I don't know which one you choose. Hi, Jazz. Welcome back. Oh, Nevix doesn't really get much from that, though. And it's interesting to see Nevix on this, Emma, and not Finn. We've seen Finn play this the whole time, but opting to put that... Oh! The sh-movement. Look at the reses, dude. The reses. And now they've got nothing left. Finn's about to have an Agamotto, which could be massive on top of this Drydro Cloco. But Tanuki has Supernova. He's probably going to look to pop it pretty quick. Sparker gets a nice pick, though. And Fee gets another one. Pokey gets Sparker. That's big. I don't know how they've pulled this back, though. VP managed to get the site. But it's 80% already for BBP. That's such a good stall and a really good percentage.
Now they can move into these defense positions. They have Terror Cape. They have Sparker on the flank. They are set up to try and take these duels. They have some of the highest damage in the game. Madness can self-boost with their own Inspire. They've got the Adam Warlock, who of course has a hit scan, and Cosmic Cluster is massive burst into front lines, and they have the Ultron, who we already know.
I think this comes down to if they can deal with Fee on this Starlord, I think they're looking real good, BBP.
The Supernova though is making this very hard to fight through. Cyber keeping the team topped up with the
oh, Sparker goes so low.
They still have their own Eye of Agamotto, and they're about to have range of Ultron to look for a second, but Tanuki.
Sparker gets Tanuki. Tried to 1v1 and Sparker gets them. They're going to have to back up off of this.
He's leading the line with final blows, and he might be able to add to his tally with that dance.
And that's another really nice percentage take.
For the most part.
We know VP are really good at coming back.
Available, but there hasn't really been that many connections so far this map that we've been seeing out of these Doctor Strange ultimates.
I think this is the push, right? You've got Pokey ready with this res. Alex can self-res. And that means that ult's kind of for naught, really. Sparky gets Pokey as well on the backside, though. Do they have the self-reses up?
Comfortable pole position.
Does have the res up.
And it almost feels like a victory lap coming in from the sky.
Oh my god, Tanuki nearly just outplayed it like a motherfucker.
He almost got out if it wasn't for the amount of bodies.
Oh, Fee is just fucking going ridiculous.
With the progression over on the point.
They're gonna have to TP on.
Contest coming in from Enzo.
Sparker
do they have time?
Able to get the double pickup onto Pokey, and it looks like
I don't know if they've got time.
They're going to try and commit to it.
Oh my god, it's tight. Oh, it's tight. Does Alex have the res? Yes, they do. Finns gets Tanuki, though. And instantly the res just to keep Tanuki up. Finn gets a good Agamotto. Gets two, but are they going to get resed in time? No, fuck me. VP have done it again, dude. What? How have VP done it again? VP are the absolute kings of coming back in domination maps. It's actually fucking ridiculous how good they are at this. You can never count them out. What? Dude, their ult cycling, their target selection is so berserk. 20-1 on Sparker. Like, you cannot let... This guy has played 4 games of Psylocke. How have you not banned this fucking hero yet? He has smurfed every single fucking game. And he has ruined you every single game. How are you letting him get away with this?
Is something that so many teams have been leaning
I don't get it.
Tanuki is getting targeted. They can't burst through this front line. They decide to go for duels.
Okay, so Tanuki's swapped onto the Starlord. They've had enough. They've gone full res. They've gone full res strat.
Again, we'll have to see. But they're committing to this. They did, in fact, lose the cooldown. But they're going to try and commit one more time. Actually, I think they swapped who's on it. Rocket coming in for Ken.
The Rocket's interesting.
Interesting. I mean, this is what
No
happens when you get 4 strategists banned out. You're not
but
really left
some
to too
semi-support.
much when it comes to changes. Pokey gets frozen.
I mean, they're
side
going
pick.
like
Absolute
just
zero
ultimate
is not
numbers
gonna
game,
bring
right?
him down to 0 HP. In fact, it's gonna be
Rocket
able to
reses
survive.
on top of. Oh my god,
Unfortunately, however, you've got
Sparker.
the dance to butterflies to cut through right at the end. To be right back, Alex.
Nah,
maybe
dude.
not
This
wanting to
guy's
return
a
to this
fucking
engagement.
monster.
He's actually
I
able to get
don't think you can let him have it. He's a monster. Tanuki wins the 1v1 against Fate. Not really a 1v1, but you know what I mean.
They're extremely outnumbered now. Gonna get targeted down. I was wrong, by the way. Pokey was on the Adam, as Polly is gonna delay with the freedom charge.
Yeah, it looks like they're just playing like pure numbers game, you know what I mean? They're just going, ah, fuck it. We're just gonna throw spaghetti at the wall and hope we can win. Big Agamotto! Enzo gets Fate. That's huge. Tanuki over the top. Okay. BBP, nice hold. They keep the percentage ticking over. The power of the numbers.
You absolutely cast a curse that one.
Oh,
so like Berberpat, they can't hold on to this too long, right?
Oh, there's no way.
It ended up being in a good position for Berberpat, even if they lost the point because of how many
Big hole for
ultimates got
BBP.
dedicated out.
But do not count your chickens. We have seen VP do this time and time again.
And now for
Oh, Finn's looking for an angle. He's going to go up from below and just smurf it. Watch. There it is. Instantly gets out rid of Pokey. Nah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Pokey reses. Does not have the ult yet, though. 89. Alex reses as well. Oh, no, Pokey. Oh, no. Sparker found the timing. He saw him go around the corner and he gets the timing perfect. And he uses the res as well. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's real bad.
Tracking them down literally every time they ultimate.
Oh.
The way that Karmic Revival works is there are 2 revive auras, the actual area of the ultimate and the aura around Adam. It is sometimes doable to just put a Karmic Revival down in the middle of a fight and it can bring back everyone, but you're in the middle of a fight, that's super risky. But so what we usually see is
that's a crazy good timing from Sparker.
Fight to revive everyone, but with them already taking down Pokey once with that Eye of Agamotto.
Tanuki, though, with this ultimate. Watch out for this. Only one support or Drydra's are already popped. If Tanuki can survive. Oh, Pokey goes down as well. Ken reses Alex. Here goes Tanuki. This needs to be massive. He gets feet just in that corner. Holy Hannah, that was close. And they get Nevix. That's big. Not the biggest ult in the world, honestly. This is still very winnable for VP. They've still got it. I mean, this is still VP's.
So a lot thrown at the point.
Watch Sparky's looking at Tanuki.
As well as the legend used from Tanuki to keep this one going, but it's not enough to pin this.
Oh boy, this could be it, guys. This could be VP taking it. VPP needs to get in here. It's an all or nothing fight.
He wants to try and find a good.
They're gonna have to win 2 back-to-back fights here, BPP. And here we go.
Look at these flicks, knowing that there's flags, waiting to see who is going to eat this bird. They can see all those strategists up.
Only Finn with an ult to speak of.
Coming up very soon as Tanuki moves into the backline, blast of barrage, but not going to stay for too long as they don't want to get picked off. Enzo.
Finn
Here comes that cosmic yard amplifier.
gets Alex. There's probably a rocket res. Oh, Alex has the self res. Pokey goes down. There's probably a res there too.
99% Fi is untouched in this fight.
Maybe not.
From behind on the side.
There it is.
Looking for a counter duel. They have their own galactic legend for the turnaround, but here comes Dance of the Butterfly into the backline.
Oh, but doesn't get it. Sparker doesn't get the value. Pokey gets 2. This is big. Ken gets another. BBP have got the first fight. Can they win the second? They get 1.
just in time.
There is going to be one more fight in this game, and they are already setting up for it right here. The TP is coming out. Tanuki with an ult, Pokey with the res, Fee, Nevix, both of them on theirs.
Who can draw their guns first between him and Tanuki?
And good angle from Nevix, looking for pings. Everyone Delta splits. Strange holds that shield up. That's one ult down. Fee goes over the top, trying to get these picks with the ult, but getting nothing so far. Alex still alive. Tanuki still alive. This is anybody's fight. BBP have all the ults if they can use them right. Fee gets Enzo though. Here goes the res. They just want to pop it and go. I don't think they've got enough. Oh my god, Fee gets Tanuki. The reses are here though. Enzo with a big Agamotto. But Sparker's still going.
It's still a case of fighting out.
Sparker's still going. Sparker's still going. Someone deal with this fucking Psylocke. Tanuki gets nothing from the ult either. They finally get Sparker, for the love of Jesus. Maybe they can win this now. Nevix sitting on 100 charge. It's a big Agamotto in the backline. Enzo gets Fee though. Good rocket ult over the top to keep everyone up. This is 99-99. The Emerald not really pinging anyone yet. Cypher drops it. Enzo's looking really low. Can he stay up? They finally get Enzo. That's big. Sparker's just keeping them pinned back in that back corridor.
Enzo is down. If they have portal back up, if this fight's been going on for quite a while, they might be able to
Fee with another ult. Gets two. This is looking good. It looks like VP. Someone needs to touch. Tanuki goes down. Here goes the stall from Cap. Pokey reses. Tanuki reses. Enzo with an Eye of Agamotto doesn't get anything between the shields. PK, Alex, Tanuki over the top. They're going to do it. Oh my god, they've done it. What? What? Just spaghetti at the fucking wall. Just throw the numbers at them and win the fight. Jesus Christ.
Still in this fight.
BPP.
Take a point in these domination modes. And it took everything that they had.
That's not over. That's just to stay in the game.
Hero with the
fucking hell.
End game moment. It felt like just seeing it turn up and the bodies come through. You look at what was used: Soul Resurgence, the Freedom Charge for Paulie, Tanuki with that.
Guys, don't get baited by the numbers here. That's because BBP have like triple the amount of people.
Super Soldier Factory. But now
that's where all the kills are coming from.
The Eldritch Monument.
Jesus, what a crazy last fight.
With the ultimates that are either available or about to be.
That was the longest fucking overtime ever. Holy shit.
Eldritch God that exists in this temple. As Berber pats up him.
Dude, this rocket is actually showing up as well. This rocket is putting in some work for Ken. Oh, and here we go. Another pause. Come on, dude. Come on. You cannot be doing this to us.
And of course, the earlier you use it, the more time you have to charge for a second one. I'll actually tell a quick story here while we are waiting. Because obviously,
it gives me a second to reset. That was a crazy endgame fight. What?
In different games for mouses running out of battery or stuff becoming unplugged. I once had a
Is this Finn again?
Tournament for a rogue cat that decided to enter a player's play area that forced a pause. And once at a LAN, I had a pause for a nosebleed that just came out of nowhere because of the air conditioning. So,
part of the problem here for VP is they don't have the res power, right? So it's their ults have to be so much better. But I mean, Sparker is making it work somehow.
The Observer's PC decided that it was going to do a Windows update.
Oh no!
And you just saw it just shut down for a moment, and then there was a pause to fix stuff. Also, in just like when you have games where you can take timeouts and it's a vote to take a timeout.
Do we know who this is?
Vote to surrender, and some teams just accidentally surrendering in the middle of games. There's been a few of those. There's people that have spilled drinks on their mouse mats, drinks on their keyboards.
No, I don't think Adam is banned. So VP can go to res comp, I think.
Maybe, you know, it's hot weather. Staying hydrated is going to be important. Hail hydration, I guess.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's going to feel like a case of knocking over a drink and suddenly your very expensive PC might be frazzling a little bit.
While I wanted to pause, I have been attacked by a bird. In a cast, had the window open because it was a lovely hot summer's day, and a bird decided to enter in. Luckily, it was during a break, so I was.
I mean, it's Sparker who plays the Adam. Is the problem, right?
But
for VP. Do you want to take Sparker off the Psylocke, who's doing so much work, to put him on the Adam? And yes, his Adam is very, very good, right? It's very good. But do you want to take him off of the Psylocke that's dominating the fuck out of everyone right now?
A little bit more
to do that?
Brutal, I suppose. Man, I'm happy to take a moment after that final fight, just the back and forth of it, and really, again, showing the Berber Patspim. They're having their moments, but still this has felt like a series that has been in line for Virtus Pro, that we haven't seen them have to sweat too much. Maybe just asked a couple of questions that they're not too comfortable in answering on Arco. And here,
I think the thing here and what we're seeing is like
available to mechanically
Sparker on Psylocke is doing such a good job of like just disrupting the res, right? With this burst combo,
and then we still have
getting in on the Adam, on the Mantis, baiting out those individual res cooldowns. And then whenever they're going for the res, the full res on Adam, Sparker is there ready. That's very hard. That's much harder to do on Torch. On this map, I think.
They go down to that lower bracket to play against Team Peps.
Although if there's any point that's going to be better for Torch, it's going to be this one. Because it's very high ceilings. You got lots of high pillars to play around. So maybe it is a Torch switch.
Pro from the group stage for their rubber match. The lower bracket, Team Peps awaits the loser of this match, and on the other side, Zero,
maybe
L9
Torch might work.
Competing for dominance.
It's good to see so many people also jumping in with the watch parties. You know, you can go towards that magic skin. I don't want to say from like all of the timeouts you could have earned the spray or the nameplate. I don't think it's been that long, but you know, it's a
stay with us, guys. Stay with us.
In the background, go get yourself a drink, go to the toilet, still earning.
I don't know if you want to miss this one.
Game goodies from just watching along with the Ignite tournament, which, you know, I think today we've had some closer series, some closer games. America's was crazy yesterday. All the best of 3 matches go in the distance. With some crazy upsets.
Yeah,
as well.
I wish I was able to stay and watch the America games last night.
Stuff like that. I don't know much about the NA region as of yet, but I know that FlyQuest are good.
It's just too much. It's too much for me to do consistently. It's why I'm not doing it tonight as well. I mean, look. We've been here since 2 o'clock, right?
Not the player, there is also a player
we've been here since 2 p.m. watching these games, and it is already nearly 10 o'clock. So we've already been here for 8 hours, and it's not over. If I have to do this again, 3 days back to back, like 16-hour days, I just wouldn't be able to do it, and I would give you guys really shit commentary. I'd be barely staying awake, so I made the executive decision to.
He also did say it to Fate and say, "Would you believe me?"
Just do EMA for the first 2 days, give myself plenty of time to rest in between, and then focus on the last 2 days where it's really important, you know, with the finals and stuff.
You know,
so that's what we're going to do. Tomorrow,
it is a Friday night. People are finishing work, ready to go.
Tomorrow, we will focus on both regions.
This is important.
It is important. We've got matches to find. We've got winners to decide. We have spots in a mid-season.
Yeah, tomorrow will be lower bracket quarters, upper bracket final, and lower bracket semis. So it's going to be these 4 best of 5s tomorrow.
I'm just looking at the chat to see if
and I am going to push myself, and we will do both NA and EMEA
I can't
tomorrow.
read some of these.
For all of these. And then Sunday, it's just Sunday's much nicer. It's only BO5 and a BO7. So it should be a slightly shorter.
There's been a couple of events in Reykjavik that I've
shorter
missed out
day.
on, and I've only heard wonderful.
Here we go. We're
things.
back in.
Finally, I don't need to talk about.
Let's go,
Reykjavik
guys.
any longer.
We're back in.
But Virtus Pro, they're taking the momentum out of things just a little bit, perhaps. And I think a portal play was actually used from Berber Patfim to try and set up in an aggressive position off the ring.
Ad revenue does not matter to me, Yanni, at the size of streamer that I am at the moment. I think ad revenue only really affects you if you're like 500 or more in a significant enough way.
Already taken out by the fearless leap into the Super Soldier Slam coming in from that Captain America.
Tanuki getting a little bit greedy, I think.
But BRB brings them back, and they have that.
They do get first. They do get first point though. But they've had to use the rocket res for that one.
Movable object, perhaps.
That's a big cooldown.
Unstoppable force.
That's a big cooldown.
Attrition, forcing out these ultimates and being able to do it spaced out nicely enough.
Poly bullying Sparker, making sure they don't have free reign here.
Because Pokey
a lot of ults for VP though. A lot of ults. There goes the rocket ult. It's not enough though. Sparker gets 2. Here goes the big boy res. PKY res is all of them, but they do lose the point. So
disengaged from this fight for Burbo Patipin, but they've got off the point long enough for Virtus Pro to actually take it. So this
Alex goes down again to Drydro.
Found a way back
this is looking really good for VP.
It's just going to cap it off. Everything that Burbo and Patipin had to keep themselves alive in that fight.
And that's a lot of cooldowns used, and VP used very little.
Karmic Revival
VP used very little.
KO1 free as Virtus Pro are able to clean out.
On the flip side, BPP also have 3 ults here, so they still have cap, which is kind of a semi-support ult, I suppose. And they're going to pop that straight away. Tanuki just goes straight away over the top. Kind of ballsy. Gets nothing from it, and here goes the other way.
Galactic Legend throughout all of this mess that was left on the point from the Cloak and Dagger. He's now found
Tanuki.
Tanuki
Does he have a self-res?
A little bit cheeky, but
I like what Tanuki was trying to do. There's the self-res.
See if he can fit in. The spy play perhaps, but the barrage is trying to cut out for a little bit more. Is after the Galactic Legend, the Hunt Dogs
Sparker's just... Oh my god, what is Tanuki doing? Oh my god, what is this 1v1?
Just allowing him to put out a little bit more damage, twice as much.
Dude, that movement was crazy from Tanuki though. I respect it. I respect it.
He's taken out again by the other
oh no, Sparker over the top. This is looking like a bit of a wash.
What seems like a very personal vendetta versus Pokey.
Dude, VP are kind of rolling this, to be honest. There's no TP either. Remember, they've already used it.
Instead, just choosing to head back.
So they're gonna have to naturally touch. That's why you see Polly going around the backside, getting ready to touch.
Are running out of time. Remember, if they cannot claim this map, it is over, and Virtus Pro will take the win.
Oh, Enzo just goes down so low as well. 100 charge for Nevix. Nevix is untouched on this point, dude.
Finzi is melting through it. That's gonna remove a huge amount of sustain as the Eternal Bond comes out for that extra healing.
I don't know how you win this. You've got nothing in the tank yet. PKY does have the res. That's big. I have Agamotto on either side. Fins whips. Ken gets the kill on Drydro. Wait. Wait, Tanuki has an ult as well after this. Hold fire. Here we go. Tanuki pops. Tanuki gets 2. Tanuki gets 3. That's lovely take from BPP. Is not done. And they still have the big boy res.
And they're able to take this one.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. I'm going to have some juice because I think this is going to be a crazy overtime fight.
They shall not be moved.
Let's look at what
Virtus Pro don't want to let them.
Bringing to the party for this re-engage.
Using the TP is ballsy. If they lose this fight, this could be game losing for VP. Instead of walking it in and playing the time, this is ballsy.
Aggression is what they're going to have to use here. If Pokey can stay safe.
Oh, Alex gets nailed though. Dancing around so nicely though. That's a big cooldown used from Feet. If they can reset off this, this is good for BPP. Pokey's going to tank it. He doesn't give a shit. He's got res, right? There he is. He's got res. He doesn't care. He'll tank that whole ult. Sparkers use theirs. Polly just smurfing on 3 of them. PKY gets Nevix as well.
And he's already lost Polly. Is he going to pull the trigger on the ultimate now to bring back your tank? No, instead they're going to hold on for as long.
Oh, that's a big Agamotto from Enzo against Cypher. Finzi's got one as well. Finzi's going to look on the flip side. Watch out for Finzi. There it is.
build up the pressure.
Gets the Mantis. That's the one he wanted. Mantis might have a res, though. And over the top, Tanuki gets them. Wait, Tanuki gets 2. Gets 3. This looks so good. I think they've done it. BBP. Oh, we're going to a game 5. We're going to a game 5.
They take the win. Then they did.
Holy shit!
At the end, they just held onto it for the last possible moment. It came down instead to the damage from that Iron Motor to take down the Lunar Snow early. This allowed them to just
shit!
Bond from the Cloak Dagger of Dridro. And
this is the series we wanted. This is the series we wanted.
On the side of Virtus Pro, we are at 2-2.
Crazy work.
As both these teams sit on the edge.
Rescomp wins again, man. This Rescomp Tanuki 42k damage. Holy fucking shit.
That was a hell of a fight back. It's got to be frustrating though when you have all of these timeouts on the side of Virtus Pro just almost cutting into your own momentum, right? Like,
oh my
it's
god,
not anybody's fault. These things happen all the time.
They did so well.
Looking at Sparker, 30 final hits.
That was just really, really well played on that last fight from BPP. They did so well to like avoid Fee's ults. Psylocke as well. Sparker goes in, and I understand why Sparker's done it, right? They've gone in to get the Adam, but you end up solo ulting an Adam who can just res back. And then can res everybody else back.
Which is going to be their choice. It's not going to be domination, so they don't need to worry about that. Maybe looking at the quadruple strategy span.
So yeah, this is either convoy or convergence to finish this. We can't go to domination again.
Yeah, it was started working for bits of it, where Sparker was just in the back.
So this is one or the other.
Like we said earlier, kind of laser guided on
VP's pick.
But Pokey is the one who adjusted.
So VP do get the map advantage.
Played or like the character, they just changed where they stood. They stood in lower grounds instead of the obvious revive points.
Damn, what a series, guys! What a fucking series.
In terms of like in that central first map, they were standing in that entrance room to make sure that they had the cover from Sparker, who was already in the middle of the fight. In this map, they stood on the low ground in that little doorway, which forced again Sparker to use ultimate.
Like in any other comp that isn't a res comp, right? You know, these picks on the supports like that just win the game straight up.
Very little actual effort having to be put in to make the change that was enough to help them win a couple of those fights.
Oof.
Giving Virtus Pro a taste
yes, this end fight that like really sold it, right?
On a point and being able to pull out the whole switcheroo.
The first rocket res, Tanuki goes crazy with the ult, gets 3. They don't have the same staying power in the numbers, so
probably being able to get that Captain
America
America
overwhelm.
Seemed to make a vast difference. It felt like. But I'm going to give people watching a chance, right? You've got your box here that might be that prediction of Virtus.
All right, winner takes all.
Are you going to
Jazz, are you here at the moment?
To switch with it? You have a little bit of time to deliberate as we're going to have a break very shortly. But honestly, Tetra, like this is going the distance and this is all we could have hoped for.
Are any of the mods here at the moment?
People who saw this matchup wanted to see. We wanted to see if Patapim could do it, but we wanted to see it go all the way because we just like watching these teams play. They have done it so often. They're so versatile. They're some of the best teams.
Man, I just want to get into it.
Find out which one is moving on.
Fuck a break, guys. We don't need a break.
After this break, we need to take a break.
They don't need to talk. Let's just get into it.
Follow Ryan's advice and let us know which team do you think is going to win in the chat, and enjoy your Galactus skin because these games have been going on for a while. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Okay, last break of today, guys. Last break. By the way, I'm buying this Thor skin, right, straight up. We'll run ads just a little closer to the time. Just so that we don't screw ourselves over for this last game. What is this?
My power grows.
I thought he was going to do some crazy fucking rollout with it. Okay. Wait, what'd you get if you get 100k heals? Oh, they're just saying they've got it. It's quick play excuses have to stop. I'm talking about people purposely throwing. Yeah. I kind of agree with this in a way. I do think there's a balance, right? Because if you're like, I do get it that if you're like, quick play is much more geared towards just having fun and enjoying. But you've also got to remember there's 5 other people who are trying to do the same thing. So if you're just throwing the game purposely, that's not fun for everyone else, you know? But I don't know what the solution is. I don't know. There shouldn't be when you D-rank that extra 50 you take, because why am I losing half of another rank after I just barely ranked up? Isn't that because the isn't that because the minus stuff that you get? Yeah. It's because it, like, you don't instantly lose rank, which I'm not sure how I feel about that in general, actually. But they give you some, like, loss, I guess, not mitigation, but benefit of the doubt, because you always go minus right before you actually D-rank. So it's just to compensate for that. Yeah. I would quite like to see some more really dumb emotes. I think really silly dancing emotes and stuff is really fun. So I would like to see more of that kind of stuff. For sure. That's a cool one. I like that one. These dark colors are also kind of cool. All right.
Patapim.
Here we go, guys.
Taking the name of Hell's Heaven and ascending.
No matter what happens,
number 5, taking an intense.
No matter what happens, this is the last game today.
Able to hold on to it without even needing the revives from Adam Warlock. Able to take us into
this is the last game today, no matter what.
Final map of the night to decide who will face Rad Ryan.
Yeah, it's an exciting one, and we're actually headed to Midtown as well. So
oh, Midtown?
That's taken out, so it was the choice of.
Dude, we've not had Midtown all day.
Convoy. And considering we saw Beba Patvin pick up the other convoy map of Arako shortly beforehand, this could go either way. We've only seen these teams play once so far, undefeated for both of them. For Virtus Pro, I mean, if this is something to rely on, it's now. And I think so much pressure is going to go on those first points, especially.
Okay, here we go.
How fast people can take it. Honestly, as well, I think it's going to be a case of who attacks first, because Beba Patvin have been very good at setting the pace on these payload maps.
They really have. They've been turning this around from what you mentioned before and what. Sorry,
just trying to think. I'm trying to remember
the fact that
what I've seen from these two on Midtown. They seem to do
so well on these convoy and convergence maps because of just so much experience and macro, and we're immediately seeing come in and
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see. I wouldn't be surprised to see a triple Vanguard. For the beginning, at least for the first point. We've seen that quite a lot.
2 weeks.
Thing Penny, Thing Penny Strange, Thing Penny Emma, things like that.
To a lower bracket.
Just to try and hold that first corner and burn as much time as you can.
A few times now.
Not you guys again, please. Not the losers bracket. Yeah, like I'm just thinking about today a little bit more. So we had 4 games in the first series, 4 games, so that's 8, and then it was 11. So this is going on to our 16th game of the day.
For Ryan.
So shout out to production for staying awake for this whole entire time. We are literally going to be sort of going slap bang right into America's starting, which. Knowing those guys, by the time
for you guys who want to watch America's, by the way, America's is starting in an hour. The first game is at 11 o'clock, so you don't. I mean, you're not going to have much time at all to reset and enjoy before the games tonight. I will not be watching them. I am gonna try and order some food, put myself in a food coma, and pass the fuck out for tomorrow.
How appropriate that we are heading into the Americas after this with our wonderful American colleagues, and we have decided to head to the concrete jungle.
If you guys do want to see my commentary or my casting from the Americas games, I know I've mentioned this a couple of times today. I don't know if there are new people in here or not. We will be putting some of the banger Americas series that we've missed over the last 2 days from yesterday and today. Me and my co-caster Robbie will full cast them for you. and put them on my YouTube. So if you're not subbed to my YouTube, please do. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs as soon as possible.
Now they're going to go for the M
and we're only a couple of hundred subs away, so I would super appreciate all the love there. Also, all of the upper bracket final, lower bracket finals, and grand finals from both regions will also be up on my YouTube as well in the following few days after the tournament. So if you miss any of those as well, that's the place to find them.
If you see that Luna Snow, you're expecting the Captain America.
All right, but here we go. Game 5.
Gonna take away the Captain America part of it, as that's
nothing too crazy apart from Luna. Very early save here from BPP instead of the cap save. So no cap for either side.
Just not wanting VP to have what Berber Patapin believes to be one of the most powerful characters in the game. But this leaves Virtus Pro open.
This is a very good torch map on the first 2 points.
Back to the torch,
or maybe the first point.
Going well for Virtus Pro in the other maps.
I think it's okay on both on first 2 points.
Really, you just want to allow Fire that space in the sky to do
Psylocke ban, for the love of God.
So now we're
thank you! Oh my God, they finally learned Game 5. No! Are you joking?
I mean, that was the one that was protected last time, so it really is a case of one or the other for them. They protected the Mantis last time to give themselves that triple res comp, but instead, knowing that having Torch on one side and not the other on Midtown is too much of a risk. Both going to be.
That's a massive error. That's a massive mistake in my opinion.
Got that Lunar Stow as well, so they can go for that idle aura onto the Human Torch in the air. Or
that's a massive mistake for BPP, I think. I don't know how you look at this and don't ban Psylocke.
They have Mantis for damage boost. Also,
I don't know what they're doing.
Currently the option for the one-sided cloak, where Berber Patapin could pick it up for a bit of a damage boost on their own side, and they're gonna do so with Ken going for that hover.
I don't know, man. Listen, cloak is very, very good, but you're giving Sparker Psylocke on Midtown.
Yeah,
this is fucking. This is such a good Psylocke map as well, man.
Is a lot of healing output, but at least on the
I think this is a really big mistake from BPP.
Maintain the torch, you put the Emma Frost as well, so that is enabling you to set up Sparker on.
Unless they feel like, unless Pokey's feeling confident and feels like they can diff them, I think that's a really big mistake.
You're gonna just probably have Sidepay or Dreedra on Invisible Woman instead.
I mean, Sparker's pretty consistently just pop the fuck off.
Not the worst thing in the world. I think it does just put a lot more pressure onto Patapin's backline. Notably, I guess it would be Ken in this instance.
All right, let's see what they lock in though.
A good amount of healing if they have Lunar Snow and Invisible Woman available.
We'll also have to see if we go for any of these big holds, these early setups outside the main doorway that we saw from some of the other teams earlier in the group stage. Of course, that strategy is a little bit weaker now
not touching.
What do you mean? As the nerf to Penny Parker has made these setups a little bit weaker.
Okay, so let's see what we're working with here.
This is the trap setups of those biotic spider nests.
So Enzo back on that Hulk. This is a very good Hulk map. I'm not surprised by that whatsoever. Pretty standard comps from either side.
So instead of the strategist being hit by a lot of those bans, Virtus Pro have decided to look.
So this is just going to be an execution, really.
But Enzo has been happy to play a little bit of Hulk. And
got you, right, got you.
So if they want to go for some plays to counter fire up in the air, maybe that fastball special could be very useful in these places at this time. Pokey,
all right,
trying to sort of have a bit more forward.
Pokey for now. Just building up those ults. Sparker's nearly got theirs though. What the fuck? Dude, Sparker's on 80%. Holy shit. That's faster than anyone else in the game right now. How has Sparker nearly got an ult? What?
Blow up the other, looking for just whittling people down with those flame forms.
Dude, Sparker should go right now. You've got to know that the supports are not going to have theirs yet. Ken's just got theirs. Alex has just got theirs. But fuck me. That is fast. And here we go. Enzo gets Nevix. That's a big first pick on the attack for BPP. Polly as well. Okay, this is really nice from BPP. That's really nice. They have 5 ults after this as well. They are looking solid on this attack.
It's not going to be there at all for Virtus Pro.
Holy shit. They used only Ken's ult for that, I think.
5 minutes on the clock to go further.
Oh,
and
boy.
Really, Virtus Pro at this point, they've got
ultimates.
Boy. They just don't want to keep having to be reset. And Nevix caught in no man's land, it looks like.
Yeah, there's the lunar ult forced on both sides. Sparker's ult all for naught, but it did force the lunar ult. There's the Agamotto. Pokey gets feed. That's a big pick. I'm poking this backline. This looks real bad for VP. They're getting fucking walked. They are walking VP. Pokey's like anything you can do, Sparker, I can do better.
Dance the butterflies finding nothing. Alex manages to beat them all with their own Luna ultimate. Model play coming.
Rivals is, yeah. You haven't got long to go though, Ro. You haven't got long to go. About 2 weeks. 2 weeks today, actually.
A little bit of healing to keep people topped up, but a supernova is going to be available on this defensive side, trying to catch the human torch.
Nice catch from Fee though. Nice catch.
Hot place as Fires managed to cook him down with the supernova.
Sparker diffs PKY as well.
And overextended a little bit to try and cap that second point quickly.
And a good little, a good mini routing here.
Enzo in banner form is still continuing to harass. They're kind of isolated, so they're not even going to.
Enzo just throws himself off the map. I think that's the best way to do it. Reset, get in the front line.
That gamma radiation gun to try and get some snipes on the side. They just go to transform back into the.
Okay, so VP stabilize, and we know how good they are now when they stabilize. Sparker, Fee over the top. Here we go. Okay, looked kind of dodged, but VP do a really great job.
And that was
full stabilization.
Bond. I think Berber Padpin would have taken that trade, otherwise just been like, okay, yeah, we're 90% away from having our fate of both worlds. Just let them reset us. We'll just go again in a second, buy them a bit more time. But now this is really hard. I mean, this is a perfect setup, though. Nice art.
This is really hard to break. Finzi knows it as well. Look, he's reading the play.
Finzi actually seeing exactly where Berber Padpin. Everybody's
welcome back, Lo.
Direction. Needs to be a little bit careful,
this is the final game of the night, so
there's not really many barriers outside of point that's going to be able to block that ultimate when it comes through. And Enzo, even if this looks like a bit of a ragtag thing and he goes down to banner form,
just
that's
fucking
a great
solo,
way
dude.
to make sure that Virtus.pro have to give up some of that space.
Psylocke's damage against tanks is absurd.
A bit more freedom to fight on this objective.
But now they're down a member. Once again, the Hulk forced out of sync with the rest of Berber Patapim. Going to be transforming once again.
All right, but here we go. Tanuki's got some.
Like you say, Virtus.pro, they are
this is going to be an ult dump. Tanuki, Pokey, Alex, Polly, all with ults.
Creating a pyro prison up on the high ground to make sure that
both support also for VP though. Ken does not have theirs yet.
Once again, Enzo's in the back line.
Enzo's just getting focused though. He's in trouble. Enzo's in big trouble. He's getting too aggro, man. Enzo is like, Enzo's throwing, to be honest. He's trying to create the room, but he's just getting like sent on every time.
It's a bit too hot, so he has to get out of the kitchen.
Nice from Finn.
Sparker chasing them down, looking to get onto Pokey, but can't seem to get that finishing blow. Retreat out of Berber Patapim. Virtus.pro, they are holding this very convincingly. After
this is a crazy stabilization, to be honest.
They are starting to tick down to that last minute once again. They've made it well over halfway. Still a solid setup here.
This Hulk is really struggling.
To just give it up
and you can see Sparker looking for him as well. Sparker is like, Sparker's decided not to dive their backline. He's holding for Enzo because he knows Enzo is overextending. So he's holding and waiting for Enzo to overextend.
Come on in for the commitment onto the backline, but it is great positioning by Virtus.pro. But they're in danger of the Eye of Agamotto into the invisible boundary.
Doesn't get much from the Agamotto from Finn.
The invisible boundary is about to expire, and Berber Patapim are about to have the ultimate advantage. Counter Eye of Agamotto.
Nice from Polly. I don't think it's enough. Sparker in the backline. Oh, Sparker in the backline. This is why they threw. You do not give this guy Psylocke.
So well, they had the Exile set up, and then the Eye of Agamotto once they connected onto Finzi.
It's GG, guys. It's
just
GG.
Able to get up in time.
I called it in the draft. I told you cannot give this guy Psylocke. And the fact that they let him have it was such a throw, man. It's such a throw. They can't touch. It's such a throw.
Unfortunately, no overtime fight is going to be allowed for Berber Patapim and Virtus.pro.
Did they fuck up the TP as well?
They need to be in 4 minutes plus a bit extra time if they hit that first checkpoint.
A solid push by Berber and Patapim.
I watched the Overwatch Asia Stadium tournament the other day, and the castles are having an absolute field day. Yeah, I can imagine.
They just weren't able to break that.
I mean, normal Overwatch at the best of times is hard to cast, similar to Marvel Rivals. But trying to do that with stadium shit over the top, that's way too much to try and track. Are you kidding? Fuck that.
They're beginning to adjust. Tanuki.
Yeah, but Berber Patapim is the name. Yeah, you can see it in the top right.
It's Enzo who's moving over to the thing as the
Does it mean something else?
Option for Berber and Patapim to try and put a stop to the Psylocke.
Was it an official stadium tournament, Laura, or was it like
top, and you can see that the triple vanguards was taken out
like
on the
a
side
creator
of
one.
Patapim, so there's not really much to rely on. You lose out the Magneto, the Emma Frost, the captain as well that Polly would want to be playing. Looks like it does force people onto uncomfortable roles, to say the very least. And whilst these vanguards are flexible, there's no combination that is as good right now as it feels like Emma Frost plus
Spanish
Magneto,
brain rot.
Magneto
Okay.
plus X.
I wondered what it meant.
It's just so hard. And now Virtus Pro traveling from that Baxter building, pushing their way up with Herbie.
All right, here we go. This is going to have to be the hold of a lifetime for BBP. This is going to have to be the hold of a fucking lifetime.
Attempt with that frost arrow from Phi, immediately swapping off. There's no reason to stay on it at this stage when you've got that human torch available for more consistent damage. But they were going to try and go for a lockdown early to see if they could gain a quick advantage.
All right, VP take the high ground. That's really nice, actually.
Down to that low ground as Nevix is
this is really nice, actually. Oh, stunning, dude, stunning. That was just really solid strat, right? You go up, you take the high ground, the Emma drops, you force them to drop. The Emma just drops, they isolate the tank. Easy. Easy.
That's already dove to the low ground to try to escape some of the damage, not able to dash to a safer position. So
they're going to use this TP early to contest, and I think you kind of have to. I think you kind of have to.
You can see just how far away he is from the rest of his team, and there's a portal that was placed there.
This is the final game of the day. It's in a 2-2 series. It's crazy.
You've just got all of these holes around. It's like
oh, Pokey gets taken out. Sparker gets him.
The dots that are placed in this engagement. So Virtus Pro,
VP looks solid, dude.
Here, and it's forcing out a lot from Berber Patapim.
Ken's had to drop the cloak ult. Invis ult is a bit off, but look, watch for Sparker. As soon as this is out, watch for Sparker. He's looking at Alex. There he is, over the back line. Good trigger from the Luna. Keeps everybody up. That's good awareness. Fee's got the supernova, though. He's going to go as soon as this drops, and there is nothing left. Here he goes. There is nothing left to save them. Fee is going to walk this fight. I mean, they're just cycling the ult so well. They're cycling it so well.
Ken is staggered, and they're looking for more. Almost able to catch up to Pokey, but they will be able to escape and try to set up this defense. And this is looking kind of familiar, Ryan. Virtus Pro.
8-7.
Just rush ahead.
Did I say so many holes around?
Fans, you don't need to worry.
Sounds like something I would say.
Were able to get that first point a lot faster, and you saw where exactly it got stuck. But it does feel a Berber Patapim. If they're going to go for a fight here, they need to win it. They almost lose out on the Hulk, and the Dance of the Butterfly is going to be forced out and finds nothing. Pokey using it more to just posture a bit more space.
And Sparker just goes, let me show you how it's done. Now this is done, guys. It's done. I think you cannot give Sparker Psylocke. It's over, guys. It's over. It's over.
He's going to have it available now.
They just try to rush back in on feet. They don't even stagger the...
I mean, they're going to try res comp at the last second to try and hold, but... Man, this would be a fucking miracle hold. Someone's got to touch. Enzo's going to have to dive in and touch here. There he goes. Touches the stranger over the top, but look at Fees. Untouched on this torch. Oh, Enzo gets fucking railed by a Luna Freeze. Could not get his E off, and watch Sparker go. Okay, good stall from Ken. Gets the cloak ult off.
We're building up towards Iron We're building up towards Supernova for the setup. Silence introduction to prevent any follow-up. Prevent sustain.
Oh, they're going to need these reses. No one's down, though. What is this res? No one's dead. Okay, there goes Polly. That was a preemptive res, but maybe it's going to work out. Enzo comes back as well. PKY gets Sparker on the back.
Now Fi having to try and reset, casually escaping.
Wait, I think they're going to hold this one. 2 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes 40.
Going on. Berber Pat's been fighting for every tooth and nail. If they can grab
They've got to. This is it. Game 5, last point. All or nothing. You've got to throw everything at this if you're BPP. Nice ult. Tanuki over the top as well. Wait, Tanuki's going to pop off. Oh, Tanuki gets 3.
Tanuki is able to use that space to make this a clear up fight.
2 minutes left. And they still have 2 ults.
They're starting to whittle back, giving Berber Patchum a little bit more space on the defense.
My toxic trait is thinking that's how I play Human Torch. Torch has been... I don't know if you've been watching any of this, Seven. I don't know if you've been watching any of this tournament. But Torch has been looking crazy. Torch is very high prio right now.
They want to see if they can maybe bait someone out from Berber Patch.
How is your stream? I know you're streaming.
Where the portal is to work out where is Virtus Pro.
Obviously, I've been here since 2 o'clock watching these games, so I didn't get to come in. Oh, VP wrap on them? Wait. What the fuck is this?
At the ready, but it's creeping in for Nevix. Holly needs to land this Eye of Agamotto. If they can do so, they can get the turnaround. Enzo tried to put some pressure on.
Enzo is doing a lot of work on this fucking Venom, though. Like, his Hulk was not doing very well, but this Venom is putting in work. Here goes Sparker. Oh, really nice ult, though. Sparker doesn't get anything. Polly does go down again to the Emma. Nevix is going to ping everyone, though. Oh, there's 1v1. Polly's going to have to come back and pop this Agamotto. He's portaling in. I think this is Finn's portal. No, that's Polly. It's got to be a big Agamotto. Oh, this looks really bad for BPP. They've got no one left. They've got no reses. Tanuki, though. PKY! PKY, Tanuki can take it. Oh, my God. They stole it. Wait. Wait.
Does Finzi have the portal? I believe he does. But outside
wait.
There's no ultimates available for Virtus Pro here.
They used the portal to engage the first time.
Hold your fucking horses. 20 seconds.
They're rushing on in.
This is the last fight of this best of 5. There's no way BPP are going to hold this. Tanuki. Enzo just goes straight in. He does not give a shit. Oh, he gets Cypher. Oh, there's no way. Tanuki gets Drytro. BPP. Ken gets Nevix. Tanuki. Finzy's down. Sparker is holding on for dear life. Solo. There's no fucking way. BPP. Oh my God, they take it. Oh, are you joking? There is no fucking shot they hold that. Oh my God.
Berber Patspin won't be the first to take down Virtus Pro, but they are the first to take them down in playoffs.
Wow.
But also in a best of 5.
BO5, last fucking fight possible. VP hold them at the bottom of the ramp, and BPP 3 back-to-back team fight wins to take the game. What?
In the end from Tanuki and Pokey, those stacked duelist ultimates really saving the day.
We don't need to see people clipping that, guys. We don't need to see the pain, okay? Oh my God, dude. Pokey and Tanuki as this DPS duo absolutely fucking hold this down.
The one that's potentially going to lead to the first qualification for the mid-season
And listen,
finals.
massive respect to Enzo, right? Enzo was getting absolutely clapped on this hold and then switches to the Venom and makes so much space on that Venom.
Between Berber Patapim and Rad, as Berber Patapim have shown that they have the versatility.
I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it. What a goddamn series.
Incredible versatility across different maps, which we already knew they could do.
Dude, that might be one of the best series of the tournament, if not the best series of the tournament so far. We fucking knew this was going to be a banger. This was the one I was looking forward to most today, and I said that from the off. I said this was the one to watch. VP looked really dominant, but man, BPP looked resilient. How do you stay in this?
And Berber Patspim, they had a really rocky
They had
start.
no
It
right
felt
to win
like
that game.
The first domination of Krakoa really did not go their way in the slightest, but a back and forth best of 5 series is what you want to see. And certainly instances where you're just able to go
I don't know about you guys, but what a fucking way to finish the day's games.
The convoy game modes for Berber Patspim looking very, very good. It was domination that we sort of expected.
These best of 5s are
win
spicy.
condition to get those maps on the board, but they're able to do that. But it's also those 2 convoys that did them justice here and send them into that upper bracket final against Rad tomorrow.
All right. We'll wait for the interview because I really want to hear the interview from this game, from this series.
And on this one, an overwhelming assault.
I'm not going to be watching the America games tonight.
To get so much momentum so quickly.
I'm going to give myself a break. Tomorrow we have a potentially 16 to 18 hour day. We're going to be back here at 2 p.m.
We have an interview
for the next set of 4 best of 5s.
Starters. You have taken
and then we're going to be doing America best of 5s as well tomorrow night.
Feel?
Let's hear from Enzo.
He's gone.
Oh no!
Oh, the fact that he like potentially
lost the words.
The fact that that face says everything. Just that smile. Oh, the fact that he disconnected in the interview as well. Just seems to really add up to how this feels. Hopefully, we'll have him back in a moment. Oh, but good grief.
I've watched a bit for
Sums
you.
up the day, I think, so
far. Oh, you've been watching a bit here?
If you didn't see the score, Berber Patspim free to win against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, we've been watching this for like 3 weeks. So
you sort of look at it, but it is.
I haven't really played that much Rivals
look at the bracket so
at
far
all
to see
over the last
exactly
few
what
weeks.
That's done with the results of
because we've been watching
we have
all from the group stages, the
talk
playoffs
about,
this weekend.
Honestly, we're going to
So
leave that tomorrow,
we've watched
I
a
think,
huge amount of
because
pro
that's where
Rivals.
the stakes really start to ramp up, and I'll put it this way:
It's very interesting
Rad
to watch, though.
versus
Honestly,
Berber
I learn a
Patspim
lot.
Could be
like
the
I learn a
debut
lot.
team to be making the international stage if things are confirmed as to what they
Hi,
seem
Midnight.
to be. But we're
Being
looking
this
at the
hot,
losers
it's
bracket.
criminal.
Peps.
Are you saying I'm
punching
hot?
through the drywall as they have to face up against Virtus Pro yet
Damn,
again in that
you
losers
stop
bracket.
it! You stop
Z10
it!
is going
Did
up
we just
against
become best
Elm
friends? Thank you very much.
for some,
And thank you for the follow,
I don't know
Midnight.
if it's us
Welcome in.
casting that one, Tetcher, but for the numbers, that could be
Flattery will get you everywhere here, I'll tell you that much.
The 7, 8, 9, 10 could be
Thank you
the
for
thing
that.
to go for.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know what the schedule is for tomorrow yet, so we do not know which ones we're going to be casting. But either way, I'm just excited for any of these. Zero to Nasty versus
I'm really good,
Low9
thank you,
is, I
Midnight. I'm
believe,
really
a
good.
rematch, if I
You have
remember
come in towards the end of the
correctly.
stream.
I'll have to check that out
I do
later.
apologize.
Virtus Pro versus Team Peps,
We've been
that is
going
a
for about
rematch
8.5
of all the way
hours.
Back to the MRI.
And we've just finished
So
the last
they're gonna
game, so
have
we're
a
just
lot of
waiting for an
history behind
interview.
them.
And
then, of
then
course, Rad
we
versus
will be calling it
Berber,
for the day.
the
But
only 2 teams
we're going to be
to
around
now
all of
beat
tomorrow
Virtus Pro.
for the
It's time to fight
drops.
to see who's better.
So if you guys have not got the magic
maybe
drops
that's where
already,
the focus is going to be collecting
I
those
will be back
Infinity
tomorrow
Stones,
for
so to speak, and you know
what I
Rad
think is
being
going to be
able to
around
make
16 hours.
pretty clean
So
work
you got
from
plenty of
Zero
time to get your magic drops with
Z10
me
earlier on with
tomorrow.
a 3-0 win. Going to be watching that, and they're going to
What's
take a
your main?
lot from it. I think both these teams have very different approaches with how they're
my
affecting the draft,
main
and
is
I don't know.
Thor.
I don't think we're going to be catching in with Enzo. We're going to have to leave it another
tanks
time,
wise,
perhaps,
I play
it has been a hell of
Strange,
a day. We've seen 16
Emma,
games
Thing,
of Marvel
and Thor. They're
Rivals
my
maps
4.
played in EMEA today. Tetcher,
They're my 4
what are
tank
the main
mains.
takeaways from it, I'd
Psylocke
say?
is my DPS main for sure.
Just how much
I'm a
momentum can
absolutely
make a difference in
ridiculous
these
Psylocke,
games.
if I'm honest.
Rad coming in
I'm starting to play a bit of
of a rough
Punisher
matchup we talked
as
about
well.
in
I'm trying to
their
learn some of the
rematch versus
DPS. I
Virtus
was thinking
Pro,
about learning
but then
some
they
Mr.
started off so
Fantastic
strong versus
next
Zero
week as
Tenacity
well. I
and
thought it'd be
took
quite fun.
What is maybe the most
And
dominant
Invis.
matchup
Invis
of
is
the
my
day. Berber Patspim
support
versus
main
Pro,
for sure.
That went extremely
So I tend to
long.
flex.
We have a schedule to see what we're going up with next, to see how
on the
much
most part,
this
but those are my
momentum
mains
will
across the
carry on
board.
for the teams, how much of a break they
For
have.
now.
We are
I've
starting
played
with
every
the
hero,
lower bracket
so-
Team Peps versus Virtus Pro.
I did
Low9 versus
I
Zero
did an A to
Tenacity
Z
next
challenge
up, and then me
in
and
season
you,
0
Ryan,
to
will be
learn to
jumping
make sure I learn
into-
every
we wanted
hero.
it Rad versus
So I put some time into every single
Berber
one.
Patspim.
Yeah, the TBD as well is going to be the winners of those.
Yeah, this is
match one,
tomorrow,
match
by the way,
two
guys.
up against each
So
other
we're starting at 3
to see
o'clock,
who's going to
actually.
finish out
No,
on 4th, and then
2
we're going to
o'clock,
play that
'cause
losers
this is
bracket match
CST.
for 3rd place, and then the grand
So
finals
Peps VP,
on Sunday.
I think VP are going to wash him.
Yeah, a lot of Marvel Rivals action to be
Z10 against
happening at the
L9
moment, so
might
being able to get
potentially
all
be
the
a
in-game
banger.
stuff in-game, you should get it at the end
Might
of this week if
potentially
you
be a
haven't got
banger.
it. I will think probably a little bit less of you, to be honest, because there's so much going on in all of the regions.
Then Rad, BBP
like I mentioned, it's probably
as our upper bracket final tomorrow as well.
And now they're going into the best of 5 games.
And then we get the winner of the 2 lower brackets in the lower bracket semi tomorrow. So tomorrow we are doing 2 lower bracket quarters, the lower bracket semi, and the upper bracket final for both EMEA and American regions, and then we're going to be doing, these are all BO5s, these are all best of 5s, and then Sunday will just be the lower bracket final and the grand final, and the grand final is going to be best of 7.
We already have our first representative from Ground Zero Gaming from the Oceanic region, and then we're going to be finding
I guess they're not doing an
tomorrow
interview
and on
then?
Sunday who will be representing the other regions, and it could be, in fact, this team as we are back with the interview. Let's have another go. As please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Enzo for a second time.
Yeah, I'm
Who do you
sorry,
like
my
to play
connection
midnight?
crashed
Who are your
out.
favorites to play?
Restart everything, and then I'm back.
I think a few people have had that issue. I mean, I want to start with the fact, actually, Tetra, you had the perfect question. Like, you beat your White Whale. You were maybe upset that you weren't the first team to beat Virtus Pro, but you were the first team to beat them in playoffs and in a best of 5. Surely that's something that you take over the first best of 3.
There's a lot of people
lurking
lurking for drops, so
I think
Gucci,
these 2 wins against VP, like Rad and us, are completely different. They went into a best of 3. They just farmed them. They had no chance. But this beer we just played was completely insane.
So excited,
we were forced on L7 on the worst comp ever. We were like, they cheesed on us. We were forced to play such a bad draft, something that we never played before. And we lost the first one, and we're kind of like, this is gonna be hard. And then we won the second point with the most longest overtime I played in my life. And then I said, okay, if we can win this, we're gonna win this game and we're gonna win this BO. And then we go into the last game. It's going pretty smooth. It's going really good. We got the first point, 4 minutes on the clock, and it's not working really well. I start dying a couple times. I start going in. It's not working. I'm getting pulled. I keep dying, and I'm thinking this is a disaster. I know all my teams think I'm the key in this scenario. That I should be the one carrying right now, like doing something, making space, and I can't make it. He
was throwing a little bit.
But then we say, this map is really hard. We know it's really hard to push. Most of the good games against like 2 really good teams end up on this point, and if they can make it, we are gonna make it also. So yeah, this first part of the point is a disaster. Second part of the point is a disaster. I say, okay, I'm gonna swap to Venom because this is not working. I just can't do anything.
Yeah,
and there's like some
he plays a lot of
miracle fight, and then we start believing it again. And then they double, and we're like, okay, we're gonna make it. And just unbelievable. Everyone, I'm still shaking. Like, this is insane. Everyone was like,
dude, can you imagine playing in a game like that? Like, you'd be like,
wow, I don't have
man,
any
the adrenaline that must be running through them.
I don't blame
right
you.
now.
I'm struggling for words as well, just due to how insane that series was, how
adrenaline
back
must
and
be
forth,
nuts.
and how with those last-second adjustments, just seeing you fly.
Usually
in
everyone's
like
very chatty
missile on
midnight,
that
but
Venom to try and
when I'm
save
like
the
playing
game and
rivals and
hold it
stuff,
on that
everyone's very
overtime.
chatty, but
Just, chef's kiss for
watching is a
starters.
bit more of a
But
lurky vibe.
Let's look ahead to the future. You are now 1 game, 1 series away from the grand finals, and you are going up against Rad. What are your expectations for that series?
I think this match is gonna be really, really important. If we lose or they lose, they will never forget themselves for doing that. We are like, I think there is like 3 really good teams that deserve to get to the LAN, and there is only 2 spots. So one of us at the end of this week will be crying, and I hope it won't be me, and I hope it won't be this other team. But
I thought there was only 1 spot.
we're gonna give everything.
I'll have to check on that.
I think we are gonna struggle more against VP than we should struggle against Rad. I don't know. I just feel like it feels easier to me to face this team. But with the fact that this match is so important, there might be some messed up thing happening.
I'm not
with
sure
the
he's right on that. I think there's only 1 spot for EU.
But yeah, I can't wait to play it.
We can't wait to watch it, but you've got a big game tomorrow, so we're going to let you go, calm down a little bit, get some good rest as you'll be facing up against Rad tomorrow. It should be a good one.
Guys,
Enzo, you played terrific today. Can't wait to see more of that tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. I can't wait to play tomorrow.
Oh man,
That's fun as hell.
What a day. I mean, shout out to Enzo's Mike for doing a lot of the heavy lifting there towards the end. He was holding on by
goddamn. What a day, man. What a day.
Like really like
oh,
chill,
boy.
A little bit more composed, but seeing him sort of lose himself a little
I'm
bit.
about to end, Mad. I'm sorry.
Again,
I'm about to end.
Prize pool total
We have been going, yeah, 8.5 hours, so we are going to go find someone to
looking to try and claim that
show some love too for today. I want to make sure I'm well rested for tomorrow.
Rivals Ignite champions who you're going to have to tune in tomorrow and Sunday.
So let's see if we can go find someone to pass on some love to. For any of you guys that are in here that have been enjoying the stream today, I know there's a lot of you that have just been lurking and enjoying for the drops. Consider following. We're going to be back again tomorrow, doing it all again tomorrow. So if you haven't quite got the drops, you can come back and finish them off tomorrow if you don't finish them off tonight. We're also going to be live all of Sunday as well. So we're going to have some like back-to-back crazy long days for the next 2 days. If you're enjoying... no, if you got someone in mind, Mad, like, throw it out there for sure. If you got someone in mind. If there are any series that you really wanted to watch my commentary and stuff on, if you've been enjoying the commentary, sub to my YouTube. We've got some games on there. We've got the Groups Grand Finals being posted there right now. The other Grand Finals, the America Grand Final should be posted tomorrow from the group stages. Then all of the games from Sunday and the upper bracket finals as well will be posted after this tournament. So definitely worth a sub. I would super appreciate it. Hi, Riot. Thank you for the gift. I'm about to end now. Everyone's coming in and I'm just about to end. So I'm sorry, y'all. Love your headset. Thank you, Midnight. This is called... These are from... This is from a company called... Wicked Cushions. Wicked Cushions. We can have a look. I do have certain parameters for who I raid, but certain things I do and don't like, so we'll have a look. Do they have a camera? They don't have a camera, right? I don't really like raiding no-cam streamers. Sorry, Mad. If you guys have any other suggestions, like throw it out. I'm super open to raiding whoever. Otherwise, let's go to... Should we go to someone who's carrying on watching? Who's going to carry on watch partying right now? Let me see if there's anyone in the watch party Discord that I'm in that's streaming. That we can go say hi to. Who's this? Oh, that guy's full German. I mean, I can send you over to Noko. I don't know if you guys like Noko. I was going to go raid him anyway. But Noko's going to be watch partying all of the rest as well, if you want to go say hi to Noko.
We go to my YouTube. Because I figure now we're on the NA side. We could probably
because he's going to carry on watch partying the NA ones. Although he's just hit me with a 2.5-minute ad, by the way. So I'm going to cancel this raid for a second because I've just been hit with a 2.5-minute ad. So we'll wait for a sec. I appreciate you guys, though. I hope you've enjoyed it. I've had a super good time today. We've had some banger fucking games. And yeah, a lot more to come tomorrow. Holy. A lot more to come tomorrow. We need another Hawkeye to watch. Yeah, we'll do it another day, Mad. Keep it in mind, but we'll definitely go raid him another day. I just don't tend to... I have a couple of like really big things about who I raid. One of them is face cam. Follower only mode. If they have follower or sub only mode, fuck that, dude. I have no idea if you have less than like 1,000 people watching, There is no reason ever to have follower only mode on, unless you've just been hate rated. Literally no other reason. So it really annoys me when people have that. Check Rono. This person? They're not live. This person? Okay. Right. We'll go say hi to Noko. Noko used to play a lot of Apex, but I think he's like fully switched to Rivals now. They've definitely been, I've seen them watch partying the same amount that I have, if not more. So he's definitely putting in some fucking work on these watch parties. So yeah, I definitely wanted to go and say hi to him at some point. I think he's probably staying on for Americas, I would imagine. The main reason I'm not tonight is because it's already 10:30 at night. I don't want to do another 8 hours here. But we're going to do that tomorrow. Guys, I love you. I appreciate you. Go follow my socials. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 o'clock UK time. Shit. Here's your raid message. Let's go and show Noko some love. Have a great night, everyone, whatever you decide to do. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Much loves.